Chapter 1655, John Lycan. Chapter 1655, John Lycan. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Would the Blood King spare Yun after he caused such a big hoo-ha and put on an entire farce of extravagantly wasting resources? The outcome was difficult to tell. After all, everyone acknowledged Yun's strength. The Blood King had become Fei the Arch only recently. He was only beginning to build up his faction and had a weak foundation. Even if he encountered a larcenous person like Yun, he still needed to rely on them if they were a genius. At noon, the alchemical process began. Yun stayed in a chamber to refine his pills, so it was silent. No one could observe him. But even so, thousands of people gathered around Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda. Even if they could not see a thing, they could not help but look toward the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda. This could very likely become a huge joke. If that were the case, the person to bear the brunt of the jokes would not be Yun, but the Blood King. In the years following Blood King's breakthrough to Fei the Arch, he had affected the interests of many old Fei thearchs. Many people were waiting to see the Blood King suffer a setback. When Yun began the refinement process, an azure-clothed man sat on a high platform above the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda. In between his brows was a purple mark that looked like a faint constellation. As for his clothes, they were not adorned with any accessories. He looked as simple as could be. However, his body exuded a faint air that was not necessarily that of a supreme being's. Instead, it was like a distant galaxy, ethereal and indistinct, visible but not reachable. He was none other than the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's Pagoda Lord. He was also the alchemist monarch of the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins, John Lycan. The Fei thearchs of the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins might show respect to the ruins' emperor openly, but oppose him in private. But all of them had to be on good terms with John Lycan. There was no other choice. No matter how intractable the Fei thearchs of Heaven Fei City were, they often needed to seek John Lycan's help. At that moment, John Lycan was having a game of chess with someone. Sitting across him was the Luo King, Zhang Luo. The game had been ongoing for a full day. John Lycan held the advantage, and without a surprise upset, the Luo King would find it difficult to make a comeback. However, John Lycan continued playing, laying his pieces in an unhurried manner. Many a time, he was not considering the game, but enjoying the sense of calm while playing. "Is Heretic Han's ghost doctor still at your place?" John Lycan suddenly asked. Few people knew that the Heretic Han's ghost doctor was acquainted with the Luo King, but John Lycan knew. He was one of the older Fei thearchs of the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins, having attained the realm of Fei the Arch long before the Luo King. "Yes. Heretic Hans is treating Yuchan." "The treatment has taken that long?" John Lycan asked. "Heretic Hans isn't nomologically skilled. Furthermore, that human bastard has done lots of research in the laws, hence, it has taken so long. However, it's close to success." "I see," John Lycan nodded. "According to the Heaven Fei City rules, Fei thearchs are not to have any fratricidal infighting. If you were to fight Blood King, it would require the destruction of a foundation, the bottom line of a Fei the Arch conflict. The Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins cherished every Fei the Arch. They were just too rare and what the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins used as the pillars of their society. However, what if it was only an injury instead of the destruction of a foundation? The Luo King knew that there were many gray areas. My revenge is mainly directed at that human bastard. It should be fine just dealing with him, right?" "That's fine. You can do anything you want to Lin Yun," said John Lycan indifferently. The division between us and them was irreconcilable. The Fei's attitude towards human was that of contempt, but also that they could be controlled. Simultaneously, they had to be careful against them. For humans that became godly monarchs, they would not easily offend them, but they would be very happy to see human godly monarchs perish. Besides, the Blood King had so many enemies in the Heaven Fei City that even he did not know the exact number. How could they be willing to see Yun develop his strength? Yun and Zhang Xiaro shared a very close relation. This was already sufficient to be a point of attack on Zhang Xiaro and the Blood King. "Good. Brother Lycan, I'm assured having heard you say that." "Unfortunately, that punk will be wasting so many resources before his death," said the Luo King wistfully. "Those things are all excellent pill refinement ingredients. Brother Lycan, the 9 cycles heavenly tribulation pills that you have been preparing for decades are probably inferior when it comes to preciousness, right?" John Lycan's refinement of the 9 cycles heavenly tribulation pills was known by many Fei thearchs in the Heaven Fei City. The pill's name was self-explanatory. They were used after 9 cycles of heavenly tribulations, enhancing the body tempering effects of the heavenly tribulation by 20%. Transcending the heavenly tribulations was a necessary process for Fei thearchs. The fact that the 9 cycles heavenly tribulation pills could enhance the body-tempering effects of a heavenly tribulation made their value obvious. Many Fae Thearchs, including Fae Thearchs outside the Heaven Fae city, coveted those pills. Over the years, many non-Jian Fae Thearchs visited Jian Lycan after learning of the news. They were aware that it was not pragmatic to hope to obtain a 9 cycles heavenly tribulation pill from Jian Lycan directly, but there were bound to be opportunities if they made his acquaintance. The Fae Thearchs who visited Jian Lycan were all famous figures. If he rejected their request, Jian Lycan might feel his conscience being pricked. As such, if he were to make another cauldron of pills in the future, there was a chance of them purchasing a pill. Yes, the price of the ingredients used for the 9 cycles heavenly tribulation pills are not that ludicrous. However, as long as it expends a sliver of my origins of lightning tribulation, I will not refine anymore. Alchemy is not simply about using expensive materials. Even an alchemy monarch would find it difficult to control the vast energies. No matter how many treasured herbs are used, all of that will be wasted. Jian Lycan did not continue on. He planned on waiting 3 years after Yun was done with his pill refinement before refining the 9 cycles heavenly tribulation pills. In fact, Jian Lycan had been monitoring the Heaven Earth Yuan she gathered within the Heaven Fae Relic Pagoda for the past 20 years. All of that was for his goal of refining the 9 cycles heavenly tribulation pills. Now, the Heaven Earth Yuan chi inside the array core had only amassed to a certain level. According to the rules, every array core had to be used after a specific period of time. Equal sharing of resources was a rule of the Heaven Fae city. Which Fae the Arch wouldn't need resources? What right did Jian Lycan have to keep an array core closed to accumulate Heaven Earth Yuan chi? Jian Lycan's reputation was sufficiently high that the other Fae Thearchs did not dare pick a bone with him. But with the passage of time, the Yuan chi within the array core increased. It was no longer within control. It was normal for people to covet it, such as the Blood King. Jian Lycan's relationship with the Blood King was only ordinary. Thankfully, Yun had served himself right to his doorstep while the Blood King was in seclusion. It effectively prevented him bringing trouble onto himself. Since Yun had entered the array core, Jian Lycan would then have an above-board reason to reject all other Fae Thearchs from entering for the next 3 years, with the Blood King having even less priority. After Yun entered, another 3 years would ensure that the array core was filled with Heaven Earth Yuan chi. Back when Yun decided to rent the Heaven Fae Relic Pagoda's array core, he had only done so because he wanted to freely absorb Heaven Earth Yuan chi and not be restricted by the Heaven Fae city's massive array. He never imagined that the Heaven Fae Relic Pagoda's array core held such monetary value. Yun saw a spirit fountain inside. As the Heaven Earth Yuan chi was so rich, a liquid spirit fountain had been condensed. According to the array core's rental agreement, the spirit fountain could not be taken away. Absorption had to be done inside. Oh? There's an array formation obstruction? When Yun approached the spirit fountain, he was slightly taken aback. The spirit fountain's surroundings were sealed with a mystical array. Cracking it was not easy. It also meant that although the Heaven Fae Relic Pagoda had immense treasures left inside the array core, they were under lock and key. If the average person came and did the appropriate absorptions, how much could they absorb? However, this was not a problem for Yun at all. With the purple crystal origins in hand, the array formation could not stop him at all. Yun's refinement would expend an astounding amount of Heaven Earth Yuan chi. The spirit fountain was truly of timely assistance, allowing the myriad form Shura pill's quality to be enhanced further. I made the right choice in coming to the Heaven Fae city. The myriad form Shura pill is supposed to be very difficult to refine, but it took me such a short period of time to make the preparations. Furthermore, the quality of the ingredients have far exceeded my expectations. The Heaven Fae city is just too nice. First, it was the Luo King who pulled the strings and logistics to aid me in preparing the materials. Now, the Heaven Fae Relic Pagoda has aided me in preparing the best alchemical grounds. Even I'm feeling a little guilt-ridden. Yun was very thrilled. The pill refinement was no trifling matter. No one in the world except himself could complete it. The refinement of the myriad form Shura pills needed the 10,000 demon wheel of existence laws. And this was something only Yun was equipped with. Apart from that, the pills needed massive amounts of precious materials. The amount of energy involved was too massive that even Fae the arch-alchemists would find it uncontrollable. However, Yun had the purple crystal origins. He could easily control all the energy in the treasured herbs, while still having the capacity to extract the Heaven Earth Yuan chi from the spirit fountain to provide for the refinement. Yun took a deep breath as his mind stirred. All sorts of previous materials appeared in his hand. He opened the cauldron. The cauldron he was using was the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. In terms of cauldron quality, the Ascending Dragon Cauldron was the best. Furthermore, it had the Dragon Emperor bloodline in it. It was most suitable to refine the myriad form Shura pills. As for the fire needed for the refinement, Yun was using the heretical godfire. The heretical godfire was the strongest flame in the universe. It's time. The stars have aligned. If I'm unable to refine the cauldron of pills to perfection under these conditions, I'm no different from trash. Yun never thought of the possibility of him failing. What he wanted was absolute perfection. Yun first took out the 100,000-year-old golden feather immortal pistol. Energy extraction. Yun interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal and extracted the medicinal energies from the golden feather immortal pistol at an extremely fast speed. If this scene were to be witnessed by other alchemists, they would probably be left astounded. No matter how brilliant an alchemist was, they would be very careful with energy extraction. Any tiny mistake could destroy the herb. Even with excellent technique, it was very difficult to completely extract all the medicinal energies. However, this process was the easiest to Yun. Instead, it was the refinement process with the heretical godfire that Yun needed to take slowly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1656, Pill Refinement finished. Chapter 1656, Pill Refinement finished. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yun immersed himself in the pill refinement for 3 consecutive days. It was as though he was in an ethereal state, fully focused on the heretical godfire, ingredients, and the nascent myriad form Shura pills. And surrounding the Heaven Fey relic pagoda, the spectators that came to watch the farce did not have that much patience. They only came on the day Yun began his pill refinement, but when they realized that Yun had sealed himself in the chamber to refine the pills, they slowly left. All they cared about was the outcome, which they would use as a topic of conversation over meals. However, 5 days after Yun began his pill refinement, a wind stirred up in the city. Wind stirring in Heaven Fey City was nothing odd, but this wind was a result of Yuan Qi. At that moment, the rich Heaven Earth Yuan Qi in Heaven Fey City were being triggered by a force. With the Yuan Qi winds blowing, countless tiny blobs of light appeared in the sky. They were of all colors and bobbed up and down in what seemed like an unending sea. Some people could not help but reach out their hands to grab the tiny blobs of light in an attempt to absorb the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, but their expressions changed immediately once they did. The pure energies within the blobs of light were bound by mystical laws. Not only was it impossible to direct them, they even felt like their internal energies were about to tear out of them to go with the blobs of light. From afar, people watched the gorgeous vista that was in actuality filled with danger. They were all very alarmed. What's going on? People found it incredulous. This was because the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi was restrained by the arrays in Heaven Fey City. No one could easily direct the powers. Even if Fei the Arch had no means to violate the rule. However, the Yuan Qi light blobs that covered the area were way too formidable. It was obvious that the surrounding Heaven Earth Yuan Qi had been directed over. Could it be? Everyone suddenly had a thought. Only the 9 array cores of the Heaven Fey City were unrestricted by the array formations, allowing them to use all the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi in the city. In fact, such Heaven Earth Yuan Qi phenomena occasionally occurred in the Heaven Fey City. An example was when a Fei the Arch broke through. To go from a Fey Lord to a Fei the Arch, the phenomena that arose out of it was more spectacular than the one before them. However, such scenes were very rare, so Mei Fei warriors had never witnessed one before. It resulted in these people feeling astounded by the phenomenological scene before them, since this phenomena was different from a Fei Thearcha's breakthrough. But regardless, it was likely triggered by one of the array cores. Such a scene was only possible if something incredible happened in the array core. As for the nearby array core, people looked around and emanated their perceptions. Not all the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi in the city was being directed. The effect only extended to about 1/5 of the city. And 2 array cores were situated inside this region. One was on the periphery, while the other happened to be right smack in the middle. And this array core was none other than the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda. Could it be that? The sudden thought left everyone appalled. They looked toward the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda and saw dense clouds blotting out the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda. Lightning flashed about like purple swimming dragons. Without a surprise, the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda's array core was the heart of the phenomena. But now, who was inside the pagoda's array core? Everyone knew that Yun had entered the pagoda's array core a few days ago. However, no one knew what he was up to. Could it be Lin Yun? Someone said in disbelief. What makes you think Lin Yun has the ability to cause such a phenomena? Perhaps Lin Yun has already come out and a Fei the Arch has already entered the pagoda. People found it unacceptable that a junior could trigger such an incredible phenomena. It sounded too shocking that they only wished to believe what they chose to believe. However, there were people in the know who rejected this premise. Impossible. Pagoda Lord John Lycan has use for the pagoda's array core. If Lin Yun is out, the array core will not be used anytime soon. These words turned the faces of many Fey warriors nasty. They refused to believe that the phenomena was a result of Yi Yun. Yi Yun was younger than 99% of them. One with a human bloodline and who was way younger than them was able to trigger such a phenomena. Could it get any more depressing? Lin Yun, could he have broken through? The first thing that came to everyone's mind was Yi Yun's breakthrough. He had obtained many top-grade treasured herbs previously, so it was possible for him to make a breakthrough. However, it was impossible for a human divine lord's breakthrough to stir up all the Yuan Qi in Heaven Fei City. It was impossible even with an array core, for that would be on the level of a godly monarch. However, there was an elder in an alchemical attire among the crowd. He was looking in the direction of the Heaven Fei relic pagoda as he shook his head with a mixed expression. He said sadly, "This is not a divine lord's breakthrough." What? Not a breakthrough. The elder appeared to be delirious as he repeated his words. Finally, he suddenly thought of something and rushed towards the Heaven Fei relic pagoda. When he came close to it, he even felt a faint spiritual suppression. It was naturally emitted by the alchemical chamber where Yi Yun was. And then, boom! A huge explosion sounded as heavenly lightning smote down. Thick purple-colored heavenly lightning looked like fractured heavenly columns. It was as if the sky was collapsing. The elder's heart leaped when the lightning struck. With the fastest possible speed, he went to the pagoda lord's residence and saw John Lycan. This man who stood at the pinnacle of the Heaven Fei City's alchemical progress had an extremely ugly expression. At the moment the phenomena occurred, he had already thought of an unbelievable possibility. Yi Yun's had succeeded in refining his pills. Not only was it a success, the refinement was too astounding. It resulted in such phenomena and even caused heavenly tribulations the instant the pills were produced. The instant when the heavenly lightning smote was likely when Yi Yun opened the cauldron. At that moment, John Lycan no longer cared that the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi that he had been accumulating for 2 decades had been used by Yi Yun. He only felt that he was struck with a heavy blow. He knew very well what materials Yi Yun had used. Those materials gathered together produced such strong energy that even a Fei the arch-alchemist could not control it, much less refine it into pills. John Lycan believed that perhaps only such unrefinable pills could result in a phenomena of such scale in Heaven Fei City. And all of this was all thanks to a human junior? This was no longer amazement, but Yi Yun was completely incomprehensible. He could not understand how Yi Yun had done it. John Lycan had been researching alchemy for years, yet, a human junior was already capable of making him bemoan his inadequacy. This even made John Lycan generate suspicion about his own alchemical skills. Such a blow was more terrifying than the loss of some Yuan Qi in the array core. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's alchemical chamber, Yi Yun was looking at the myriad-form Shura pills inside the ascending dragon cauldron. Even after experiencing all sorts of turmoil, he was feeling exhilarated at that moment. This was the most perfect cauldron of pills he had refined. A total of 12 perfect pills. Each one of them were lustrous and they condensed the purest energies and laws. In a certain sense, these 12 myriad-form Shura pills were equivalent to the heavenly Tao. Yi Yun knew that even he could not refine such a cauldron of pills again for a long time to come. The moment he had this thought, 6 of the myriad-form Shura pills landed in his hand. He planned to eat them directly. The 9 array cores of the Heaven Fei City were excellent grounds for cultivation. Now that he was in one, the spirit fountain which had accumulated previously only had half of its energies left. As for Yi Yun's interspatial ring, there was 1,000 chaos crystals remaining. With such conditions, Yi Yun naturally wanted to take advantage of the moment when the heaven and earth laws were condensed together thanks to the nascent formation of the myriad-form Shura pills and directly refine them into pills. Yi Yun consumed all 6 of the myriad-form Shura pills. To him, the medicinal effects of the 6 myriad-form Shura pills were more than enough to fuse all his bloodline as one. He had other plans for the remaining 6 pills. After Yi Yun swallowed the pills, he jumped into the ascending dragon cauldron. Whoosh! The remaining spirit fountain in the array core was instantly sucked into the ascending dragon cauldron, allowing Yi Yun to instantly be soaking in it. Following that, Yi Yun threw out the 1,000 chaos crystals. Extending his hand to swat them, all of them shattered and the energy within exploded. Next, the Dragon Emperor bloodline that had been slumbering in the ascending dragon cauldron for billions of years was stirred alive. On! With a dragon's roar, a divine dragon phantom condensed out of lifeblood surged out, tearing through the pagoda and into the clouds. This was the power of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline. Everyone in Heaven Fei City saw the scene. They were completely confounded. What was happening? The lifeblood powers emitted by the Dragon Emperor Phantom in the sky was like gushing stars that far exceeded their imaginations. People originally believed that this series of phenomena was a result of Yun's breakthrough. However, as a human, how was he able to manifest such potent lifeblood? Even the members of the royal family who had awoken their Heaven Fei bloodlines could not match a tenth of this amount of lifeblood power even if they summoned their Heaven Fei totems. However, this was still not the end. After the Dragon Emperor's phantom, people saw an incorporeal godlike figure in the sky. The godlike figure had long limbs and a blurred face. It contained an extremely strong aura that left people unable suppressed. Many did not dare look straight at it. Shortly after the godlike figure appeared, it fused with the Dragon Emperor Phantom. Many people did not know that the godlike phantom was actually the power of the ancestor god. The fusion of the ancestor god's powers with the Dragon Emperor's bloodline was the goal of Yun's refinement of the myriad form Shura pills. And following that, the entire Heaven Fei relic pagoda emitted a bright light. The surrounding sky and the countless energy spheres formed out of Yuan Qi surged towards the pagoda. Hum hum hum. A strong wind howled as blinding light bloomed. All the spherical blobs of light were absorbed by the fusion of the Dragon Emperor and the godlike body. The blob of light rapidly expanded to about half a kilometer. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi cloud was also devoured by the massive blob of light. Countless bolts of purple lightning struck down onto the blob of light. The heaven and earth laws instantly condensed into something corporeal as they rained down and infused into the gigantic sphere of light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1657, Zhang Yuchan recovers. Chapter 1657, Zhang Yuchan recovers. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Meanwhile, in the Luo King Palace. With Luo King standing, he naturally had no right to possess an array core in his palace. However, the Luo King had used large numbers of chaos crystals to construct a massive array in an underground chamber right in the middle of the Luo King Palace. This array usually amassed Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. When it was used, the array would be triggered to burn 50 chaos crystals at a time, so as to release rich Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. Although it was much weaker than the Heaven Fei City's 9 array cores in terms of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi quality, it was still a rare cultivation ground. The activation price of 50 chaos crystals for such a large array was not cheap. Even Zhang Yuchan had little chance of using it. But over the past few days, Zhang Yuchan had been receiving treatment in the core chamber. He was also accompanied by the Luo King and the heretic Han's ghost doctor. Compared to a month ago, Zhang Yuchan's condition was a lot better. Zhang Yuchan had been suffering a tormenting pain every moment back then. With the Luo King and other mighty Fei being powerless, he was left in despair. This changed when the heretic Han's ghost doctor appeared. Indeed, heretic Hans lived up to his name. After a long period of treatment, he had slowly repressed the Dao injuries in Zhang Yuchan's body. Now, although Zhang Yuchan had yet to recover his strength, his body was no longer in pain. However, he still did not dare use his lifeblood powers. Heretic Hans had implanted more than 100 blood charms in his body. They restrained the powers of lightning and fire and, over time, the powers of lightning and fire would be devoured by the blood charms. Thank you, Taoist heretic Hans. The Luo King placed great importance on his grandson. He was the most outstanding one among his grandchildren. Over these days, he had spent a considerable price treating Zhang Yuchan and had even accompanied him personally. Thankfully, everything was going according to heretic Hans's plan. The lightning and fire powers inside Zhang Yuchan's body were weakening and had been completely sealed. Luo King, it will take at most half a year before he makes a complete recovery, heretic Hans investigated Zhang Yuchan's body and said hoarsely. Upon hearing that, Zhang Yuchan felt like he had received life anew. It was not easy. After making a trip to the gates of hell, he cherished his life even more. As for Yun, the culprit who caused him to be in his present state, he vowed to rip him into pieces. Grandfather, I want revenge. I know. Heaven Fei City will not interfere to seek revenge for you. But with the time that has passed, the poison which Taoist heretic Hans left in the flying cloud's flowing flower should be about to trigger. At that moment, the Luo King was filled with confidence. Even the stumbling block, the Blood King, that stood in the way of killing Yun would be finished by him. Alright, I'll maim him personally after he's heavily injured. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yuchan's eyes. Luo King nodded. Yun was fast becoming a mental demon for Zhang Yuchan. It was best if Zhang Yuchan resolved it with his own hands. It was definitely possible for Jiang Yuchan to deal with a poisoned Yun. And at that moment. Phew! A blue light emitted from the array formation as it flashed in front of the Luo King. It signified that someone outside was seeking an audience. The Luo King frowned. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi inside the chamber was highly compressed. Every communication with the outside world would lead to sizable losses. He did not wish to be disturbed. Come in. With a thought, the array formation opened. The person who entered was none other than the Luo King's confidant and Jiang Yuchan's teacher, Jiang Yuebai. What's the matter? Upon seeing Jiang Yuebai's expression, the Luo King's heart palpitated. Did something happen? Your lordship, the Heaven Face City has produced a phenomena caused by Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. Oh? The Luo King pricked up his brows. He naturally knew that a phenomena which was a result of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi and Heaven Face City typically had to do with an array core. Which array core? The Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda. Lin Yun's alchemical ground. Jiang Yuebai took a deep breath before saying. The Luo King, Heretic Han's ghost doctor, and Jiang Yuchan felt that heart skip a beat. What was the meaning of this? I just received news from the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda. This phenomena is likely a result of Lin Yun's success. And the grade of those pills. Jiang Yuebai did not finish his sentence. The three people present were all knowledgeable people. They knew very well what the statement meant. When a pill was formed, it could cause phenomena, but that was more common in lowly worlds. In lowly worlds, the heavenly Tao laws were extremely low in grade. It was easy to cause nomological resonances. But what sort of place was the Chaos Heavens? In the known universe, the Chaos Heavens represented the supreme laws. And the Heaven Face City was one of the core regions of the Chaos Heavens. Any pill that could cause phenomena in Heaven Face City meant the stirring of the heavenly Tao. It had never happened as far as the Luo King could remember. No alchemy monarch or alchemist sage was capable of doing that in history. But from what Jiang Yuebai had mentioned, Yi Yun had managed to do it. Most of the ingredients which Yi Yun used to refine were sought out with the help of Luo King Palace. The Luo King knew how precious those ingredients were. Such a pill could actually be successfully refined. This was preposterous. The Luo King was taken aback for quite a while, feeling as though time itself was moving slowly. He shot a glance at Heretic Hands. At that moment, even the arrogant and cold Heretic Hands wore a look of shock that was worse than the Luo King's. Heretic Hands was not an alchemist, but he would occasionally refine various pills, mystical pills and poison pills mostly. His understanding of alchemy was deeper than that of the Luo King's. Therefore, the shock he suffered was worse. How can Lin Yun refine such a pill? He is way too terrifying. The Luo King wore a worried look. If Yi Yun was so skilled in alchemy, his influence would rise again. But of all things, he had completely offended Yi Yun. Daoist Heretic Hands, could your poison? That was what the Luo King was most worried about. The poison I implanted is colorless, odorless, formless, and textureless. Besides, this poison is a unique mystical formula known only to me. No matter how developed Lin Yun's alchemical skills are, there's no way for him to see through my poison. Heretic Hands was very confident about his poison arts. Different professions are like different worlds. Alchemy was completely different from poison arts. Heretic Hands refused to believe that a human genius would waste his precious cultivation time to study poison. But I'm worried that with his alchemical skills being so high and his repeated creation of miracles, he might not be poisoned to death even if he ate your poison. How can that be possible? Heretic Hands nodded. I did underestimate the punk, but Luo King, do not deify him. His alchemical skills might have some trickery involved. If not, I absolutely can't believe that he can reach such a level of attainment with less than 1,000 years of study. If that's the case, all the alchemy monarchs and alchemist sages in the Chaos Heavens have lived in vain. Heretic Hands said firmly. In fact, his inference was very logical. Daoist Heretic Hands, what you said makes sense. Sorry for my loss of composure. This fellow must have taken a shortcut, but even so, it's terrifying. We have already delivered the poison. It's naturally a joy if he dies from it. If he doesn't, then he will know that we tampered with it. He will definitely hate us. To be hated by someone like this. The Luo King did not finish his sentence, afraid he would annoy Heretic Hands. After all, he was the one that dragged Heretic Hands into this. However, Heretic Hands did not seem angry. Instead, he licked his lips as a covetous killing intent flashed in his eyes. He wished to know what trickery Yi Yun had used in his alchemy. He guessed that it involved a huge secret of Yi Yun's. If he were to obtain it, the aid it would give him would be unfathomable. Since he was already a sworn enemy of Yun, he might as well bet it all before Yun fully developed his strength. Luo King. If Yun has really eaten my secret poison, he will weaken in the next 10 days. It will be the best time for us to attack. Since he had decided on taking action, Heretic Hands did not pin his hopes on his secret poison. Regardless what Yun did, he would give his all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1658 Breakthrough in Strength. Chapter 1658 Breakthrough in Strength. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The phenomena in Heaven Face City continued, slowly spreading from the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda's vicinity to half of Heaven Face City. All people could see was numerous light and nomological spheres tens of thousands of feet high into the sky. They kept condensing like sprouting buds before flying towards the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda. At that moment, the pagoda was like a resplendent sun. The massive energy contained within it left one shuddering in fear. Blood King watched all of this from afar. With his level of insight, he knew that not only had Yun successfully refined the myriad form Shura pills, he had also consumed them right inside the pagoda. However, Blood King could not estimate the cultivation level that Yun had attained. Everyone had their individual paths. Fey warriors cultivated in different bloodlines, human warriors cultivated in different laws, and ghost warriors had souls that were different intrinsically. There were no two individuals in the universe that took identical paths, but most people took similar paths. When placed before an expert like Blood King, he was still able to figure out certain things. Clearly, most people did not include Yun. His path was something that Blood King had never seen before. I wonder what sight will await me when he becomes a godly monarch, Blood King thought wistfully. Meanwhile in the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda, Yun had absorbed too much of the heavenly Tao laws that his second Divine Lord Royal Seal began to slowly condense. This was something even Yun did not expect. A second Divine Lord Royal Seal? Before he ate the myriad form Shura pills, he had never thought that the pills would aid him in condensing a Divine Lord Royal Seal. He had originally imagined that he would begin condensing a Divine Lord Royal Seal after being sufficiently prepared. I never expected the energy in your body has reached such a state, Bai Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. When one's energy and laws reached extreme potency, a Divine Lord Royal Seal would be automatically formed. It was only natural when faced with the ripest of conditions. In fact, Yun was too powerful, so powerful that he could not even repress his own cultivation level. Of course, Yun never thought of repressing his cultivation level. He even yearned to become a godly monarch right away. Although the second Divine Lord Royal Seal had formed, it was only in a nascent state. It was still a distance away from completion. However, from the nascent state, one could tell many things. Yun's first Divine Lord Royal Seal was a result of the Heavenly Tao fragment, which symbolized the Heavenly Tao laws. If Yun summoned it out, its surface would look like that of a miniaturized universe that contained countless galaxies. As for the second Divine Lord Royal Seal, it was not a nomological one but of vitality. The nascent Royal Seal was condensed out of three vitalities: human, celestial, and fey. This was the fusion of Yun's three lifeblood powers. The Divine Lord Royal Seals formed in ordinary human warriors were a manifestation of heaven and earth laws. As for Yun's Divine Lord Royal Seals, the first was a manifestation of heavenly Tao laws while the second was formed by lifeblood and vitality. Compared to other human warriors, he was already taking a completely different path. As his Divine Lord Royal Seal became more corporeal, Yun's lifeblood powers and vitality surged towards the second Divine Lord Royal Seal like a tidal wave. With the Divine Lord Royal Seal taking center stage, a blood-colored vortex formed inside Yun's body. Even though his vitality and lifeblood powers were extremely potent, it still left him extremely weak to have them instantly drawn away. The nascent Divine Lord Royal Seal had a huge appetite as though it was sucking Yun's body dry. His flesh and blood vessels dried up slightly. Thankfully, the energy around him was too rich. As Yun's lifeblood was emptied by the Divine Lord Royal Seal, new energy took their place. At that moment, Yun's body was like a reservoir that was drained of water while the surrounding energies were like condensed raindrops. As the raindrops entered the reservoir, they were absorbed without end. If not for condensing a second Divine Lord Royal Seal, Yun would not have been able to absorb that much energy. Perhaps a lot of it would have been wasted, a true waste of such heavenly treasures. Soon, Yun felt that more than half his vitality had been absorbed by the second Divine Lord Royal Seal. However, when his vitality was transplanted, instead of feeling weakened, he felt that his vitality was more cohesive. Yun's vitality could be described as a roaring flame in the past. Although it was powerful, it was not concentrated. But now, the Divine Lord Royal Seal which had condensed his vitality was like a scorching red blade that was completely indestructible. Now, Yi felt that he had infinite energy in his body. Even he did not know how strong he actually was. This made him yearn for a delightful battle to test his strength. Yi had consumed 6 of the 12 myriad form Shura pills, with 6 remaining. Among the 6, 2 was left for Jiang Xiao, and 2 for the Blood King. Yi had plans for the other 2. As for Lin Xintong. As Lin Xintong focused on laws and Yuan Qi, myriad form Shura pills which were meant for body tempering was of little use. At that moment, the phenomena that enveloped half of Heaven Face City had come to a pause. However, the clouds that covered the sky lingering on and began raining. Each drop of rain contained remarkable Yuan Qi. Warriors did not think much of the Yuan Qi, but the weaker ones could not help but collect the rain. Some people even used buckets and basins. If they could really collect a bucket of it and extract the Yuan Qi from within, it was equivalent to a chaos ore. Yi thought nothing of that. He opened the alchemy chamber's door and strode out. And at that moment, there were a considerable number of people gathered outside the chamber. A number of these people were from the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda while another group of people were from the various factions of Heaven Fei City. Everyone was looking at Yi. At that moment, Yi had become the focus of attention in Heaven Fei City. The reason was naturally because of Yi's refinement of his pills. Everyone was curious over the pills he refined. Young Master Lin. I'm Purple-Robed Elder of Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda. The Pagoda Lord wishes to meet you, said an elder in purple alchemical robes. Young Master Lin, might I know what pills you refined? My master wishes to purchase them. Compared to the purple-robed elder who had minced his words, there were others that cut to the chase. For the pills to cause phenomena at such massive scales meant that it was no trifling matter. Many important figures in Heaven Fei City had been paying close attention to the situation over the past few days. Sorry, I do not plan on selling this cauldron of pills for the time being. Yi directly rejected the offer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1659 Laws of the Same Origins. Chapter 1659 Laws of the Same Origins. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Oh. Everyone was taken aback. Although they had guessed that it would be difficult to obtain the pills Yi refined, such a straightforward rejection without any chance of negotiation left many pissed. Young Master Lin, the Yuan Qi that has been accumulated for 20 years in my Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's core array has been mostly expended by you. My Pagoda Lord has not said a thing about the loss, but you aren't even agreeing to meet him? The purple-robed elder was somewhat peeved. Of course, he did not dare offend Yi without knowing the effects of the impressive pills Yi had just refined. Just Yi's name was still quite threatening. If Yi truly grasped the refinement methods of a particular divine pill, that would be highly remarkable. Yi naturally knew what was on these people's minds. They now saw value in him and wished to know what kind of pills he had refined. Yi said, I do have matters to tend to. I'll bid you farewell for now. After saying that, Yi headed out. Everyone felt infuriated, but none of them said a word. They were hoping to think of means to figure out what kind of pills that Yi had refined. They were not like Blood King who knew ahead of time what Yi was refining, what his cultivation process was, and what the phenomena caused by the pills entailed. These people only saw endless phenomena happening. Yi's production of the pills had caused too great a stir. However, the effects of a pill could not be fully determined from the stir it produced. This was like how a fey beast could be extremely powerful, but it was not necessarily tameable. Bringing it back might result in one being devoured by it. Immediately, many people sent voice transmissions to report to their masters. From their point of view, Yi was too arrogant. For him to act so superciliously to all the major factions because of mere pills which had unknown effects, wasn't he afraid of incurring public outrage? His sister, Jiang Xiao, was still vying for the throne. If too many people were offended, how could one vie for the throne? Many people had already made up their minds. They planned on badmouthing Yi once they left Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda so as to create enemies for him. Due to the pills, none of them dared to offend Yi in public. However, it was still possible to do it behind his back. Yi was unconcerned with their thoughts. He was least afraid of offending people. Having increased his realm drastically, he had the Blood King backing him on paper, but in truth, he relied on his own power. To put it bluntly, it was already nice of him not to provoke others, so how could he be afraid of being provoked? Previously, he had held back sufficiently while facing the Luo King in Heaven Fei City. Yi was not one to enjoy holding back. Only when his strength was insufficient did he have to act weak. When he had the strength, he could naturally slaughter whatever was in his way, demon or god. Yunar. After Ian walked out the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda, he heard a sweet voice. Zhang Xiao had already been waiting for him. There was also Blood King and Rain Numinous. Senior Blood King, Sis Xiao. Upon seeing these people, Ian felt relieved. He took out 2 pill boxes and said, "Thankfully, I didn't let you down." Blood King received the pills with great solemnity. Others might not be certain, but Blood King knew very well that Ian had a cultivation breakthrough all thanks to the pills. The potent lifeblood powers they contained left Blood King alarmed. Ian said, "These myriad form Shura pills are no trifling matter. After refining them, sealing their medicinal essences required quite a bit of work. I can only seal the medicinal essence of 1 pill. These do not have any, so both of you should consume them as soon as possible. Besides, my rental of the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda's array core is not yet done. There's still rich Yuan Qi inside. Also, there are still Heavenly Dao nomological fragments left in there thanks to my breakthrough. I have already reached a limit and can't absorb any further. It's the perfect time to cultivate in there now." Nomological fragments? Blood King was stunned. He was a Fey who cultivated in body-tempering laws and lifeblood powers. Nomological fragments which were very useful to humans were of little use to Blood King and Zhang Xiao. Despite that, Blood King did according to Ian's instructions. Ignoring everything else, the remnant Yuan Qi inside the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda's array core was indeed rich. It would be a waste not using it. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions twitched. They naturally heard what Ian had to say. What was he implying? One could eat the pills immediately after they were refined? Isn't that too soon? Everyone was planning on letting their masters use the powers available to them to see the effects of Ian's pills, but there was no need to do any probes. They could see it for themselves. To refine pills using that many top-grade materials, it likely makes an extremely violent product. Not testing the pill and consuming it directly might be fine for the Blood King, but Zhang Xiao's foundations are weak. Can she withstand it? This Ian was too confident. As they watched Blood King and Zhang Xiao enter the array core, the faces of the members of the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda twitched. This was an outright wipeout, they were not leaving one bit left. Ian had wiped out a portion of the Yuan Qi that had been accumulated for 20 years, and now, the remaining was to be used completely by the Blood King and Zhang Xiao. Of course, Pagoda Lord Jiang Lycan no longer cared about the Yuan Qi. What he cared was about his alchemical skills. If Ian could refine pills that far exceeded his alchemical skills at such a young age, it would deal a terrible blow to him. At that moment, inside the array core, the Blood King and Zhang Xiao had already begun internalizing the pills. The Blood King had originally believed that the nomological fragments that Ian had left behind were of little use to him, but he realized he was wrong when he began internalizing the pills. Despite not cultivating in laws, the remnant nomological fragments remarkably still gathered towards them the moment they began internalizing the myriad form Shura pills. Although it was not as spectacular as Ian's cultivation process, they still naturally fused into their flesh and blood, stirring up their bloodline powers. Why was this happening? Blood King was astounded. Although he did not cultivate in laws, he could sense that the quality of the great Tao laws Ian had left behind was extremely high. Such mystical objects could not be understood or grasped and used without years of arduous cultivation. Blood King was right. Due to the remnant laws in the array core which stemmed from the Tao originator Celestial the Arch, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence's Tao of major destruction stemmed from the same source as the myriad form Shura pill. Laws of the same origin did not need the Blood King's control. These fragments sensed the internalizing of the myriad form Shura pills and gathered automatically. If not for Ian's breakthrough ahead of Zhang Xiao and Blood King, their internalizing of the myriad form Shura pills would not have gone that smoothly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1660 Totem Mark. Chapter 1660 Totem Mark. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. As the Blood King constantly internalized the myriad form Shura pill's medicinal essence, surging lifeblood powers spread through his entire body. The feeling was just too comfortable. It should be pointed out that the Blood King had obtained the ancestor god's blood while in the Tian Yuan world. By absorbing the blood, he stimulated his ancient bloodline and managed to become a Fey the Arch. Such a fortuitous encounter would probably leave many so envious that they could vomit blood. Blood King was also thankful for his experiences, but if he truly recounted the days he spent absorbing the ancestor god's blood, the tormenting pain definitely left a deep impression on him. The celestial blood burned his flesh, blood, and meridians. It was like bubbling bronze liquid that was pumped into his blood vessels. As the blood flowed through his body, inch by inch, it scorched his body. The pain was obvious. After learning that Yi Yun had successfully refined the pills, he was mentally prepared to suffer the pain of the pills' body tempering. He wasn't afraid for himself, but was more worried that Shura would be unable to withstand it. But now, he never expected that the myriad-form Shura pills' medicinal essence had fully dispersed. Not only was there no pain, it even felt like he was bathing in ambrosia, as his flesh and blood strove hard to absorb the energies and laws in the area. His very life seemed to be undergoing another evolution. He even sensed that the myriad-form Shura pills' powers stemmed from the same source as his bloodline powers. Ha! Potent powers surged within Blood King's body as he could not help but involuntarily roar. Behind him, a huge heptagon totem appeared out of thin air. It was the Blood King's Heaven Fei totem. Meanwhile, countless points of light gathered behind Jiang Xiao. They similarly condensed into a Heaven Fei totem. The two totem phantoms were like suns, one small one large, as they shimmered right above the Heaven Fei relic pagoda. That's the Heaven Fei totem. The people had yet to disperse. After the astounding phenomena Yi Yun stirred, they had yet to catch their breaths when they felt the wanton surging of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi again. Furthermore, less than an hour had passed before they saw the gigantic Heaven Fei totems appear. That blood-colored totem is the Blood King's. The Blood King cultivated in the indestructible Killing Tao. His Heaven Fei totem also seemed to be dyed red, making it extremely recognizable. But at that moment, there was no need to determine based on the color. Everyone knew that the Blood King and Jiang Xiao had walked into the Heaven Fei relic pagoda's array core. They were internalizing the pills that Yi Yun had just refined. They could instantly see the results of Yi Yun's pills. The large Heaven Fei totem was the Blood King's, while the smaller one was naturally Jiang Xiao's. Above the totem, on each of the 6 corners of the heptagon, at the 12 o'clock position was the extreme yang illumination, while the 6 o'clock position had the extreme yin nether glow. The other 4 corners were the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black turtle. The 2 sacred opposites and the 4 spirits of heaven. The Heaven Fei ancient Fei's bloodline was a class of bloodline that powerful Fei beasts of ancient times possessed. And it was because of this that Heaven Fei had stronger bloodlines than the ordinary Fei. Fei who became royalty had lived in Heaven Fei City since time immemorial. They relied on their everlasting bloodline's powers to remain in power for billions of years. Yi Yun had naturally not left. All he did was watch the 2 totems appear in the sky. At that moment, he knew that his assumptions were right. The Heaven Fei totem was very related to the 12 Fei gods of the 12 Empyrean heavens and the sinkhole. Based on this, the 12 Fei gods were not only limited to the 12 Empyrean heavens and the sinkhole, but reached throughout the multiverse. Yi Yun's myriad-form Shura pills came from the ascending dragon cauldron. Due to this aspect, the myriad-form Shura pills was also related to the 12 Fei gods. This was also why the Blood King felt that the medicinal essence stemmed from the same source as his bloodline. As Yi Yun pondered over it, his eyes lit up suddenly. He clearly saw that another mark on Jiang Xiao's Heaven Fei totem was lighting up. The superiority of a Heaven Fei's bloodline depended on the number of ancient Fei marks which lit up on the 6 corners of the Heaven Fei totem. The Blood King had lit up 4. And Jiang Xiao had lit up 2. Young juniors were considered talented geniuses if they were capable of lighting 1 mark. Many of the Heaven Fei ancient Fei clansmen were unable to manifest a Heaven Fei totem to begin with, much less light up the marks. As for juniors who were below 1,000 years of age, only a handful were capable of lighting 2 marks across the entire imperial city. And these people were all promising competitors for the throne of the Ruins Emperor. Apart from Yi Yun, others naturally saw this scene. When the 3rd mark on Jiang Xiao's Heaven Fei totem slowly lit up, everyone was astonished. Yi Yun was human after all. In fact, he did not have a deep understanding of the Heaven Fei ancient Fei's bloodlines or their Heaven Fei totems. But the people present were different. As Heaven Fei, the concept of bloodlines had long been embedded in their hearts. Many would be willing to lose half their lives to improve their bloodlines further. Heaven Fei had very strict demands for their descendants. Good-for-nothings had no right to enjoy any resources and were abandoned. However, there had been many cases of good-for-nothings in history that obtained a huge opportunity after being abandoned, allowing them to light up many totem marks and have a monumental rise. As long as one's bloodline was powerful, their return would not only be filled with the joy of smacking the faces of those who belittled them previously both literally and figuratively, they would also obtain immense riches and lofty positions. They could even form their own family clans and become a candidate for the throne. Under such circumstances, Jiang Xiao, who was already a genius, was still able to light up another mark. This was shocking. Isn't Princess Soft Clouds just several centuries old? It was unknown who said it, but when they did the math, they ended up at a loss for words. The famous ninth prince only lit up a tiny bit of the third mark when he was 3,000 years old. It was only 1,000 years later when he completely lit up the third mark. But even so, the ninth prince's bloodline was already considered leap and bounds above the rest. Most of the other 8 princes who were born before the ninth prince only lit up 2 marks. Zhang Xiaoro's single step was too exaggerated. In contrast, people like Zhang Yuchan were like stars before a moon when compared to Zhang Xiaoro. They immediately paled in comparison. With Zhang Xiaoro's third mark turning brighter, it was just a matter of time before it was fully lit. What kind of opportunity was this? And this opportunity. People recalled that Zhang Xiaoro had entered the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's array core to consume the pills. It also meant that the changes she had undergone were a result of internalizing the pills which Yiyun refined? Pills that could make a top genius like Zhang Xiaoro achieve such huge improvements in her bloodline in less than an hour, such that she was capable of lighting additional totem marks, indicated just how astounding their effects were. Just based on this, Yiyun was in absolutely hot demand in the Heaven Fei city. With this in mind, people looked at Yiyun in a different light. Some felt envious, others fearful and respectful. There were others considering if they could benefit themselves through Yiyun. Regardless, one thing was certain, the present Yiyun was not to be messed with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1661 Ruins Emperor. Chapter 1661 Ruins Emperor. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. While most warriors in Heaven Fei City were casting their attention on Zhang Xiaoro, the truly important figures were paying attention to Blood King. Heaven Fei City could be considered as home to many Fei Thearchs. Every one of them was someone who stood at the pinnacle of the Chaos Heavens. And at the Fei the Arch realm, any attempt to make further breakthroughs in bloodline was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Under such circumstances, any rise in strength was extremely alluring to every Fei the Arch. Although Zhang Xiaoro was a genius, she was a junior in the end. If Yiyun's pills could raise a junior's strength, making it priceless, it was still nothing extremely astounding. However, a pill that could augment a Fei the Arch would be heaven-defying. Now, nearly all the Fei Thearchs in Heaven Fei City were paying attention to the Blood King's Heaven Fei totem. That group included even the reigning Ruins Emperor, Zhang Zhozhu. In all of the Heaven Fei City, apart from the 2 patriarchs, even the Ruins Emperor, Zhang Zhozhu, had only lit up 4 Fei beast marks, identical to the Blood King. This difference was something Zhang Zhozhu wished to mend even in his dreams. If that happened, he could even become the 3rd patriarch of Heaven Fei City one day. Yet, Zhang Zhozhu had not seen any hopes of taking that step. Now, the Heaven Fei City was about to designate the crown apparent since Zhang Zhozhu had been Ruins Emperor for too long. As the superficial lord of Heaven Fei City, Ruins Emperor could enjoy resources far greater than the other Fei Thearchs. For instance, the Ruins Emperor had one of the 9 array cores all to himself. Most people believed that Heaven Fei City's Ruins Emperor existed to manage Heaven Fei City and be its policymaker. In fact, Zhang Zhozhu knew very well that the position of Ruins Emperor was in actual fact the candidacy to be one of the patriarchs of the Heaven Fei Ancient Fei. He had occupied the spot as Ruins Emperor for too long and had yet to make any significant progress. As such, both patriarchs did not hold much hope for him. In fact, before Zhang Zhozhu, most Ruins Emperors failed to become a Fei patriarch during their reign. The 2 patriarchs were able to look on the bright side of things. If one didn't work, they just needed to switch to someone else and nurture them. After all, Heaven Fei City had been established for billions of years. There was plenty of time. The search for a crown designate was, in fact, a signal by the 2 patriarchs. It was letting Zhang Zhozhu know that it was time he abdicate the throne and not be a dog in the manger. Leave opportunities to the next generation. With regards to this, Zhang Zhozhu was obviously unwilling to accept it. At that moment, he was staring intently at the Blood King totem high in the sky. Compared to Zhang Xiaoro, the Blood King's totem was undergoing slower changes. But it was indeed changing. Every change was extremely difficult, as though it was through the expending of an immense amount of time. Yiyun's pills ultimately did not help the Blood King light up his 5th Ancient Fei mark, but it created a faint connection between the 4 Ancient Fei marks that did light up. Originally, the Blood King's Heaven Fei totem was nearly empty in the center, but now, there were blood wisps that resembled bloodlines across it. These blood wisps formed a blurry pattern that resembled a crude Fei demon. Of course, that was only Zhang Zhozhu's feeling towards it. If he had seen Yiyun's 10,000 demon wheel of existence, he would discover that structure of the patterns was somewhat similar to the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Of course, the patterns themselves were very different from the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. In fact, the Heaven Fei ancient Fei's Heaven Fei totem was different to begin with. For instance, the Blood King had embarked on the indestructible killing Dao. His totem was red like fresh blood. The state and patterns on the Heaven Fei totem resembled its owner's martial Dao to a certain extent. However, just the consumption of some pills had caused an abnormal change to the Heaven Fei totem. It was truly incredible. Zhang Zhouju could sense that the additional patterns in the middle of Blood King's Heaven Fei totem were no embellishment. They contained mysterious powers. Yun's myriad form Shura pill was indeed insufficient at lighting up the Blood King's fifth Fei Beast mark, but it had put in place conditions for the lighting of his fifth Fei Beast mark. The Fei Thearchs could tell that not only had the Blood King's Heaven Fei totem changed abnormally, it was truly becoming stronger. Pills that could be effective on Fei Thearchs were just too valuable. Send out a decree, I wish to meet Lin Yun. The Ruins Emperor said to his aide. Yes, Your Majesty. His aide bowed and left. The phenomena above Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda continued for more than half a day after Yun made his pills. At evening, when the sun was setting in the west, the night sky resembled blood. All the Yuan Qi above Heaven Fei City had been swept clean after being absorbed thoroughly. And at that moment, golden light radiated out from the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's array core before laughter sounded into the firmaments. Ha ha ha. This feels great. Great. Blood King soared into the sky with a two-handed saber on his back, appearing right above the array core. His lifeblood surged, turning redder than the sky painted by the setting sun. What a great pill. A myriad-formed Shura pill is able to cast one's foundation. Blood King's voice was filled with arrogance as the flowing of his blood sounded like a tumultuous river. It could be heard even from miles away. Yun was nearby, waiting. He had watched the scene of the Blood King and Jiang Xiao internalizing the pills as a guardian. It was to prevent the Luo King from pulling any crazy schemes while the duo was having a breakthrough. When the Blood King came out of his seclusion, his lifeblood surged into the sky, releasing tremendous might. At that moment, one could sense his rise in strength even if they were not a Fei the Arch. This only made many wish to see the true nature of the pills that Yun had refined. If they could obtain one pill for their respective masters, it would be a most meritorious task. Many people were considering how they should interact with Yun from then on. At that moment, a rumbling sound was heard. A flaming chariot streaked across the sky and appeared in front of the Blood King. The chariot was pulled by 9 dragon horses. Standing on the chariot was a warrior in golden armor. He had astounding lifeblood and sharp eyes. Everyone knew that he was of the Ruins Emperor's golden armored guard. Their ranks numbered less than 100 people and they were close aides of the Ruins Emperor. It was also the elite company of the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins military. The company was formed of powerful Fei lords, but due to their skill at combining forces, their collective strength was able to repress even Fei Thearchs. By order of the imperial decree, Lin Yun is to enter the palace for a meeting with His Majesty. The Ruins Emperor's imperial decree was simple. But this sentence alone was enough to win the attention of many Fei Thearchs. Emperors of mortal worlds had to attend morning court sessions every day, meeting all sorts of people. However, the Heaven Fei City's emperor was different. Even the princes and princesses of the Heaven Fei City seldom met him. His summoning of Yun implied how highly he thought of him. As the Luo King watched this from afar, his expression turned nasty. Now that the Ruins Emperor had intervened, it meant that Yun's standing had been elevated. Any schemes against Yun would only become harder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1662 Standoff with Ruins Emperor, Part 1/2. Chapter 1662 Standoff with Ruins Emperor, Part 1/2. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Ruins Emperor Palace was a sacred land of the Heaven Fei City. Not only did the Ruins Emperor himself cultivate in the Ruins Emperor Palace, the other 2 Heaven Fei Patriarchs would also seclude themselves perennially in there. Legend had it that before Heaven Fei City was established, this piece of land was once a land of peril. The Chaos Heavens had many lands of peril where death was deemed certain upon entry. But in fact, many of them had a limit to their danger. That limit was at the Divine Lord Realm and below. However, the land of peril upon which Heaven Fei City stood was one that could perish Fei Thearchs or godly monarchs. The Fei deemed this restricted zone no return for the arches. Even across the Chaos Heavens, it was a terrifying land of peril. People naturally avoided such a land of peril. But typically speaking, the more dangerous some place was, the more hidden opportunities there were. The no return for the arches was one such example. Yet, under such circumstances, the Fei produced a peerless Fei patriarch billions of years ago. With his astounding strength, he entered the Forbidden Zone for centuries and fully explored the area. It could be said that he fully conquered it. He obtained countless opportunities and also reversed the situation in no return for the arches. With his stunning means, he locked down the 9 divine veins buried underground. From then on, the danger in no return for the arches became less drastic. Eventually, it did not even pose a threat to Fey lords. Therefore, the peerless Fey established a city in no return for the arches, which was none other than Heaven Fey City. The Heaven Fey City of back then was far grander than it was now. It was a golden age for the ancient Heaven Fey. However, billions of years passed by and, as all things change with time, be it the ancient Heaven Fey or Heaven Fey City, neither of them were restored to their former glory. The 9 divine veins under Heaven Fey City also weakened drastically. But even so, when Yi Yun entered the ruins Emperor Palace, he felt a formidable strength transmitting from underground. The stirrings made it feel like the ground was breathing. Even the tiles beneath Yi Yun's feet were made of the beast blood of powerful ancient Fey mixed with purple gold divine mud. Through a unique flame, together with special means, the mixture was cast into the tiles. Walking through the corridors of the palace felt like walking through a powerful Fey beast's body. It felt like the ground was alive, made of flesh and blood. Such potent lifeblood powers boiled upwards. If a human warrior who was physically weak and had a low cultivation level was there, they probably would not even be able to stand straight. As for ghost warriors, it was possible they would evaporate. Just the tiles of this palace are priceless. This entire ruins Emperor Palace is basically piled from chaos crystals. Yi Yun reflected over the ancient Heaven Fey's heritage. Billions of years of accumulation truly led to unimaginable wealth. His Majesty summoned young Master Lin. Blood King, please halt. Outside the ruins Emperor Palace's main hall, a young man dressed in a colorful robes with python embroidery walked out. He actually stopped the Blood King. As he was worried about Yi Yun's entry into the palace alone, the Blood King had accompanied him. However, he was stopped at the door. The young man's identity was no trifling matter. He was the 6th prince, the only crown candidate who was directly related to the Ruins Emperor. He was the Ruins Emperor's great-grandson. Although Ruins Emperor was unwilling to abdicate, he would rather leave the throne to his great-grandson if forced to abdicate, since that was slightly better. And it was because of this relationship that the 6th prince had a high chance of inheriting the throne. Blood King frowned slightly, but at that moment, Yi Yun said, "It's fine. Senior Blood King, you can just wait for me here. I'll meet the Ruins Emperor alone." The python-robed youth looked at Yi Yun in surprise upon hearing that. His eyes effused an indescribable look. It was partially the admiration of Yi Yun's guts, and partially mockery. "Be careful then." Immediately shatter the voice transmission jade slip if anything happens, Blood King exhorted. Yi Yun's present identity had turned supernatural after his refinement of the myriad form Shura pill. But simultaneously, his situation became extremely precarious. He had no idea what the Ruins Emperor had in mind. Elephants were hunted for their precious tusks. Rhinoceroses shared a tragic fate because of their horns. Yi Yun's myriad form Shura pills were too important. Without a matching strength, he would be coveted by others. Blood King was afraid that he could not protect Yi Yun if it came to a critical moment. Perhaps, Yi Yun would be imprisoned and forced to refine pills. This was also the reason for the 6th prince's look of mockery. After all, Yi Yun was only a human. To the upper echelons of the ancient Heaven Fey, it was impossible his interests were aligned with the Fey regardless of his relationship with Jiang Xiaoro. Inside the hall, Yi Yun met Ruins Emperor. This middle-aged man who ruled over the Heaven Fey ancient ruins on the surface was dressed in a purple cloak. Embroidered on his chest and sleeves were the ancient Heaven Fey totems. He faintly emitted a blurry red glow. Yi Yun could tell that this glow was not a deliberate display. Instead, it naturally condensed as a result of his formidable lifeblood. The Ruins Emperor was indeed stronger than the Blood King. Yi Yun cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty, I'm Lin Yun." Yi Yun bowed a junior's bow instead of a bow towards royalty. All Ruins Emperor did was prick up his brows towards such an action. He thought nothing of it. "Did you injure the Luo King's grandson, Jiang Yuchan?" Ruins Emperor asked. His voice came across as unperturbed, like he was a god or Buddha. Yi Yun knew that this was a bearing that resulted from prolonged enjoyment of a high status, one that oversaw all life. His every action and word gave one the feeling that he was not to be slighted. However, Yi Yun did not share such a feeling. A person's state of mind was determined by their strength. Yi Yun had the strength to prop himself up. "That was me. You nearly took his life." Ruins Emperor's voice sounded cold. Even so, Yi Yun knew that the Ruins Emperor was unconcerned with Zhang Yuchan's outcome. His direct descendant was the sixth prince. Zhang Yuchan was a competitor to the sixth prince, so to put it bluntly, the Ruins Emperor probably yearned for Zhang Yuchan to suffer a tragic fate. However, he was Ruins Emperor after all. In name, he had to watch over his people. Therefore, it was his duty to interrogate Yi Yun sternly for his injuring of Zhang Yuchan. But actually, instead of calling it an interrogation, it was more to take Yi Yun down a notch due to his ulterior motives. Yi Yun knew that the Ruins Emperor had raised Zhang Yuchan's condition only to begin the conversation. Indeed, said Yi Yun lightly. Ruins Emperor was taken aback. He had raised the issue of Yi Yun nearly taking Zhang Yuchan's life, yet Yi Yun had given the same answer. Since Yi Yun's actions were justified, the typical person would defend themselves with those justifications if they were in his shoes, but Yi Yun's reaction was completely impervious. To say something like "Are you aware of your wrongdoings?" would only place the Ruins Emperor at the disadvantage, so he decided to end the topic and said, "The materials you needed to refine the myriad form Shura pills were not only limited to the ones you purchased, right?" Yi Yun's heart palpitated when he heard that. He raised his head and looked at the Ruins Emperor once again. It was not surprising that the Ruins Emperor already knew the myriad form Shura pill's name since Yi Yun had mentioned it a few times. What left Yi Yun slightly astounded was the implication of the Ruins Emperor's words. He was referring to the blood of the ancestor god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1663, Standoff with Ruins Emperor, Part 2 halves. Chapter 1663, Standoff with Ruins Emperor, Part 2 halves. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The Blood King's possession of the ancestor god's blood was his secret to begin with. Yi Yun came from the Tian Yuan world, and having heard Jiang Xiaoro's description of the Blood King's growth, he surmised that the Blood King might possess the ancestor god's blood. It was unlikely the Ruins Emperor knew of the secret. However, when Yi Yun's pills were formed, the phenomena which resulted included a scene of human, fey, and celestial fusion despite it lasting only for a few seconds. However, it was likely that the Ruins Emperor had noticed something from the auras of the phenomena. He had likely seen the ancestor god's blood before, and because of that, he could sense the ancestor god's aura from the phenomena. If the Ruins Emperor could tell, it was likely the other two patriarchs did as well. Using the ancestor god's blood for the refinement of pills was intolerable to the Celestials. The Celestials regarded the ancestor god as a superior the way the Fae saw the Heaven Fae patriarchs. If Yi Yun were to use the Fae cores of the two patriarchs of Ruins Emperor Palace, would the ancient Heaven Fae let the matter rest if they learned of it? Just the exposure of this matter would lead to the full-blown assault of the Celestials against Yi Yun. And even the Blood King was unable to protect Yi Yun in that scenario. This was the Ruins Emperor's play. Zhang Yuchan had only been mentioned in passing, but this issue was truly his trump card. Yi Yun knew very well that at the end of the day, the Ruins Emperor wanted the myriad form Shura pills recipe. It was naturally best if the recipe to pills that benefited the Fae tremendously was in his own hands. The Ruins Emperor was looking straight into Yi Yun's eyes. The Celestials were the true overlords of the Chaos Heavens. In addition, the Ruins Emperor and the two patriarchs he represented were the overlords of the Fae. If Yi Yun were to decline sharing the recipe, it was equivalent to offending two major factions in the Chaos Heavens simultaneously. Such courage was not something even a Fae the Arch or Godly Monarch would have. When faced with similar situations, the typical junior would probably be flustered with nervousness and be amenable to endless demands even if they could appear calm on the surface. However, Yi Yun was different. He remained calm, and the Ruins Emperor could sense that his calmness was not faked. Yi Yun said, "The recipe to the myriad form Shura pills does include the ancestor god's blood. If your majesty were to leak this news, it will be impossible for the Fae to obtain the myriad form Shura pills as well. This recipe would be declared taboo by the Celestials. Anything will be better than not having it. Besides, you are a human." The Ruins Emperor's words had a threatening hint to them. "Anyway, if you are willing to hand it over, I will give you whatever you want. I will provide you with astounding amounts of resources, allowing you cultivate smoothly. If your recipe were to be a big boon for the Fae, your request of letting Jiang Xiaoro inherit the throne would also be negotiable." Yi Yun was not furious with the Ruins Emperor's threat. It was completely opposite. He felt that the Ruins Emperor was being rather polite. He originally believed that the Fae were closer in temperament to beasts, and that the upper echelons of the Fae were like ancient Fae beasts that would not let any benefit slip past them. Yi Yun's interaction with them made him feel that the conditions provided by the Ruins Emperor was considered pretty good. In a warrior's world, strength was supreme. Without sufficient strength, one should be grateful if transactions were done by force alone. It was ultimately better than completing the transaction by death. The typical junior would probably happily accept the conditions given the double threat of the two massive factions of the Celestials and Fae as well as the stunning benefits that were offered. However, Yi Yun was naturally not the typical junior. He said indifferently, "It's not that I do not wish to give you the recipe, it's just that even if I were to give it to you, you will not be able to understand it." Oh. The Ruins Emperor's eyes flashed coldly. Yi Yun had said those words with a casual and indifferent tone. But at that moment, his tone could hardly be distinguished from a supercilious one. The Ruins Emperor was unsure if Yi Yun was deliberately looking down on the Fae. His expression was perfect, making it impossible for his true thoughts to be identified. However, if Yi Yun's words had changed to, "It's not that I'm not imparting you my knowledge. It's just that even I were to give it to you, you will not understand it because all of you are illiterates." That would result in zero cordiality. Just as Yi Yun said those words, he suddenly felt a massive lifeblood force emit from the Grand Hall. The lifeblood powers surged like a tsunami. In fact, Yi Yun had noticed prior to these turns of event that there was an additional person in the room. He just feigned ignorance. And now, the concealed person was clearly peeved by Yi Yun's accusation, and he finally stopped hiding. Yi Yun turned his head back and saw a person walk out from the darkness. Yi Yun had already guessed at his identity. He was the Heaven Fae Relic Pagoda's Pagoda Lord, John Lycan. John Lycan had become Fae the Arch earlier than the Luo King. He was a Fae elite of the same generation as Ruin's Emperor, Zhang Zhouju. He had also witnessed Zhang Zhouju's ascension to the throne. As John Lycan focused on alchemy, he had no intention of vying for the throne. Therefore, John Lycan was one of the few Fae Thearchs who had a decent relationship with Zhang Zhouju. The Ruins Emperor did not know alchemy, so he allowed John Lycan to listen in to see if Yi Yun was up to any tricks. He never expected that Yi Yun would not resort to any tricks. Instead, he made arrogant remarks that generally, he was not acting against the Fae but that the Fae race's pills and poisons were all garbage. This was equivalent to a slap in the face of John Lycan. John Lycan represented the highest alchemical standards among the ancient Heaven Fae, but Yi Yun did not give an excuse that it was unlikely they could master the pills, but that none of them could understand a thing. How could John Lycan put up with that? So it's Pagoda Lord. Yi Yun still gave a junior's bow, but such an etiquette only looked like mockery to John Lycan. John Lycan looked at Yi Yun with burning eyes. "I've always heard of people who act in undue confidence, but I've never seen one so arrogant as you. Young man, being overly arrogant can lead to death out of the blue." John Lycan's words had a faint killing intent to them. Yi Yun laughed, "Pagoda Lord, there are all sorts of specializations. It's not that I'm looking down on the Fae's pill refining techniques, but when it's a recipe that involves some secret arts of mine, the Fae's alchemists might not have a solution to it. Pagoda Lord, if you are unconvinced, you can give it a try." John Lycan's eyes narrowed when he heard that. This was equivalent to Yi Yun's announcement of war. He planned to compete with John Lycan over pill refining arts. As for John Lycan, he represented the ancient Heaven Fae. That also involved the reputation of the entire Fae's alchemical skills. If they were to lose. Ruin's Emperor looked at John Lycan. "Lycan, don't be goaded." Rationally speaking, it was impossible for Yi Yun to defeat John Lycan. No matter how much of a genius he was limited by his age. The Ruins Emperor guessed that Yi Yun's refinement of myriad form Shura pill was done by some trickery. However, through this trickery, Yi Yun had refined the myriad form Shura pill and stirred up a phenomena. This was under the circumstances of everyone waiting to watch the farce. Such a person was naturally no idiot. Since he dared raise a challenge, it was likely that he had some skill to depend on. If one truly treated him as the typical junior, the only one to suffer was themselves. The Luo King was quite a famous Fae the Arch. He had no lack of strength or means. Yet, didn't he still suffer under the punk? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1664, Fae Altar. Chapter 1664, Fae Altar. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Your Majesty, if I show fear towards this human junior, that's the end of my alchemical achievements. However, as an alchemy monarch, he represented Heaven Fae City. Now that he was being mocked by a junior, how could he admit to it? It would be like if someone threw a pile of shit at you, and not only did you catch it, you even licked it. John Lycan could not afford to lose face in such a manner. Alright, Ruin's Emperor nodded and did not continue. How do you want to compete? Where and when? What happens if you win or lose? Although John Lycan was highly spirited, he knew that Yi Yun was not someone simple. It was best to figure out what tricks Yi Yun had up his sleeve. If it was a domain he wasn't skilled in, he would absolutely not act stubbornly. That would cause him to fail miserably at an easy task. Ian cupped his hands and said, "Pagoda Lord, you are being too harsh in your words. I do not want this competition to harm any feelings. I made this suggestion only to prove what I just said and not prove that my alchemical skills are better than the Heaven Fae cities. I just wish to tell His Majesty that the recipe to refining the myriad form Shura pills is useless even if I give it to others. Besides, of the ingredients needed for the myriad form Shura pills, the ancestor god's blood is particularly difficult. As for the other valuable ingredients, they are naturally not difficult for the Heaven Fae city to gather with its heritage. However, the ancestor god's blood is nowhere to be found." As Ian said that, he noticed that the ruins emperor was silent. This left him slightly taken aback. Could it be that the ancient Heaven Fae actually had the ancestor god's blood? The ancestor god's blood was not obtainable from any random celestial expert. That would not make it rare. It had to be from a patriarch of the celestials. After the Tao originator celestial the Arch vanished, the ancestor god was the strongest in this universe. Ian and Blood King had obtained some ancestor god blood thanks to their opportunities. Could it be that the ancient Heaven Fae also had some? On careful thought, the peerless Fae patriarch who established the Heaven Fae city was an astounding figure. In the billions of years that followed, the ancient Heaven Fae had incredible accumulations. It was not impossible for them to possess some ancestor god blood. Upon coming to this realization, Ian did not speak further. Instead, he took out a jade box. Inside this jade box are 2 myriad form Shura pills. The moment Ian said that, John Lycan's and Ruin's Emperor's eyes lit up. Just a few of the precious pills was enough to move Fae thearchs, without even the need to mention the heaven-defying price of the ingredients used in the recipe. "Your Majesty, I'm just competing with the Pagoda Lord. If the Pagoda Lord is able to completely refine the medicinal essence and energy out of these 2 myriad form Shura pills and restore them to their original states, I'll admit defeat. I'll hand over the recipe and also offer the 2 myriad form Shura pills to you, Your Majesty." The competition Ian suggested was, in fact, very simple. If it was a one-on-one alchemical competition, it would be pointless if he were to publicly smack John Lycan in the face. Furthermore, Ian's alchemical skills mostly came from the sinkhole, and compared to the Chaos Heavens, it was unlikely he had an advantage. Even if he were able to prove his alchemical superiority, he would only end up offending the ancient Heaven Fae, bringing him no benefits. Ian wished for a transaction which was beneficial to him. This was the reason why he left 2 myriad form Shura pills. Extraction and restoring the medicinal essence? John Lycan pondered for a moment. To put it plainly, pills were simply a vessel for medicinal essence and energy. There were 3 major steps in alchemy. First, the extraction of medicinal essence from the various materials. Second was to refine the medicinal essence with alchemical fire. The third step was to fuse the medicinal essences into one, forming a pill. Now that Ian challenged John Lycan to extract the medicinal essence from the myriad form Shura pills without destroying them, it was equivalent to going backwards from the third step. In fact, the third step of pill refinement was the relatively easier step. An experienced alchemist could tell the technique and process used by the alchemist who refined the pill from studying it. If he was unable to reverse the third easiest step, then it meant that it was basically impossible for him to refine the myriad form Shura pills. It was not even possible to understand the recipe. "Hand me the pills," said John Lycan with a deep voice. He remained careful even though the challenge appeared simple. "Pagoda Lord, there's no need to rush. What if you fail to figure it out? What will you do?" Ian looked at the Ruins Emperor when he finished his sentence. "Your Majesty, if Pagoda Lord Zhang fails to restore the myriad form Shura pills, then these 2 myriad form Shura pills will be offered to you, but I wish to borrow the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins Fae altar." The moment that was said, Ruins Emperor's and John Lycan's eyes narrowed slightly. This Ian was really ambitious. Back when Ian planned on helping Zhang Xiao clinch the throne, he had kept the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins Fae altar in mind. Back then, Reign Numinous had said that the royalty of the top few clans of the Chaos Heavens would jointly hold a trial for the members of the royalty which tested them on every aspect. The person who got first would win handsome rewards, including entry into the Fae altar. The so-called Fae altar was an altar that worshipped the heavens in one of the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins' forbidden grounds. Over the billions of years, the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins had many powerful Fae choose to die in there before their natural death. The lifeblood powers that released upon their death continued lingering in the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins' forbidden ground. If one used a mystic technique to stir the powers, especially if it was a peerless genius, they could call upon the heavenly tribulation on the altar. It was the most supreme heavenly tribulation in the Chaos Heavens. The three bloodlines in Yun's body had fused together after his consumption of the myriad-form Shura pills, but ultimately, it was a fusion which lacked tempering. In addition, Yun's cultivation time was rather short. Before he broke through to become a godly monarch, he needed the heavenly tribulation's tempering. And previously, Yun's experience of the heavenly tribulation in the sinkhole was too weak. Compared to his body that was in need of tempering, that was nothing worth mentioning. Yun eagerly wanted to enter the Fey altar. Besides, even if Jiang Xiao won first in the competition between the royal candidates and even became crown designate, she would be the only one to enter the Fey altar. As a human, it was impossible for Yun to enter with Jiang Xiao. Therefore, when Yun refined the myriad-form Shura pills, he had an idea. He allowed Blood King to publicly internalize the pills and made everyone in Heaven Fey City see his advancement. Pills that could enhance a Fey the Arch were worthy of a spot at the Fey altar. Ruin's Emperor looked at Yun and realized his goal. The Fey altar's lightning tribulation had the risk of death even for princes who had stimulated their ancestors' bloodline, much less humans. This human had cultivated in both laws and body. His progress was enough to leave many Fey embarrassed. Was there really no danger to allow such a person to develop his strength? Ruin's Emperor was hesitant. Yun could tell what was on Ruin's Emperor's mind as he said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Although I'm human, my sister, Jiang Xiao is an ancient Heaven Fey. I will not destroy my sister's foundations, and I can swear that upon my Tao heart. In the future, as long as the Fey do not cross me, I will not be at odds with the Fey's interests. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1665, Pill Testing. Chapter 1665, Pill Testing. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yun was ultimately not from the Chaos Heavens. The future fate of the humans and Fey in the Chaos Heavens was not something he needed to concern himself with. Under the Heavenly Tao's evolution, the various races had to fight for their own survival. Therefore, swearing on his Tao heart to not be at odds with the Fey's interests was nothing. From Yun's point of view, the greatest danger was the ancestor god. He had no idea when the ancestor god would recover, and he had little time to strengthen himself. He needed the opportunity to transcend the Fey altar's heavenly tribulation. It was naturally against the rules for humans to enter the Fey altar. However, the allure of becoming Fey Patriarch was too great. The Ruin's Emperor was no longer young. If he could not attain his goal in the years to come, there would be no more hope left for him. The two patriarchs had already decided on making him abdicate once the crown designate became a Fey the Arch. The Fey ran things differently from mortal kingdoms. When mortal emperors abdicated, they could become an emperor emeritus. As for a Fey emperor, they could only abdicate in an ignoble manner, leaving them with titles such as former Ruin's Emperor. That was their end. Being accustomed to a life of glory, it was understandable how one found the drawing of curtains unacceptable. The Ruin's Emperor still wished to fight back against his eventual outcome, and he saw hope in the myriad-form Shura pills. "Alright, if you can swear upon your Tao heart, I can permit your entry into the Fey altar." Rules were set by people. Compared to his own breakthrough, breaking them was nothing. "Lycan, test the pills." Ruin's Emperor looked at Zhang Lycan. Without his instructions, Zhang Lycan had already begun examining the pills that Yun had given him. The last step of a restoration was neither considered difficult nor easy. However, Yun's pill was very different. He had never seen the patterns and laws on the pills ever. Originally, Zhang Lycan had done some research on the alchemical techniques of the humans, ghosts, and souls. That gave him a healthy amount of confidence. However, the pills in front of him did not appear to be a result of any alchemical system in the Chaos Heavens. It was mystical and complex, completely indescribable. This was akin to the story of a gifted scholar of the mortal world. This scholar memorized all the important books, was proficient in poetry and the Analects. He was great at writing essays, and even well-versed in the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as archery and horse riding. The scholar was practically flawless. Being top scholar was a sure bet, and it was even possible for him to be a double top scholar in both civil and military examinations. However, when he went to take the test, what he faced was the modern-day National College entrance examination. The examination involved mathematics and combined sciences of physics, chemistry, and biology. It would appear like Greek. The English examination script would look like scribbles. The only thoughts this promising scholar would have was, are these examination questions? What are these? What does this symbol do? Also, he would not even have seen multiple choice questions before. At that moment, Zhang Lycan's feelings were akin to the poor scholar's. Yun's refinement of the myriad form Shura pills used the heretical godfire as its flame. The laws stemmed from the Tao originator celestial Thearcha's Tao of major destruction and major creation. His alchemical techniques stemmed from the sinkhole's divine alchemist's heritage. Every aspect left John Lycan at a loss. He did not even need to consider how to solve the problem posed to him, because he couldn't even understand the problem statement. He could already determine that it was impossible for him to restore the pills. It was not a matter of time, but a futile attempt akin to a tiger's attempt to devour the heavens. There was no incisive point of attack. And worst of all, the pill that he had no idea how it was refined effused a potent medicinal essence, it even had a spiritual quality to it. John Lycan had no doubts to its effects. On second thought, what Yun said about how they would not comprehend the recipe even if it was given to them was really not empty talk. He was not mocking them, but simply illustrating a fact. Sadly, he felt humiliated and became afire with righteous indignation, hoping to prove the alchemical arts of Heaven Face City. Seriously, that was embarrassing. John Lycan wore a bitter look. He never expected the pills to be so unorthodox. When he noticed that the Ruins Emperor had cast him an askance look, John Lycan widened his mouth. He originally planned on acting to consider a little longer. After all, it was embarrassing if he admitted defeat after taking a few looks. However, with the realization that Yun had already guessed that he could not understand it at all, any further acting would make him appear like a monkey putting on a show for him. That would be even more awkward. Forget it. John Lycan handed the pills back to Yun and bit the bullet. Pardon my ineptness, I'm unable to figure it out. John Lycan's straightforward statement stunned the Ruins Emperor. That fast? He did not even take a minute. Although the Ruins Emperor did not know alchemy, he knew what that implied. The study of alchemy was not something that could be accomplished in a day. If John Lycan could not even understand it, asking him to refine the pill would be an impossible task. Without surprise, there was perhaps no second person in the Chaos Heavens who could refine those pills. Obtaining the recipe would be pointless. After understanding this, the Ruins Emperor looked at Yun differently. He was amazed that the myriad form Shura pills could only be refined by this one person. And worst of all, these pills were of paramount importance to the Fae. Handling the situation became quite challenging. Unfortunately, Yun was not a clansman of the ancient Heaven Fae. Many thoughts went through the Ruins Emperor's mind. He was very tempted to keep Yun with the Fae, but he did not dare use any forceful means. After all, Yun's development appeared to be boundless from the looks of it. He was only able to make Yun act according to his will for now, but once he offended him and allowed Yun to leave, the situation would only deteriorate. The Ruins Emperor hesitated for quite some time before deciding to maintain a friendly relationship with Yun. After all, Jiang Xiao was his sister and, from the looks of it, their relationship was pretty good. If Jiang Xiao helmed the Fae, would Yun's myriad form Shura pills not be given to her? He said, "All right. I can permit your usage of the Fae altar. However, there is an additional condition. After you transcend the lightning tribulations, I still need you to refine another cauldron of pills. The ingredients will be provided by us Fae. You can take 10% of the resulting pills." The ancient Heaven Fae had the ingredients ready, and the main reason why the Ruins Emperor promised Yun 10% of the pills was because he feared that Yun would not put in full effort. Of course, for such rare pills, 10% was too little. Yun found it acceptable. After all, the ingredients were unpurchasable with his present monetary situation. Furthermore, the Fae altar was promised. All right. Yun agreed to it and set in place the contract. The situation was not a trifling matter, it even involved the entire ancient Heaven Fae's interests. The Ruins Emperor could not make the decision himself, so once Yun left, he reported the situation to the two patriarchs. With that, Yun's entry into the Fae altar was immediately permitted. The Fae did things swiftly, so Yun's entry into the Fae altar was set for 3 days later. The opening of the Fae altar was of immense importance. It was impossible to hide the opening of the array from the Heaven Face City's Fae. Instantly, there was an uproar among the Fae. Yun, a human, was not only entering their array core, but he was also entering the Fae altar. If it was just the Heaven Face City's array core, the powerful Fae geniuses could still have a chance of enjoying that luxury, but the Fae altar was practically reserved only for royalty. Even the princes and princesses needed to be conferred titles first. And there were only a few dozen of them in Heaven Face City. Entitled princes and princesses needed to make massive contributions or have excellent results in experiential tests with other races, winning glory for the Fae, before they had a chance at entering the Fae altar. Among all the princes, only the 9th prince and 6th prince had ever entered the Fae altar. The 9th prince had lit up the 3rd mark of the Heaven Fei totem. As for the 6th prince, he was the direct great-grandson of the Ruins Emperor. With the Ruins Emperor's merit points, he barely earned a chance at entering the Fei altar. Now, faced with Yi Yun's entry into the Fei altar, how could the reaction among the Fei warriors not be intense? "Grandfather, I can't accept it." "Why?" Among all the princes, the one who found it least acceptable was Zhang Yuchan. He had been injured by Yi Yun and tormented by the lightning and fire forces. He nearly lost all his will to live, and only through the ghost doctor's help did he barely last to this day. However, it would still take him half a year to completely recover. Under such circumstances, his reputation was almost in the dumps. The Fei did not pity failures. Zhang Yuchan's battle with Yi Yun was witnessed by countless warriors in Heaven Fei City. He failed miserably. A tenet of Fei warriors was that failure was a disgrace to the race, so he deserved death. Furthermore, Zhang Yuchan was defeated by a human. It was even more embarrassing. In fact, after losing to Yi Yun, Zhang Yuchan's chances at clinching the throne had dropped drastically. Unless he had fortuitous encounters in the future or made great meritorious contributions to redeem himself, the Heaven Fei would not tolerate a failure like Zhang Yuchan inheriting the throne. To stand up again, Zhang Yuchan had to first crush Yi Yun beneath his feet. But now, Yi Yun had not only refined the myriad form Shura pills, he had even won the favor of the Ruins Emperor. He had entered the Ruins Emperor Palace, and Wat even permitted entry into the Fei altar. That was the Fei altar. A forbidden land of the ancient Heaven Fei. All he could do was dream about it, without any chance of entering it his entire life. What right did a human like Yi Yun have to do so? Compared to Yi Yun, their standings were like night and day. "Grandfather, I can't accept it." All he did was rely on pills to become a core figure among the Fei? With those pills, he convinced His Majesty and the 2 patriarchs? "Grandfather, didn't you say that Ghost Doctor poisoned the ingredients? Does he look poisoned in any way?" Zhang Yuchan fully believed Ghost Doctor's words in the beginning, but now, Yi Yun was basically frolicking around. Yi Yun's craftiness appeared to be above that of the Ghost Doctor's. That old fogey had been fooled. If that were the case, weren't they acting like idiots previously, being fooled without realizing it? They had used their family clan's resources to gather all the materials for Yi Yun. When Yi Yun failed to find the materials, they helped. When Yi Yun's finances were lacking, they even reduced the price a little. This was not just as ridiculous as helping someone count the money used to purchase themselves, but more like sending themselves up to the gallows and helping the executioner grind the blade. What Zhang Yuchan said was something the Luo King naturally knew as well. He believed that he was in power in the Heaven Fei City all these years. And even if he did not have perfect strategies, he was someone with a myriad of means. Yet, his actions the past few months were humiliating. "Young Master Yuchan, are you blaming me?" At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Yuchan's neck shrank when he heard that. Ghost Doctor. He had naturally received the news regarding Yi Yun's entry into the Fei altar. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1666 Hidden Killing Intent. Chapter 1666 Hidden Killing Intent. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Zhang Yuchan naturally did not dare act impetuously in front of Ghost Doctor. He had yet to recover from his injuries, so he still relied on Ghost Doctor. The poison in Lin Yun's pills appears to be ineffective. From the looks of it, the 9 orifices Ascension pills consumed by the Blood King have also been cleansed of their poison, Luo King said to Ghost Doctor. He found his own words incredulous. Using poison as a solution was just too rare. As a ghost arch who studied poison, probably no one could match Ghost Doctor in all of the Chaos Heavens. How did Yi Yun actually resolve the poison? Ghost Doctor said, for him to have the ability to refine such phenomenological pills in the Heaven Fei City, it's not impossible for him to resolve my poison. He definitely uses some trick. Be it pill refinement or the removing of poison, all of his astounding acts must have been accomplished using some unknown secret. And this secret is very useful to us. When the time comes, I can share the secret with you. Luo King felt the allure. He had already offended Yi Yun. Now that Ghost Doctor was willing to aid him, it was indeed the best time to deal with Yi Yun. Alright, I will find an opportunity, Luo King said to Ghost Doctor. After Ghost Doctor left, Zhang Yuchan said gloomily, Grandfather, you might have promised Ghost Doctor, but how are you to deal with Lin Yun? He just entered Ruins Emperor Palace and is now someone the Ruins Emperor is relying on. If we were to touch him, wouldn't we anger the Ruins Emperor? Zhang Yuchan had fallen into despair after learning this news. He felt that it was impossible for him to exceed Yi Yun's standing for the rest of his life. If his standing and strength were both inferior to Yi Yun's, how was he to seek revenge? Do you really think that the Ruin's emperor wishes to protect him? Luo King said lightly. Zhang Yuchan was taken aback. Why do you ask? Leadership is rendered ineffective by subordinates that grow in power. Lin Yun's talent is heaven-defying. He has yet to become a godly monarch, but he is already capable of stirring up a storm in Heaven Fei City. Wouldn't it be worse when he becomes a godly monarch? When the time comes, perhaps Jiang Zhouju will not be his match either. Do you think Jiang Zhouju will trust a person like him that cannot be controlled, especially when he's human? That he will like him? Furthermore, with Lin Yun's close relationship with Zhang Xiao and Blood King, what if he insists that Zhang Xiao is made crown designate with the myriad form Shura pills as condition? Then, the ancient Heaven Fei might one day lose its independence. Do you believe that Jiang Zhouju would be willing to risk such threats? Grandfather, so you are implying that? Jiang Yuchan's heart stirred. He never thought too deeply about it. Lin Yun's myriad form Shura pills might stimulate the ancient Heaven Fei's bloodline. They can allow young geniuses to enjoy an enhancement to their bloodline and can be useful to Fei thearchs. This gives Jiang Zhouju no choice but to rely on Lin Yun. Lin Yun is like a fruit tree with thorns. Although the fruits are extremely sweet, one can injure themselves if they aren't careful when plucking the fruits. Furthermore, the more he develops his strength, the sharper his thorns become. If we pluck off all the thorns on this fruit tree and allow it to only bear fruit without pricking anyone, Jiang Zhouju would probably be filled with gratitude towards us. Grandfather, what you said makes sense. Jiang Yuchan's eyes lit up. He was unaware of the Ruin's emperor's thought processes without being in his position, so when he heard the Luo King's explanation, he immediately felt enlightened. Then, when do we take action? Jiang Yuchan felt somewhat eager. This Lin Yun has a death wish. He even has the wish to use the Fei altar to transcend the heavenly tribulations at such a critical point in time. The Fei altar is a sacred land of our ancient Heaven Fei, so how can a human be allowed entry? Jiang Zhouju was forced to agree to Lin Yun's conditions, so he's definitely unhappy about it. If we mess up Lin Yun's heavenly tribulation and make him suffer failure, his body will crumble and that will be the end of his martial path. He might even drop in realm, never to rise again. And if such a thing should happen, Jiang Zhouju will appear infuriated on the surface, but actually feel delighted deep down. That old fox, Jiang Zhouju, wishes to have his piece of the cake without taking any risks. By taking action for him, we are helping him shoulder the blame. The Luo King knew the Ruin's emperor for too long. He knew Jiang Zhouju's character, suspicious and one who did not take risks. He enjoyed instigating his opponents against each other as he set out to reap the future spoils. Then, are we going to be Jiang Zhouju's vanguard just like that? How can that be possible? Luo King's eyes flashed coldly. Didn't Ghost Doctor say that Lin Yun has a secret? Since Jiang Zhouju isn't one who takes risks, he would not dare attack Lin Yun when things remain unclear. Such a person only wants to reap the spoils without taking the risks. He can win petty gains, but he will never accomplish anything major. All we need to do is snatch the secret that Lin Yun has and we will be in control of everything. Grandfather, what you said makes sense. Jiang Zhouju's heart raced. If everything went smoothly, the crown as Ruin's emperor was even possible for him. When news of Yi Yun's entry into the Fei altar spread, many people came to pay him a visit even if many Fei were envious. After all, just the standing which Yi Yun had demonstrated made him an important figure in Heaven Fei City. For the next 2 days, Soft Cloud's mountain manor bustled like a city. Many people sent congratulatory gifts, but Yi Yun left all these matters and guests to Zhang Xiao to handle. The relationships in Heaven Fei City were complicated and he naturally had no interest in involving himself in the intrigue. He quietly waited for the 3rd day to arrive. The Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins Fei altar was similar to the Heaven Fei City's array cores. Every time the Fei altar opened, it would greatly drain the accumulated lifeblood powers. However, there were 9 array cores in Heaven Fei City, but only 1 Fei altar. It made the rarity of entry evident. Punk, it's extremely dangerous to transcend the heavenly tribulations in the Fei altar. Even Fei geniuses can have their bodies collapse and turn to dust. You have to be careful in transcending the tribulation. I have prepared some treasured herbs for you. They can fortify your body at critical moments. Blood King took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Yun. Yi Yun received it and scanned it with his perception. The treasures inside had probably wiped clean everything in Treasure Fei Pagoda. Among the many Fei thearchs, the Blood King was not considered rich. The refinement of the myriad form Shura pills previously had placed him in debt. The treasures in the interspatial ring were probably worth 10 to 20,000 chaos crystals. It was unknown what the Blood King pledged to obtain this round of resources. After all of this, the Blood King would probably take a few centuries to recover. Thank you, Senior Blood King. After this heavenly tribulation, the Ruins Emperor has made me agree to refine the myriad form Shura pills again. I will obtain 10%, and when the time comes, I'll definitely repay you. Without the Blood King, it was impossible for Yi Yun to refine the myriad form Shura pills so smoothly. Senior Blood King, I have a request that you help guard my Tribulation transcendence, added Yi Yun. I'd have gone even if you didn't mention it. Blood King nodded. It was impossible to predict what was on people's minds. It was not that he could not predict that the Luo King would attack Yi Yun, but that Yi Yun would be relatively weaker and in his most dangerous state when transcending the tribulations. With the principle that precaution averted peril, the Blood King would definitely do his best to guard Yi Yun while he transcended the tribulations. An uneventful night passed. Early the next morning, Yi Yun opened his eyes after a night of meditation. Today was the day he transcended the tribulations. He had made immense amounts of preparation for this day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1667, Day of Tribulation Transcendence. Chapter 1667, Day of Tribulation Transcendence. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins' Fei altar was not inside Heaven Fei City, but in a mountain valley west of the city. It was the bedrock of the Heaven Fei City's establishment. Legend had it that billions of years ago, the Fei altar was the core of the forbidden zone known as the No Return for Thearchs. After it was leveled by a peerless Fei patriarch, he established the Fei altar at the core. While suppressing the forbidden zone, he also focused the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi of the 9 dragon veins beneath it. Since time immemorial, this zone had an unparalleled allure to the Fei. It attracted countless powerful Fei to experience nirvana here. When Yi Yun stepped into this land, he sensed the rich vital powers that emanated the area. The soil was solid and dark red. It felt like he was stepping on thick flesh. According to the Blood King, it was not only a place for Fey beasts to undergo nirvana in their waning years, but also where war broke out. This place was also a battlefield. The dead Fey beasts were of various levels, including Fey Thearch level Fey beasts, as well as powerful ancient Fey that possessed the bloodlines of divine beasts. Although billions of years had passed, Yi Yun was still inundated by a thick smell of blood that covered the land. He even felt as though he had been stuck in a sea of blood. Step into the Fey altar and experience the 9 stages of heavenly tribulations. Life or death, it's up to you. Even among the Fey, there have been many geniuses who failed to transcend the tribulations throughout history. Their bodies collapsed, putting an end to their martial paths. Have you thought it through? When Yi Yun stepped into the mountain valley, a black-dressed woman appeared out of thin air and said those words. Even the Blood King turned respectful when facing the black-dressed woman. She was a guardian elder of the Fey altar, and was of extremely high standing. Even the Ruins Emperor's was her junior long ago. Yes. Yi Yun looked the black-dressed woman deeply into the eye. She gave him a feeling that she was different from ordinary Fey. She had extremely rich Fey beast blood, as though she was half Fey. The woman was not only a Fey, but likely a descendant of a Fey beast. Some Fey beasts could take on a human form after cultivating to a certain realm. They could copulate with Fey to produce offspring, but such situations were rare. However, once a child was born from this union, they would usually have extremely potent bloodlines. Then, go on. The black-dressed woman said lightly before turning to leave. If the Fey's genius disciples were to transcend the tribulations, the black-dressed woman might stand guard outside, but as a human, Yi Yun did not enjoy such treatment. Yi Yun's entry into the Fey altar was already the most the Fey could permit. It was naturally impossible to hope that the Fey could protect him. The Blood King was the only person who agreed to protect Yi Yun. He sat cross-legged at the entrance to the valley as he closed his eyes in meditation. Yi Yun walked deep into the valley and saw a reddish-brown stone altar. It was about 100 feet across and it was simple and modeled. Having experienced the elements for ages, it did not look anything special. If the typical Fey Lord came and was unaware of the Fey altar's origins, they would probably imagine it to be an ordinary stone platform. However, Yi Yun possessed the purple crystal, and through its vision he saw that the stone altar was enveloped by a faint reddish glow. It was not made up purely of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. Within it lingered countless of fragmented souls of dead Fey beasts, the powers of shattered Fey cores, and the bloodline powers of divine beasts. After billions of years, these energies had fused into one, and they contained the mystical secrets of life. Yi Yun walked to the Fey altar and looked up into the sky. It was noon, the point when the sun was brightest, and the yang qi thickest. However, when Yi Yun cast his gaze out, he saw that the sky looked gloomy. It looked like it was being warped by a bottomless abyss that enveloped him and the Fey altar. The area above the Fey altar had formed a world in and of itself. At that moment, many people were looking at the Fey altar from afar. Yi Yun's transcendence of the tribulations could be said to be the focus of attention. And it wasn't only the ancient Heaven Fey, even the members of clans which had good relationships with the ancient Heaven Fey came. In the entire history of the ancient Heaven Fey, this matter could be considered quite a wonder. In the recent billion years, the Fey altar had not been open to any other race. Due to the myriad form Shura pills, Yi Yun's fame had already turned widespread. Everyone knew that this person could refine divine pills that defied the heavens and changed fate itself. However, no matter how brilliant one's alchemical skills were, it did not mean that they had powerful bodies. Transcending the tribulations at the Fey altar was extremely difficult. For Fey geniuses to transcend the tribulations, they needed at least a century or two of preparation. Just triggering a heavenly tribulation was not easy. As people talked about it, the sky suddenly darkened. Following that, violent heaven-earth yuan qi stirred and formed a thick tribulation cloud. Purple bolts of lightning tore through the tribulation cloud. It's starting. There were many people gathered and watching from afar. They looked at the thick tribulation cloud and waited for the heavenly tribulation to descend. From the looks of this tribulation cloud, it's at least a sixth-stage heavenly tribulation. A sixth-stage heavenly tribulation was actually nothing much. However, Yi Yun was human, and for him to trigger a heavenly tribulation without any preparation was already remarkable. Many of the Fey lords among them had not even attempted to transcend a heavenly tribulation their entire lives. The tribulation cloud became heavier as if it was about to crush the sky. The ground quaked in response. The dark cloud blanketed the entire Heaven Fey city, looming over the city as if it was about to destroy it. Oh! Something isn't right. There were people whose cultivation level was close to that of Fey thearchs that suddenly sensed the abnormality of the tribulation clouds. This tribulation cloud feels like it was triggered from high in the sky. It doesn't seem related to the Fey altar. As people puzzled over the matter, a gust of cold wind howled from the tribulation cloud. Gradually, people saw a massive ghost face appear within the tribulation cloud. It had hideous fangs and a dominating cadaveric aura. Around the ghost face was raging sanguine light. It reached out in every direction with its thick and heavy aura. It made the rich smell of blood linger even up to 5,000 kilometers out. The air seemed to turn sticky as thick blood permeated the blood clouds and dyed the sky. What's happening? People exclaimed. The sixth-stage heavenly tribulation had already made people feel that something was amiss, but now, it was even more ridiculous. The ghost face had appeared out of the blue. It was impossible for a ghost face to appear from a sixth-stage heavenly tribulation, and such a phenomenon was unprecedented. This ghost face and sanguine light, as well as the rich cadaveric aura, are clearly features of a ghost heavenly tribulation. That's right. It's a sixth-stage ghost tribulation. It was a sixth-stage Fey tribulation in the beginning, which would be normal since Yi Yun has a Fey beast bloodline in him. But why did a sixth-stage ghost tribulation follow? As everyone felt something amiss, many of the mighty figures with Fey the Arch cultivation levels had already come to a realization. The sixth-stage Fey tribulation and the sixth-stage ghost tribulation were separately triggered. But as they happened at the same spot, they were stacked and compounded together. Some sharp Fey thearchs had already released their perception to probe the tribulation cloud. The results shocked them to the core. It was unknown when a hidden space had been opened up high in the sky, but something was sealing the objects that could trigger heavenly tribulations within. Then, they looked at the Fey altar where Yi Yun was, still emitting a divine glow, remaining silent. It was highly likely that the triggered heavenly tribulations had nothing to do with the Fey altar. This is a heavenly tribulation not triggered by Lin Yun, said an expert. Lin Yun is likely still in preparation and has yet to begin. Someone has perturbed the heavenly tribulation. Perturbed the heavenly tribulation. People exclaimed. Warriors were at their weakest when transcending the heavenly tribulations, so they were most vulnerable to others fishing in troubled waters. But to actually interfere in the heavenly tribulation was not that easy. This was because anyone who entered the heavenly tribulation's range would suffer the indiscriminate attacks of the heavenly tribulation. Yi Yun was in an important land of the ancient Heaven Fey after all. It would be inexcusable if a Fey the Arch were to storm in to kill Yi Yun. Therefore, the Luo King had employed a different method. He helmed the Fey blood plains, which had no lack of high-staged Fey beasts. He captured 2 of them and made Ghost Doctor do whatever he could to stimulate the Fey beasts' vital potential, regardless of the consequences to the beasts. It made the powers within them reach an extremum in a short period of time, one that was sufficient to trigger a tribulation. These two Fey beasts naturally wouldn't survive the process. Due to the Ghost Doctor's means, the heavenly tribulation they triggered was of a motley variety. However, it didn't matter since that was exactly what the Luo King wanted. Such a chaotic heavenly tribulation would merge with the heavenly tribulation that Yi Yun triggered. It would eventually generate a terrifying destructive force. At that moment, the soul and flesh of the transcendent candidate would suffer the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation. Punk! It's Jiang Luo. He has taken action. Blood King's Yuan Qi voice transmission tore through the storm and sounded in Yi Yun's ears. He was in charge of protecting Yi Yun. If the Luo King were to attack, he would definitely fend him off. However, the Luo King had not done anything but perturb the heavenly tribulation. That made the Blood King's protection of Yi Yun useless. The Guardian could not enter the heavenly tribulation's range or dare approach the transcendent candidate, much less help them transcend the tribulation. If he did, not only would the Blood King suffer the assault of the heavenly tribulation, it would even make the heavenly tribulation turn more chaotic and transform into a storm that destroyed everything. Senior Blood King, my lifeblood has already been infused into the Fey altar. The heavenly tribulation that belongs to me has already begun triggering. As long as I experience the tempering of the heavenly tribulation, those powers will return to me. If I were to halt midway, I will lose all those powers and my transcending of the tribulations will fail completely. Yi Yun remained seated in the middle of the Fey altar. He looked up into the sky as the cloud loomed maniacally over him. A ghost beast and a Fey beast had gradually fused as one. Ka-cha! A bolt of heavenly lightning smote down, but it did not strike Yi Yun and instead hit the void elsewhere. Two wails sounded as blood rain splattered down. The Fey beasts that were hidden in the sky had consumed their vitality after having their powers raised with complete disregard of the consequences, therefore, they had no means of surviving the heavenly tribulation. They were smote to smithereens by the heavenly lightning. Large amounts of Fey beast blood burned in the sky as their two Fey cores exploded. Violent energies nourished the heavenly lightning, causing the lightning tribulation to turn even more terrifying. It's already a 9th stage heavenly tribulation. Everyone held their breaths. The two Fey beasts had nominal strength, but combined together, they triggered a 9th stage heavenly tribulation, and one that was mutated. Although the typical heavenly tribulation was dangerous, most of its energy was used to temper and nourish the flesh. But such a mutated, violent 9th stage heavenly tribulation contained even purer destructive energies. These energies were not beneficial to the flesh, making it even harder for them to be used to temper the body. This Lin Yun will likely perish here today. He kept too high a profile and offended too many people. He deserves it, a Fey warrior said. They were in no way worried that the myriad form Shura pills would be lost to the ancient heaven Fey if Yi Yun perished, instead, they relished his misfortune. For the past few days, Yi Yun had benefited greatly, making many of them red with envy. They rejoiced now that Yi Yun was in a perilous state. Don't worry, His Majesty will not let Lin Yun die. He will definitely help at the final moment. The ones who want Lin Yun dead should be Jiang Luo and Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor. The only people capable of attacking in such a manner at such a grand setting could only be Jiang Luo and Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor. Since it was by their hand, Yi Yun had no right to blame it on the Ruin's Emperor. The ancient heaven Fey did not owe him anything and had no duty to protect him. The Luo King and Zhang Yuchan watched the scene from afar, and Zhang Yuchan did not hide the mocking smirk he had plastered across his face. This lowlife human bastard sure is greedy. He still doesn't want to stop the tribulation at this point in time. If he were to escape now, he might still be able to live. Of course, we will not let him continue living, Zhang Yuchan said with clenched teeth. Yuchan, you are right. Sometimes, one needs the courage to make sacrifices, but unfortunately, not everyone can be that decisive, the Luo King said staidly. No matter how powerful a 9th stage heavenly tribulation was, it was triggered by two powerful Fey beasts. Furthermore, it was not targeted at Yi Yun. He was only within the heavenly tribulation's range and suffered its assaults. Escaping would have been safe for him. However, Yi Yun did not seem willing to leave. Oh. This is... As the Luo King said that, he suddenly saw the divine light above the Fey altar intensify. It was as though a sun had been born out of the land. The dazzling divine light added radiance and beauty to the 9th stage lightning tribulation in the sky above. It made it look like an apocalyptic scene. What? This Lin Yun is still injecting his lifeblood and life force into the Fey altar? Everyone was dumbfounded from shock when they saw what was happening before their eyes. Was he so eager to die? The wiser choice was to sever the connection with the Fey altar and escape as quickly as possible. Putting that aside, the very least one could do was terminate the eruption of lifeblood powers and make the heavenly tribulation weaker if possible. But now, Yun appeared to wish for the heavenly tribulation to become stronger and more perfect. It was madness. Phew! At that moment, a glaring beam of light shot out from the Fey altar and pierced through the tribulation cloud and into the sky like a sword of light. Energy surged as divine light blasted outwards in a blinding dazzle. Following that, immense suppressive forces surged from every direction. The appearance of the suppression made everyone feel like their hearts had heavy chains attached to them, making it almost impossible for them to keep beating. The weaker warriors could hardly breathe, and even weaker ones felt faint before they collapsed to the ground. Their backs and the back of their hands were all covered in cold sweat. Ka ka ka. The sky beneath the tribulation cloud began to warp. The space kept producing shattering sounds as though it could no longer bear the burden. Massive amounts of spatial fragments rained down as though the sky was collapsing. What? What exactly is happening? Someone said with a trembling voice. The ninth stage heavenly tribulation triggered by the two powerful Fey beasts was already shocking enough. But now, a power more terrifying than before had appeared, the former paling in comparison. This is a heavenly tribulation, a real heavenly tribulation. Could it be? A Fey the Arch widened his eyes as he looked toward the Fey altar. This heavenly tribulation was triggered by this human youth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1668, Hard to Escape. Chapter 1668. Hard to Escape. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. A Fey the Arch widened his eyes as he looked toward the Fey altar. This heavenly tribulation was triggered by this human youth. A heavenly tribulation at this level is a chaos heavenly tribulation. At that moment, the numerous Fey thearchs in Heaven Fey City felt mixed emotions. They walked out of their seclusion chambers and looked in shock at the wanton chaos energies that surged in the sky. A fear reared its head from deep in their souls and washed over them. What level did this human junior cultivate to? This was way too terrifying. Boom! 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 The chaos tribulation cloud expanded, and right beneath it, the grotesque ghost face was enveloped by the chaos tribulation cloud and slowly devoured. The ninth stage heavenly tribulation triggered by the combined forces of two powerful Fey beasts merged with the chaos heavenly tribulation bit by bit. This was like an avalanche that could wipe out thousands of kilometers of farms and kill thousands, but if it swept into the sea, it would only be like a splash in a pond, incapable of changing the sea at all. At that moment, if the ninth stage tribulation cloud was an avalanche, then Yun's chaos heavenly tribulation was the sea. The scene of the devourment of the ninth stage tribulation cloud widened everyone's eyes. The original idea was that Luo King's attack was a fundamental solution. Even if it didn't kill Yun, it could destroy his martial path. But to everyone's surprise, the heavenly tribulation that Luo King triggered at great cost couldn't unleash its fury before it was devoured by Yun's heavenly tribulation. Who? A strong wind howled as millions watched the heavenly tribulation. All of them resembled statues, seemingly having forgotten how to speak. It was unknown who was the first to retreat out of fear. In just moments, millions of warriors had unknowingly distanced themselves from the Fey altar. They were afraid that the Chaos Heavenly Tribulation's range would become so huge that it would embroil them as well. Whoosh! At that moment, a golden beam of light shot out from the Fey altar. Yun shot into the sky with the ascending dragon cauldron beneath him. High in the sky, the rain of blood from the two Fey beasts continued burning and splattering down. Yun breathed in the thick and sticky air that was filled with the smell of blood. He smiled at the distant Luo King. Luo King, thank you for sacrificing two Fey beasts that can transcend the tribulations for my heavenly tribulation. It must have cost you a limb, I suppose? You really shouldn't have. Luo King wore a nasty expression as he said, you have yet to transcend your heavenly tribulation. Do you really think it's so easy to transcend a chaos heavenly tribulation? That's an unknown, but your grandson might not be able to survive the calamity that's going to befall him. As Yun spoke, he suddenly looked at Zhang Yuchan. You haven't recovered, so be careful that your injuries don't get triggered by the heavenly tribulation. Once Yun said those words, Zhang Yuchan, who was dozens of kilometers away from Yun, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was an excruciating pain that seemed to tear his very soul apart. The poison of lightning and fire which Heretic Han's ghost doctor had used a mystic technique to repress suddenly tore through its shackles and erupted fully. Ah! Zhang Yuchan let out a tragic scream as a mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. He felt like countless blades were slicing at him, dismembering him from the inside. Not just that, it felt like venomous worms were burrowing in his flesh after biting through his skin and were squirming through his meridians. Jiang Yuchan convulsed as he fell to the ground. Blood spewed out from his 7 orifices. Ha! The Luo King looked at Jiang Yuchan immediately as his face turned as black as the tribulation cloud above. He naturally did not believe what Yi Yun had said, that the heavenly tribulation had triggered Jiang Yuchan's injuries. It had to be Yi Yun's doing. However, Jiang Yuchan had already been poisoned by Yi Yun for quite an extended period of time. Jiang Yuchan had resisted it himself, along with having the ghost doctor's help in removing it. Now that the power of lightning and fire had been restrained, how was it possible that Yi Yun could trigger it again with a mere thought? Grandfather, save me. Jiang Yuchan's eyes were filled with indignation. He struggled to extend his hand to grab at the Luo King, but blood kept spewing out of his mouth. There were speckles of black and purple lusters to his blood, manifestations of the poison of the heretical godfire and heretical god lightning. Ghost Doctor grabbed Jiang Yuchan's wrist and, after probing it, his expression changed. He had no idea what method Yi Yun had used to rejuvenate the poison of lightning and fire remotely with a mere thought. But the forces were violently erupting like an unending stream. And Jiang Yuchan's vitality was depleting at a discernible pace. It was impossible to save him. Ghost Doctor naturally could not rescue him. He watched helplessly as Jiang Yuchan struggled in pain before dying. A prince died just like that. And Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor's medical and poison skills were completely trounced by Yi Yun. He looked up and glared at Yi Yun with bloodshot eyes. Yi Yun chuckled. What are you looking at me for? I was planning to treat Jiang Yuchan, but to save face, you refused my help. You were bent on hiring some quack, and didn't care if he couldn't treat the injuries. If he just stayed at home and rested, he could have lived for 2 more years. Didn't I say? Don't bring a patient to watch a heavenly tribulation. Since he was so bent on dying, why blame me? Yi Yun's words were heard by millions of warriors present. They were dumbfounded by what they heard. Yi Yun was not only taking a strong stance while transcending a heavenly tribulation, he was even openly killing Jiang Yuchan. He thought nothing of enraging the Luo King and also wiping his hands clean of the murder of Jiang Yuchan. Yi Yun's words were reasonable. He was truly willing to treat Jiang Yuchan, but the Luo King had rejected his offer. Now that Jiang Yuchan was dead, no one could tell how Yi Yun had delivered the lethal blow. Could the blame actually be pinned on Yi Yun? If anyone were to be blamed, it was all because of how incompetent Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor was. He was completely trounced by Yi Yun in every aspect. The pangs of fury in Luo King's heart reached an extremum. He silently pressed his interspatial ring, making his intentions clear. Yi Yun, who had smacked his face in public, was someone he wanted dead. But he was hesitant about the consequences if he attacked Yi Yun at the Fey altar. And then... boom! Above the heavens, the chaos lightning tribulation finally began. Terrifying waves like tsunamis swept over and radiated for thousands of kilometers. The entirety of Heaven Fey City was blanketed by this mighty suppression. Yi Yun looked at Luo King and sneered. If you wish to attack me, give it a try. As Yi Yun spoke, the lightning in the sky finally appeared. Chaos heavenly lightning was zapping through the clouds. The lightning was black, seemingly devoid of light. It devoured everything as though it was not a bolt of lightning, but a deep, bottomless spatial rift. Just seeing the lightning made one feel like their irises were being ripped apart. Pwah! Even from dozens of kilometers away, Fey warriors spewed out blood from their mouths. They had never transcended a heavenly tribulation before and their lifeblood had yet to be tempered. The chaos heavenly lightning caused their lifeblood to erupt. With such terrifying heavenly lightning present, would Luo King dare to attack Yi Yun? Once he entered the lightning tribulation's range, he would also suffer the indiscriminate attacks of the heavenly lightning. Furthermore, Luo King was a Fey the Arch. Once he entered, the interference of his potent powers might result in him suffering the brunt of the attacks. Luo King's expression changed rapidly, but ultimately, he chose not to do a thing. He could choose to attack when Yi Yun was at his weakest after transcending the tribulations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1669, Tearing Open the Multiverse. Chapter 1669, Tearing Open the Multiverse. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Ghost Doctor, once the heavenly tribulation ends, we shall attack together. You hold back the Blood King while I deal with Lin Yun. The Luo King sent a voice transmission to Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor. Ghost Doctor wore a look of hesitation. They were near the Fey altar forbidden zone. As a ghost, he had to consider the consequences of launching an attack in such a venue. Many of the people who came to watch are well acquainted with me. If we can take clear control of the combat situation, they will also help us. There's no danger of anything going wrong. As for the Ruins Emperor, he will not stop us. All he cares about is the myriad-form Shura pills. As Luo King spoke, the thunder in the sky had transformed into rolling sound blasts. They spread out like tsunamis and the sound waves could even be seen by the naked eye. The powerful impact shook the heaven and earth. Many of the fey beasts lurking within a 500-kilometer range were stirred by the thunder as they quivered in fear. Is a chaos lightning tribulation that terrifying? People kept retreating as the power of chaos infused into the chaos lightning, making it equal to the heavenly Tao. They had only seen such a thing written in books, but had never seen it with their own eyes. How was this something flesh and blood could withstand? At that moment, the lightning in the sky had turned into a sea of lightning. Countless black bolts of lightning pulverized space itself. Finally, the lightning gathered together and manifested into a singular bolt of lightning that resembled a divine dragon before smiting down. The boundless sky was split in two by this bolt of lightning. Its rapturous killing intent made one's soul shatter from simply taking a glance at it. And at that moment, a black figure appeared in the sky. The figure was charging towards the highest heavens, right in the face of the lightning. It's Lin Yun. People widened their eyes. Placed against the backdrop of the heavenly lightning, Lin Yun's figure appeared too small. His bone age was limited, after all. His cultivation level was only at that of a divine lord. To withstand the powers of the heaven and earth with such strength was a futile attempt. Perhaps he will be disintegrated by the chaos lightning tribulation, then there's no need for me to take action. Luo King looked at Yi Yun's figure with killing intent. There was the grudge of his grandson's death, an act committed right in front of him, right under the eyes of so many that it was blatantly showing him utter disrespect and contempt. How could he keep his foothold in the heaven-faced city if he did not exact vengeance? It was likely he would become the laughingstock of the ancient heaven fae. Boom! Yi Yun charged into the chaos heavenly lightning. The lightning cleansed his body. Instantly, Yi Yun felt the destructive powers bear down on him. His body nearly exploded from their might. I've refined the heretical god lightning and wield the power of destruction. No matter how powerful the chaos heretical god force is, they stem from the same source as me. Yi Yun roared inwardly as his clothes blasted apart. His bloodline erupted as it withstood the catharsis of the chaos heavenly lightning. In an instant, he was covered in blood. Every inch of his lifeblood, meridians, bones, and vessels were being tempered and burned by the lightning. The potent powers seemed bent on destroying him down to his very core. Yi Yun felt shaken. The chaos heavenly tribulation's lightning even exceeded the Tao originator celestial Thearchus heretical god lightning. It was the highest level of lightning laws he had ever seen. Yi Yun clenched his teeth tightly as he sent his thoughts into the purple crystal origins and used it to cleanse the rampant energies that were constantly damaging his body. Simultaneously, he conjured the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, which was also the Shura heavenly Tao that the Tao originator celestial the Arch cultivated. At that instant, a gigantic black wheel appeared behind Yi Yun. Shadows appeared on the wheel, countless demon gods. I have already cultivated in the Shura heavenly Tao and have grasped a primordial destruction domain. From that moment forth, I became both chaos and destruction. I have already refined the heavenly Tao fragment for myself and am an equal to the heavens. I refuse to believe I can't transcend this chaos tribulation. Yi Yun roared as the 10,000 demon wheel of existence behind him produced illusory figures of the Dragon Emperor, Azurewood Divine Tree, and the ancient ancestor god. These illusory figures were cast onto the black wheel. Following that, countless bolts of black lightning engorged it, filling every pattern of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. He had already threw himself right into the chaos tribulation cloud. Boom! 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 The black lightning within the tribulation cloud gathered toward Yi Yun. Yi Yun's flesh began disintegrating bit by bit, turning into pure energy as each speck fused into the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Following that, a huge vortex appeared in the tribulation cloud. It ground the space open, like a massive spatial passageway that led to an unknown universe. This heavenly tribulation had even cracked open the chaos heaven's boundaries. All the Fey warriors looked up. The sky had already torn apart completely. Boundless chaos heavenly lightning continued surging to the core. It was already unimaginable what situation the core was undergoing. Yun-er. Beside the Blood King, Jiang Xiao held her breath. Even though she believed that Yi Yun could create miracles every time, she was still extremely worried at that moment. The chaos heavenly tribulation simply looked too terrifying. She was unsure if Yun could withstand it. The chaos lightning tribulation blocked everyone's perception. Even Fae Thearchs were unable to probe inside to gauge Yun's situation. Time passed as the lightning remained like a massive sea. 2 hours, 4 hours. The chaos lightning tribulation lasted very long, weakening slowly after 6 hours. At that moment, it was already evening. However, the lightning tribulation seemingly overturned the concept of day and night. All people could see was that the sky above Heaven Face City had vanished. It was replaced by a gigantic black hole. Through it was the infinite cosmos, with the massive galaxy as a backdrop. Moments later, the tribulation clouds dispersed as the ravaging heaven-earth yuan qi gradually calmed down. The suppression that blanketed the area vanished as well. Many Fey warriors could not bear the suppressive force before, but none of them wanted to cower in fear. After holding out for hours, their faces were pale and they were completely exhausted. Despite seeing everything calm down, they had no means to determine what had happened. Where's Lin Yun? Has he been pulverized? Or did he get swept into an alternate dimension? People were reeling in bewilderment. They originally believed they would see the scene of Yun being repeatedly devastated by the lightning tribulation and watch as his body disintegrated and blood scattered across the sky. They even believed they would see his dantian shatter as the source of his vitality collapsed. If that happened, it would be a delightful sight. If blame needed to be pinned, it was because a human warrior had triggered a chaos heavenly tribulation, figuratively slapping all the Fey warriors in the face. Due to their envy, none of them wished Yun well. Unfortunately, they did not see a thing. Apart from seeing Yun covered in blood at the very beginning, they did not see any of the tragic states they imagined after he was devoured by the infinite chaos lightning tribulation that shielded him from their perception. This made many disappointed. It's impossible that Lin Yun could have escaped such a lightning tribulation unscathed. Perhaps he's still alive, but has been sucked into the multiverse. If that's the case, it's unlikely he can live. The space between the multiverse was an absolute land of quiescence. There was no heaven-earth yuan qi, only endless dangers. Previously, despite making sufficient preparations, Yun nearly perished while traversing the multiverse. In the end, he only survived thanks to the 9 transformation celestial silkworm's blood essence and the Taisha ancient mining's rescue midway. If he was heavily injured and found himself lost in the borders of the multiverse, he was basically doomed. The Luo King ignored everyone's discussion. All he did was stare at the massive spatial crack in the sky. He refused to believe that Yun would die that easily. The human punk had many means at his disposal. Even if he were heavily injured and found himself lost in the multiverse's borders, Luo King believed that it was still possible for Yun to return. And at that moment, as long as Yun lay dormant and cultivated for a few centuries, his strength would reach a terrifying state which would make him harder to deal with. The Luo King had already decided that if Yun did not appear anytime soon, he would fly into the multiverse rift with ghost hands. Even if he had to take unknown risks, he was bent on hunting Yun down. Nearly an hour passed as the multiverse rift in the sky gradually mended itself with spatial forces. For a stable universe like the Chaos Heavens, the appearance of a spatial rift would result in automatic mending. It was a law of the universe. The Luo King could no longer hold back as he began his plans to search for Yun. Of course, if he delayed any further, the multiverse rift would close and he would have to find his way back to the Chaos Heavens. That would be risky. Blood King looked at the Luo King as his eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Without a doubt, the Blood King would take action the moment the Luo King moved. Once they entered the multiverse borders, the Ruins Emperor would ignore their battles. It was very possible that both Fae Thearchs would engage in an intense battle in the multiverse borders, but without yuan qi to replenish them and the possibility of getting lost, the risk was immense. Blood King, are you really planning on joining me? I have Ghost Doctor with me. Do you plan on fighting the two of us alone? You really aren't afraid of death. You can give it a try. Perhaps I might not survive, but if I'm at the end of my rope, I'll still be able to drag you down with me. Do you really think that an old heretic like Ghost Doctor will risk his life for you? Blood King's voice was ice cold, but at that moment, he suddenly looked up. He saw a raven-black flash that tore over from the deepest depths of the multiverse rift. Ha! Luo King widened his eyes as well as he stared intently at the raven-black light. The blob of light was fast, and soon it tore through the surface of the spatial rift and entered the universe where the Chaos Heavens was. Only then did everyone discern it. It was a huge cauldron. The cauldron had black dragon patterns on it and gathered within them were raging lifeblood powers. They did not appear like carvings, but more like a living thing. This cauldron. Luo King's heart skipped a beat. He naturally recognized it as Yun's cauldron. Boom! The ascending dragon cauldron crashed heavily into the ground, leveling a mountain. Countless pieces of rubble collapsed as the ground quaked. However, the ascending dragon cauldron was surging with lifeblood, preventing the collapsing boulders from burying it. People clearly saw that the cauldron rested on the peak of the collapsed mountain. Yet, Yi Yun did not appear with the ascending dragon cauldron. Could that punk be inside the cauldron? This thought flashed through Luo King's mind. At that moment, the spatial rift in the sky was closing. If Yi Yun was heavily injured, he would not dare to continue hiding in the multiverse borders. Chances of his successful return would be slim. All he could do was hide his heavily injured body inside the ascending dragon cauldron and take the risk to return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1670, Surrounded by Wolves. Chapter 1670, Surrounded by Wolves. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. If Yi Yun was recuperating in the ascending dragon cauldron, it was naturally the best opportunity to rid of him. With this in mind, the Luo King attacked, disregarding any possible repercussions. He took a sudden step forward while behind him, a Heaven Fei totem appeared. It had 6 corners, 4 of which had been lit. They were none other than the 4 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Turtle. Every Heaven Fei totem was different. The Luo King's Heaven Fei totem was like a completely different world with its 4 completed corners. This Heaven Fei totem bore down on Yi Yun's ascending dragon cauldron in a bid to crush him alive. Blood King took action at the same moment the Luo King did. The aura in the world changed the moment the Blood King moved. People felt as though they were thrown into Shura hell as a boundless sea of blood surrounded them. The sticky red air around them stifled them. And Blood King appeared like death walking out of hell. Just one look at him made others feel like they were losing their minds. This was the indestructible killing Tao that he was known for. At that instant, all of the Blood King's lifeblood powers spewed out. They condensed into a massive red phantom behind him. The phantom was massive and had long limbs. It held a gigantic red sickle which he cleaved down at the Luo King. Boom! 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 The world trembled, almost collapsing under the might of the 2 Fey experts. Massive energies swept the area as the Luo King's body quaked before he flew out in retreat. However, the Blood King did not have it better. The death sickle he condensed shattered from that one strike. Although he recondensed it again, its color was paler. The suppressive force it emitted was not as intense. The Luo King's and Blood King's strikes were dealt with full force. In a combat between 2 Fey Thearchs, both had equal strength they threw against each other, resulting in injuries to both. The outcome of this bout sent reverberations through the hearts of everyone. After all, the Luo King had been a Fey Thearch for a very long time. He was nearly of the same generation as the reigning Ruins Emperor. As for the Blood King, he was a new Fey Thearch. Yet despite the relatively short time since his breakthrough, he could already match the Luo King. How could they not be shocked? As for the Fey Thearchs present, what they saw went deeper. At the instant the Blood King attacked, they had observed the Heaven Fei totem behind him. The cultivation technique which Blood King cultivated in was unique. He directly infused the Heaven Fei totem into the Death Sickle and utilized the Heaven Fei totem through the indestructible killing Tao. The Fey Thearchs could tell that after the Blood King consumed the myriad form Shura pills, his Heaven Fei totem had indeed strengthened. The strengthening effects weren't obvious, but at the level of a Fey Thearch, any quick growth was already extremely astonishing. The myriad form Shura pills were something the ancient Heaven Fey were bent on obtaining. How could knowledge of the creation of such important pills be in the possession of a human junior? The Ruins Emperor was definitely watching this battle from the sidelines. He would ensure that Yi Yun did not die, but he would also subdue him completely. Or perhaps, he would obtain the secrets to how Yi Yun refined the myriad form Shura pills. This Lin Yun is dangerous. Perhaps His Majesty will intervene at the critical moment. People discussed in private. They could even sense the oddity of the prevailing mood. Many eyes in Heaven Fei City were watching this battle. The Blood King has likely infuriated the Ruins Emperor, as well as the Patriarchs. A Fei Thearch spoke. Looming behind the Ruins Emperor were the ancient Heaven Fei's Patriarchs. The matter regarding the myriad form Shura pills barely earned some importance in these Patriarchs' hearts. They must have acquiesced to the Ruins Emperor's decisions. The Blood King was naturally foolish to stand up for a human and put himself at odds with the Ruins Emperor at such a moment. This was practically making enemies out of all the ancient Heaven Fei. After this battle, the Blood King might be estranged from the Heaven Fei. As for Jiang Xiaoro's claim to the throne, it was already a distant dream. as people watched the commotion. Woo 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 woo. A cold wind raged as the black clouds that had already dispersed amalgamated once again. A huge ghost face appeared in the black cloud. People looked up and saw that the ghost face was formed from countless wraiths. Without a doubt, this was a move from a ghost race expert. Heretic Han's ghost doctor had taken action. Blood King and Luo King had just clashed. Having not recovered from their clash, Blood King had no means to stop Heretic Han's ghost doctor's attack. Roar! The gigantic ghost head bore down and soon, the ascending dragon cauldron was in its mouth. Heretic Han's ghost doctor glided through the void as he grabbed the ascending dragon cauldron with one hand and lifted it up. He had Yi Yun in his grasp. If it was the Luo King, he would not care about killing Yi Yun right away. However, Heretic Han's ghost doctor was different. He wanted to know Yi Yun's secret. Heretic Han's ghost doctor's heart stirred as his body turned into an incorporeal smoke. He wished to grab Yi Yun and escape with him using a ghost mystic technique. But at that moment, a terrifying lifeblood force surged into the sky from the ruins' Emperor Palace. This lifeblood force held Heretic Han's ghost doctor in place. Heretic Han's ghost doctor frowned. The lifeblood force was indeed potent. The owner of this force had strength above the Luo King and Blood King, and obviously himself as well. The person was naturally Ruin's Emperor. This old bastard had been watching by the sidelines, but once Heretic Han's ghost doctor attacked in a bid to devour Yi Yun's secret, the Ruin's Emperor finally took action. Under such circumstances, Heretic Han's ghost doctor knew that it was impossible for him to take Yi Yun's secret for his own. He was in Heaven Fei City after all. He had no means to resist the ancient Heaven Fei. However, Heretic Han's ghost doctor was not a trivial figure. He had long made plans. He wanted to take a bite of the pie at this event, a huge bite. By capturing Yi Yun, he had the initiative and advantage. All of you might be using me as a vanguard, but this vanguard is poisoned. Heretic Han's ghost doctor let out a sinister smile as a green beam flashed from his palm. It looked inconspicuous, but it emitted a heart-chilling aura. Whoosh! The green beam launched for the ascending dragon cauldron like a spirit snake. And at that moment, the ascending dragon cauldron was still in the jaws of the gigantic ghost head. The green beam of light flew straight into the ascending dragon cauldron. No one knew what that green beam of light was. People immediately understood that Heretic Han's ghost doctor was trying to get the initial advantage by taking first grasp of Yi Yun. He had unfathomable means. Ignoring the fact that the green beam could decide Yi Yun's fate, people would not be surprised if it could also control one's thoughts. However, an azure radiance instantly bloomed from the ascending dragon cauldron and shot at the ghost head's mouth. A towering divine tree surged out of the ascending dragon cauldron. Its countless vines were like countless azure dragons that bore through the ghost head. The ghost head let out wails as large numbers of wraiths were decimated by the divine tree. What? Everyone was alarmed. What was this divine tree that suddenly appeared? Could it be related to Yi Yun? Yi Yun had just transcended a chaos heavenly tribulation, a tribulation that was like the apocalypse. No matter how much a genius Yi Yun was, it would be impressive if he was only severely injured after surviving the chaos tribulation. How could he still have any combat strength left to fend off a ghost Thearka's attack? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1671 Lifeblood is 1, Complete Mastery. Chapter 1671 Lifeblood is 1, Complete Mastery. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The difference between a ghost Thearch and a divine lord was like an unbridgeable chasm. Yi Yun was at the divine lord cultivation level, so regardless if he transcended the heavenly tribulation, he was still a divine lord. The gathered warriors could only guess that the sudden appearance of the divine tree was perhaps an independent fey plant. Powerful fey plants were far fewer than fey beasts. There were even fewer of them that reached the fey Thearch or godly monarch realm. Where did Yi Yun acquaint himself with such a powerful fey plant? It actually hid inside his cauldron and at a critical moment, fending off Heretic Han's ghost doctor. In that case, even if Ghost Doctor and Luo King joined forces, they might not necessarily be Yi Yun's match. Suddenly, the situation turned intricate. Everyone kicks a man who is down. If Yi Yun had suffered complete defeat in front of the Luo King, the Ruin's Emperor would naturally appear. Yi Yun would then completely come under the control of the ancient Heaven Fei. But now, the situation was a little sticky. The Luo King and Blood King matched each other, and Ghost Doctor's independent attack on Yi Yun had failed to be fruitful. Yi Yun had too many trump cards. No one expected him to withstand a ghost Thearch. At that moment, Ghost Doctor wore an extremely nasty expression. He had attacked Yi Yun, but failed. He was irrevocably committed to a lost cause. This Fey plant. Ghost Doctor narrowed his eyes at the azure wood divine tree. Deep in his heart was anger and greed. Why was Yi Yun's luck so good? Yi Yun had a secret he had yet discovered, and now, there was the addition of this Fey plant. Such a Fey plant was a lot more precious than any Fey beast. With such a Fey plant nurtured, he could constantly extract its leaves, fruits, and all sorts of essences. To an alchemist, it was of immense allure. He was eager to kill Yi Yun and take all the benefits Yi Yun had. Of course, he knew it was impossible. He had determined that he could do nothing to the Fey plant in a short period of time. Even if he were to win, he would have to pay a certain price. As such, Ghost Doctor even had the thought of retreating. Since he could not foresee any benefits, he had no intention to serve as the vanguard of others. But at that moment, the ascending dragon cauldron his claw held suddenly spewed out potent lifeblood powers. Like a raging inferno, it swept through the world. Chie! 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 The gigantic ghost head that had yet to die despite being bored through by the azure wood divine tree was immediately consumed by flames. Countless wraiths wailed as they dissipated. Hum! 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 The cosmos quaked. High in the sky, the multiverse rift which had yet to completely close up was triggered by this terrifying power. It began resonating with it and the closing stopped. With winds and lightning that grew to a crescendo, they reached through the entire Heaven Fey ancient ruins. Even the factions that were on good terms with the ancient Heaven Fey sensed this terrifying power and the suppressive might that wantonly extended. What is going on? Everyone felt alarmed. The suppressive might of the chaos heavenly tribulation was already nearly intolerable. They had suffered for hours, and now, a suppressive might appeared once again, one that was not much weaker than the chaos heavenly tribulations. People sensed a terrifying power brewing within the ascending dragon cauldron, one that was about to spew out. The cauldron's lid had already been opened and the lifeblood powers were turning richer. Endless heaven and earth laws gathered over as sparkling specks of Tao patterns formed everywhere in the sky. They swarmed towards the ascending dragon cauldron like birds paying homage to the phoenix. This feeling was just too terrifying. It felt like the entire world was about to be devoured. Whoosh! At that moment in Heaven Fey City, a thick column of light surged into the sky, right into the firmaments. People looked in astonishment at the columnar light's direction and surprisingly, it went in the direction of one of the 9 array cores in Heaven Fey City. The Heaven Fey City's array core had been triggered? After the first array core was triggered, a second one followed right on the heels of the first. And a third. Like a chain reaction, beam after beam of light charged through the clouds. Soon, all 9 array cores in the Heaven Fey City were triggered. All the power within the 9 array cores drew towards the ascending dragon cauldron. Everyone's expression changed. Ruin's Emperor could no longer sit still as he flew out of Ruin's Emperor Palace. He looked at the floating ascending dragon cauldron with an astounded look. How could the Heaven Fey City's array formation be triggered? Could it be that the chaos heavenly tribulation had destroyed this universe's laws? This affected even the ancient arrays of the Heaven Fey City? He clearly sensed that the 9 veins buried under Heaven Fey City were being triggered. The brewing power within the ascending dragon cauldron had likely drained most of its previous accumulations after undergoing the catharsis of the chaos heavenly tribulation. It was too hungry, so it began to gather the energy within the 9 spirit veins of Heaven Fey City to replenish itself. What is this? Could it be Lin Yun? An inexplicable thought flashed through the Ruin's Emperor's mind. What cultivation level did Yi Yun have? Even if he survived the chaos heavenly tribulation, it should have been impossible for him to possess such immense power. As the Ruin's Emperor's expression changed, 2 ancient and mighty powers rose up from behind him, deep within Ruin's Emperor Palace. Heaven Fey Patriarchs. The 2 Fey Patriarchs who presided over the Ruin's Emperor Palace had not meddled in worldly affairs for many years. All they did was cultivate in seclusion. If it had nothing to do with the coronation of a new emperor for the ancient Heaven Fey or any major cataclysm that endangered the ancient Heaven Fey, they typically never appeared. However, this power had shocked them into action. All the ancient Heaven Fey warriors sensed the suppressive might emitted by the Fey Patriarch's lifeblood. Compounded with the power emitted by the ascending dragon cauldron, they could not longer stand firm. Some even slumped straight to the ground. Fey Thearchs flew out of Heaven Fey City one after another. Regardless if they were in seclusion or refining artifacts, all of them flew into the sky to watch this strange phenomenon from afar. At that moment, Ghost Doctor and Luo King were already wearing livid expressions. They already sensed a familiar aura within the energy storm that embroiled the entire land. This aura originated from Yun. Boom. The ascending dragon cauldron revealed the power that lurked within. A dragon's roar reached straight into the skies and even surged into the multiverse rift. Even without any Yuan Qi medium there, the void still resonated endlessly. Following that, a human figure cloaked in light and tens of thousands of feet tall appeared. The figure seemed made of light, was covered in flames and lightning, with dazzling sanguine and golden light. His body was stalwart, but as his body was condensed of infinite laws, no one could discern his looks. The giant emitted an extremely suppressive might that exceeded all the Fey Thearchs present. The giant's gaze swept indifferently, sending anyone whose eyes met his gaze feel their hearts and souls quake. Their heartbeats even stopped as a result. Those beneath the Fey Lord realm had long collapsed to the ground. Even the Fey Lords found it difficult to resist the suppressive might. They were circulating all their powers to barely stand. Ha 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 ha. The giant raised his head and laughed suddenly. The sky and land began trembling, resonating along with Heaven Fey City. The feeling of having power and the control of the world was just too brilliant. When manifested as a giant, he was like the heaven and earth itself. With just a mere thought, he could make mountains crumble and bring the sky down. After a long laugh, the figure suddenly transformed into a rain of light which entered the ascending dragon cauldron once again. Everyone felt their bodies lighten. The suppression from before had vanished. Even the rumblings of the multiverse rift had stopped. Many people were unaccustomed to the sudden disappearance of the suppression. They felt their chests turn heavy as their lifeblood churned. When they looked at the ascending dragon cauldron, they were alarmed. All they saw was a black-robed youth above the ascending dragon cauldron. They had no idea when he appeared. His feet were on the divine cauldron as countless azure-wood divine tree vines were flailing around him. As if they were his subjects, they gathered beneath his feet and seemed to be paying homage to him. Upon seeing the youth, everyone felt that they had lost their souls. The youth was none other than Yun. He seemed to be a little taller than before he transcended the tribulation. His looks had changed a little, making him look sharper. However, people could still recognize him at a glance. He was Yun. The Chaos Heavenly Tribulation was a complete rebirth for Yun. He had consumed the myriad form Shura pills previously, fusing the three lifebloods of human, Fey, Celestial together. They condensed into a lifeblood royal seal, allowing him to take a huge step in his martial path. But just this step was not as comprehensive as the step he took after experiencing the Chaos Heavenly Tribulation. The Chaos Heavenly Tribulation had completely rejuvenated Yun. Not only did his human, Fey, and celestial lifeblood fuse together. Even the heavenly Tao laws he cultivated in were completely infused into every inch of his flesh and blood. It could be said to be a fusion of body, essence, and soul. And Yun's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. After his wanton absorption of the heaven-earth Yuan Qi in the 9 spirit veins, the amount of energy was sufficient for an ordinary Fey Lord to attempt to break through to a Fey the Arch. However, Yun's foundation was too robust. The energy he needed for a godly monarch breakthrough far exceeded that of the ordinary Divine Lord. His cultivation level had reached the peak of the Divine Lord realm. He was nearly one step into the godly monarch realm. It wasn't wrong to describe Yun as being a half-step godly monarch. Not only so, due to his physical metamorphosis, the present Yun probably did not need to move to have the heaven-earth Yuan Qi pass through his pores and infuse his body, nourishing his lifeblood in meridians. He had a perfect seamless body. Ghost Doctor was most sensitive to a human's body. The other Fey Thearchs might not be able to understand the physical metamorphosis Yun had undergone, but he knew most clearly. Just every breath Yun took would strengthen him. Such a body invited so much envy that it could make one vomit blood. After he transcended the ghost tribulation, Ghost Doctor had transformed from a soul body to an imperfect body. To put it bluntly, it was a body akin to a zombie's. Compared to Yun, the difference was like night and day. And with Yun's potential and the secrets he held, Yun had left him in the dust. As for strength, just the suppressive might that Yun produced was enough to stun everyone. How could such a suppressive might be a mere show? Could it be that Yun already had a strength far greater than a Fey the Arch? Was it possible for a peak Divine Lord to defeat a Fey the Arch? Just as Ghost Doctor had this thought flash in his mind, he suddenly felt a killing intent lock onto him. Yun was looking coldly at him. From the moment Ghost Doctor poisoned the items, Yun was already bent on killing him. Not just defeating him, but killing. He was to kill a Ghost the Arch with a half-step godly monarch cultivation level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1672, Netherworld River Domain. Chapter 1672, Netherworld River Domain. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Upon sensing Yun's killing intent, Ghost Doctor wore a hideous expression. He was unlike the other Fey Thearchs. As a ghost, he stood alone without ally in Heaven Fey City. However, Ghost Doctor thought nothing of it. Having been a Ghost Thearch for so many years, he had numerous means, all sorts of unfathomable ghost mystic techniques under his disposal. Even a Fey Thearch at the level of the Luo King would not be able to defeat Ghost Doctor easily. And to kill Ghost Doctor, it needed the joint forces of at least 3 Fey Thearchs. Defeating and killing were 2 completely different concepts. Even if Yun was a freak of nature, giving him strength that matched a Fey Thearch after his transcending of the Chaos Tribulation, that was nothing. Ghost Doctor felt that he was far from adequate dealing with Yun. Lin Yun, do you think you are invincible after transcending the Chaos Heavenly Tribulation? As Ghost Doctor spoke, his aura suddenly changed while his corpse-like body began to swell. After ghosts became Fey Thearchs, they gained a body of flesh after transcending the Ghost Tribulation. This body possessed potent combat strength. The ghosts also knew how to transform, but it was completely different from the Fey. The transformations of the Fey were typically accompanied by bulging muscles, sharp teeth and bone spikes, and exaggerated wings. Although ferocious, their transformations fully exuded the beauty of strength. However, Ghost Doctor's transformation left one's scalp tingle. His body swelled, but it was not a bulging of muscles. Instead, it was like a bloating corpse that swelled and turned waxy white. He had little hair to begin with, but with his transformation, what little hair he had turned wet thanks to a sticky liquid that seemed to cover his head. His eyes were recessed deep, his eyeballs vanishing. In its place were 2 balls of fire that burned with an eerie green glow. His nose had rotten away, leaving behind 2 empty nostrils. Beneath his nose was a mouth filled with 2 rows of sharp teeth. They were a glittering green, obvious that they contained terrifying corpse venom. In a few seconds, Ghost Doctor had unfettered his body. He grew to 5 meters tall and his body was swollen. His head was nearly a skull, one that looked utterly sinister. It was repulsive. So that's what you look like. Yun shook his head. Other than the freaks of nature that appeared in the ghost race every billion years or more, coagulating a perfect body was easier said than done. As for Ghost Doctor, he had cultivated in various poison arts and sinister goo before he became a Ghost Thearch. He immersed his soul in poison, and even though he could resist the poisonous elements, the corrosive effects they had on his body and soul could not be stopped. It resulted in his terrifying appearance. His former appearance was just a disguise using a mystic art. Heretic Hands, Ghost Doctor cackled sinisterly. Eating your perfect body will replenish my lifeblood. When the time comes, my body will be like a Ghost Patriarch's, a perfect zombie body. As Ghost Doctor spoke, he extended his long tongue, which was covered in green cadaveric liquid. It reached straight to his chest. Roar! Heretic Hands, Ghost Doctor let out a roar as the surrounding space suddenly turned into one of austere gloominess. Countless wraiths and demons flew out of nowhere, letting out their hysterical wails. Netherworld River Domain. All the powerful Fey present understood everything that was happening clearly. This was one of the most supreme techniques of the ghost race. It was also a secret technique that belonged to Sunset Netherworld River, the faction behind Heretic Hands, Ghost Doctor. 10,000 years ago, the Netherworld River Lord of the Sunset Netherworld River battled a mighty soul expert and had cast the Netherworld River Domain. At the final moment of the battle, the Netherworld River Domain unleashed its powers, inundating the world with its cadaveric aura, causing all life in 1,000,000 kilometers to be reduced to bone. That battle was fought on an independent world. After the battle, the world turned into a land of death. Due to the presence of the countless ghouls, the world turned into a forbidden area to this very day. In years to come, the Forbidden Ground would produce natural treasures. Warriors below the Divine Lord realm would risk their lives, heading there to seek out opportunities. The Netherworld River Lord had basically used a single move, the Netherworld River Domain, to create a forbidden zone. Such a move was the acme of perfection. Of course, using the Netherworld River Domain delivered an immense burden on one's soul. Even a Ghost Thearch wouldn't use it without good reason. Ghost Doctor had actually put in his all when fighting Yun. Even though he knew Yun was a divine lord, he did not belittle him. It was incredulous that a Ghost Thearch would employ a move that harmed his own soul while battling a half-step godly monarch. All of you are to be prepared. Stop the Netherworld River Domain from spreading its cadaveric aura. Ruin's Emperor sent a voice transmission to all the Fey Thearchs present. This was Heaven Fey City, the most prosperous land of the Fey. It mattered little if all life on a mid-level world was annihilated, but to permit a slaughter of Heaven Fey City was absolutely unacceptable to the Fey. Now, with so many Fey Thearchs present, as well as the Ruin's Emperor and the Fey Patriarchs, there was little to worry. Furthermore, with Ghost Doctor's strength, as long as he did not lose control of the situation in battle, he likely had the ability to flood Iyun with all the cadaveric aura, letting him bear the brunt of it all. Punk, this is the Netherworld River domain. You have to be careful. At the moment the Netherworld River domain appeared, Blood King had already informed Iyun of all he knew with a Yuan Chi voice transmission. A move that can wipe out all life of an independent world. What a sinister move. The corners of Iyun's mouth produced a sinister smile. He was no goody two-shoes, but to view countless lives as nothing but dust disgusted him. He silently extended his right hand where specks of stellar light appeared, circling an invisible center. This scene appeared insignificant in the energy storms that raged in a region thousands of kilometers across, but the numerous Faith Thearchs present felt an indescribable aura from the stellar light in Iyun's palm. It felt like the aura of the Heavenly Tao, as though he held the Heavenly Tao in his hand. What move was this? Just as people held this thought in their minds, Iyun moved. He charged straight into the Netherworld River domain. He made the first move while fighting a Ghost Thearch. Everyone held their breaths, afraid that they would miss any scene from this cataclysmic battle. At that moment, no one thought little of Iyun. However, it was still a battle between a Divine Lord and a Ghost Thearch. There was a massive ravine that separated the two realms. Iyun slowly clenched his fist and, at that moment, the sky vanished. The dark clouds and the storms vanished. When people looked up, all they saw was the cosmos. Galaxies interspersed one another as endless starlight scattered. The scattering starlight landed on Iyun, and at that moment, it appeared as though he was a god of the universe who held control over everything. Ever since he refined the Heavenly Tao fragment, everything he did and said was as natural as the law. Yet, he was only a single-sealed Divine Lord at that time. Now, Iyun had already condensed his second Divine Lord Royal Seal, and his cultivation level was closing in on the godly Monarch realm. Having fused with the Heavenly Tao, his body, essence, and soul was one. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe him as a god. You will be the first Thearch-level expert that dies at my hand. I shall offer your blood for my supreme great Tao. As Iyun spoke, he struck down with his palm. This strike was like the falling of the skies. Ka ka ka. With a series of cracking sounds, Ghost Doctor's Netherworld River domain was shattered. Ghost Doctor's expression changed drastically. He had guessed that Iyun was possibly strong, but he never imagined that Iyun's strength would reach such a level. A simple pressing down of his palm made him feel as though he was facing an entire universe. Roar! Ghost Doctor let out a roar as he opened his mouth and spat out a glistening green sphere. Upon seeing the sphere, everyone felt their hearts and minds reverberate. A ghost pearl. This was the Ghost Doctor's ghost pearl, similar to a Fey core. They were the condensation of all the Ghost Warrior's cultivation. Once damaged, the consequences were unimaginable. It was simply because Iyun's strike was too terrifying. Ghost Doctor, who was pushed into a corner, had no choice but to summon his ghost pearl and risk it all. The ghost pearl could even self-destruct. Its self-destruction potency at the Ghost Thearch level was unimaginable. Even a Fey Thearch level Fey beast with the strongest body would be blasted to smithereens if they experienced the self-destruction of such a ghost pearl. The ghost pearl shot straight at Iyun. In a blink of an eye, Iyun's fist that controlled the Heavenly Tao released. He extended his fingers and grabbed the ghost pearl. All the Fey Thearchs had the color in their faces drain when they saw Iyun grab the terrifying ghost pearl in hand. If any one of them were in his shoes, they would not have the guts to do so. Upon seeing this scene, Ghost Doctor was enraged. Iyun was completely disparaging him. He did not dare initiate the self-destruction of the ghost pearl, but he could release all the ghost aura he had accumulated in it for hundreds of thousands of years. He wanted to rob Iyun's life at the cost of damaging his cultivation level. But when Ghost Doctor willed it to happen, his expression changed drastically. He was appalled to discover that his connection with the ghost pearl had been severed. The profound Heavenly Tao laws had formed a Heavenly Tao wall that insulated the pearl from Ghost Doctor's perception. All Ghost Doctor felt was a quaking heart and mind. The ghost pearl was a product of his cultivation, and logically speaking, it was impossible for Iyun to sever his connection to it. But Iyun had really done it. Ghost Doctor felt that his ghost pearl had been thrown into a different timeline and obstructed by time itself. Today was just the continuation of yesterday, making their connection intrinsically tied together. However, regardless what one did today, it did nothing to influence yesterday. His connection with the ghost pearl was identical to such a situation. Iyun's Heavenly Tao had severed all his karmic connections with the ghost pearl. This is yours. Iyun threw out Ghost Doctor's ghost pearl as a green shadow appeared out of thin air. It widened its gaping mouth and devoured the ghost pearl. The green shadow was none other than Poison Demon. Yi Yun had thrown Ghost Doctor's Ghost Pearl to Poison Demon. Poison Demon was ecstatic, for he sensed the terrifying powers contained within the Ghost Pearl. As long as it devoured the pearl, its strength would rise exponentially. I said that your blood will be sacrificed to my Tao. As Yi Yun spoke, he struck down with his fist. Having already condensed the ultimate heavenly Tao laws which gathered from every corner of the world, they began condensing on Ghost Doctor's body. A terrifying power erupted as the world raptured into a complete destruction. Ah! Ghost Doctor let out a crazy scream, but at that moment, his connection to the Ghost Pearl had been nomologically severed by Yi Yun. He had weakened drastically, and as things developed, the gap between his strength and Yi Yun's just widened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1673, Blood of a Ghost Thorch. Chapter 1673, Blood of a Ghost Thorch. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. When Yi Yun only had a single Divine Lord Royal Seal, he was able to defeat Ghost Ming, who was also a Ghost Thorch. And now that Yi Yun's cultivation level was that of a half-step godly monarch, he was completely different from the past. In fact, after Yi Yun refined the myriad form Shura pills, he already had the means to defeat the Luo King and Ghost Doctor. However, he was in Heaven Fei City after all. There was Ruin's Emperor and the two Fei Patriarchs to consider. The shock and awe rendered by the two Fei Patriarchs made Yi Yun hold back. By appearing weaker than he was, he could deal a fatal blow at the critical moment. Previously, apart from Lin Xintong and Shan Ling, no one, even Blood King and Jiang Xiao, knew of Yi Yun's true strength. This also caused Ruin's Emperor to make a horrendous judgment error. He thought he could use the hand of the Luo King to maim Yi Yun during his weakness from transcending the heavenly tribulation. Unbeknown to him, Yi Yun was already unafraid of the threat of the Luo King and Ghost Doctor when he transcended the tribulations. Now that he had transcended the chaos heavenly tribulation, Yi Yun was absolutely fearless. Pang! Under the terrifying nomological blow, Ghost Doctor's body began rapturing. His flesh, blood, and bones fragmented and scattered. Even Ghost Doctor's head was cleaved off. Two soul fires flickered as his long tongue hung out. He was in deep pain. Die! With a tap, Yi Yun directly reached Ghost Doctor's glabella. This strike contained the Tao of destruction that directly annihilated Ghost Doctor's soul mark. The two soul fires at his eyes gradually extinguished. Upon seeing this happen, everyone in Heaven Fei City was astounded. They widened their eyes as their throats twitched. They were left at a loss for words. Yi Yun had killed a Ghost Thorch straight up. The entire battle did not take more than a minute. For a half-step godly monarch to slay a Ghost Thorch and even snatch away his Ghost Pearl, Ghost Doctor was completely within Yi Yun's control from beginning to the end. All his resistance was futile. The difference in strength was massive. Not a single Fei Thorch present had such strength. The strongest among them could at best defeat Ghost Doctor. Killing him would be a fool's dream. And the weaker ones were unlikely to have much of an advantage over Ghost Doctor. That meant that Yi Yun had the ability to kill any one of them. At that moment, even the Ruin's Emperor felt his head buzz. Yi Yun had concealed his strength too well. He had been completely fooled. Even if Yi Yun's strength increased exponentially because of his transcendence of the heavenly tribulation, it was impossible to reach this stage. By inference, it was likely that after he consumed the myriad form Shura pills, or even at the moment he arrived at the Heaven Fei ancient ruins, he already possessed the strength to deal with Fei Thearchs. This was way too terrifying. Who would have imagined that a human junior would possess such terrifying strength? The present Yi Yun had already developed into a powerhouse. Ruin's Emperor believed that he was no match for Yi Yun. Even the Patriarchs might not be able to suppress Yi Yun. It could be said that Yi Yun had already elevated himself to the top echelons of the Chaos Heavens in terms of combat strength. Even if the entire Heaven Fei ancient ruins was placed in front of him, he could face it as an equal. It was fool's talk to force Yi Yun to do anything. Any deals would have to depend on Yi Yun's mood. And this was only just the beginning. In time to come, if Yi Yun continued developing his strength, it would be. Ruin's Emperor did not dare think further. The strongest expert in the Chaos Heavens. Yi Yun would develop himself to become the strongest expert in the Chaos Heavens in the future. That was such a promising future. The thought that he tried to scheme against such a terrifying figure previously left Ruin's Emperor feeling a lingering fear. Thankfully, Ruin's Emperor was careful by nature. He did not try to personally deal with Yi Yun and had simply left Luo King to his machinations by acquiescence. It was unreasonable to wish for the Ruin's Emperor to go out and protect Yi Yun. Therefore, it still appeared that decorum was upheld. At that moment, Yi-Yun extended his hand and grabbed Ghost Doctor's soul body. With his mental imprint destroyed, the soul body had lost its strength. Yi-Yun shattered the soul body and infused the soul fragments into his body. Following that, Poison Demon appeared and widened his jaws. He devoured Ghost Doctor's remnant corpse and soul whole. All that was left was the Ghost Thearka's interspatial ring, which landed in Yi-Yun's hand. Poison Demon was exhilarated. Together with the Ghost Pearl it just devoured, it was equivalent to Poison Demon having swallowed a complete Ghost Tharch. The entire body of a Fey Tharch level Fey beast or Fey plant was a treasure, and naturally, so was a Ghost Thearka's. However, humans and ghosts were different. A Ghost Thearka's corpse was of little use to a human warrior, but to Poison Demon, it was a supreme treasure among supreme treasures. Furthermore, Ghost Doctor cultivated in the poison arts. From the time he embarked on his ghost cultivation, he had researched countless poisons and medicines. All of these had subtly fused into his flesh and blood, and had been refined for tens of millions of years. It could be said that Ghost Doctor's body was a supreme great container of poison. And these poisons were now the possession of Poison Demon. Poison Demon was Yi-Yun's contract beast. A portion of its strength came from Yi-Yun. Originally, after Yi-Yun transcended the Chaos Heavenly Tribulation, Poison Demon had already experienced a drastic increase in strength. Now, with Ghost Doctor's fresh corpse, its strength soared. Master, thank you for giving me new life. Ha 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 ha. Poison Demon laughed maniacally. It began digesting Ghost Doctor's powers. The Ghost Pearl had now become core to Poison Demon. Inside Poison Demon's body, countless green threads stabbed into the Ghost Pearl as they constantly drew its powers. The metamorphosing Poison Demon emitted a terrifying suppressive might. Its looks were originally nothing much to speak of, but at that moment, it was floating in midair, emanating an aura that could suppress that of Ghost Tharch. It was as though he had transformed into a peerless demon god. Upon seeing Poison Demon flaunting his strength, everyone felt despair. Ignoring the fact that Yi-Yun was ridiculously strong, even his contract beast was this powerful? As Fey Thearchs, they might not even be the ugly Poison Demon's match, much less be capable of dealing with Yi-Yun. Furthermore, Yi-Yun had previously summoned the Azure Wood Divine Tree. The tree likely had the strength to match a Fey Tharch as well. For a person to have two Fey Tharch beings under his control, what sort of concept was this? The Heaven Fey Ancient Ruins Patriarchs were powerful, capable of calling upon nearly 20 Fey Thearchs, but they were only their subordinates. They listened to them in name, but in fact, feigned compliance while acting in opposition. But Yi-Yun was different. Yi-Yun had contracted beasts who had full allegiance to him. These were only the trump cards that Yi-Yun had shown. Who knew what his true means were? Rower, your brother. Blood King looked at Yi-Yun, his expression extremely complicated. Back when he summoned Yi-Yun, it was because he was impressed by him. Who knew that Yi-Yun was such a freak? He had planned on helping Yi-Yun because of Jiang Xiaro, but now, from the looks of it, Yi-Yun had no need for his help. For him to help Yi-Yun refine the myriad form Shura pills, it was giving him aid in his time of need before he developed his strength. In a way, he had left Yi-Yun indebted to him. Father, I never imagined Yuner to be this powerful. I thought that with you finding me, my growth has been without setbacks for the past few centuries as my strength grew by leaps and bounds. I thought that none of my peers could match me, but compared to Yuner, I'm still far inferior. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's words, Blood King chuckled ruefully. Don't bring it up. I thought that I was your biggest backer originally. But now from the looks of it, your brother is a stronger backer than me. After cultivating for so many years, paying an immeasurable price for cultivating in the indestructible Killing Tao, and his astounding opportunities in the Tian Yuan world, he had already reached the limits of a warrior. However, he could only lament his inadequacies when compared to Yi-Yun. In time to come, when your brother fully develops his strength, it will be nothing even if you can't be Ruin's Empress, said the Blood King wistfully. Years ago, Blood King did not become Ruin's Emperor and was far from the mark. By being Ruin's Emperor, one gained better cultivation resources. It was obviously an alluring proposition. But the Ruin's Emperor was after all the spokesperson of the two Fey Patriarchs. If the Fey Patriarchs felt that any nurturing was lost on the Ruin's Emperor, they would switch the ruler. How could this be comparable to being Yi-Yun's elder sister? Yi-Yun's future was possibly that of the strongest person in the Chaos Heavens. This status was completely incomparable in honor. Poison Demon emitted his suppressive might for nearly an hour. The phenomenon that appeared could only be said to outdo a Fey Thearka's breakthrough. Ha 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 ha. With the drastic increase in strength, Poison Demon seemed to grow dizzy with success. It was a demon that became delirious with joy to begin with. Now that it felt its strength increase, it was eager to let it all out. Master, are there some old entrails that need killing here? There's no need to trouble yourself with killing them. Let me cripple him. Poison Demon stared at Luo King intently as it revealed a cruel smile. It wished to engage in a massive battle and revel in the delight of delivering its mighty blows. It was also a way to express its loyalty to Yi Yun. Although there was the soul contract in place, making Poison Demon completely loyal to Yi Yun in body and mind, as a servant, Poison Demon had to demonstrate his value. If not, what right did it have to be bestowed with so many goodies? Upon hearing Poison Demon issue the challenge, Luo King's expression turned as black as a wax bottom. He saw Ghost Doctor's death very clearly. Since Yi Yun could kill Ghost Doctor, he naturally could kill him as well. He never imagined that his life would one day be in the hands of a junior. Of course, the Luo King was different from Ghost Doctor. He was an ancient Heaven Fae after all. Yi Yun was unlikely to kill him in Heaven Fae City. I know who you are. Luo King took a deep breath as his eyes shimmered. There was a rumor previously that a Heavenly Dao fragment appeared in the Xianyuan Dune. A few miners that are in the Chaos Crystal business fooled the entire Chaos Heavens to vie for the Heavenly Dao fragment. Eventually, the Heavenly Dao fragment was snatched by a human. I originally thought that the rumor was not to be believed. Now, I have to believe it. That human was you, right? When Luo King said that, everyone was alarmed. Snatched the Heavenly Dao fragment. When they thought back to how Yi Yun had defeated Ghost Doctor, it was as though he was in full control of the Heavenly Dao. It was not impossible that Yi Yun had refined the Heavenly Dao fragment. However, the Heavenly Dao fragment was something only the peerless celestial experts could refine. Apart from them, the Fae, Ghost, and Soul experts could only watch powerless. How did Yi Yun, a human whose cultivation level was merely at the Divine Lord level, manage to refine the Heavenly Dao fragment? That was simply unbelievable. If you think so, Yi Yun looked at Luo King as the corner of his mouth suffused rich killing intent. Very well, he never imagined that Luo King would bite back at him just before his death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1674, Courting Death. Chapter 1674, Courting Death. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun had killed Ghost Doctor without any scruples, but against the Luo King, he needed to take into consideration the ancient Heaven Fae. But now, the Luo King had countered before he even took action. The Heavenly Dao fragment was of great importance. It possessed immense enticement to the Celestials. The Luo King obviously knew this. He was deliberately involving the Celestials. In the Chaos Heavens, the Celestials were supernatural existences. They were much stronger than the Fae, therefore, Yi Yun would end up plagued by the Celestials' pursuit. With good luck, Yi Yun might even be eliminated by the Celestials, an extremely possible outcome for a human. Yi Yun looked at the Luo King and grinned. This grin sent a baffling chill down the Luo King's back. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how you might not have necessarily died. Although it was a might, since you've courted death I will grant it. Yi Yun said those words indifferently, leaving everyone stunned, both in body and mind. This was Heaven Fae City. Yi Yun was planning to kill a Fae the Arch in front of so many experts. Such arrogant words were madness. The Luo King was taken aback before he roared with laughter. His face was flushed red as he laughed maniacally. A Fae the Arch like the Luo King placed great emphasis to his status and reputation. However, once decorum was lost, he didn't care to keep up pretenses. Since he had already offended Yi Yun to an irreconcilable state, there was no way to change Yi Yun's intent to kill regardless of his attitude. Do you think you are invincible because you killed Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor? This is Heaven Fae City. With the two Fae Patriarchs here, you can forget about acting so audaciously. The two Fae Patriarchs in Ruins Emperor Palace were the anchors of the Heaven Fae ancient ruins. With them around, the Luo King would be fine. At worst, he would not leave Heaven Fae City in the future, holding himself in his residence. There was nothing Yi Yun could do. Just as this thought flashed in Luo King's mind, he suddenly saw Yi Yun release horrifying killing intent. Oh! The Luo King felt reverberations through his heart. Was Yi Yun mad? Did he really dare attack? Zhang Luo was not a pushover either. Even if he was not Yi Yun's match, all he needed to do was survive Yi Yun's attacks for a period of time before the two Fae Patriarchs took action. That wasn't too difficult. No matter how powerful Yi Yun was, it was impossible for him to fend off the two Fae Patriarchs. It would be inviting trouble on himself. Although he knew that, the Luo King did not divert any attention. He roared maniacally, his lifeblood boiling and his muscles bulging. A gigantic Heaven Fae totem appeared behind the Luo King. The four divine beast marks, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black turtle, emitted an immense radiance. The Heaven Fei totem formed a world in and of itself which enveloped the Luo King completely. The Luo King knew Yi Yun's strength, therefore, he did not plan on counterattacking. All he needed to do was put his all into defending against Yi Yun's attack. Primordial totem, lifeblood as one. Luo King's body crackled repeatedly as he stimulated the Heaven Fei bloodline in his body. He directly transformed into an ancient Fei. His muscles tore through his clothes as he grew to 30 feet. His firm muscles matched the might of a godly monarch-level weapon. Such a body had obvious defenses. But at the same time, the Luo King lit up a purple mark at his glabella. This was a spiritual numinous treasure he had refined into his soul sea. It protected his soul. The Fei's weaknesses were their lacking spiritual powers and weak laws. However, with this artifact that protected his soul, Luo King had fixed this one flaw. Now, it could be said that he was invulnerable. He refused to believe that Yi Yun could tear through his defense. In fact, at the moment Yi Yun took action, the Luo King had sensed the lifeblood powers of the two Fei patriarchs spewing forth. How could the two patriarchs allow any Fei the Arch to be killed in front of all the citizens of Heaven Fei City? It was best if they lost decorum with Yi Yun. With them joining forces, they could cripple Yi Yun. In fact, it was not difficult for all the Fei Thearchs, including the Ruins Emperor and Fei Patriarchs, to set up an array to trap Yi Yun in Heaven Fei City. The Luo King had such thoughts flash past his mind rapidly, but the maelstrom-like blow he imagined did not appear. Instead, he was blanketed by an indescribable force. A nomological force. The Luo King frowned. He hated nomological forces the most. After Yi Yun refined the Heavenly Tao fragment, he was in control of the Heavenly Tao. In terms of laws, 10,000 Luo Kings were not Yi Yun's match. Now, the Luo King had made his Heaven Fei totem a world in and of itself. Although he had the intention to attack and resist Yi Yun's laws, he focused 99% of his strength on defense. He had no more capacity for anything else. Stop it! At that moment, an ancient, angry roar sounded from the Heaven Fei City's ruins Emperor Palace. Following that, a glaring Heaven Fei totem that shone like the sun appeared out of thin air. Unlike the Fei the Arch totems, this Heaven Fei totem had 5 marks lit up. Even the 6th mark emitted a faint glow. A 5-mark Heaven Fei totem was a chasm many Fei Thearchs in Heaven Fei City could not cross their entire lives. The two Fei Patriarchs were the only ones that possessed 5-mark Heaven Fei totems in Heaven Fei City. At that moment, the Fei Patriarchs had finally taken action. This action rendered the world asunder. All the Fei warriors held their breaths and protected their lifebloods. They were afraid that their bodies would be crushed to paste when the Fei Patriarchs attacked with their peerless might. Junior! Let go of the grudge between you and Jian Luo, and we, the ancient Heaven Fei, can still befriend you. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Fei Patriarch had his reservations against Yi Yun as well. He had the intent to retain Yi Yun, but was also afraid Yi Yun would escape. Once that failed, the grudge would be set in stone. However, he didn't care now that Yi Yun was the one who made the first move. The Fei Patriarch's strike was infused with all his strength. He meant to take Yi Yun down a notch with an opening gambit. However, just as the Fei Patriarch's strike was about to hit Yi Yun vanished. At that instant, the Fei Patriarch felt the worldly laws amass, as though a blob of chaos was before him. Then, Yi Yun vanished. The Fei Patriarch looked up into the sky abruptly. The multiverse rift. The multiverse rift in the sky had not disappeared yet. Yi Yun had used his astounding power to transport himself there. It didn't matter if that was all he did. It would only signify that Yi Yun had escaped. However, he actually brought Jiang Luo with him. In order to resist Yi Yun's attack, Jiang Luo had converged all his strength into his body, spreading it through his bones, flesh, blood, and soul. It was to resist Yi Yun's blow and hold out till the Fei Patriarch rescued him. However, Yi Yun had decided to meet trick with trick. He had teleported Jiang Luo, including the space around him, away. Jiang Luo, who had focused on defense, had no way of resisting Yi Yun's move, nor did he expect it. It was just like a turtle who had retracted its head and limbs. It would be difficult cracking its shell, but moving it was a lot easier. With a momentary daze, the Luo King felt massive forces sweep over. He attempted to resist it, but he felt like a leaf in a stormy hurricane. He was completely helpless. By the time he tore out of Yi Yun's nomological restraints, he realized that he was already within the multiverse rift. Surrounding him was nothing but the void. He could not even sense an inkling of the chaos heavens. He stood alone in space, facing one person, Yi Yun. All of this took seconds. In the first second, he was still taunting Yi Yun, but the next second, he found himself standing in empty space facing Yi Yun. The vicissitudes of the development made the Luo King's expression extremely interesting. Now, he looked as though his parents had just died. Especially when he swept his perception around him. He could not sense even a shadow of the two Fey Patriarchs' lifeblood powers. Yi Yun's laws were outstanding to begin with. In the multiverse rift where laws were in disarray, it was simple for him to conceal their location. With this in mind, the Luo King began to break out into cold sweat. Yi Yun smiled at the Luo King and said, "What were you saying just now? I didn't catch you. Why don't you repeat it?" Luo King. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins of the Chaos Heavens, everyone looked up agape at the multiverse rift in the sky. Heaven Fey City's two Fey Patriarch were named Grand Primordium and Grand Supremum. The one who had attacked was Fey Patriarch Grand Primordium. However, before his strike connected, Yi Yun had openly left the Chaos Heavens, snagging a Fey the Arch and passing with him. Despite the appearance of the two Fey Patriarchs, they had failed to ensure the safety of a Fey the Arch. If this spread, it would make the other races laugh their heads off. High above the sky, Grand Primordium wore a nasty expression. He had lived for eons and once had nature at his beck and call. And in the recent tens of millions of years, he had not taken action personally. After tens of millions of years of silence, he had finally taken action, yet, under the watchful eyes of the countless residents of Heaven Fey City, he ended up being tricked by a human. It was extremely insulting. He phased away and appeared at the multiverse rift. With another flash, he flew in. However, the moment he entered the multiverse rift, he found it devoid of anything. He spread out his perception in search of Yi Yun and the Luo King, but was like searching a needle in a haystack. He found nothing. He had already expected such a situation. With Yi Yun's strength and nomological insight, it was easy for him to conceal two people in the massive multiverse rift. Furthermore, it was possible that Yi Yun was billions of miles away with the Luo King. Grand Primordium flew back into the Chaos Heavens with a gloomy expression. At that moment, all the Fey warriors looked at him unblinkingly, waiting for him to say something. Being the focus of attention made Grand Primordium so depressed that he nearly vomited blood. He had been the focus of attention countless times throughout his entire life. He was already sick of such adoration and focus and had decided to take a step back to allow the Ruins Emperor to handle matters. Who knew that after all these years of reclusion, he would be the focus of attention again in such a manner? He was completely embarrassed. In fact, Yi Yun was hiding with Zhang Luo. Searching was harder than hiding to begin with, so it was nothing odd even if Grand Primordium failed to find them. However, his people did not think so. All they could see was that Grand Primordium had been outmatched by Yi Yun. The strongest Fey had lost to a human junior. The blow to the Fey's confidence was obvious. If this matter spread around, the ancient Heaven Fey would probably become a laughingstock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1675, Luo King's Death. Chapter 1675, Luo King's Death. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Bam! In the multiverse rift, a divine beam flashed. The terrifying Yuan Qi blast swept in every direction like a tsunami, but as there was not a shred of Yuan Qi in the space between the multiverse, the terrifying Yuan Qi fluctuation quickly vanished. If this were the Chaos Heavens, such a Yuan Qi blast could have extended out for tens of thousands of kilometers, or even more. But here, the Yuan Qi blast was like a tsunami that had met large swaths of sponges that rapidly absorbed the shockwave. After traveling just dozens of kilometers, the Yuan Qi blast was fully attenuated. The space between the multiverse was absolutely still. No matter how much of a stir one caused, it did not lead to anything. Even a Fey the Arch would feel despair when trapped in such a world. At that moment, the Luo King was covered in injuries, all thanks to Yi Yun. He was slightly better than Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor since he had an ancient Heaven Fey body and had the Heaven Fey totem protecting him. In terms of defense, he was practically flawless. Unfortunately, he was facing Yi Yun. Having formidable defenses only meant that he was resistant to being beaten. That placed him in a situation worse than Ghost Doctor. His flesh ruptured from the barrage of attacks Yi Yun dealt him. His bones fractured and his severed meridians were a mess. Originally, with the Luo King's powerful body, he could heal from those wounds in 5 minutes. However, why would Yi Yun give him that opportunity? What was healed slightly ended up being broken more thoroughly. With that, the Luo King was already reeling in despair. He knew that there was no way he could escape the calamity that had befallen him that day. He never expected that he would one day be finished by a human junior despite having reigned supreme his entire life and having supernatural standing and power thanks to his conferment as king. Furthermore, he would be dying in such an aggrieved manner. Poison Demon, I'll leave the rest to you. Ian opened the green urn and Poison Demon's claws shot out from it. The moment Poison Demon appeared, it smiled sinisterly at the Luo King. In fact, devouring the Luo King had little effect on Poison Demon. After all, the Luo King cultivated in orthodox Fey martial techniques that had little appeal to Poison Demon. Only the Luo King's Fey core provided any significant sustenance. And this Fey core was also of little use to Yi Yun. He wished for Poison Demon to devour the Luo King only to deliver a more painful death to him. He naturally showed no mercy to someone who repeatedly attempted to kill him. At that moment, the Luo King felt his scalp tingle. He had seen the scene of Ghost Doctor being devoured very clearly. To be devoured by such a heretic creature despite his standing was 10 times more horrifying than death. Dream on! The Luo King roared as he charged straight for Poison Demon. He did not charge towards Yi Yun, instead, he went for Poison Demon. At that instant, Yi Yun knew that he was about to self-destruct. It was impossible for him to kill Yi Yun with a self-destruction, but it was a lot easier killing Poison Demon. His blast would likely wipe out Poison Demon. Poison Demon was alarmed. It thought it could put on a good show after Yi Yun summoned it out, but there was nothing it could do when the other party was suicidal. Its life was still of great worth, and it wished to continue on and enjoy the luxuries of life, while staying loyal to Yi Yun. Master! Poison Demon could not desert, so all it could do was plead for Yi Yun's help. Yi Yun was not flustered with regards to Luo King's suicidal strike. With a thought, Yuan Qi stirred through his body. Explode! Yi Yun roared as the flying Luo King's body quaked. Instantly, he felt countless blasts of wanton energy erupt from his body. It was the power of lightning and fire. Following that, the Luo King's already wretched meridians, flesh and blood, suffered damage and destruction once more. He immediately felt a chill. He knew this situation very well because his grandson had been experiencing it for weeks. Back then, Jiang Yuchan had been in the same situation. And now, Yi Yun's strength had risen significantly. He could use the same means on the Luo King now. The instantaneous eruption of lightning and fire interrupted the flow of the Luo King's lifeblood powers. Simultaneously, Yi Yun appeared instantly in front of the Luo King like a ghost before throwing a punch. Bam! The Luo King's body quaked as his organs were shattered by Yi Yun. As for Poison Demon, it had already opened its gaping mouth. At that moment, Jiang Luo felt despair and indignation, but there was no turning back. His life of glory had eventually led to such a tragic drawing of curtains. The Luo King was dead. Yi Yun watched the blood splatter in space as he took a deep breath. From today on, he already had the peak strength needed to control a world. Meanwhile in Heaven Face City, the crowd had not dispersed. People were waiting to see how the two patriarchs dealt with the face-smacking turn of events. The situation was extremely awkward. The two Fey patriarchs, as well as the Ruins Emperor, were in irrevocably committed situations. Who knew that the transcending of a heavenly tribulation by a human junior would develop into such a situation? Blood King. If anything were to happen to the Luo King, the responsibility is all yours. You colluded with a human to eliminate your opponent. A Fey the Arch spoke out. As a newly advanced Fey the Arch, Blood King's return meant that he had received a share of the pie which others used to enjoy. That caused him to offend quite a number of people. As an old Fey the Arch, the Luo King had a much wider circle of acquaintances. Now, there were naturally Fey Thearchs who spoke in favor of the Luo King. Due to Yi Yun's actions, the Blood King and Jiang Xiaro were placed front and center. However, the Blood King thought nothing of it. His only worry at present was Jiang Xiaro, but Yi Yun could provide her with enough care in the future. As for himself, he was a Fey the Arch. There was no one he needed to fear. Every Fey the Arch was fundamental to Heaven Face City. The two patriarchs had tried their best to protect Luo King, but failed. It was their own fault, so how could they vent their frustrations on the Blood King? How would that be possible? Just as a few Fey Thearchs were denouncing the Blood King, there was a surge of wind high in the sky. The multiverse rift quaked open once again. A black figure appeared out of thin air the next moment. The person was none other than Yi Yun. Yi Yun still dared to return. All the Fey Thearchs who had denounced the Blood King instantly shut up. They did not dare say a word. The Luo King was a message to those who would cross Yi Yun. Considering how Heaven Face City failed to save the life of a Fey the Arch, who dared offend Yi Yun? It would only mean that one was sick of living. Where's Jiang Luo? Elder Grand Primordium asked coldly. He's dead, Yi Yun replied calmly. He had returned because he had matters to deal with. Good, very good. Elder Grand Primordium raged inwardly. Yi Yun was showing no fear towards him. He was certain that Heaven Face City could do nothing to him. And worst of all, it was true that Heaven Face City could no longer stop him. Ignoring Yi Yun's combat strength, just his ability to leave was unstoppable. He had been able to take a Fei the Arch with him previously, much less himself alone. Therefore, Yi Yun dared to return. He still returned despite having killed a Fei the Arch. Seeing such a development, the warriors in Heaven Face City lamented their inadequacies. Yi Yun was just too strong. This was the outcome one yearned for in Cultivation. To kill two powerful Fei Thearchs in a day, ignoring the two patriarchs of Heaven Face City, all done at such a young age was truly the pinnacle of one's life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1676 Smacking Faces Through His Capabilities. Chapter 1676 Smacking Faces Through His Capabilities. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Patriarchs, I do not have any intention of making the ancient Heaven Fei my enemy. The Luo King and I had a private grudge, and returning eye for eye is perfectly justified, isn't that so? Yi Yun said with a smile. The two patriarchs, Grand Supremum and Grand Primordium, remained silent. They didn't wish to say a word either. Their faces have been figuratively smacked so badly that they could not afford to mar their reputation further. As the spokesperson of the two patriarchs, Ruins Emperor Jiang Zhozhu had no choice but to fly out of the Ruins Emperor Palace and face Yi Yun. Upon seeing this human junior, Jiang Zhozhu felt conflicted. Just days ago, he had looked down upon Yi Yun from a domineering position. Back then, he even believed that Yi Yun was being too sensational by bringing attention to himself. It was like a child carrying gold in a busy city. Without sufficient strength, he had showcased the myriad form Shura pills and even attempted to negotiate with the ancient Heaven Fei. It was utterly foolish. But now, he had to look up to Yi Yun. Even he was no match for Yi Yun. This was still with Yi Yun not being a godly monarch. He would only be more terrifying if he broke through. What do you want? Jiang Zhozhu knew that for Yi Yun to return after killing Jian Luo, he naturally had matters to discuss. Your Majesty, I'm still interested in the myriad form Shura pills you mentioned. Back when Jiang Zhozhu summoned Yi Yun, he had offered to provide the materials for Yi Yun to refine the myriad form Shura pills. After the pills were formed, they would be split proportionately. This suggestion could be said to be win-win. Yi Yun originally did not have much need for myriad form Shura pills after his first consumption, but now, Yi Yun's cultivation level had reached the half-step godly monarch realm. His body had undergone the catharsis of the Chaos Heaven's heavenly tribulation, and he was in need of large amounts of energy to consolidate his foundation. If he could consume enough myriad form Shura pills, he would greatly shorten the process. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Ruin's Emperor wore an ugly expression. Yi Yun had just killed Luo King, but he was completely ignoring the matter and instead negotiated with the ancient Heaven Fei so openly and brazenly. Sadly, the Ruin's Emperor did have the intention to keep Yi Yun behind to refine the pills. If that happened, he had the slim chance of becoming the third patriarch of the ancient Heaven Fei. The Luo King's death only served to embarrass the ancient Heaven Fei. To make the Ruin's Emperor really hate Yi Yun to the death would be a joke. He did not have any deep ties with the Luo King. His death meant little to him. Yi Yun had naturally pinpointed this. He said via a voice transmission, I can keep the pill refinement a secret. The warriors of Heaven Face City will not know of it, nor will it embarrass you. Your Majesty and Patriarchs, what say you? Yi Yun would appear to leave the ancient Heaven Fei on the surface, or at the very least, vanish from everyone's sights to prevent the ancient Heaven Fei from being put in a difficult position. The Ruins Emperor remained silent for a long while before asking with a voice transmission, what percentage of the pills do you want? 30%. It isn't much. After my breakthrough, the quality of the refined pills would far exceed the previous batch. 30% won't do. You just killed Jiang Luo. Do you think we, the ancient Heaven Fei, are pushovers? Do you think there's no price to pay for killing Jian Luo? Ruin's Emperor said coldly. Yi Yun had originally negotiated for 10% early on, but now, he was adding another 20%. I will not compromise on 30%, or we can forget about it. I'm not adamant on having the myriad form Shura pills. Yi Yun was firm. Jiang Luo exposed my identity, hoping for the Celestials to pursue me. My killing of him is only right. Do you really believe that I should swallow insult before your ancient Heaven Fei and allow myself to be schemed against? Yi Yun's words stunned Jiang Zhozhu. Yi Yun was right. As the ancient Heaven Fae was too powerful, they were already accustomed to being in command. They were used to other factions yielding and compromising. Once one showed any intention to disobey, they would be met with the swift retribution and repression from the ancient Heaven Fae. But Yi Yun alone was able to stand equal to the ancient Heaven Fae. His future was without limit. Why should such a terrifying powerhouse yield to the ancient Heaven Fae? To put it bluntly, why did he need to apologize when he had smacked faces through his own capabilities? Zhang Zhouju did not say a word. He looked squarely at Yi Yun, who represented a terrifying power, a human that the ancient Heaven Fae could not afford to offend. He even dared to be at odds with the Celestials, much less the ancient Heaven Fae. Just as the Ruins Emperor was about to say something, Patriarch Grand Supremum's voice sounded in his ear. If it's 30%, so be it. However, he needs to swear on the Heavenly Tao that he must not be at odds with the Fae if we do not cross him. If he's agreeable to it, I'm agreeable to letting Jiang Xiaro become Crown Princess. Upon hearing Patriarch Grand Supremum's words, Ruins Emperor sighed inwardly. He was destined to abdicate the throne. As for Jiang Xiaro, just her status as Yi Yun's elder sister made her the next Ruins Empress designate. This sounded incredulous, but Yi Yun was worth that much. The two patriarchs thought highly of Yi Yun, and even if he had the Celestials as his enemy, they believed that he had a high chance of developing his strength. By the time Yi Yun became a godly monarch, it would be difficult to deepen their ties with Yi Yun. Yi Yun could very well become a powerful being just like human Emperor Lin Ming from ancient times. In contrast, the death of a single Luo King was nothing. Ruins Emperor frankly passed on the two patriarchs' conditions, to which Yi Yun agreed easily. Deal. Signing a contract with the Fae was something that had been agreed upon previously. Regardless, Jiang Xiaoro's roots were with the Fae. Yi Yun naturally did not wish to make them his enemy. As for the two Fae patriarchs' agreement to make Jiang Xiaoro Ruins Empress, it was with the intent to make Yi Yun help the Fae in the future. It was considered a strategy placed in open daylight, one that Yi Yun was happy to see take place. I'll refine the pills 3 days later. Yi Yun flew off after transmitting his sentence via a Yuan Qi voice transmission. He was not suited to appear in public in Heaven Fae City, or the Heaven Fae City's imperial household would be utterly shamed. Many warriors remained silent in shock even when Yi Yun vanished into the horizon. In 15 minutes, he had killed a Ghost the Arch and a Fae the Arch. It was just too terrifying. It could be imagined that in days, Yi Yun's name would spread throughout the Chaos Heavens through various channels. Together with the matter of him refining a Heavenly Tao fragment in the Xianyuan Dune, Yi Yun would be pushed to the forefront of the Chaos Heavens. Of course, being at the cusp of the news would mean that numerous factions, especially the Celestial faction, would target him. The news proliferated like a storm. Many factions in the Chaos Heavens focused on intelligence. They had created several long-distance array formations which were specially used for the transmission of information. Although the Chaos Heavens was immensely extensive, in just half a day, the various top factions learned that Yi Yun had the stunning accolade of slaying 2 godly monarch-leveled figures. And a day later, the smaller factions learned of it. Following that, ordinary warriors began to learn of it bit by bit. In time, news of Yi Yun was scoured by the various intelligence factions. They even knew that Yi Yun's first appearance was in the Taixia Ancient Mining. Back then, he was heavily injured and his strength was far inferior to what it was now. However, the growth of his strength was astonishing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1677, A Fae Thearch's Wealth. Chapter 1677, A Fae Thearch's Wealth. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Xinyue Nation was an ancient human country situated in the Chaos Heavens. It had tens of millions of years of history and its territory spanned tens of millions of kilometers. It was considered a stable, if average, faction. In the Chaos Heavens, factions like the Xinyue Nation were innumerable. Typically, few intelligence organizations would pay notice to this nation. Northwest of the Xinyue Nation was a mountain range that extended for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was filled with primordial forests in which lived venomous worms, places that were devoid of human life. This day, a man and 3 women flew to a spot above the nameless forest. Sweeping the area with his perception, the man checked the surrounding situation. This shall be it. The person who spoke was none other than Yi Yun. The women with him were Ling Xintong, Jiang Xiaro, and Shan Ling. After leaving the ancient Heaven Fae, Yi Yun had been searching for a land for his seclusion, firstly to continue refining myriad-form Shura pills and secondly, to cultivation in seclusion. The Heaven Fae City would be good, but Yi Yun was facing the possible pursuit of the Celestials. To further use the ancestor god's blood to refine pills in Heaven Fae City would only be outright provocation against the Celestials. The ancient Heaven Fae would not be able to withstand the wrath of the Celestials. The mountain range he chose was far inferior to the Heaven Fae City's array core in terms of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. However, the lack of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi did not concern Yi Yun. The ancient Heaven Fae had provided him with sufficient chaos crystals and array formations to make up for that. This shall be it. Jiang Xiaoro nodded. Yi Yun had brought her along with him when he left the ancient Heaven Fae. Regardless, his strength was the key to everything. To put it bluntly, the contest for the crown was merely a contest for resources. And now, the myriad form Shura pills that Yi Yun was about to refine were the best kind of resource. In a relatively long period of time in the near future, Yi Yun would choose to enter seclusion. Jiang Xiaoro naturally had to use this time to enter seclusion with him, so as to evolve her bloodline. Yi Yun took out a disc array and casually set up a massive array. Instantly, hundreds of kilometers of the mountain range was enveloped within the array. With Yi Yun's present nomological insight, even a godly monarch would fail to notice anything off about the forest even if they were standing right there. Yi Yun selected an inconspicuous mountain and dug open a cave abode that was well facilitated within its belly. The cave abode had dozens of chambers of varying sizes. The biggest one was made Yi Yun's alchemy lab. Connected to the alchemy lab was Yi Yun's and Lin Xintong's master bedroom. Beside the master bedroom was Shan Ling's room. Yi Yun's seclusion wouldn't be that short, so Shan Ling's presence would help tend to Yi Yun's and Lin Xintong's daily life and deal with some miscellaneous matters. Yi Yun took out the ascending dragon cauldron and placed it right in the middle of the alchemy lab. Ever since he left the ancient Heaven Fae, Yi Yun had taken with him all the materials needed to refine the myriad form Shura pills. Since he had sworn on the heavenly Tao, the ancient Heaven Fae were not afraid that Yi Yun would misappropriate the pills. The price of going against his oath was just too much for a warrior like Yi Yun who had an unlimited future ahead of him. It was not worth it just to take the remaining percentage of the pills. When he placed the alchemical materials in front of him, Yi Yun sighed at how deep the ancient Heaven Fae's heritage went. A super faction that had existed for billions of years had reserves that were stunning. Just the Fae cores of a powerful Fae numbered 6. Each one had a quality that far exceeded the one Yi Yun bought at the auction. As for the valuable herbs such as Flying Cloud's flowing flower, them being 1,000,000 years old was just the beginning. With these materials, the quality of the cauldron of pills would be greatly enhanced. But now, Yi Yun was not in a hurry to begin the pill refinement. Instead, he took out 2 interspatial rings. They were the rings left behind by Luo King and Ghost Doctor after their deaths. The heritage of 2 godly monarch level figures. This was of timely assistance to the presently poor Yi Yun. His perception delved deep into the Luo King's interspatial ring and took out the items one by one. The Luo King was an old Fae the Arch among the ancient Heaven Fae. He had accumulated his wealth for years, so it was immense. Inside the interspatial ring, just the chaos crystals alone numbered 30,000. Back when Yi Yun refined the first cauldron of myriad form Shura pills, he had sought the Blood King's help. All the Blood King could do was produce a few thousand chaos crystals. The rest was obtained from a mortgage of the Treasure Fae Pagoda. Apart from the chaos crystals, there were all sorts of Fae cultivation manuals that numbered more than 100. Yi Yun had no use for them and handed them to Jiang Xiaoro. The Luo King's cultivation manuals mostly came from the ancient Heaven Fae. Although Jiang Xiaoro had read them previously, the Luo King had left behind his annotations and thoughts in the manuals. These notes was considered secrets that no Fae the Arch would impart easily. Jiang Xiaoro already had the Blood King as her teacher, and now, she had the addition of the Luo King. As she studied the insights of the 2 Fae thearchs, Jiang Xiaoro resolved some of the questions that plagued her in the past. Shan Ling, who was also a Fae, enjoyed the benefits as well. Just a sampling of the manuals benefited her greatly. After the manuals were all sorts of pills, natural treasures, as well as artifacts. Yi Yun found several Fae bones, Fae cores, and Fae blood in one of the Luo King's chest. The Luo King also had a Fae the Arch level Fae core. Yi Yun was about to enter seclusion, therefore, these items were of great use. As for Ghost Doctor, he was a lot poorer than the Luo King. As a Ghost Doctor, he earned a lot, but his expenditure was great due to his research of all kinds of mystical medicines. Ghost Doctor's interspatial ring only had 8,000 chaos crystals. However, Yi Yun found many exclusive mystic medicines, and a large number of books on alchemy and medicine. Just the notebooks which Ghost Doctor wrote personally numbered more than 10. These things were even more detailed and comprehensive than the Divine Alchemist's notebook that Yi Yun had received previously. With Yi Yun's foundation, all he needed to do was spend some time reading the material, and his alchemical skills would quickly improve. In Yi Yun's eyes, the items left behind by the Ghost Doctor were even more valuable than what the Luo King had. After tidying up everything, Yi Yun began his pill refinement in seclusion. For this pill refinement, the ancient Heaven Fae provided 15,000 chaos crystals and a spirit gathering array. Now, Yi Yun shattered all the 15,000 chaos crystals and created an array core environment in the middle of the spirit gathering array. Heaven Earth Yuan Qi appeared and instantly condensed into a spirit fountain within Yi Yun's alchemy lab. This was quite an extravagant act. With everything in place, Yi Yun's pill refinement process was extremely smooth. In half a year, he refined 6 cauldrons of myriad form Shura pills. Every cauldron created phenomena that was more alarming than the one back in Heaven Fae City. However, it was all suppressed by Yi Yun using an array formation. The 6 cauldrons of pills made for a total of 72 pills. According to the agreement, Yi Yun took 22 of them. Out of the 22, Zhang Xiaoro received 4 and the 9 transformation celestial silkworm received 2. The remaining 16 were used by Yi Yun to consolidate his lifeblood, in preparation for him to make his breakthrough to the godly monarch realm. Yi Yun looked forward to the godly monarch realm. He had no idea how strong he would be once he attained it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1678 800 Years. Chapter 1678 100 Years. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Spring passed, summer went by, and autumn came. At Yi Yun's realm, it was nothing odd for him to seclude himself in cultivation for centuries. For the 2 patriarchs of Heaven Fae City, it was quite common for their seclusions to use units of 10,000 years. Yi Yun was undergoing one of the longest seclusions of his life. He did not keep track of time, only being aware that the moist mud walls of the cave he was in had turned dry with time. Later on, due to the nourishing of the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, the sand gradually turned into chaos ores. Yi Yun's cave abode had already turned crystalline and would soon turn into a tiny mineral vein. In the future, Yi Yun would leave behind some array formations and incomplete manuals here when he left. Then, far into the future, this cave abode would turn into a land of opportunity. Perhaps tens of thousands of years later, someone would find this place by chance and inherit Yi Yun's heritage. Although the items he left would be trivial to him, it was enough to improve the conditions of some poor geniuses. Years ago, Yi Yun had developed his strength bit by bit in the same way. During the seclusion, Yi Yun and Zhang Xiaoro naturally did not undergo much change. However, Lin Xintong was different. As she cultivated in the grand reincarnation technique, her originally 15-year-old appearance had matured into that of a tall, elegant lady. After continuous cultivation, Yi Yun internalized all 16 myriad form Shura pills. The energies in him reached a peak state as his foundation and laws turned completely robust. However, he was still at the half-step godly monarch realm. It was not easy, even for Yi Yun, to break the shackles that prevented a human from attaining godhood. Yi Yun, you have spent about 100 years in seclusion. Bai Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Yun's soul sea. Has it been 100 years? Time sure passes quickly. Yi Yun took a deep breath as he stood up from a meditative position. After Yi Yun made the heavenly Tao a part of him, his understanding of the heavenly Tao had been enhanced. He had fully blocked the tracing mark the ancestor god had left in him. For now, he was still safe. As such, Yi Yun did not wish to exit seclusion for the time being. If he left, he had to face the pursuit of the Chaos Heaven Celestials. Sis Xiaoro, the deadline of my agreement with the ancient Heaven Fae is approaching. You will have to go and take the myriad form Shura pills back with you, Yi Yun said to Zhang Xiaoro. All right, Yuner. Zhang Xiaoro nodded. Having been in seclusion for so long, her strength had long improved. Now, it was not a given that an expert from the older generation like Rain Numinous could defeat her easily. Zhang Xiaoro stored away the 50 myriad form Shura pills, and just as she was about to leave the cave abode, Yi Yun's heart palpitated. He looked up and over, sending his senses through the cave abode when he saw a group of human warriors flying through his array formation. The group of people wore luxurious but damaged clothes. They were injured and they looked rather pathetic. Their cultivation levels weren't high and they were even fleeing without any direction in mind. Naturally, they had no way to detect the array formation which Yi Yun had set up. Imperial Uncle, how's your injury? We can't keep escaping. Why don't we hide here? If we set up a convergence array and fool them, we can go west and escape into the Great West Nation, a youth wearing a robe embroidered with a python said. He wore a crown and although he wasn't old, he already had an air of supremacy. The person he was speaking to was a long-faced middle-aged man. His face was darkened and his aura weak. Apparently, his body was plagued by demonic auras. Imperial Uncle? Yi Yun was taken aback. This fleeing group was from the royal family? On careful thought, when Yi Yun chose the nameless mountain range to build his cave abode, he had a vague idea that it was part of the Taiwan nation's territory. He swept with his perception and indeed, he found a dark golden token on the youth's waist. On it were the words Taiwei. Could these people be the Taiwan nation's royal family? As he looked at the crown on the youth's head, even if he wasn't a king, he was likely a crown prince. Although the Taiwan nation wasn't a strong nation, it definitely had the immense heritage to establish itself in the chaos heavens. Typically, such a dynasty could last tens to hundreds of thousands of years without a problem. Now, from the looks of it, the crown prince and imperial uncle were being pursued like wretches. It was likely that the Taiwan nation was on the brink of collapsing. What happened to this faction that should have continued on for a long period of time? Yi Yun was intrigued, but he wasn't planning on being a busybody. The changing of dynasties was extremely normal. There was nothing right or wrong, just a conflict between interests. However, when Yi Yun continued radiating his perception outwards, he was astounded. He saw demonic servants. Large numbers of demonic servants were flying over from afar like locusts. It was an uncountable number. The Celestials' demonic servants? Yi Yun was taken aback. The Celestials had a low population, and although they reigned supreme in the chaos heavens, it was rare to actually see a Celestial. Typically, the Celestials would send demonic servants to complete anything they wanted. The number of celestial demonic servants was terrifying. It was something no race could compare with. Although the demonic servants were powerful, the Taiwan nation was a human kingdom. Why would they destroy a human kingdom? Yi Yun knitted his brows slightly. The Celestials had power over the chaos heavens, but they did not take the initiative to annihilate other races. In fact, although there was animosity among the various races in the chaos heavens, all of them avoided battle, for no one could bear the consequences of war. No matter how powerful the Celestials were, they would be in for a tragedy if they infuriated everyone else and caused the other races to join forces against them. Yi Yun would not have found it odd if the Taiwan nation had been wiped out by a human faction. However, there was something amiss about the situation if they were being pursued by demonic servants. With this suspicion in mind, Yi Yun spread out his perception further. From the direction the demonic servants came from, Yi Yun saw numerous destroyed cities. The demonic servants had left a path of destruction in their wake. Had the Celestials declared war on the humans? At that moment, the people from the Taiwan nation also sensed that the demonic servants were chasing right behind them. The middle-aged man, who was addressed as Imperial Uncle, wore a rueful expression as he said, "I can't last much longer. Leave first. I'll stay behind. Perhaps, I can still stall for some time." "Imperial Uncle, you mustn't do so. Even if we need to stall for time, I should be the one doing it. I'm our country's crown prince. I'm already a good-for-nothing who has failed to protect my people. I should be the one stepping forward at this time," said the crown prince seriously. "No, you still have many citizens stored within your body's world. They as well as you are the seeds of our Taiwan nation. You have to escape." The middle-aged man's face suddenly had an abnormal ruddiness to it as his aura suddenly rose. He obviously planned on making an internecine sacrifice. The crown prince and company wore looks of anguish. They had already sacrificed too much to escape this far. And at that moment, they could see a large swath of black clouds far into the distance that nearly blotted out half the sky. It was no cloud, but demonic servants. Upon seeing so many demonic servants, the hearts of the Taiwan nation royal family sank. Even if the middle-aged man rushed over and self-destructed, it would be nothing more than a spark. It would not be of any help. The middle-aged man said with a look of grief, "I suppose our Taiwan nation will be completely destroyed today." At that moment, they suddenly felt the space around them warp. An array formation? Following that, they saw a huge green demon appear in the air. Their expressions changed drastically as the behemoth's aura was terrifying. When did their Taiwan nation ever have such a demonic behemoth? It did not seem to be associated with the demonic servants due to its completely different aura. They never expected that their blind escape would end up with them entering a demon's array formation. Whatever. Rather than die at the hands of demonic servants, I'd rather feed this demon, the middle-aged man said with a sigh. But immediately, they realized that the demon did not even spare them a glance when it appeared. Instead, it turned towards the demonic servants in excitement. "Ha ha ha ha. Let me have a face-off with all of you." Poison Demon bared its fangs and swiped its claws as it charged towards the demonic servants. Dense power blasted out from Poison Demon as it widened its mouth and devoured a huge swath of demonic servants. In front of it, the demonic servants were unable to put up any resistance. Poison Demon was excited. During the battle between Yi Yun and the Luo King, it had failed to contribute much. For that, Poison Demon brooded and was eager to find an opportunity to prove itself. Now, although it was facing demonic servants of low caliber, the numbers were terrifying. To wipe them all out was not a simple task. Of course, only something of difficulty accentuated its value. At that moment, Poison Demon widened its mouth as an aura that resembled hell emanated and enveloped the demonic servants in layers. It was already an independent world that no demonic servant was capable of escaping. Eat. 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 Poison Demon's body rapidly swelled like a huge toad that jumped into a pit of worms. The ferocious demonic servants had no means of resisting. Outside Poison Demon's barrier, the Taiyuan Nation warriors were in a daze. What sort of monster was the fellow who suddenly appeared? It was too powerful. They knew that among the demonic servants, a number of them were demonic generals, which even royal sealed divine lords did not have an advantage over. And at that moment, all they felt was a sudden change in scenery. The lush primordial forest and mountains vanished. Even the carnage between the demon and the demonic servants was gone. For some baffling reason, they had been sent into a spacious cave. It was dark and quiet, a place rich in heaven-earth yuan qi. The surrounding stone pillars were lined with chaos ores, but they had no idea where they were. At that moment, a black-robed youth appeared in front of the crowd. They failed to sense any yuan qi fluctuations from him, as though he was immortal. But for some reason, they felt like they were facing the expansive cosmos when facing him. He was so enigmatic that he left people fearful and reverent. The black-robed youth was none other than Yi Yun. He did not mind exposing his cave abode. After all, with so many demonic servants dead, he could no longer stay in the Taiyuan Nation. The middle-aged man was enlightened as he immediately bowed down. "Senior, thank you for saving my life. I'm Taiyuan Kuan. There's no need." Yi Yun waved his hand indifferently. "Tell me what happened. Why did the Celestials invade your Taiyuan Nation? It did nothing to deserve the Celestials' action against it, right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1679, Unforeseen Circumstances. Chapter 1679, Unforeseen Circumstances. Senior, you are absolutely right. To the Celestials, my Taiyuan Nation is nothing. Taiyuan Kuan remained prostrated. Behind him were the Taiyuan Nation's crown prince and subjects who also prostrated themselves. The ones who destroyed my Taiyuan Nation are the demonic servants, not the Celestials. In fact, having lived all these years, I have yet to see a Celestial. Actually, it's nothing new for demonic servants to destroy human nations. The earliest instant was 3 decades ago. A human nation stronger than my Taiyuan Nation named the South Court Dynasty was annihilated overnight. The cities were reduced to ruins and the death toll innumerable. Back then, the lord of the South Court Dynasty had a half-step godly monarch cultivation level, but he failed to cause so much as a stir in the cataclysm his dynasty faced. He died instantly and did not even leave behind a corpse. Thinking back to the South Court Dynasty's final fate, the middle-aged man empathized with them, for they were now in the same boat. In the 2 to 3 decades after the South Court Dynasty, there were several human factions of ordinary sizes that were massacred. Later on, the calamity of the demonic servants broke out in my Taiyuan Nation. The old king died in battle and, with what I had left in my old life, I lived an abject existence. I risked death to take the crown prince and a few young princes and princesses away to escape the royal capital. We have no intention to re-establish our nation, only to leave behind some survivors of our Taiyuan Nation's royalty." When the middle-aged man said that, he wore a painful expression. Although it was a deep-seated grudge, exacting revenge was just too difficult. Yi Yun frowned slightly when he heard that. Have the Celestials declared war against the humans? No, the middle-aged man shook his head. Since war isn't being waged, why are the demonic servants under the Celestials acting so wantonly by invading human territory? Are the human experts going to watch this happen without batting an eyelid? I'm of inferior standing, so I do not know the full picture. All I've heard are rumors. It's said that the Celestial have control over the godly monarch-level mighty figures of various races. It's not only limited to us humans. The numbers controlled are massive, as though they are plotting something. Godly monarchs are being controlled. Yi Yun was alarmed. Regardless of the race, godly monarchs were pinnacle existences. How could they be that easily controlled? It wasn't a surprise if the Celestials controlled a few godly monarch figures, but to have many controlled was odd. How could the experts of other races sit passively awaiting their end? If the Celestials were overly domineering, it was very likely for all the races in the Chaos Heavens to revolt together. Do you know what means the Celestials are using to control the godly monarchs of other races? Yun asked. The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm unaware. It's said that the Celestials have produced a peerless expert. He is just too powerful, so powerful that no one dares to resist him. Oh? Yun's heart chilled when he heard that. The birth of a peerless expert? A peerless expert that could become the strongest in the Chaos Heavens was not something that could happen overnight. Either a particular patriarch of the Celestials had broken through, pushing his cultivation level to a brand new level, or... Yun recalled the ancestor god. The sinkhole's ancestor god was the strongest person of the Celestials years ago. He was inflicted with such heavy injuries in the ancient war that took him billions of years to recuperate. According to what Baiyuan said, the ancestor god was about to recover from his injuries a century ago. Not only so, he had continued devouring the sinkhole's heavenly Tao. The moment Yun left, no one in the sinkhole could resist the ancestor god. Now, more than 100 years had passed. Perhaps, the ancestor god had already completely fused with the sinkhole's heavenly Tao. In that case, the ancestor god's strength would naturally reach an incomprehensible state. Even if the various races combined forces, they were hardly a threat to him. What is this peerless expert of the Celestials planning? Yun asked again, but the middle-aged man shook his head. He was only a trivial figure and knew little. Yun fell silent. From the looks of it, the situation outside was beyond terrible. Does this mean that the demonic servants have been attacking other races as well? The middle-aged man nodded. The Fae have had many smaller factions destroyed by the demonic servants too. However, we humans suffered the most destruction. After the demonic servants annihilated our human nations, they took hold of our lands and made the fallen nations their nests. They began pursuing the hidden and fleeing humans. Now, everyone in the Chaos Heavens are on tenterhooks. I understand. Yun took a deep breath and turned towards Lin Shintong and company. I believe it's time we leave. Leave? But Yuner, if the sinkhole's ancestor god has really come to the Chaos Heavens, the present you is definitely not his match. You have already repressed his tracing mark, giving you the perfect opportunity to cultivate. If you focus on cultivation and reach the godly monarch level, that would be the most sound strategy despite it taking some time. When the time comes, you might be able to fight the ancestor god in a frontal assault. Why are you risking your life leaving seclusion at this time? Lin Shintong and Jiang Xiao felt that it was just too dangerous to leave. Yun said, in a short span of 100 years, such unforeseen circumstances have happened outside. The ancestor god isn't that easily dealt with, and I have a nagging feeling that the ancestor god is plotting something grand. And it is of utmost importance. If not, he would not risk losing decorum with the other races of the Chaos Heavens by attacking so many godly monarch-level figures and unleashing the demonic servants to wreak havoc. If nothing is done, and we allow the ancestor god to complete his plan, the situation might turn worse. Shintong, Sishiaro, you might have absolute confidence in me, believing that I can fight the ancestor god once I become a godly monarch, but in fact, that might not be true. Over the billions of years, only the Tao originator Celestial the Arch has truly slain the ancestor god. If I were to allow the ancestor god to set his plans into full motion, perhaps the day I fight him would be fraught with grim possibilities. Upon hearing Yun's words, Lin Shintong and Jiang Xiao exchanged looks. Indeed, Yun's repeated creation of miracles had given them undue confidence, as though he was capable of accomplishing anything. But this time, the opponent was too powerful. Nothing in the past was comparable. Let's exit seclusion and return to the ancient heaven Fae first. All of you will hide in the ascending dragon cauldron and are not to expose a sliver of your aura. Due to his oath on the heavenly Tao, Yun could not violate his agreement with the ancient heaven Fae. But at that moment, it was likely that the ancient heaven Fae had been infiltrated by the Celestials. Returning to the ancient heaven Fae was naturally dangerous. All right. Yuner, you have to be careful. As Lin Shintong and Jiang Xiao gave their warnings, they flew into the ascending dragon cauldron. With the star transference heaven-changing book and Ghostming's disguise techniques, Yun changed his looks and aura completely. With his present strength, perhaps only the ancestor god in person could tell that something was amiss. No one else was capable of identifying him. All of you shall stay in this cave abode. You won't be able to leave for now. Yun opened up a pocket world and sealed his abandoned cave abode. Having slaughtered large numbers of demonic servants, he did not wish for the people of the Taiyuan nation to be discovered, for it could easily expose his whereabouts. The array formation would trap them for at least 10 years. The crude ores in the walls could be considered compensation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1680, Punishment of Extreme Hell. Chapter 1680, Punishment of Extreme Hell. 100 years was sufficient to incur numerous changes to mortal cities, but to the heaven-faced city, it was like a finger snap. Even the city walls remained untainted despite all this time. Everything looked identical to the moment before Yi-Yun entered seclusion. However, having cultivated to his present stage, Yi-Yun was just too strong. His nomological insights were equal to the heavenly Tao, and he could acutely sense every change in the city. Yi-Yun noticed that the nomological patterns engraved in the city were different from a century ago. The heaven-faced city's worldly array had been modified. The heaven-faced city had been established for billions of years. Its worldly array had existed equally long. For such an ancient and powerful array formation, any minor change had to be a result of something of great importance. If I didn't guess wrong, the ancestor god has already come to heaven-faced city. He left something in the heaven-faced city's main array, Yi-Yun said to Baiyuan in his soul sea. The people in control of heaven-faced city's main array were the two Fey patriarchs, and this control was symbolized as having the highest authority in heaven-faced city. And for the ancestor god to enter heaven-faced city, the most direct method was to leave a mark of his own in the array. That way, the heaven-faced city's array formation would be under his command. The ancestor god's strength has already become this strong? To make the two Fey patriarchs endure this in silence, Baiyuan's heart turned heavy. Yi-Yun said, the heaven-faced city is important to the ancient heaven Fey, but if the ancestor god clearly threatens the survival of the entire ancient heaven Fey race, the two Fey patriarchs can only bow. If the ancestor god was powerful enough to easily kill the two Fey patriarchs and kill a Fey the Arch with a mere thought, what would happen to the ancient heaven Fey? In a very short period of time, the ancestor god would be able to wipe out all the upper echelons of the ancient heaven Fey. Heaven-faced city would then come under celestial control without any leadership. They would be akin to a piece of meat to the celestials, one that could be eaten at any time. And once the celestials was sick with it, draining the ancient heaven Fey dry, they could abandon them without thought. The remaining factions in the chaos heavens would then split the ancient heaven Fey like hyenas. Having lost their race's upper echelons, the ancient heaven Fey would be completely vulnerable. There was only one outcome left for them: annihilation. Compared to being annihilated, handing over some control of heaven-faced city to the ancestor god was nothing. Therefore, strength was supreme in the chaos heavens. One could do anything with strength. Yi-Yun, if the heaven-faced city is under celestial control, there's likely a trap awaiting you, Baiyuan said via a voice transmission. Yi-Yun also guessed of this possibility. However, he had sworn on the heavenly Tao through a contract with the ancient heaven Fey. He had to deliver the myriad form Shura pills to the ancient heaven Fey, or he would suffer damage to his Tao heart. But this matter did not daunt Yi-Yun. He still had many means of delivering the myriad form Shura pills to the ancient heaven Fey. For instance, he could disguise himself, enter the biggest security company, and commission them to deliver it into the ruins Emperor Palace at high cost. No matter how resourceful and powerful the Celestials were, there was no way they could find him. As Yi-Yun was considering his options, he chanced upon a notice on the heaven-faced city's walls. The notice looked somewhat aged, and its content roughly depicted an incident. As the ancient heaven-faced Blood King had betrayed the race, punishment of extreme hell had been meted out on him. He is currently serving his punishment. The notice was dated 15 years ago. For a notice to be left there for 15 years, it was obvious that it was displayed for others to see, or in other words, for Yi-Yun. Punishment of extreme hell. What kind of punishment was that? Yi-Yun's heart sank. His relationship with the Blood King wasn't considered close, but he was Jiang Xiaoro's father and also one of the most important people in Jiang Xiaoro's life. As for Jiang Xiaoro, she was one of the most important people to Yi-Yun. If Jiang Xiaoro were to learn that the Blood King was suffering the punishment of extreme hell, how would she feel? Ignorance is bliss, but now that Yi-Yun learned of the news, he could no longer sit idle, nor could he keep it from Jiang Xiaoro. When Yi-Yun sent a voice transmission into the ascending dragon cauldron, Jiang Xiaoro's face turned pale upon learning the news. The outcome of the punishment of extreme hell was uncertain. If one was punished for months, it would just be a painful torture. But if the punishment lasted years, or more than a decade, it would be one of the worst death punishments. It was one of the most extreme punishments of the ancient heaven Fey. And now, this notice was from 15 years ago. Didn't it mean that the Blood King's punishment of extreme hell had begun 15 years ago? 15 years. The notice had vaguely mentioned the punishment of extreme hell without any mention of time. However, Jiang Xiaoro knew that the punishment of extreme hell would last until her father's vitality was completely worn out. Ever since the heaven-faced city was established, the punishment of extreme hell was very seldomly used on their own Fey thearchs. But because of her, her father had suffered this punishment. What about her mother? What happened to her mother? Instantly, Jiang Xioro's heart palpitated. Her father was a Fei the Arch and capable of withstanding torture. However, her mother lacked the strength to suffer any heavy punishments. Jiang Xioro was gripped by anxiety, but she did not say what was on her mind. She also understood that all of this was caused by Yi Yun, but with his present strength, he was no match for the ancestor god. To make Yi Yun rescue her parents would be akin to pushing him to the edge of a cliff. Sis Xioro, don't worry. This matter might not be as bad as you imagine. Yi Yun projected an avatar into the ascending dragon cauldron and appeared before Jiang Xioro. Yuner, I do not know what to do. Jiang Xioro did not wish for Yi Yun to worry, but she could not stop her tears from flowing. She hated herself for being too weak. There was nothing she could do. Yi Yun said, although I haven't had much interactions with the ancestor god, I can sense that he's a cold person who thinks little of life. He wishes to have the universe in his grasp and is very ambitious. Such a person does deserve being called God. With the ancestor god's status and strength, I find it hard to believe that he will torture and imprison someone who's not very related to me to force my appearance. As he stands at such a lofty position, you can say that he disdains pulling such petty tricks. You can also say that he projects his coldness onto others. Regardless, do you think that if someone was enjoying the same status as I am, would they care about the Blood King? Yuner, do you mean? Jiang Xioro was slightly taken aback. On careful thought, Yi Yun's position was indeed sufficiently high. To others, Fei Thearchs were impressive figures, but they were not necessarily so to Yi Yun. At Yi Yun's level, ignoring the ancestor god, even the two patriarchs of Heaven Fei City would not be easily threatened by 1 or 2 lives. What's more, these lives did not have much of a relationship with them. Yi Yun said, I feel that the person who targeted Blood King is someone else. Previously, the Taiyue nation's royalty had mentioned that the ancestor god was plotting something major. Under such circumstances, would he have the time or effort to handle such trivialities? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1681, Soul Devouring Bone Grinding. Chapter 1681, Soul Devouring Bone Grinding. Clouds hung low in the crimson sky as though it would unload its burgeoning load at any time. The land was covered with jagged boulders which were covered with layers of gray powder. The powder was a result of years of weathering after the crumbling of bones. In the middle of this world was a marsh. Instead of mud, the marsh was filled with sticky liquid that resembled flesh and blood. This was where the punishment of extreme hell was. It was filled with the aura of evil, decay, savagery, and death. In ancient times, before the Heaven Fei City was established, the land where it was located was a terrifying forbidden zone, known as the No Return for Thearchs. This was because even Fei Thearchs would perish upon entering. And such a forbidden zone had been conquered by a peerless Fei expert, resulting in the establishment of Heaven Fei City. But no matter how powerful the peerless expert was, he failed to completely purify the evil and dark entities in the forbidden zone. He finally cast a powerful divine power, carved out an independent space beneath Heaven Fei City, and sealed all of them inside. This was the underground extreme hell. After billions of years, the various evil powers in the extreme hell was weakened, but they still existed. The punishment of extreme hell was to seal the punishee within the blood prison and use their lifeblood as a sacrifice to the evil demons within. Typically, warriors beneath the level of a Fey Lord were only qualified to be sealed in the periphery of the extreme hell. Only Fey Thearchs were sealed in the middle where the marsh of blood and flesh was. At that moment, there was a man situated in the middle of the marsh. More than half his body, all the way to his chest, was buried beneath the marsh. He was none other than the Blood King. Compared to the day when Yi Yun transcended the tribulations, Blood King looked a lot more haggard. He was nothing but skin and bones, and his body was covered in wounds. The sinister objects within the extreme hellmarsh were like maggots which formed countless threads that bonded to Blood King's wounds and sucked at his lifeblood powers. Such pain went deep into the body and soul, making it a pain more intensive than that of being dismembered. However, Blood King kept his eyes tightly shut. He slept in the marsh and showed no reaction. He was still alive, and despite the torture, the lifeblood in him remained potent and exuberant. It was truly incredible that he was still in such a state despite enduring for 15 years. As expected of someone who cultivates in the indestructible killing Tao. Apparently, he suits this place well. At that moment, 3 additional figures suddenly appeared in the blood prison. The person in the middle was tens of feet tall and appeared like a tower. His body suffused a bronze glow, and he carried a gigantic black battle axe on his back which burned with a red sanguine glow. The banal aura was domineering. He was a celestial expert. If Yi Yun was here, he would have recognized him immediately. The celestial expert was Divine General Sanguine Axe, whom he had met in the Xianyuan Dune. Back when Ian fought Sanguine Axe in the Shenyuan Dune, he had completely repressed him and siphoned off a portion of his divine blood origins. The divine blood origins of Celestials were extremely valuable, to which replenishment was just too difficult. To Sanguine Axe, it was definitely an irreconcilable grudge. However, knowing that he was not Ian's match, Sanguine Axe had tolerated it back then. Not only so, he had even torn open space to escape. Having had his divine blood origins siphoned, all he could do was flee. This was utterly insulting to Sanguine Axe. Furthermore, Yun had snatched his opportunity from him in the Shenyuan Dune. If a ranking of living people who hated Yun the most was tabulated, the person that came up on top was definitely Divine General Sanguine Axe. Sanguine Axe's attempt to monopolize the heavenly Tao fragment for himself was a grave sin, but as he had some familial relationship with the ancestor god, he was pardoned. Not only so, he had even replenished the divine blood origins which Yun had siphoned off. His cultivation level and bloodline improved, and it could be said that he had soared into prominence. Having returned, the ancestor god was focused on executing his plans. Sanguine Axe was servile to him and specially did chores for the ancestor god. Of course, these so-called chores were astounding matters to the ordinary person. For instance, annihilating more than 100 factions of different races, one that included the Taiwan nation. Another chore was to deal with the Blood King. A large part of the reason why Sanguine Axe had done so was to breed demonic servants. The ancestor god's plan needed many demonic servants. As for the dissociation and growth of demonic servants, they all needed sustenance. The stronger the warrior, the greater sustenance they provided. Previously, when factions like the Taiwan nation fell, most of its citizens were devoured by demonic servants. Such matters naturally incurred the displeasure of various races. Fey thearchs had resisted, but their outcomes were tragic without exception. The Blood King was one of them. Back then, one of the Fey tribes under the Blood King was vanquished by the demonic servants. The tribesmen were all eaten. The Blood King took action and killed large numbers of demonic servants, and this infuriated the Celestials. The Blood King was not worthy enough for the ancestor god to take action. What truly repressed the Blood King was an ancestor god token. The ancestor god had created 12 ancestor god tokens. Each token had one of his lifeblood avatars sealed within. These ancestor god tokens were distributed to loyal subordinates. And someone like Divine General Sanguine Axe helmed control over an ancestor god token. Blood King was completely no match for the ancestor god's lifeblood avatar. After an intense battle, Blood King was crushed and suffered an abject defeat. He fell into the hands of Sanguine Axe, and as Sanguine Axe's hatred for Yun went deep, he was eager to torture anyone related to Yun. Therefore, Blood King was banished into the extreme hell and suffered the daily turmoil of having his soul devoured and his bones ground. Sanguine Axe wished to see how long Blood King could last. When the time came, he would feed his remains and lifeblood to demonic generals. Meanwhile, the notice regarding the Blood King's punishment of extreme hell was plastered on the city walls by Sanguine Axe. In the event the retarded Yun had the foolish idea of trying to rescue Blood King, he would have rendered a great service to the ancestor god. He who understands the times is a wise man. The Blood King deserves such a state for being impenetrably thick-headed. Of the two people by Sanguine Axe's side, one was a demonic general, while the other was a Fey the Arch from the ancient Heaven Fey. He was none other than the Heaven Fey Relic Pagoda's Pagoda Lord, John Lycan. John Lycan was the best alchemist in Heaven Fey City, and as such, always wished to obtain Yun's secret to alchemy. However, Yun was just too powerful and he was not his match at all. Therefore, he could only rein in his ambitions. Later, the ancestor god appeared, showcasing strength tens of times or even 100 times stronger than Yun's. Worst of all, the ancestor god knew of a tracing mark that could be planted with a mere thought of his. There was no way of escaping the mark. Later on, regardless of where one were, the ancestor god would be able to find them. If one had thoughts of rebellion, the ancestor god could easily destroy them, for there was nowhere to run. John Lycan had such a tracing mark planted in him, therefore, he had no choice but to submit to the ancestor god. He decided that he might as well pledge absolute allegiance to the ancestor god because perhaps by doing so, he could obtain Yun's alchemical secrets before he was annihilated by the ancestor god. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1682, Soul Search. Chapter 1682, Soul Search. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Unbeknown to the conversing John Lycan and Sanguine Axe, a perception had already projected into this independent world. With Yun's present realm and nomological insight, there was no independent space he could not find. Yun naturally saw the Blood King and even into the inside of his body, where he was surprised to sense an inchoate demonic servant. The inchoate demonic servant was still in gestation while it siphoned the Blood King's powers. The demonic servant's bloodline was extremely powerful. If it devoured the Blood King before completing its gestation, it would probably possess strength at the Fey the Arch level. Had the Celestials become that overbearing? To use a godly monarch level figure of another race to gestate a demonic servant? Yun, the Blood King has been sealed within the array formation. Furthermore, there are restraints on him. The moment you touch the Blood King, you will immediately trigger the array formation. Furthermore, the ancestor god will be informed. The Blood King was a trap which Sanguinax had set up in wait for Yun. However, Yun thought nothing of it as he said, "No, the only person that I'm afraid of in the Chaos Heavens is the ancestor god." This array formation was not set up by the ancestor god after all. The person who is really torturing the Blood King is Sanguinax, and this array formation is likely a product of the celestial heritage. Yun's guess was right. The array formation in the extreme hell was indeed an ancient demon suppression array Sanguinax had taken from the Celestials. From Sanguinax's point of view, this array was extremely impressive. The land of celestial heritage was only an enhanced version of the same demon suppression array. Even if the demon suppression array was unable to suppress Yun, it had to be able to trap him for a moment. That was enough time for him to inform the ancestor god of Yun's appearance. Yun silently probed the demon suppression array in the extreme hell. As he stood at the height of the heavenly Tao, nothing could hide from him. Slowly, Yun could see through everything within the array formation. The corners of his lips suffused a sliver of killing intent. "I'm increasingly certain of my previous guess. The ancestor god is plotting something. As for the other upper echelons of the Celestials, they believe me to be prey, but I'm actually the hunter." As Yun spoke, he gently waved his hand. The surrounding nomological space instantly changed. He tore open a brand new space out of the extreme hell. At that moment, Sanguinax was still conversing with John Lycan when they suddenly felt the scene around them change. It left them alarmed. The flesh and blood marsh vanished, as well as the boulders covered in thick bone powdered. They were standing in a pitch-dark space, and standing before them was a single person. Even Sanguinax and John Lycan were unable to react in time towards such a sudden, unexpected change. With their strength, how could they be transported by someone else without them realizing it? You are Yun. Sanguinax widened his eyes as his heart palpitated. How was it possible? There was a trap laid in the extreme hell, yet Yun had abducted them both as though it was an unguarded space. Had the demon-suppressing array lost its effect? Sanguinax believed that he already had a high estimate of Yun, but he never expected him to reach such a powerful state. It was completely unreasonable. With a thought, a token appeared in his hand. This was the Ancestor God token, and sealed within was one of the Ancestor God's spiritual avatars. As long as the spiritual avatar was activated, the Ancestor God would immediately sense the area. When that happened, Yun was doomed. However, the moment the Ancestor God token was taken out, Sanguinax suddenly felt a crushing pressure extend towards him. Purple lightning and black flames were conjured out of thin air and bore into Sanguinax's body like venomous snakes. The lightning and flames permeated every inch of his flesh and went deep into his meridians. Pa! 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 Sanguinax's body resisted vehemently, but the strength of the lightning and fire was just too potent. It instantly obliterated the divine strength within Sanguinax's body. At that moment, he felt that just a slight motion would cause the terrifying powers within his body to explode and turn into ash. Instantly, Sanguinax broke out into cold sweat. He had planned on using the demon suppression array to stall Yun while he activated the Ancestor God token, but in fact, the demon suppression array was completely useless as it was instantly taken down. Despite being a high and mighty divine general, he wasn't even able to trigger the Ancestor God token in time. The difference in strength left him in despair. Sanguinax, you were not my match 100 years ago in the Shenyuan Dune, much less now. As Yun spoke, he walked towards Sanguinax and under his intense gaze, casually took away the Ancestor God token. And standing beside Sanguinax, Zhang Lycan's hands were clammy with sweat. Logically speaking, Yun's strength should have reached a bottleneck if he did not break through to the godly monarch realm. Although his strength might be slightly higher than 100 years ago, it wouldn't be that obvious. But now, Yun's strength was a lot higher than back when he slew the Luo King. The root of the problem was that Yun's cultivation level had risen too quickly previously. It did not have the time to consolidate. After 100 years, Yun spared no cost to expend all the resources the Luo King and Ghost Doctor had left behind. Together with the myriad-form Shura pills, it made his foundation extremely robust. He was then able to fully express his nomological insights and lifeblood powers. With the ancestor god token in hand, Yun sensed the terrifying aura contained within it without any probing. If Sanguine Axe had triggered the token, things would have been troublesome. He casually produced a seal and sealed the ancestor god token. Immediately following that, Yun suddenly appeared in front of Sanguine Axe and threw out a punch. Boom! 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 Yun's fists rained down on Sanguine Axe's body, and each punch shattered his bones as his body ruptured with sprays of blood. In just an instant, Sanguine Axe was covered in blood. The core divine patterns in his body had been brutally destroyed by Yun. Sanguine Axe spat out large mouthfuls of dark golden blood as his massive body flew backward and crashed heavily into the ground. At that instant, Sanguine Axe was ashen. He knew that his divine body had been crippled by Yun. You managed to escape back in the Xianyuan Dune. You would have been fine if you had stayed hidden. Yet, you had to court death by returning. In that case, let me gather some information regarding the ancestor god from you. As Yun spoke, he pressed down at Sanguine Axe's glabella with one hand as mental power surged into his head like a tide. Sanguine Axe's body quivered as his soul felt excruciating pain. His soul was being searched by Yun. If he were a human or fey warrior, such a violent way of soul-searching would have scattered his soul. However, the Celestials were abnormally talented, allowing him to withstand the soul search. As such, Yun was able to easily read all his memories regarding the ancestor god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1683, The Ancestor God's Ploy. Chapter 1683, The Ancestor God's Ploy. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After searching Sanguine Axe's soul, Yun obtained a lot of information regarding the ancestor god's recent actions. With that, along with his own conjectures, he finally guessed at the ploy the ancestor god was planning. This was something that shook Yun both in body and mind. If he did not guess wrong, the ancestor god's final goal was to devour the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao. The rank of the Chaos Heavens was much higher than the sinkholes. As such, the heavenly Tao forces in the Chaos Heavens far exceeded the sinkholes. If it were the former ancestor god, he would be completely powerless when faced with the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao, but now, having refined the sinkhole's heavenly Tao for himself, he now possessed the strength to do so. Once he refined the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao for himself, what kind of cultivation level would the ancestor god attain? It was completely unimaginable. No matter how much of a genius Yun was, what could he do against an ancestor god who mastered the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao? If the Chaos Heavens itself was under the ancestor god's control, how was Yun to defeat him in it? Was it even possible? It could be said that when that happened, the entire Chaos Heavens would be the ancestor god's territory. The ancestor god could fuse with the Chaos Heavens and with a flip of his hand summon the elements. He would be heaven and person combined, completely unassailable. As for Yun, obtaining even a sliver of strength from the Chaos Heavens would become impossibly difficult. Not only would he have to face the ancestor god, he would be facing the rejection of the entire Chaos Heavens. Under such circumstances, Yun might even be instantly killed. Bai Yuan said, Yun, if your guess is right, the ancestor god has gone through destruction to re-establish himself. It's like gaining a new lease on life. His strength is already completely incomparable to what it was in that ancient battle a billion years ago. Back then, it hadn't been easy for him to devour the sinkhole's heavenly Tao, which gave us the opportunity to attack him. From the looks of it, the ancestor god did not spend much effort hunting for you because of his more important goal. He now has enough strength to make the various factions in the Chaos Heavens submit to him. No one can stop him, which is why you aren't within the ancestor god's sights. Yun nodded. He was indeed somewhat lacking when stacked against the ancestor god's supreme goal. We can talk about this later. I'll first rescue the Blood King. Yun flew up and instantly, he appeared in the middle of the extreme hell. At that moment, the Blood King's eyes were tightly shut as his body was buried deep inside the blood marsh. Even his breathing had come to a halt. If not for his still potent lifeblood powers, he would look no different from a corpse. Senior Blood King, I'm here to save you. With a beckon, Yun pulled the Blood King out of the marsh. As for the array formation, Yun had long cracked it. With a flick of his finger, a pill flew into the Blood King's mouth. It was none other than a myriad form Shura pill. Yun still had several myriad form Shura pills left. Due to his heavenly Tao oath, he could not touch the myriad form Shura pills reserved for the ancient heaven Fae, but he still had a few reserved for the 9 transformations celestial silkworm. Yun could temporarily use these few pills to help the Blood King. The moment the myriad form Shura pill entered his body, their essence immediately fused into his heaven Fae bloodline. Simultaneously, with a thought, the azurewood divine tree appeared behind Iyun. Emerald green vines flew into the Blood King's body as they burrowed deep into his meridians. At that moment, a tragic scream suddenly sounded from within Blood King's body. It was akin to the wail of evil demons being tortured. Moments later, the azurewood divine tree retracted all the vines from the Blood King's body. At the end of the vines were blobs of black flesh and blood. Zhi! 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 The black flesh and blood struggled and squirmed in an extremely ferocious manner. It was the demonic general embryo that had been planted inside the Blood King's body. This embryo was considered royalty among the demonic servants, otherwise it would not have the right or strength to devour a Patriarch's lifeblood. It sensed the danger as its black flesh squirmed. Hidden in it was a mouth lined with 2 rows of sharp teeth. It roared at Iyun, who simply sneered and said indifferently, "Eat it." Pwa! The flesh and blood was instantly torn apart by the azurewood divine tree's numerous vines. Black blood scattered and was completely absorbed by the azurewood divine tree, leaving not one bit left. With that, the demonic general embryo perished and became nutrients for the azurewood divine tree. After obtaining the nourishment of such a high-ranking demonic general embryo, the azurewood divine tree enjoyed a rise in strength. Following that, a frail voice sounded as Blood King opened his eyes. The medicinal essence of the myriad form Shura Pill in him had melted, igniting his lifeblood and turning him into a burning cauldron. His strength was slowly recovering. "Father!" Zhang Xiao jumped into the Blood King's embrace. Filled with worry, she asked, "Where's Mother?" "Your mother is in my mobile abode." Zhang Xiao heaved a long-awaited sigh of relief. Her heart had shrank when she saw only her father. She was afraid to hear that her mother was gone. By storing her mother in his mobile abode, it was apparent that the Blood King was prepared to die with her. To his surprise, Iyun had rescued them from such a perilous situation. This was something that left him greatly indebted. "Young brother, no words can adequately express my gratitude for your help. In the future, this life of mine is yours." "Senior, don't say that. Besides, your suffering of the punishment of extreme hell is partially because of me. Furthermore, it's not time to talk about these." As Iyun spoke, he recounted the experience of the soul search. "Devour the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao." Blood King was alarmed upon hearing that. "Even the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao can be devoured?" Iyun said, "That's likely the case. According to Sanguinax's memories, the patriarchs of various major factions have been found and planted with tracking marks by the ancestor god. Now, all of them are setting up a massive array of immense proportions. It's likely the final preparation before the ancestor god devours the heavenly Tao. He had set it up decades ago." Bai Yuan said, "This situation is identical to the one a billion years ago. Back then, the ancestor god had set up a massive array in the sinkhole. If the present situation is similar to that of the past, the ancestor god himself is presiding in the middle of the array to watch over everything. With the ancestor god presiding and guarding the array himself, it will be nearly impossible for us to destroy it." Iyun nodded. "Even so, there are benefits to having the ancestor god preside over the array formation himself. That way, he will not be able to divert strength elsewhere. It would result in our actions in the Chaos Heavens going unnoticed for a while." "Oh? You have a plan?" The Blood King was taken aback. With his inconsequential strength, it was already difficult to ensure self-preservation, much less threaten the ancestor god. Iyun shook his head. "All I can say is we take a step at a time. Our situation isn't that terrible yet. Although the difference in strength appears stark, the ancestor god's strength hasn't been consolidated. He forcefully made the various Chaos Heavens factions submit to him and made godly monarch-level figures serve him, and even fed large numbers of clansmen to the demonic servants. Such actions will definitely incur the displeasure of various major factions. The ancestor god has several cooperating factors that he is exploiting, but he lacks the cooperation of the people. We might be able to use this." As Iyun spoke, he clenched his fist slightly. With the situation developing to this point, he could only take a risk. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1684, Ignoring the Rules. Chapter 1684, Ignoring the Rules. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Situated inside a huge floating palace were golden mats. Each mat was 5 meters in diameter, as large as a wrestling ring. These were mats that were typically used by celestials. But now, sitting on these mats were experts from different races. There were both men and women, and they came from the soul race, the Fey race, and the human race. Gathered together, the energy fluctuations they emitted even caused the laws to quake. These people were all godly monarch level experts. And among these godly monarchs, many of them were peak existences. A few of them were already at the patriarch level. The 2 patriarchs of the Fey race were also among them. Having this group of people gathered together could be described as having the strongest powers of the Chaos Heavens concentrated here. Any decision they made could determine the fate of the Chaos Heavens. But now, all of them had heavy hearts as a dark cloud hung over their heads. Every one of them was planted with the ancestor god's tracing mark. Many of them didn't even know when the ancestor god had planted the mark in them. As for these marks, they were unable to do anything about them. Decades ago, the ancestor god had appeared in front of all of them. Back then, he already possessed the power of the heavenly Tao. It prevented people from having any thoughts of resistance. However, when the ancestor god revealed his ambition to rule over the entire Chaos Heavens, there were people who stood forward to resist him. It was not only the Blood King. There were many from other races, but it was because of their resistance that threw the others into despair. With a mere thought, the ancestor god subdued the resistance. The godly monarchs who resisted were all made into vessels to nurture demonic servants. Now, all of them were living lives worse than death. In a way, the Chaos Heavens had turned into a land of wailing and despair. The strength of the ancestor god had clearly exceeded the peerless Fey ancestor from billions of years ago. Only human emperor who appeared later could beat him. People felt grateful to the human emperor when contrasting him to the ancestor god. If the human emperor had ruled by oppression, godly monarchs of that era would have to live their lives with their tails between their legs. They would be no different from slaves. The greatest fear in a martial world was the appearance of an expert that tipped the balance. In front of such people, all rules became invalid. If the expert turned extremely ambitious, the entire Chaos Heavens would end up in peril. Another 10 years have passed. We finally completed it in the time given, a male human said with a sigh. He was a human patriarch, Polar the Arch. The return of the ancestor god spelled trouble for the various patriarchs immediately. According to the ancestor god's instructions, we have set up the first 2 levels of the array formation. Every level takes 10 years. Now, it's time we obtain the equipment needed for the 3rd level's array formation, such as array flags and disc arrays, Patriarch Grand Primordium from the Fey race said. His voice sounded helpless. They had gathered here in the Celestial Palace to report on the completion of their mission and to receive a new one. They did various things for the ancestor god, but every mission they completed felt like they were only digging their own graves. What do you think the purpose of such a large-scaled worldly array is? A female soul patriarch suddenly asked. She was Wind Empress. Her question caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. The ancestor god had set up the array for more than 20 years. They had naturally investigated the ultimate goal the ancestor god had. Everyone present was knowledgeable. With the passage of time, many people had some guesses. However, this guess was just too astonishing. They did not even wish to consider the problem and even subconsciously tried to avoid it. Now that the array was beginning its 3rd stage, they could no longer ignore the question when Wind Empress raised it. At the ancestor god's level, nothing matters to him. What he wants is likely the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao, right? This was said via voice transmission by Polar the Arch. They were in a celestial palace after all. After the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao is devoured by the ancestor god, our strength will likely decline sharply. It will be weakened by at least 30%. The power of the heavenly Tao would no longer be usable by us. When that happens, the Chaos Heavens will become the private domain of the ancestor god. Resistance would be even more impossible. Furthermore, in time to come, it will become even harder to break through to the godly monarch realm and the Chaos Heavens. Perhaps, many geniuses will be stuck at the godly monarch bottleneck, never to improve. Even if they were lucky to break through to the godly monarch realm, they would not be as strong as the godly monarchs of the past. Furthermore, every time they take action, they would have to pay a non-negligible price for not being able to borrow the powers of the heavenly Tao. The person who spoke was War Excellency Sky Punishment, another human patriarch. He had described the situation that the sinkhole was presently experiencing. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the sinkhole's heavenly Tao was chipped. It caused the godly monarchs to become rare occurrences in the sinkhole. Even if they broke through, the cost of taking action was just too high. As such, many godly monarchs chose to recluse themselves. The martial path of the sinkhole had basically been castrated by the ancestor god. Now, the Chaos Heavens was on the same path, and this was an outcome no godly monarch wished to see. If that happened, the Chaos Heavens would slowly decline, never to return to its former glory. Polar the Arch interlocked his fingers and held it to his forehead. He said with a heavy voice, "We cannot let this continue. When the array is completed, we would become sinners in the history of the Chaos Heavens." Everyone fell silent before Wind Empress shook her head. "Polar, it's easier said than done. How can we fight back? You should know that the ancestor god can set up the array even without us. It will just take him more time and effort. Do you think we can really stop him? Besides, if we were to resist, we could all be wiped out by the ancestor god. When that happens, the demonic servant seeds he planted in our bodies would gestate into a bunch of high-ranking demonic generals. These things would be more obedient than us and fully capable of setting up the array for the ancestor god." Wind Empress sighed as she spoke. It was a long sigh, and what she said made everyone feel despair. Resistance was futile. Their continued survival was only granted by the ancestor god. Such a life was an abject existence. What was the point of reaching their present heights from all that cultivation? How would we know failure is certain if we don't try? If we can also find an ancient array formation, we can combine all the strength of the godly monarch level experts in the Chaos Heavens as one, and we might be able to deal a severe blow on the ancestor god. Polar the Arch insisted, but he knew very well that having all the godly monarch level figures in the Chaos Heavens join forces was easier said than done. The number of godly monarch level figures who were planted with tracing marks were the minority. Many of them did not wish to be embroiled in the maelstrom. With so many godly monarch level figures, it was difficult for there to be in unity. Besides, the most critical point was that any one of them could betray them to exchange for opportunities bestowed by the ancestor god. As long as there was a single betrayer, they were doomed. The godly monarchs were discussing over voice transmissions when an indescribable oppression dawned on them. It left them stifled as they looked up. They saw an extensive red flame that appeared out of thin air, and gradually, it manifested into the form of a gigantic man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1685, Heavenly Courts. Chapter 1685, Heavenly Courts. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Ancestor God. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw the man appear out of thin air. They felt a shudder down their backs. This was actually not the ancestor god in person, only a mental projection. He had the ability to project his mental form anywhere that had his tracing mark. Everyone stood up and faced the ancestor god's mental projection. They felt a suppression on a spiritual level. Silence. Although the ancestor god did not speak, everyone felt immense pressure. It felt as though the air had solidified due to the pressure, making it difficult to breathe. Everyone was feeling uneasy due to the fact that they were just discussing resisting the ancestor god via voice transmission. The silence that could drive people crazy lasted for a full 15 minutes until the ancestor god spoke. His voice was deep and full as it went straight into the soul. The third stage of the array needs to be completed in 10 years. As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Polar the Arch. Polar the Arch felt his heart quake when their gaze met. His soul sea trembled, for the ancestor god's gaze seemed to penetrate his soul sea defenses and go straight into the core of his soul. "I'll be borrowing a few of your disciples," said ancestor god slowly. "What?" Polar's heart tightened. He immediately wished to refuse, but at that moment, a powerful nomological force swept over the entire space and closed in around him. He found his body instantly restrained, and following that, he felt a spatial attack. Two young godly monarchs from his faction who stood behind him were instantly devoured by space. In just an instant, two young godly monarchs had vanished from Polar's perception. Polar felt his heart gripped tightly as he could only feel stifled. The two young godly monarchs were juniors Polar thought most highly of. If not for the ancestor god's planting of a tracing mark in them, he would never have let them participate in the setup of the array. Now that they had been sealed in an alternate spacetime dimension by the ancestor god, their outcome was a mystery. This was a warning and a threat from the ancestor god. Although the ancestor god was unable to listen in on the Yuan Chi voice transmissions among the godly monarchs, he could delve deep into their souls and sense the hatred they had. He was soon finishing his seclusion to complete the final stage of the array. At this moment, he would be somewhat spread thin, so he could not allow for any mishaps to happen to the array. If these godly monarchs began a mutiny and destroyed his array, he could kill them all, but venting his anger would be meaningless. All his time and effort would be wasted. He would have to regather the array materials wasted, and this was easier said than done. The ancestor god left, leaving behind a spatial bracer. All the materials needed for the array, and the jade slips which contained the array setup instructions were stored in the spatial bracer. Polar picked up the spatial bracer with an extremely mixed expression. He had no idea if his two disciples would be able to keep their lives, but it was a possibility if he diligently finished the third stage of the array within 10 years. But when that happened, the ancestor god would devour the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao. It was a bitter pill. Many people had such a feeling and felt that they needed to do something. Say, what stage do you think Yun will cultivate to? Will he be able to match the human emperor of the past? War Excellency Sky Punishment suddenly commented. Everyone was taken aback hearing that. Yun. This name had already vanished for 100 years. To the Chaos Heavens, 100 years was like a finger snap. But in these 100 years, too many things had happened. It made people feel as if Yun had vanished for a long time. Sky Punishment, don't tell me you are counting on Yun to fight off the ancestor god? Polar shook his head. Back when the ancestor god suddenly appeared, many people did have such a thought, especially the humans. They treated Yun as their hope. However, when the ancestor god's motives were made known, everyone felt a little despair. If the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao wasn't devoured by the ancestor god, Yun might really be able to compare with the human emperor from the past. Unfortunately, the ancestor god could not give Yun the chance to develop his strength. After the ancestor god fused with the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao, even Yun's breakthrough to the godly monarch realm would be obstructed. Although he might be able to eventually break through, he wouldn't be able to demonstrate the strength of a godly monarch in the Chaos Heavens. As for the ancestor god, his strength would become unassailable. For Yun to attempt matching the ancestor god, it was no different from pitting an egg against a stone. What a pity! If Yun had been born 10,000 years earlier, perhaps the ancestor god would not be his match now. Polar sighed and did not think about it further. He had heard that Yun was not a local of the Chaos Heavens and it was likely he would ultimately leave the Chaos Heavens and return to his original world. However, he still needed to deal with the pursuit of the ancestor god. Let's set up the array. Polar waved his hand and took the spatial bracer. He distributed the materials according to the information contained in the jade slip. After which, Polar and Sky Punishment left together. They came from the same human faction, a faction known as the Heavenly Courts. It was also the leader of all the human factions. In fact, in the Chaos Heavens, many races had an absolutely powerful faction leading them. These factions gathered the strongest experts of the race. These super factions would take the initiative to absorb these top experts into them by providing very generous conditions. Because only by doing so would they be able to find their place in the Chaos Heavens. It allowed all the top experts to be cohesive so as to achieve balance with the other races. The headquarters of the Heavenly Courts were situated in the Heavenly Palace. Like Heaven Face City, the Heavenly Palace held down a wide distribution of spirit veins and the Heavenly Palace was situated in the middle of the spirit veins. The richness of the Yuan Qi there was in no way inferior to that of Heaven Face City. Polar the Arch and War Excellency Sky Punishment returned to Heaven Face City with ashen expressions. They had brought more than 10 disciples along with them to the Ancestor God's palace, but returned with 2 missing. It was embarrassing that they could not even protect their own disciples. Patriarch is back. The moment Polar and Sky Punishment entered the Heavenly Palace, many human experts came to receive them. In recent years, the humans had fallen completely under the control of the Celestials. To have so many people head to the Ancestor God's palace left humanity on tenterhooks, afraid that something would happen. Polar sighed when he saw the welcoming crowd. When the crowd saw the duo's expression, they felt something amiss, as if. Patriarch. Where's my father? Why isn't he with you? A weak girl's voice sounded. It was a girl who looked 16. She was dressed in an aqua green dress and looked pure and adorable. Her pretty raven-black eyes were seeking her father's figure among the crowd, but she failed to find him. Furthermore, she could not sense her father's aura at all. Connecting it to Polar's ashen expression, the girl already found it ominous. Upon seeing the girl, Polar felt ambivalent. This was his disciple's only daughter, a princess who was beloved by the Heavenly Courts. Even Polar himself liked her a lot. All he could do was to speak the truth. Your father was made to stay in the Ancestor God's palace. He won't be coming back for now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1686 Ring. Chapter 1686 Ring. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The girl felt a jolt through her after hearing Polar's words. She entered a state of shock. Father isn't returning? Although Polar had said that it would only be temporary, the girl knew that things were not that simple. Patriarch. Linger, cultivate well and don't be too sad. Perhaps, your father will return safe and sound 10 years from now. Polar could not bear the pain, and the only thing he could do was console the girl. Even though he knew very well that with the ancestor god's temperament, he would very likely make Linger's father into a vessel to nurture demonic servants. Ancestor god was cruel and ruthless, or it could be said that he showed no concern for life. To the ancestor god, all the lives he met were no different from rocks or dust. Would an alchemist care if ores felt pain when throwing them into a refinement cauldron? Ancestor god viewed life in the same way. Even Marshall Uncle isn't back, someone in the crowd commented. The heavenly courts had lost two of their youngest, most promising godly monarchs on this trip to the ancestor god's palace. Instantly, the atmosphere in the heavenly courts turned silent. The two patriarchs did not say a word and simply walked off and flew towards their personal palaces. Senior brother, do you really want to tamper with the array? War Excellency Sky Punishment suddenly asked while flying. Previously in the ancestor god's palace, Polar had suggested that everyone join forces to resist the ancestor god. Now that they were back in the heavenly courts, Polar had steeled his resolve after seeing the looks of Linger and his young disciples. Polar and Sky Punishment had known each other for too long. Although Polar did not say it out loud, Sky Punishment had sensed it. However, tampering with the ancestor god's array was extremely dangerous. Even if they succeeded, death was certain. And what Polar wanted to do could only delay the ancestor god's devouring of the heavenly Tao instead of stopping him. Junior brother, I've already lived to a ripe old age. I think it's enough. I do not wish to live such an abject life and personally destroy the future of martial arts in the Chaos Heavens. Polar sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid my two disciples will never return. Senior brother, do you know that the entire heavenly courts might be embroiled in this if we were to destroy the ancestor god's plans? It will be destroyed by the ancestor god's anger. We humans might end up extinct. Without the heavenly courts, humanity will lose its standing in the Chaos Heavens. Even annihilation of our race is possible. Besides, are you really confident you can destroy the ancestor god's array? Polar fell silent when he heard Sky Punishment. The ancestor god had naturally left behind certain contingencies by spending that much effort and resources to set up the Chaos Heavens array. Destroying it was obviously not going to be easy. Perhaps his plan might be discovered by the ancestor god midway, and eventually fall short of success. Polar considered for quite some time as he opened the isolation array in a chamber. Then, he took out an ancient interspatial ring and said with a voice transmission, Junior brother, with things developing to this point, there are certain things I need to tell you. Back when Human Emperor Senior Lin Ming came to the Chaos Heavens, I got to acquaint myself with him. I helped him do certain things and received his kindness. Senior Lin was human after all. Although he did not interfere in matters regarding the Chaos Heavens, he still left with me an item that could secure the light that shines on humanity from Providence before leaving. All these years, I have yet to use it, but perhaps it's time to use it. Oh? Sky Punishment was taken aback. Something Human Emperor Senior Lin left behind. Human Emperor had long left the Chaos Heavens by the time Sky Punishment was born. All he knew was legends regarding the Human Emperor, and he was acutely aware how powerful the Human Emperor was. The value of something that he left behind to secure humanity's fate was obvious. It was something that allowed the heavenly courts to secure its standing. Senior brother, can the item you mentioned be used against the ancestor god? It would be hard, but there's hope, Polar said as his heart palpitated. He flipped his hand and the ring vanished. He had sensed the aura of a stranger. The aura was still very far from the heavenly courts, but it was abnormally powerful. Polar released his perception outwards to sweep over the newcomer, but he failed to find the person. This tightened Polar's heart. Who could it be? A few seconds later, a faint figure appeared in Polar's and Sky Punishment's chamber like a ghost. It was a black-robed youth with brows as sharp as swords. His aura was converged, and although they knew his strength was already unfathomable, they were still unable to tell just how powerful he was. Yi Yun. Polar immediately knew the identity of the man without even needing to think. Such a young human with such immense strength could not be anyone but Yi Yun. However, Polar never expected Yi Yun to infiltrate their chamber without anyone realizing it. After all, the chamber was isolated by an array. For him to achieve that, how deep did his nomological insight go? Yi Yun seemed to know what Polar was alarmed about. He smiled and said, "You must be Senior Polar, am I right?" "Senior, I happened to encounter the array you set up in the past. Although it has been modified, it's fundamentally the same." Yi Yun had read records of Polar's array formation in the notes left behind by Human Emperor. Back then, Human Emperor had left behind some of his heritage in the heavenly courts, so Polar was considered half a disciple of Human Emperor. Polar was taken aback. From the looks of it, Yi Yun had deep ties with the human emperor as well. I apologize, Senior Polar. Although I've heard how righteous and noble you are, when faced with the dangers posed by the ancestor god, numerous godly monarchs in the chaos heavens have submitted to him. I naturally wouldn't dare show myself in front of godly monarchs, so I have been hiding in the heavenly courts to secretly observe. However, when you took out the ring, Yi Yun had been in the heavenly courts for a few days, and he had witnessed the entire conversation between Polar and Sky Punishment. Although they were using Yuan Qi to communicate, he could tell from their expressions. Furthermore, Polar had taken out the ring, allowing Yi Yun to tell that the both of them were truly determined to resist the ancestor god. At the very least, they had not become the ancestor god's minions. And although Yi Yun wasn't aware of the ring's origins, he could sense the aura contained within it. It was the human emperor's aura with unprecedented intensity. And it was because of this item that Yi Yun had chosen to show himself. He alone was unable to resist the ancestor god. He needed to gather all the forces that could be gathered. Upon hearing Yi Yun mention the ring, Polar's heart tightened. It was essential to the heavenly courts, fundamental to all humanity. Now that it had caught the interest of someone stronger than him, he could not help but turn nervous. Senior, do you still have scruples towards my allegiance in the matter? I'll be the last person the ancestor god will ever pardon. That's because he ultimately views me as a threat. Yi Yun spoke very frankly. Anyone in the chaos heavens could be used as a double agent to spy on an anti-ancestor god alliance except Yi Yun. Polar took a deep breath and took out the simple ring again. The ring is here. What do you have in mind? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1687 Opening of the Array. Chapter 1687 Opening of the Array. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun took the ring and sank his perception into it. Without needing Polar to introduce the ring to him, Yi Yun already knew it was left behind by human emperor. The array formation which ancestor god wanted set up took 10 years for each stage, and 10 years allowed for many things to happen. Perfected E, the ancestor god should be in seclusion to make his final preparations. He's thinned out at the moment, which is why he deliberately took 2 of my disciples as a warning. This is the best time to take action if you're ready to lead. What do you want us to do? Polar was decisive as well. Since he had planned to ally with Yi Yun, he no longer had any scruples. I need all the information on the array formation the ancestor god is setting up. Also, I will be replacing one of the godly monarch of your heavenly courts to join in the setting up of the array formation. I have 10 years to study the ancestor god's array formation, and perhaps I'll be able to find an incisive point to tamper with it. The ancestor god's array formation covered the entire chaos heavens. The reason why he amassed so many godly monarch level figures was that he needed to assure he had more than 100 spirit vein cores in the chaos heavens. It included the spirit veins of Heaven Face City and the heavenly courts. All of them were within the envelopment of the ancestor god's array. Yi Yun's plan to infiltrate a tiny part of such a massive array hinged on his comprehension of the heavenly Tao, allowing him to avoid the ancestor god's perception while he figured out certain things. Replace a godly monarch? However, all the godly monarchs involved in setting up the array have tracing marks planted by the ancestor god. The ancestor god will discover the replacement. I'm able to crack the tracing mark. The person who was first planted with a tracing mark was Yi Yun himself. It took him quite a considerable amount of time to wipe it away, having needed to internalize the heavenly Tao and reach the half-step godly monarch realm to do so. You can crack it? Polar was overjoyed. He never expected Yi Yun's nomological insight to reach a level capable of resisting the ancestor god. He had been studying the tracing mark of the ancestor god for decades without any progress. Furthermore, the more he studied it, the more he realized how great the gap between him and the ancestor god was. Cracking it is very troublesome. Even when I'm doing it, it takes a few months' time, but once it's cracked, the ancestor god will immediately learn of it. Therefore, I won't be able to crack the mark for the Chaos Heaven's godly monarchs. I understand. Sky Punishment nodded. If a large number of godly monarchs had their implanted marks removed in succession, the ancestor god would probably exit seclusion immediately. All I'll be doing is transferring the mark of a heavenly court's disciple onto myself. After that, I would disguise myself as him both in identity and aura, completely replacing him in his participation in the array setup. Yi Yun had obtained a cardinal disguise treasure from the Ghost Race and the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book. With both in effect, it was very easy for him to disguise himself as a godly monarch. As long as he didn't face the ancestor god in person, he would not be discovered. All right. Polar directly agreed. In fact, he was betting the fate of the heavenly courts on Yi Yun. If Yi Yun failed, the heavenly courts would definitely be implicated and the outcome obvious. Time passed as the years went by. The ancestor god chose 12 excellent spirit veins in the chaos heavens and 72 sub-first grade spirit vein sources for the array. Each one of the 12 excellent spirit veins was famous in the chaos heavens. For example, there was the humanity's heavenly court spirit vein, the Fae's heaven Fae city spirit vein, and the ghost sky river of the netherworld, etc. The top races of the chaos heavens, excluding the celestials, each had one such spot. Possessing one was enough for them to reign supreme. The top races occupied 7 excellent spirit veins in the chaos heavens, 2 joint occupations, and one which was occupied by the ancient divine beasts. The final 2 spots were located in forbidden zones which godly monarchs could not enter, therefore, they could not be used. However, after the ancestor god appeared, nothing proved to be a problem. The 12 excellent spirit veins were all taken under his control. Hence, it could be said that the ancestor god wielded control over the entire chaos heavens. As for the remaining 72 sub-first grade spirit veins, although they were described as sub, they were highly coveted by various major sections. Occupying even one made them a top faction in the chaos heavens. Of course, all the spirit veins were now under the ancestor god's command. He had set up a huge array formation that was akin to a giant spider web. It reached deep into every corner of the chaos heavens as it constantly drained its powers, as though it was about to suck the chaos heavens dry. Over the years, the various major factions could clearly sense that weakening of the heaven-earth yuan qi contained within the spirit veins. To put it at a broader perspective, the entire chaos heavens heaven-earth yuan qi was slowly thinning. The chaos heavens was at present a supreme universe in the known multiverse. To have that status in question due to having its rich yuan qi sucked by an array formation was testimony to how terrifying the ancestor god and the array formation were. The unease many people felt increased. They could even foresee that martial arts in the chaos heavens was embarking on a slow death. The ancestor god appeared to bent on sucking the chaos heavens dry of everything. The deadline of 10 years gradually approached. The people involved in setting up the ancestor god's array involved more than 100 godly monarch level experts. Every one of them were illustrious among the godly monarchs in the chaos heavens. At that moment, in a valley, more than 10 godly monarchs were gathered. They were clearly from the various races of the chaos heavens. And leading them was the heavenly court's patriarch, Polar. Senior Polar, didn't you say that there's some problems with the array formation here? Why don't I detect any problems? A soul the Arch asked. They originally believed that they were gathered here to help in setting up the array formation. It was a situation that commonly happened. After all, the scale of the ancestor god's array formation was so huge that a single godly monarch was unable to complete it on their own most of the time. As the soul the Arch spoke, the entire valley's atmosphere suddenly changed. An indescribable law enveloped the entire valley and formed a domain that isolated the valley from the outside world. Oh? Polar, what's the meaning of this? The hearts of the godly monarchs present jolted as they were immediately placed on high alert. Nothing. Everyone, do you still remember the suggestion I raised 10 years ago? Polar said unhurriedly. Back then, Polar had suggested for all the godly monarchs to join forces to resist the ancestor god. Polar, you're mad. Although none of us wish for the ancestor god to rule over the chaos heavens, all of us combined fighting the ancestor god is like smashing eggs against a rock. Even if we aren't afraid of death, we do not wish to die in vain. Quickly dispel this domain and let us leave. We will pretend as if this never happened. We will keep mum about it and not snitch on you. If we take action, we'd be doomed the moment the celestials notice it. The godly monarchs spoke one after another. They had a total of 11 people, so they were not afraid of Polar. Polar said, I won't be able to dispel this domain even if I wish to because it's not set up by me. If you think what I said doesn't hold enough weight, what if someone else were to say it? As Polar spoke, a black-robed youth slowly walked out of the valley. There was no yuan qi fluctuation from his body, but he seemed to be center of the world. It was a reverent existence. You are Yi Yun. Someone recognized Yi Yun. In fact, after the battle at Heaven Face City, Yi Yun's portrait had been spread throughout the chaos heavens. Now, Yi Yun was undisguised and his looks were his own. Everyone naturally recognized him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1688, Chaos Heavens Beacon Fires. Chapter 1688, Chaos Heavens Beacon Fires. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun's appearance plunged everyone into silence. Just Polar alone was insufficient, but Yi Yun was different. It hadn't been long since Yi Yun appeared in the Chaos Heavens, but he was the most promising and illustrious figure that had appeared in the Chaos Heavens over the past billion years apart from the ancestor god. Be it Yi Yun's friends or enemies, all of them admitted that Yi Yun was the only peerless human who had any chance of attaining the same achievements as human emperor. But even so, the present Yi Yun was no match for the ancestor god at all. Even with Yi Yun leading them, it was still highly possible that they would be wiped out when resisting the ancestor god. So it's young Master Yi. I've heard so much about you. I know that you are arch-enemies with the ancestor god, but even if you ally with us, we won't be able to provide you with much help, a female elderly ghost said. Her skin was sallow and looked as though it was slathered with a layer of resin oil. Yi Yun said, "Everyone, do you believe that I've been forced into a corner by the ancestor god? That I want to pull all of you down with me to be my cannon fodder so that I have a chance of survival?" Not at all, but, the female elderly ghost said again, but she was interrupted by Yi Yun. I have already cracked the ancestor god's tracing mark inside of me. I can swear on my Dao heart that this is the truth and nothing but the truth. What? Upon hearing that, everyone appeared moved. Yi Yun had actually found a way to dispel the ancestor god's tracing mark? All of them had spent great effort in trying to understand the tracing mark, but they eventually discovered that unless their nomological insight or psyche powers reached that of the ancestor god, there was no way of removing it. Then, young Master Yi, would it be possible for you to? The female elderly ghost could hardly speak out of embarrassment. However, with the tracing mark on her, it was like a nightmare. She could not rest easy and felt that the ancestor god could rob her of her life at any time. The pressure was just too great. The removal of the mark was something they yearned for even in their dreams. I'm sorry. It's not possible for now. Even for myself, removing the tracing mark was not simple, nor do I have that much time. It will also alert the ancestor god. The reason why I'm telling you this is to let you know that I have a route of retreat. Instead, the one who doesn't is you, the Chaos Heavens. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, everyone fell silent. Indeed, if Yi Yun did not have a tracing mark, he could leave the Chaos Heavens and hide in a pocket world. The ancestor god might not be able to find him. Although he would have to live in anxiety, the chances of survival were still huge. They were different. After the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Dao was devoured by the ancestor god, the only outcome left for them was to be loyal dogs of the ancestor god. They would live abject existences and could be abandoned at any time. It was even possible for them to be used as vessels to breed demonic servants. Yi Yun added, I also revealed this to you all to tell you that I am somewhat confident in entering into direct conflict with the ancestor god. If we were to wait till he devours the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Dao, his Dao will be fortified forever. After that, I would likely not be able to do anything. This is the final chance. To me, it's a chance to fortify my Dao, but for you, it's a chance for survival. Yi Yun's words moved the hearts of everyone. Someone asked, Young Master Yi, what are your chances of success? 50-50. Man proposes, God disposes. In order to avoid the ancestor god's detection, I have been contacting all of you through Senior Polar in batches. Each batch has about 10 plus people. You are not the first batch. Oh? Young Master Yi has contacted that many people? Aren't you afraid that someone will snitch? I am. That's why I will take a wisp of your intrinsic soul. I will swear upon my Dao heart to not cause any damage to your intrinsic soul. After everything is done, I would immediately return your intrinsic soul to you. Not only will it not damage your martial fundamentals, it will also provide you with opportunity in the future. If I were to violate this agreement, the foundations of my martial Dao will crumple and I will fall from my present spot. As Yi Yun spoke, he beckoned gently. Bits of stellar light flashed from his palm. All these stellar light were the intrinsic souls of godly monarch level figures which were left with Yi Yun. Upon seeing this, everyone knew that Yi Yun wasn't lying. There was no reason for him to lie either. Under the present circumstances, it was necessary he kept contingency plans. If not, even they would not risk their lives with Yi Yun. They wouldn't know better if they were walking into a trap. Many people were moved. Although Yi Yun claimed to only have a 50% chance of success, there was still hope if they tried. If they didn't, it would only be a slow death. After thinking about it deeply, people chose to sign contacts with Yi Yun. After the first one, a second one stepped forward. As the number of people who signed contracts with Yi Yun increased, those who were on the fence finally made up their minds. Everyone eventually chose to ally with Yi Yun. Regardless of their true inclinations, Yi Yun thought nothing of it. He had their intrinsic souls in hand and the ancestor god's actions were indeed against the Chaos Heavens and not something that won the hearts of people. Yi Yun refused to believe that someone would forego their lives for a master who had not won the hearts of people. time slowly passed as the mood in the chaos heavens grew increasingly suppressed. It was the calm before the storm. Everyone knew that the setup of the array was coming to an end. A shadow hung over every faction and it felt stifling. On this day, in a particular spot in the chaos heavens, a divine beam of light soared into the sky like a heavenly column that penetrated the firmaments. Everyone within 500,000 kilometers saw the column of light tear through the land and penetrate the universe. People could tell that the column of light stemmed from Ethereal Lake. It got its name because it was an extremely mysterious lake. As it was unpredictable and ethereal, the typical warrior found it difficult to pinpoint its ever-changing location. Legend had it that people who bathed and drank with the water in the ethereal lake would have their cultivation levels increase greatly. They could break through several realms and become an overlord of a dominion. Many warriors of lowly cultivation levels were attracted to the legend of Ethereal Lake. They even set out, wishing to find it with good luck. But no one expected that someone had fixed the Ethereal Lake in place with a gigantic array flag 3 decades ago. The lake stopped drifting erratically and later, all its waters were slowly drained by the array flag. At the same time, array formations were set up around Ethereal Lake, preventing anyone from approaching. Now, the column of light which stemmed from Ethereal Lake had spewed out all the heaven-earth yuan qi accumulated within this mystical land. As such, Ethereal Lake was destroyed. From then on, Ethereal Lake was no more in the chaos heavens. As for Ethereal Lake, it was simply one of the 72 sub-first-grade spirit vein sources which the ancestor god had chosen in the chaos heavens. Beyond Ethereal Lake, there were 71 divine beings shooting out from different lands. If one viewed from far away in the universe, it would appear as if the chaos heavens had beacon fires lit up everywhere. It was splendid and mysterious. Everyone knew that the array formation that the ancestor god had set up was finally activated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1689, Divine Emperor. Chapter 1689, Divine Emperor. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The 72 beacon fires burned for days. All the heaven-earth yuan qi within the chaos heavens spewed forth. Over the past few decades, the yuan qi density in the chaos heavens had been weakening by the day, but from the moment the beacon fires were lit, the chaos heavens yuan qi density reached an unprecedented peak, one not seen for billions of years. Now, sects and factions saw their territories being so dense in yuan qi that yuan qi fog and yuan qi clouds condensed as they rained yuan qi. With the yuan qi downpour, cultivating in the rain for a month was equivalent to a normal year. This was a perfect opportunity to cultivate, but most warriors had no mood to do so. None of the major factions in the chaos heavens took action. All of them remained silent. It was like the calm before a huge storm, a sign of the final apocalypse. The calmer it was, the more repressed people felt. Many warriors knew that the ignition of the 72 beacon fires was just a prelude. In the following days, the 12 main beacon fires would be ignited in succession. When the 12 main beacon fires were ignited, all the yuan qi in the chaos heavens would erupt. When that happened, the chaos heavens' heavenly Tao would be devoured by the ancestor god. When that happened, what were the people of chaos heavens to do? From the chaos heavens' birth as a martial civilization, it had not met such a cataclysm for billions of years. Ordinary warriors felt lost. Divine lords and godly monarchs seemed to roam in despair. Only the cream of the godly monarch crop, those patriarchs and members of the upper echelons of the major factions, knew that a massive battle that would determine their fate would happen in the coming days. They felt uneasiness and even an ominous horror that was a distant emotion to them. All of them were all-powerful figures that ruled over the chaos heavens. Once upon a time, they stood apart from the secular world, reclusing themselves and caring nothing for worldly affairs. Under such circumstances, few things mattered to them. They never left their seclusion unless it was something major, so they never encountered a situation that left them in horror. But now, with the apocalypse at hand, even the patriarchs of the various races were like lost birds in a thunderstorm. Without any means to protect themselves, all they could do was wait passively. They hoped to see Yi Yun create a miracle, but the chances of this miracle happening were extremely slim. The two patriarchs of Heaven Phase City, Grand Supremum and Grand Primordium, shared this feeling. They bore such a burden as the days passed. As they had participated in setting up the array, they roughly knew that the 12 main beacon fires would ignite within the next 2 days. Success or failure were days away. Pa! A chess piece landed on a chessboard. In front of Grand Supremum was a chessboard and opposite him was Grand Primordium. The duo had been having the chess game for 10 days. At times, they would not place a piece for as long as an hour. Grand Supremum had thought for quite a while before he finally landed his move, but it was not considered a brilliant one. It exposed his weakness, and it was a move that could lead to his defeat. Senior brother. You, Grand Primordium raised his head and looked at Grand Supremum in surprise. Junior brother. We might not be able to continue our game, for there's no piece to land, unless. Grand Supremum trembled as he said those words. At that moment, Grand Primordium's expression changed as he felt an overwhelming aura surge over. He stood up and looked into the distance. Tiny black dots had appeared along the horizon. In a few blinks of an eye, the black dots enlarged. They were bronze giants. Celestials. The Celestials were always mysterious and few in number. Yet, there were a total of 100 Celestials in Heaven Face City. Nearly all these Celestials had combat strength at the godly Monarch level. They were clearly the best warriors of the Celestials. All across the Chaos Heavens, a Celestial could fend off the combined forces of 3 pinnacle existences of the other races. Now, 100 Celestials had appeared in Heaven Face City. It could be said that the entire horde was here. The 10+ Faith Thearchs in Heaven Face City could no longer sit still as they rose into the air, seemingly prepared to face the enemy. However, compared to the Celestials, they were just too weak. About 10 of them had to fight 100 Celestials. Furthermore, most of them were not the Celestials' match in a one-on-one skirmish. The situation wouldn't turn for the better even if all the Faith Thearchs of the Fae race was gathered, much less when there were only the Faith Thearchs of Heaven Face City. The bronze giant that led the Celestials was thousands of feet tall. When he stood outside Heaven Face City, the towering city walls did not even reach his knee. Even the majestic Heaven Face City appeared as minute as a sandcastle at the beach. Divine Emperor? Someone recognized the leading bronze giant to be the reigning Divine Emperor of the Celestials. The reigning Divine Emperor was not the ancestor god, but he the current ruler of the Chaos Heavens Celestials. The ancestor god came from the sinkhole and was the former Divine Emperor. In ancient times, the ancestor god had passed the throne of Divine Emperor to the present Divine Emperor when he left the Chaos Heavens. Now that the ancestor god was back in a bid to devour the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao, his status could be said to be the patriarch of the Celestials. As for the Divine Emperor, he remained the Divine Emperor. Although the Divine Emperor's strength was inferior to the ancestor gods, he far exceeded the patriarchs of the various races. The combined forces of Grand Supremum and Grand Primordium were not necessarily the match of the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor had arrived with many celestial experts. Behind them was a dense horde of demonic servants which resembled locusts. These demonic servants seemed to blanket the world when gathered together. It looked like a massive dark cloud. The number was in the millions. And there were many powerful beings among the demonic servants. The leaders were the 8 demon marshals, and all of them had combat strength at the godly Monarch level. Behind them were hundreds of demonic generals, each of them having the strength of demon lords. This was another horrifying force. In addition, there were countless supremacies and Tao lords behind them. The demonic servant army, together with more than 100 celestial experts, meant that Heaven Face City could be flattened with a mere thought. Grand Supremum and Grand Primordium were floating in midair as they experienced the immense pressure. Was the Heaven Face City, which had a heritage of billions of years, about to be annihilated today? The demonic servant army grew in size, and at this point, numbers lost their meaning. It was comprised of demonic servants that had been amassed by the Celestials for billions of years. Most of the time, the Celestials' demonic servants were in a slumber. Only when needed were they awakened. Many demonic servants had been asleep for more than 100 million years. Furthermore, the Celestials had been feeding and nurturing them in recent years. Just the demonic servant army was enough to leave one in despair. The city appeared to be crumbling under the mass of dark clouds. Numerous Fae warriors walked out of their houses in Heaven Face City and looked at the terrifying arm that could wipe them out. The strong trembled, the weak wept. Oh? It's you? Grand Supremum creased his brows. He saw that quite a number of godly monarchs from the ghost and soul race were with the demonic servant army. There were a few whom Grand Supremum knew. They had signed a contract with Iyun a few months back. At this moment, these people were following the demonic servant army and wearing disconsolate expressions. Grand Supremum's heart sank involuntarily. The ominous premonition he'd had come true. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1690, Enemies All Over the Universe. Chapter 1690, Enemies All Over the Universe. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The godly monarchs of the soul and ghost races appeared ashamed when they met the 2 Fae patriarchs. Against the army horde of the Celestials, with the ancestor god as their backer, the peak races of the Chaos Heavens became nothing but jokes. The difference in strength was just too great. The ghosts had barely resisted the celestials before they submitted. The souls quickly capitulated when that happened. Not everyone had the courage to face the threat of having their race annihilated. The Ghost Patriarch was among the army, standing out because he was different from the typical Ghost Tharch. They often had a corpse-like body after they condensed one that was sallow or pale, without any signs of life. However, this Ghost Patriarch had fair and supple skin like he was made of porcelain. He looked extremely young, only with turbid eyes. His ghost body was near perfection. To achieve this, the Ghost Patriarch had spent more than 100 million years transcending numerous ghost tribulations. Of course, once the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao was devoured, his body would never attain perfection. Grand Supremum, Grand Primordium, Ancestor God is aware of Eon's alliance with the godly monarchs of the different races. The Ghost Patriarch sent a voice transmission to them. Grand Supremum's heart sank. How did the Ancestor God learn of it? Who betrayed us? It might not be a betrayal, the Ghost Patriarch sighed. Perhaps the Ancestor God had left some contingencies, or he is truly so powerful that it is beyond our comprehension. In short, we have failed. The celestial army attacked and threatened the annihilation of my race. I'm ashamed to say that I couldn't fight them and had to submit. Compared to having his race annihilated, the inability to attain a perfect body was trivial. There was hope as long as he survived. Perhaps the Ancestor God would only rule the Chaos Heavens for hundreds of millions of years, but he would not rule it forever. This was because after he devoured the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao, the Chaos Heavens would slowly lose its value to the Ancestor God. Therefore, it was possible that he would leave when he was done. Legend had it that beyond the universe were other universes. Human Emperor Lin Ming had left this universe with Empress Shang Mei. Perhaps there would come a day when the Ancestor God would leave as well. An existence like the Ancestor God would have transcended samsara and any mortal bindings. It was unlikely he would rigidly stick to this universe. And once he left, everything could be redone once again. Experts could be nurtured again after the death of others. Martial heritage could be mended even if they were severed. Even if the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao was devoured, time would eventually allow the Chaos Heavens to restore itself. As long as they waited billions of years, the lost Yuan Shi would slowly return. However, if their entire race was annihilated, it would be over. When that happened, there was no way to make a resurgence once the Ancestor God was gone. It was not worth it to be spiteful. All of you still have a wisp of your intrinsic souls with Eon. You can choose to submit to the Ancestor God, but what's the price of rebelling against Eon? Can you pay that price? Grand Primordium asked in return. Eon isn't as ruthless as the Ancestor God. He might crush our intrinsic souls, but it would be meaningless for him. Besides, even if he does crush our souls, it would only be us who perish. It's better than having our entire races annihilated. Upon hearing the Ghost Patriarch's words, Grand Supremum and Grand Primordium found it bitingly ironic. The reason for their betrayal was simply because Eon was likely kinder. This was probably the prime example of the saying the kind gets bullied. Even more ironic of all was that both Grand Supremum and Grand Primordium lacked the courage to resist the Ancestor God despite understanding this principle. It was fine if they died, but to have the entire Heaven Face City perish with them? Grand Supremum! Grand Primordium! At that moment, the reigning Divine Emperor spoke. In the Ancestor God's name, I will be hunting down Eon. Now, I'll be using your Fey army. Are you agreeable to it? The Divine Emperor's voice resounded through Heaven Fey City. The words sounded like the most saddening dirge in Grand Supremum's and Grand Primordium's ears. The entire Chaos Heavens was being slowly destroyed by the Ancestor God, and the only one who put up a resistance was Eon, but because of his resistance, he was to be hunted across the entire Chaos Heavens. Are you defying me with your silence? Asked the Divine Emperor. Grand Supremum and Grand Primordium remained silent. The Divine Emperor's gaze turned cold as a sliver of murderous intent burned. I'll give you a minute to consider. The Ancestor God will leave the matter of your betrayal for now, but not again. If there's another time, your entire race will be annihilated. As for Eon, he naively believes that he has wiped away the Ancestor God's mark on him. In fact, from the moment the Ancestor God began interacting with the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao, nothing in the Chaos Heavens could be kept from him. Eon's location is already known to the Ancestor God. There is no way he's escaping. I'll ask you once more. Are the Fae planning to die with Eon? If that's the case, I'll fulfill your wishes. The Divine Emperor's voice was overbearing. Grand Supremum closed his eyes in pain as he felt as though his backbone was being pulled out. He bit down on his lips, and despite being completely unwilling to do so, he said, "The Fae obeys the order." Grand Supremum felt that he had used all his strength to deliver those words. He felt that the hundreds of millions of years of cultivation had been for nothing. At that moment, he was not betraying Iyun but himself. "Very good." Divine Emperor gave a satisfied smile. "Grand Supremum, hear my orders. The Fae will send 20 Fae Thearchs and 100,000 warriors to follow my celestial army to annihilate the rebel." As the Divine Emperor spoke, he led his huge demonic servant army into the territory. The point of getting the peak races to provide personnel was simply to make them submit. Everyone knew that the peak races would lose their core members, making it impossible for them to resist the ancestor god again. 3 days later, the celestial army swept through the chaos heavens. Countless warriors saw this astounding scene from afar. While the celestial army traveled, demonic servants from every land gathered to meet them. It went from 10 to 20 million to nearly 100 million. Such a huge demonic servant army blotted out the sky. Other than that, the allied army of the various peak races numbered hundreds of thousands. Although the numbers were small, they were not lacking in strength. It was still a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Having so many people gathered was, in fact, not to wipe out Iyun. Instead, it was to guarantee the absolute success of the ancestor gods devouring the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao. Otherwise, once these peak races of the Chaos Heavens took action, even if they were moths hurtling towards a flame, it was still possible for them to interfere in the ancestor gods' devouring of the heavenly Tao. The ancestor god could not allow any problems to arise as it would lead to imperfection. It would prevent his strength from reaching a peak, and pulverizing the rebels would not remedy the situation at all. Another day later, the massive army that comprised of the Chaos Heavens peak combat forces charged into the heavenly courts. The heavenly courts was the core force of humanity. The grandeur of the scene attracted many warriors in the Chaos Heavens. Although they were afraid, they tailed the army to witness the turn of events that had not happened in a billion years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1691, The Peak of the Heavenly Courts. Chapter 1691, The Peak of the Heavenly Courts. Faced with the ancestor god's might, humanity was the only one among the peak races that did not instantly submit. Tens of millions of demonic servants, 100 godly monarchs, and an army of hundreds of thousands comprised from various races stood outside the heavenly courts. The heavenly courts naturally had no means to resist. As the celestial army arrived, the heavenly courts did not set up any array defenses. Even the entrance arrays were not activated. In fact, activating the array was meaningless. An army of this scale would blast apart the array with one combined blow. It was even possible that the palace complex of the heavenly courts would be leveled along with the array. At that moment, in the middle of a square in the heavenly courts, the two patriarchs, Polar and Sky Punishment, were sitting on seats of honor. And beneath them were the godly monarchs of the heavenly courts. Apart from them, the other godly monarchs from other human factions had arrived here one after another. With humanity, or perhaps it should be said the Chaos Heavens, facing a life and death crisis, it was praiseworthy that more than half the godly monarchs of humanity came despite knowing that it was a fatal endeavor. In fact, even for those godly monarchs who did not come, it was simply because the factions behind them wished to leave seeds for the continuation of their martial lineage. Humanity, including the two patriarchs, had a total of 32 godly monarchs present. Among them was the Taixia Ancient Mining's godly monarch, Divineheart. Godly monarch Divineheart once met Iyun at the Shenyuan Dune and established some ties. With his strength, he was considered relatively weak among the 32 godly monarchs. In the tumultuous turmoil, his strength did not even cause a stir. Upon seeing the army that blotted out the sun above the heavenly courts, Divineheart felt wistful. Once upon a time, becoming a godly monarch was his greatest goal in life. He was already satisfied, but now, from the looks of it, he was nothing more than a tiny splash in the massive ocean. Polar, I'm here to slay Iyun in the name of the ancestor god. The divine emperor towered over the humans in midair like a massive mountain. The heavenly courts palace appeared like toy houses made of wood beneath his feet. Polar sat there silent, as though he did not hear him. Hand over Iyun, the divine emperor said again. His words left everyone taken aback. Was Iyun in the heavenly courts? Previously, the Divine Emperor had said that even if Iyun wiped the tracing mark from himself, Iyun's location could be found by the ancestor god ever since he interacted with the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao. Everyone believed that Iyun might have found a secret place to hide or even escape the Chaos Heavens. But to their surprise, Iyun was actually inside the heavenly courts. The Celestials' pursuit of Iyun would naturally pass by the heavenly courts, so it became one of the most dangerous spots. At that moment, there was no such thing as the most dangerous place being the safest place. Polar still did not offer a response. He stood up slowly and floated into the sky. This continued until he reached a height equal to the Divine Emperor's eye level. Do you not plan on handing him over? Divine Emperor's bronze face revealed a sarcastic smile. Yun seems to have maleficent thoughts. Despite knowing he's about to die, he still uses your heavenly courts as a shield. If not, why would he choose his final hiding ground to be the heavenly courts? The heavenly courts is considered the core of humanity. By choosing this spot, is he planning on embroiling the heavenly courts and bringing about its destruction? As he spoke, Divine Emperor slowly extended his hand. In the middle of his palm, a gigantic axe appeared out of thin air. The gigantic axe was made of metal and suffused a dark golden luster. No one doubted that the land would be split apart if the axe came cleaving down. The Divine Emperor looked at Polar as if he was looking at a dead man. Although the ancestor god did not pursue the faults of the ghost, soul, and fey patriarchs, it did not mean that he had turned a blind eye to the rebellious plot against him. There was a price to betrayal. Apart from Yun, someone had to be punished to assert his authority. And this someone was undoubtedly Polar. For the past 10+ years, Polar's rebellious intention had been clear. Even before Yun appeared, Polar had incited others to rebel. From the looks of it, you plan on resisting? Other than Polar, none of the other patriarchs of the other races dared to fly to a height equal to the Divine Emperor. All of them looked up to him except Polar. You make it sound like you would intend to spare us. Polar sneered. He was unafraid of death. Decades ago, back when he had attempted to ally the various godly monarchs from the Chaos Heavens together, he was already aware of the possibility of being killed in action. It's fine if you die, but do you plan on having the entire heavenly courts accompany you in death? Divine Emperor's voice came with rich killing intent. If Polar went on his knees and allowed himself to be executed, he did not mind pardoning the heavenly courts. However, if Polar intended to rebel, then the Divine Emperor would show no mercy. With an army numbering tens of millions, how could it not shed blood? And the heavenly courts was the best sacrificial object. The moment the Divine Emperor said that, the ghost, soul, and fey godly monarchs lamented inwardly. The races behind them were their soft spot. They could not ignore them. Was Polar mad? Was he unconcerned with the death of humanity? Polar looked straight at the Divine Emperor. Despite facing the threat, he still did not show any signs of fear. All he did was let out a long sigh, looking somewhat doleful. We warriors have been cultivating our entire lives. What was it for? It's not to enjoy riches or sex. Nor is it about being placed on a pedestal while enslaving those beneath us. We cultivate to fight against our fate. We do not wish to let samsara run its course, so we cultivate for years. Our martial heritage has been passed down for millions of years, billions of years, and will be so for trillions of years. It's not for us to kneel down to beg for mercy after gaining mastery. With the backbone broken, there's no way one can straighten one's back. Since the Celestials wish to destroy my heavenly courts will be facing you in a battle of blood. Upon hearing Polar's words, Divine Emperor was truly taken aback. He fell into a trance for a moment before he roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. One can still live with their backbone broken. In time, it's still possible to recover with treasures. But the annihilation of a race would end with nothing. Polar, I never expected that all your disciples and grand disciples, along with the heavenly courts, would have to accompany you in death because of a moment's joy. If you wish so, I'll make it happen. As the Divine Emperor spoke, the millions of demonic servants surrounded the heavenly courts. They were setting up an array. Once the array formation was set up, all they would need to destroy the heavenly courts would be a mere thought. Upon seeing this situation, the godly monarchs from the Fey, Soul, and Ghost races were extremely unwilling, but they had no choice but to participate in this annihilative battle of targeting the heavenly courts. They could go through the motions, but they could not avoid the battle. Otherwise, the ancestor god would be settling scores with them after annihilating humanity. Just as the demonic servant army was setting up its array formation, the world suddenly began to tremble slightly. Thunderous sounds came out from deep underground like the angry bellow of an ancient divine beast. The stir spread in every direction at an astonishing speed. If one pursued the shockwave with one's perception, they would discover that the stirrings were not weakening as they spread. Instead, they were drawing on the powers of the heaven and earth, turning stronger and faster as they proceeded. It appeared to be sweeping through the entire Chaos Heavens. The numerous warriors of the Chaos Heavens were alarmed by this stir. Just days ago, the ancestor god's activation of the massive array had already sent a stir in the Chaos Heavens. Was this the result of the ancestor god again? Ordinary warriors might have been baffled, but the Celestial's Divine Emperor knew very well that this stirring had nothing to do with the ancestor god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1692 Sublimation of Life. Chapter 1692 Sublimation of Life. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. If this phenomenon that swept through the entire chaos heavens was unrelated to the ancestor god, could it be related to Yun? The Divine Emperor immediately rejected the possibility after some thought. The might and the influence of the phenomenon was just too terrifying. He refused to believe that anyone apart from the ancestor god was capable of this. Ignoring the fact that Yun had not broken through to the godly monarch realm, it was still impossible even if he had already broken through. But what was exactly going on? Could it be that the ancestor god had set up an array and his forceful extraction of the chaos heavens Yuan Qi had resulted in the resistance of the chaos heavens' heavenly Tao? Was this some unexpected outcome? With this in mind, the Divine Emperor felt a little worried. And at that moment, in the direction of the epicenter, three faint figures had appeared high in the sky. The figures were neither human nor beast, but three basic shapes. They were in the shapes of a cube, a sphere, and a flat card. What were these three figures? The Divine Emperor was not the only one stunned, everyone was. Even Patriarch Polar was not entirely sure what was happening. He only had some guesses in his mind. These three items, especially the cube and the sphere, was likely left behind by the human emperor. Patriarch Polar had naturally seen what human emperor had left behind in the ring. Although human emperor had mentioned before that the items in the ring might one day save humanity, Patriarch Polar was unable to use these two items because he didn't gain their recognition. At a most critical juncture, Patriarch Polar had taken out the ring which human emperor had left behind, hoping to trigger human emperor's powers within. He hoped that with the human emperor's powers, the ancestor god could be fought off. Polar did not hold much hope for a positive outcome. However, he never expected that Yun had apparently obtained the human emperor's recognition. Not only so, he had taken out a third heavenly treasure. Although Polar had no idea what it was, it shared the same aura as the other two heavenly treasures. They were the aura of the Supreme Great Tao. All of this was only known to Yun himself. Not only did he know what heavenly treasures the human emperor had left behind, he even knew what the purple crystal origins was. Back then, Yun had learned of the 12 ancient Fey gods while in the sinkhole. The 12 Fey gods were actually manifestations of the great Tao laws of the universe. They were not only limited to the sinkhole, but represented the great Tao laws of the multiverse. For instance, the Chaos Heavens Fey's Heaven Fey totem also had shadows of the 12 Fey gods. The first 9 Fey gods of the 12 were no secret. They were the Extreme Yang Illumination, Extreme Nether Glow, Empress Earth Tao Tree, Dragon Emperor, Seven-Colored Phoenix, Koan Pang, Heavenly Man, the Manifestation of Time, River of Forgetfulness, and the Manifestation of Space, Solitary Nothingness. But the final 3 were a mystery to the rest of the martial world. However, Yun knew that the purple crystal origins he possessed was one of the final 3 Fey gods. Yet, never did Yun imagine that the items left in the human emperor's ring were the remaining 2 Fey gods. Calling them Fey gods was not accurate. They were actually just an amalgamation of the universe's great Tao laws. Human Emperor had left behind his heritage mark on these 2 items. Only a person who had obtained Human Emperor's heritage could receive the recognition of the mark. Back when Yun obtained the recognition, not only did he obtain the 2 items, he even saw some of the past of the Human Emperor. Inside the cube were some of Human Emperor's memory fragments. Human Emperor was also known as the Tao Originator Celestial, the Arch in the Sinkhole, and his name was Lin Ming. Back when Lin Ming first embarked on his martial career, he had obtained the cube. Lin Ming had called it the Magic Cube, but it did not have a real name. The Magic Cube had helped Lin Ming greatly in the beginning. If not for it, Lin Ming would never have become Human Emperor later. Fundamentally, the Magic Cube was a heavenly treasure condensed from soul laws. As for the sphere, it was the condensation of the body cultivation laws. Human Emperor had called it the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Finally, the purple crystal, which was possessed by Yun, was the condensation of energy laws. Soul, energy, body corresponded to 3 tenets of spirit, chi, and soul in reverse order. The 3 major laws were fundamental to people. It was fundamental to life. It was fundamental to the universe. Similarly, the multiverse had spirit, chi, and soul. Spirit represented all objects in the universe. The myriad objects were the flesh of the universe. Chi represented all the energies in the universe. The myriad objects were born amid the heaven and earth energies. That was the chi of the universe. As for soul, they were the heavenly Tao laws of the universe. This was the soul of the universe, just as how the myriad objects had a soul. Therefore, the three heavenly treasures condensed out of the three laws were no longer treasures. Combined together, they were the seeds of the multiverse. Three heavenly treasures concentrated the origins of the universe. If the multiverse were to be destroyed and the three heavenly treasures were to absorb the remnants of the universe and its emitted energies, they would slowly accumulate enough energy to explode at a particular moment. It would spew out all the mass, energy, and heavenly Tao laws it stored within itself and form a new universe. This would then be a big bang for a new universe. After creation would be destruction. But destruction implied new life. This was also the fundamentals of the martial Tao which human emperor cultivated in. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence represented major destruction, while the primordial chaos heavenly Tao represented major creation. Both were present within these three universe seeds. As for Yun, he had already cultivated the Tao of major destruction and Tao of major creation. When he finally gained insight into all of this, the three heavenly treasures flew straight into Yun's body. The magic cube condensed from soul laws fused with Yun's soul. The purple crystal condensed from energy laws fused with Yun's dantian. The spirit bead condensed from body cultivation laws had fused with Yun's flesh and lifeblood. All of these raised Yun's strength rapidly. Not only was it an increase in strength, it was a sublimation of life's natural order. The shackles that had held back Yun all this while were destroyed immediately. Yun had entered the godly monarch realm in one step. At that moment, Yun had fused spirit, chi, and soul as one. He had become one with the heaven and earth, as well as the multiverse. He even sensed that the entire chaos heavens had become a part of him. He could sense the throbbing of the lands of the chaos heavens. He did not need to open his eyes, for with a mere thought, he could sense everything that was happening in the chaos heavens. Even a tiny bug could not escape Yun's detection. Even more so, his perception could spread beyond the chaos heavens if Yun so wished. Although Yun was powerful in the past, he was only mortal when it came to life's natural order. But now, his standing in life's natural order was that of a god. Having stepped into the godly monarch realm, he had truly gone from mortal to god. He was completely different from any godly monarch in the chaos heavens. This was also why Yun had caused the entire chaos heavens to resonate with him when he broke through to the godly monarch realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1693, Godly Monarch Realm. Chapter 1693, Godly Monarch Realm. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The projections of the three heavenly treasures vanished one after another as they fused with Yun. However, at the moment Yun broke through to the godly monarch realm, he knew very well that the three heavenly treasures did not truly belong to him despite having fused with him. At the end of the day, they were universe seeds of this multiverse, an inchoate form that led to the birth of the next multiverse. He could borrow their powers, but he was unable to really take them away. This was also why the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had left them behind when he left the multiverse. They had to stay behind to give birth to the next universe after infinite time. But when that happened, with Yun reaching a new realm, he would no longer needed the three universe seeds. He would ultimately leave the multiverse like the Tao originator Celestial the Arch to head to a brand new world, to probe infinite unknowns. Of course, the three universe seeds were the absolute source of Yun's strength. Boom! The world trembled as Yun appeared in the sky like a god. He stood equal to the heavens and all the warriors in the world had a feeling that they could not look straight at him. It was as though this world was being compressed by his mere appearance. Is that really Yun? Were the phenomena from before because of him? Has he broken through? The Divine Emperor was alarmed. Although he had such a guess moments ago, he rejected it for its ludicrosity. But from the looks of it, the terrifying energy blast had clearly come from Yun. He had broken through to the godly monarch realm? But why were there such phenomena when breaking through to the godly monarch realm? Despite their race being called celestials, they were still mortal beings. Now, he felt that he was facing a god when facing Yun. At that moment, all the heaven-earth Yuan Qi swept backwards and formed a gigantic Yuan Qi vortex and surged towards Yun. The Yuan Qi and laws gestated from the worldly phenomena were returning to Yun. Divine Emperor's expression changed slightly as he bellowed, set up the Godfiend array, destroy the heavenly courts, obliterate humanity, and kill Yun. He was feeling an intense sense of unease. He needed to seize the moment before Yun consolidated his cultivation level to severely injure him. The array set up by tens of millions of demonic servants was something no godly monarch in the chaos heavens could defend against. Even the Divine Emperor himself couldn't do so. Furthermore, he would be presiding over the Godfiend array personally to ensure Yun's death. After the Divine Emperor issued his order, tens of millions of demonic servants began gathering around the array formation. A terrifying annihilative force swept through the heavenly courts. In just an instant, the heavenly courts array began to crumble. All the palaces were enveloped by sanguine and dark clouds. It was as if hell had descended upon them. Patriarch Polar stood forward as he drew his sword. Heavenly Court's disciples, we shall fight to the last man, never to retreat one step. Kill! Kill! Yun's breakthrough filled all the human godly monarchs with fighting spirit. They flew out from various spots in the heavenly courts and charged at the demonic servant array. Even though they knew that they were too weak against the Celestials' army, they could not allow the array formation to successfully take form while Yun was still consolidating his cultivation. When it was an array that comprised of tens of millions of demonic servants, it was not that simple to activate. Kill the heavenly court's godly monarch first. Divine Emperor ordered the godly monarch Celestials. His order was similarly directed to the godly monarchs of the ghosts, souls, and fae. At this moment, the godly monarchs of the other races were wavering on their decision. The Celestials' might was redoubtable, but with Yun's strength alone, he had shook the chaos heavens and seemingly was meeting the Celestials as equals. At this moment, their hearts and minds were involuntarily aligned with Yun. Boom! 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 At that moment, the land ruptured as rocks and soil flew into the air. Black dragons flew out of the collapsing soil and swept the demonic servant array. Any demonic servant struck by the dragons was annihilated instantly. Even the many demonic generals equivalent to human divine lords suffered the same fate. What? Everyone felt a jolt through their hearts. When they focused their eyes, they saw that the countless black dragons were actually thick tree roots. And behind Yun, a towering tree had extended its lush foliage to block out the firmaments. Just the tree's height alone far exceeded the Divine Emperor. Meanwhile, people heard a sharp shriek from the tree's crown. A gigantic green demon pounced down from the tree like a tiger. It charged into the demonic servant army and, like a tiger in a herd of sheep, engaged in a massacre. The green demon looked even more sinister than the demonic servants. Its body was covered in green fog that was lethally poisonous. Being tainted by just a tiny bit of it was enough to corrode one's body to bone. Its gaping mouth could devour a palace, and there were few rows of sharp teeth lining its mouth. Just one bite from this green demon was enough to devour large numbers of demonic servants. Upon seeing this scene, the Divine Emperor was enraged, but he did not fluster. There were tens of millions of demonic servants. Even if the towering tree and the green demon were imposing, there was no way they could kill all. Set up the formation. The Divine Emperor roared. He wanted to activate the array formation as Poison Demon and the Azure Wood Divine Tree engaged in their slaughter. As energy rose exponentially, the human godly monarchs were instantly placed at the disadvantage when facing the Celestials' obstruction. The Divine Emperor knew very well that only by activating the demonic servant array formation would there be a chance to destroy Yun. Otherwise, once Yun's foundations were fully consolidated, there was no way he could fight him. Tens of millions of demonic servants paid the price to buy time. Just as the array formation was about to be finished, all the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi were isolated from the area. Space was sealed and the laws changed, forming an alternate dimension. At that moment, only Poison Demon was engaging in the slaughter. The Azure Wood Divine Tree roots, which had been delivering immense damage to the demonic servants, had vanished. However, the Divine Emperor did not relax his guard. It appeared like the calm before the storm. So. At that moment, one divine root after another tore out from the ground. Each divine root was a twisted mass of dozens of tree roots, making them as thick as a heavenly column. There were a total of 12 divine roots which resembled 12 nails. They completely impaled the demonic servants' array. The Divine Emperor's heart palpitated. The 12 divine roots had impaled exactly where the 12 array cores were. The Godfiend array was mighty and mystical, and it was obviously something Yun could not see. However, while Yun was consolidating his breakthrough in cultivation, he could instantly tell the lifeline of the Godfiend array. The 12 divine roots held down the 12 array cores. Although the Divine Emperor could break the divine roots one after another, there was no longer any time for him to continue activating the array. This was because the Divine Emperor could tell that high in the sky, Yun had already completely absorbed the Yuan Qi and laws. His cultivation level had already consolidated. At that moment, the aura in the world changed. What was a sleeping dragon had finally awakened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1694, Divine Emperor Vanquished. Chapter 1694, Divine Emperor Vanquished. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. After completing the breakthrough, Yi-Yun had fused spirit, chi, and soul as one. All the celestial warriors present, even the demonic servants with low intelligence, faced Yi-Yun feeling horried. This was a suppression from the difference in life's natural order. It was like a rabbit facing a mighty hawk. Ancestor God, inform the ancestor God quickly. A celestial divine general said immediately. With the way things were developing, informing the ancestor God was the most correct way of handling the situation. No matter how strong Yi-Yun was, he would not be able to defeat the ancestor God. Among the crowd, a 70-foot-tall celestial divine general immediately took out a voice transmission token. Its range covered the entire chaos heavens. However, the instant the divine general took out the token, he felt his energy drain rapidly. What seemed like a gentle wind was blowing across him, causing all his actions, including his vitality, to be sealed completely. Despite being a mighty divine general, he was not even capable of activating the voice transmission token. A stunning scene happened immediately after that. The divine general's body began to rapidly lose its luster. Its originally bronze skin turned grayish-yellow as it began to dry and age. His golden hair also turned like yellow withered grass as it began falling out. The divine general was rapidly losing his vitality. In just a few blinks of an eye, all of the divine general's flesh and blood withered, leaving behind a body of skin wrapping around golden bones before he plummeted from the sky. Boom! The withered bone crashed to the ground and crumbled. A celestial divine general died so simply. Even at his point of death, his rotten and dry eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The godly monarchs present were all knowledgeable people. They obviously knew that Yi-Yun had used the laws of time to kill the divine general. Time had been accelerated, draining him of his vitality and causing him to rot. Such means were usable in the hands of others, but it could only be used against weaklings when the difference in strength was humongous. To use the laws of time to kill a godly monarch was nearly impossible. After all, a godly monarch's lifespan was extraordinarily long. To use the laws of time to siphon off all their vitality was an inconceivable act. Everyone, join forces to kill Yi-Yun, ordered the divine emperor angrily. Where's the ancestor God? Some of the celestial divine generals were already panicking. Ancestor God is in seclusion. He is in his final stage of fusing with the heavenly Tao. The 12 array cores are about to be activated. Divine Emperor's expression turned immensely heavy. They had gathered so many divine generals and demonic servants, to the point of allying with the other peak races to get them to provide an army. In name, it was said to annihilate Yi-Yun, but in fact, it was to serve as a shock and awe measure for the chaos heavens. It was to ensure that everything would go smoothly at the final moment when the ancestor God fused with the heavenly Tao. But who would have imagined that this redoubtable celestial army would be on the brink of defeat while facing Yi-Yun? To extraordinarily powerful figures, numbers were of little meaning. This was also why the peak races had no choice but to submit to the ancestor God. The Celestials had more than 100 godly monarchs. Still, unless they set up an array, they were nothing but fleeting clouds in front of Yi-Yun. Set up the array. Celestial Tao of the Nine Firmaments. The Divine Emperor ordered via a voice transmission. However, the instant his sentence finished, another celestial divine general rapidly rotted away under everyone's shocked gaze into a desiccated corpse. No matter how powerful he is, the speed at which he can kill is limited. Let's join forces to vanquish Yi-Yun. Divine Emperor roared loudly. At that moment, not only were the 100+ celestial divine generals setting up an array, even the tens of millions of demonic servants were beginning to enter their own formation. With both things happening at the same time, Yi-Yun could only deal with one and not the other. Once any of the arrays were set up, Yi-Yun could very well be inflicted with immense damage. And at this critical juncture, Polar flew high into the sky. Fellow Taoists. Polar's voice was infused with Yuan Qi as it resounded for 5,000 kilometers. We who cultivate do so to defy the heavens and change fate, to escape the cycle of samsara. Today, the chaos heavens is facing an unprecedented crisis. Yi-Yun has already broken through to the godly monarch realm and is equal to the ancestor God. Are you still willing to be slaves? Polar's shout sounded like thunder. The dozens of godly monarchs from humanity, souls, and Fae had their hearts burn with fighting spirit. Their fighting spirit did not stem from godly monarch Polar's words, but from desire for freedom and life of the race behind them. They had indeed been repressed for far too long. From the day the ancestor God appeared, all they could do was put up with it, again and again. Even though their godly monarch peers were killed, all they could do was act oblivious. And today, all of this repression finally boiled to a reaction. Fight! 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 The patriarchs of the few major races shouted in unison, causing dozens of godly monarchs from various races to charge towards the celestial divine general's formation. Boom! 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 Energy which could render the world asunder caused large swaths of palaces in the heavenly courts to collapse. Even the void was penetrated. The battle royale between nearly 200 godly monarchs caused energy surges that could tear through the chaos heavens itself. And in fact, that did happen. A huge hole had opened in the chaos heavens as a rift in the multiverse was forcefully opened up. However, no one fled towards the multiverse rift. Be they the celestials or the godly monarchs from the peak races, none of them feared this battle. At that moment, the divine emperor's eyes looked like they were cracking. The division between us and them was irreconcilable. If not for the ancestor god's need to devour the chaos heavens heavenly Tao that required the help of these godly monarchs, he would have long exterminated them all. He would do it even if it would incite a war with the major chaos heavens races. And now, the divine emperor was pushed into a corner with no means of retreat. The azure wood divine tree and the green demon were wreaking destruction among the demonic servants. The army from the peak races numbering hundreds of thousands had also entered battle with the demonic servant army. Although they could not pose any threat to the demonic servant army, it made it impossible to take up a formation in such a situation. Where are your eyes looking? Your opponent is me. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like death sounded in the divine emperor's ears. His heart shrank as he looked up immediately and saw Ian floating above him in black. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my path towards matching the human emperor. Ian raised his hand slightly as a black 10,000 demon wheel of existence was conjured behind him. It absorbed all destruction forces. The demon gods on the wheel represented destruction. Back then, although human emperor had rescued all life, destruction was the human emperor's totem. Ian knew very well that even if he had fused the three universe seeds together, there was still a huge gap between him and the human emperor. However, that didn't matter. The human emperor had been cultivating for billions of years while Ian had only cultivated for about 1,000 years. He had the time to study the heavenly Tao to escape the cycle of samsara and wield power over the world. Die. Having accumulated immense destructive forces, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence surged downwards. The divine emperor let out a roar as he bulged his muscles and burned his divine blood. Blinding golden light emitted his body. At that moment, divine emperor did not hesitate to burn his divine blood origins. Behind the divine emperor, his boiling divine blood conjured a gigantic demon god. It had 3 faces and 3,000 arms. Every hand wielded a weapon. This was the strongest martial Tao that the divine emperor cultivated in. Only by burning his divine blood origins could he use it. No godly monarch in the chaos heavens, including each race's patriarch, could put up a resistance against the 3,000-armed demon god. In this battlefield, even though there were more than 100 godly monarchs embroiled in a battle, they were all suppressed by the divine emperor's 3,000-armed demon god. Everyone looked at this astonishing scene. The might of such a move would appear in the annals of history. However, it was a pity that the divine emperor's opponent was Yun. Boom! 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 The 10,000 demon wheel of existence pressed down mightily as all the weapons in the 3,000 arms of the demon god shattered within seconds. The demon god flew towards the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, but the force of major destruction was impossible to defend against. The demon god's numerous arms began to explode one after another. Boom! The 3,000-armed demon god was completely devoured by the 10,000 demon wheel of existence as the black 10,000 demon wheel of existence looked like a grinder that could destroy everything. People even heard the demon gods cry while being ground. Pwah! The divine emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth and planned to burn the last of his divine blood origins to ignite an explosion of the demon god inside the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Even if he failed to blast Yin to death, it would blast apart his divine power. But at that moment, a pair of cold eyes appeared before the divine emperor. Through those eyes, the divine emperor seemed to see countless universes, and they were undergoing birth and destruction. They were Yun's eyes. Sha! Laws condensed to form a gigantic god-slaying sword that cleaved from heaven to earth. The divine emperor's bronze body, which was thousands of feet tall, was split into 2 by Yun's strike. Following that, the blade slashed horizontally as the divine emperor's body was split into 4. Sha! 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 Sword beams flew in every direction, each as blinding as the sun. The divine emperor's corpse was diced up by Yun, and even at the moment of his death, the divine emperor's eyes still had a trace of shock and indignation. He had attempted to self-destruct his corpse with the last of his consciousness, but Yun's successive blows had split up his body, severing all his major meridians. It made self-destruction impossible. Divine blood splattered down like rain. When everyone saw the scene, the battle that was happening like a raging fire slowed down. The Divine Emperor was dead. A Divine Emperor of a generation had been slain by Yi Yun. And this process took less than a minute. With the death of the Divine Emperor, the Celestials had lost their leadership. Regardless of how courageous they were, they lost their morale. On the contrary, the allied forces of the peak races had their morales raised. Kill! 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 Millions of people roared, causing a resonance from the land. Rich lifeblood powers raged like the flames of war, tearing through the multiverse rift. The huge celestial army was left in shambles by 1 million people. Of course, the main reason for this was Yi Yun. Yi Yun could vanquish godly monarchs with a mere raise of his hand. With a mere thought, he could obliterate tens of thousands of demonic servants. Apart from that, the Azurewood Divine Tree and Poison Demon were causing wanton destruction. These two slaughterers fed upon the very powers of the demonic servants. A large amount of the Divine Emperor's blood that had splattered was absorbed by the Azurewood Divine Tree and Poison Demon. They became stronger as they fought. Against such an enemy, the huge celestial army lost the courage to do battle. Instantly, the battle became a one-sided slaughter. Finally, some celestial mighty figures could not hold out any longer and escaped towards the multiverse rift. With the first, there was the second and third. With more than 100 godly monarchs and tens of millions of demonic servants, it was impossible to kill them all. Even Yi Yun wasn't capable of doing so. As they scattered, some of them burrowed into the chaos heavens while others flew into the multiverse rift. All of them were in a fluster. At this moment, the once formidable celestial allied army suffered an abject defeat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1695, From Waxing to Waning. Chapter 1695, From Waxing to Waning. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In the past few decades, the grudge between the peak races and the Celestials accumulated and deepened. Now that the Celestial army was in shambles and attempting escape, how could these races miss the chance to seek revenge? Kill! The peak races of the Chaos Heavens let out deafening war cries, as all the warriors began a relentless pursuit. Many people were even pursued into the multiverse rift. If one was powerful enough, diving into the multiverse rift for a short distance posed no danger. In the sky, large numbers of demonic servants had been vanquished. That, however, paled in comparison to the loss of celestial divine generals. These divine generals had always enjoyed lofty existences, ones that far exceeded the godly monarchs of the other major races. But now, under Yi Yun's pursuit, they were unable to join forces to face off the common enemy. One by one, they perished. During the chaotic retreat, Yi Yun slew more than 10 of the 100+ divine generals that were fleeing. In a battle that determined the survival of races, there could only be blood. When everything gradually calmed down, the entire sky, stretching out for thousands of kilometers, was enveloped by the demonic aura dissipated by the death of the demonic servants. There were stormy aura blasts and spatial rifts everywhere. Patriarch Polar was covered in blood, but he wore a delighted look on his face. This battle was worth it. Even if Yi Yun were to really be defeated by the ancestor god, he felt that the number of kills he racked up was worth it. After the Divine Emperor was vanquished, Patriarch Polar himself had killed a celestial divine general alone. In addition, Patriarch Sky Punishment also killed one, while the other Heavenly Court's godly monarchs joined forces to kill 2. Humanity as a race had subdued 4. Such a battle outcome was of noteworthy proportions. To the Celestials of the past, there might not have been a single divine general death for more than 100 million years. As the Celestials had always been placed on a high pedestal, which other race godly monarch would dare to offend them? Whenever a celestial divine general and an other race godly monarch ventured into a mystic realm together, the celestial would always reap the highest benefit while all the other godly monarchs could do was exercise forbearance bit by bit. If they were to come to blows because of their interests, it was easy to incur the wrath of the celestials, which might ultimately doom them. No one could ensure the safety of a person the celestial had earmarked for death. And the exaggerated outcome of the battle was all thanks to Yi Yun. At that moment, the various patriarchs and godly monarchs were looking at the black-robed figure in the sky. Yi Yun stood there with a seemingly ordinary aura. He resembled a mortal that didn't expose any terrifying auras. However, his body was dyed in dark gold blood. Around him were bodies of bronze giants. Divine generals and the Divine Emperor were among the bodies. These corpses effused a surging baneful aura, but all the energies instantly dissipated when they approached Yi Yun. The battle today was all thanks to Yi Yun. Even without his killing of the Divine Emperor, his achievements had exceeded all the combined forces of the godly monarchs from the various peak races. The celestial divine generals had more than 20 perish. The number of demonic servants' deaths was innumerable. Apart from the humans, the other ghost, soul, and fey patriarchs looked at Yi Yun as they held back their words. They felt guilty and ashamed facing Yi Yun. Previously, they had all betrayed Yi Yun. At that moment, the fey patriarch stood forward. He had some ties with Yi Yun and could probably exchange a few words. Young Master Yi, I have to apologize sincerely for going back on our contract. My soul is in your hands, and I have nothing to say about how you punish me. However, our betrayal was our personal decision and had nothing to do with the Fey race as a whole. Young Master Yi, I hope that you will allow the Fey to continue their bloodline in the future. Yi Yun and the ancestor god were at irreconcilable odds. Although Yi Yun's chances of victory seemed low, he was bound to reign supreme if he were to win by chance. In that case, all the lives of the different races would be in his hands. The fates of these races would all depend on Yi Yun's mood. When that happened, Yi Yun would be the absolute ruler of the Chaos Heavens. Yi Yun gave a nonchalant glance to the Fey's Patriarch Grand Supremum, who bowed his head in silence. Behind Patriarch Grand Supremum, the other Fey godly monarchs felt their hearts palpitate when they sensed Yi Yun's gaze on them. It was as though they had been seen through completely. The repressive might that Yi Yun gave off was just too potent. The huge difference in strength and the decision of their future fates made them feel like they were subjects before a king when facing Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not speak. All he did was give the godly monarchs a glance before ignoring them. At this moment in time, he was no longer concerned over such matters. The various peak races had given him help in this battle after all. At the very least, they had held back the celestial divine generals and prevented them or the tens of millions of demonic servants from forming an array. Even if both parties had managed to set up an array formation, Yi Yun still had means to deal with them. It was just that Yi Yun would have to pay quite a non-trivial price to do so. At that moment, Yi Yun did not wish to waste a single bit of his yuan qi. Because, his true opponent was not the Divine Emperor. This was only the prelude to the huge battle ahead of him. Yi Yun waited silently, and at that moment, hundreds of thousands of warriors from every race, including the Heavenly Court's disciples, dozens of godly monarchs and patriarchs were silent. None of them knew what Yi Yun was waiting for. It's about time. Yi Yun suddenly said out of the blue, but no one understood what he was talking about. It was at that moment when the land suddenly quaked. The tremors were thousands of times, if not millions of times, more terrifying than any earthquake in the past. The earthquake was not localized but was happening throughout the Chaos Heavens. If one were to view the Chaos Heavens from the multiverse rift, one could clearly sense that the entire Chaos Heavens was trembling. Even the multiverse membrane was quivering as though it would shatter at any moment. And if the multiverse membrane were to shatter, the Chaos Heavens would cease to be the Chaos Heavens. It would become a part of the multiverse rift, and when that happened, all the heaven-earth yuan qi in the Chaos Heavens would seep into the multiverse rift until all yuan qi was gone. When that happened, the Chaos Heavens would be in the same situation as the Xian Yuan Dune. Mining could be done in the Chaos Heavens, but it would no longer be a suitable place for cultivation or even just living. Everyone noticed this phenomena. The multiverse membrane was shaking. This is... The godly monarchs had drastic changes in expression. This sudden turn of events chilled their hearts. Once the multiverse membrane shattered, the outcome would be disastrous. Is it the ancestor god? Everyone's hearts palpitated. Such a cataclysmic turn of events could only be a result of the ancestor god. Array Core, the 12 array cores have been activated. Patriarch Grand Supremum suddenly realized what was happening. Before he finished his sentence, a blinding beam of light blasted out from the Heavenly Court's back mountains, thrusting into the sky like a sword of God. Countless palaces fell within the radius of the beam and were obliterated, instantly vanishing from existence. Back when the ancestor god chose to set up the Chaos Heavens array, he had chosen 12 spots with rich heaven-earth yuan qi as the array core, and another 72 sub-first-grade spirit vein sources as key array nodes. These 12 array cores were where the main veins of the Chaos Heavens were. It included the Phase Core Heaven Phase City, the humans' heavenly courts, the ghost sky river of the netherworld among its ranks. About 2 weeks ago, the 72 sub-first-grade array nodes had been activated. Now, it was time for the 12 main array cores. The patriarchs present emanated their perceptions, and indeed, they saw divine beams surging into the sky from their own territories. It was the same with Heaven Face City and Sky River of the Netherworld. The divine beams spewed out yuan qi that had been accumulated in these lands for billions of years. Now, it was gushing out like water. It was like the draining of a pond to catch fish, so how could they not feel the pinch? As the various patriarchs felt the pain, they knew without a doubt that the ancestor god had begun devouring the chaos heavens heavily Dao. The array could no longer be stopped. The earthquake that embroiled the entire chaos heavens would only turn more terrifying. Ghastly cracks appeared out of thin air as huge ravines formed at astonishing speeds. All of them spread out for millions of kilometers and went hundreds of thousands if not millions of feet deep. This was the steepest of precipitous ridges. And as these cracks deepened, a terrifying aura seeped out from the bottom of these ravines. It seemed to freeze the souls of everyone present as if these ravines led to the netherworld. This is the force of world annihilation. As godly monarchs of the chaos heavens, everyone present was knowledgeable. They had often visited great worlds on the brink of destruction. This included Yun, who had been to the Azurewood Great World, which was on the brink of collapse. From there, he had learned the laws of major destruction. Back then, the Azurewood Great World was filled with corrosive apocalyptic fumes. And now, although the auras suffusing the chaos heavens ravines were far less corrosive than the apocalyptic fumes, they showed some resemblance. This meant that the chaos heavens was beginning to wane. Of course, for such a huge universe, for it to totally decline, the process would probably take 1 billion years or more. Even so, this phenomena of going from waxing to waning left the warriors of the chaos heavens feeling despondent and in despair. Their territories were about to befall, and the chaos heavens was beginning to wane. Where were they to go? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1696, Chaos Heavens Heavenly Dao. Chapter 1696, Chaos Heavens Heavenly Dao. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Although this battle with the celestial army left them delighted, it was likely that the ally forces would be the ancestor god's target for revenge. The situation was irredeemable. If Yun were to be defeated by the ancestor god, they would most likely be killed. Young Master E, the Chaos Heavens' origins has been siphoned by the ancestor god, dooming the Chaos Heavens to wane in the future. Do you have any plans on leaving the Chaos Heavens? Patriarch Polar asked. His question immediately gave the present godly monarch's ideas. Before Yun broke through to the godly monarch realm, he had apparently been capable of tampering with his tracing mark. Although Yun didn't manage a thorough removal back then, he had now broken through, so it was likely that he could completely remove the tracing marks. As long as he removed the tracing marks, they could leave the Chaos Heavens and head for the billions of worlds out there in the multiverse. With the multiverse so huge, it was impossible for the ancestor god to pursue them. If that were the case, all their lives would be saved. As for the trillions of people that shared their race, losses were inevitable for this calamity. However, they could take advantage of the moment to select the most outstanding and talented members of their race which had the highest potential to amount to something and take them away. As for the rest that remained in the Chaos Heavens, their fates were in the air. However, the Celestials were a small race. To rule over the Chaos Heavens, they needed slaves. It was unlikely they killed so many people. When the distant future came, the core members of their race would have produced more offspring and could one day return to the Chaos Heavens. With this in mind, many godly monarchs were tempted. It was extremely difficult to cultivate to their present state, so as long as they had a chance to live, no one wanted to die. Of course, all of this depended on Yun. Without him, they could not even wipe away the tracing marks. Death was still a certainty no matter where they fled to. The Ghost Patriarch said immediately, "Young Master E, if you are leaving the Chaos Heavens, us ghosts are willing to follow you and honor you as Lord. Us souls are agreeable as well. We can open up a great world and create a brand new world. When that happens, Young Master E will be Supreme Lord of this new world." The Soul Patriarch added as well. Yun sneered. New world? With the ancestor god present, any new world that reached a certain scale would bound to be discovered by the Celestials. Unless he and the bunch of godly monarchs chose to live like hiding rats, there was no way to hide themselves. Yun took a deep breath as the Yuan Qi in him spun like a tornado. At his fingertip, a heavenly Dao royal seal slowly suffused. It was like an infinite starry sky that had been compressed to a point. Yun lightly touched the void in front of him and, at that moment, what seemed like a calm water surface rippled out as a spatial fluctuation. The ripples grew in size and formed a spatial wave that ultimately developed into an overwhelming tsunami. The spatial dimension laws grew more violent until space was torn apart with Yun's fingertip at its center. A huge spatial rift appeared in the sky. It was as though the entire Chaos Heavens had shattered because of this rift. This is a spatial passageway that leads to the multiverse rift? That was the first idea on everyone's mind, but all of them had seen multiverse rifts. The other end of the spatial rift did not look like the typical dead and silent multiverse rift. Where did the passageway lead to? Could it be that Yi Yun had opened up a passageway that led directly to another multiverse from the Chaos Heavens? With this in mind, everyone felt fascinated. Young Master Yi, this is, the Soul Patriarch could not help but ask. And at that moment, a terrifying destructive aura spread out from the other end of the spatial rift. Through the crack, people saw countless black holes and turbulent flows, as well as destructive streams that burgeoned rapidly. That is apocalyptic fumes. The godly monarchs had drastic changes in expression. Amid the apocalyptic fumes were auras that belonged to the Chaos Heavens. Could it be? This isn't a passageway that leads to the multiverse. It heads straight to the core of the Chaos Heavens, and also the passageway that leads to the ancestor god's array core, Yi Yun said softly. The godly monarchs turned pale. They were worrying about the ancestor god's pursuit, but Yi Yun had directly opened up a spatial rift that led straight to the ancestor god's array core. The ancestor god's array core was surrounded by numerous array formations. How did Yi Yun tear through space to create a passageway that leads straight in? You plan on fighting the ancestor god? The Soul Patriarch said in disbelief. Was Yi Yun mad? Even if he had vanquished the Divine Emperor, he was no match for the ancestor god. Just as he finished his sentence, he watched helplessly as Yi Yun took a step forward and entered the spatial rift. Yi Yun floated forward alone, having taken the initiative to seek out the ancestor god before the ancestor god came looking for him. What sort of madness was this? And in fact, it was indeed difficult for the present Yi Yun to fight the ancestor god. However, Yi Yun had participated in the setup of the ancestor god's array formation. During this 10 years, he had gained an understanding of the ancestor god's array formation, and precisely because of this, he had pinpointed the location of the ancestor god's array core and was able to gain access. He was certain that the ancestor god was devouring the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao at the moment. It was a crucial period for the ancestor god. If not, he wouldn't have mobilized tens of millions of demonic servants and about 100 celestial godly monarchs to awe the Chaos Heavens. This was Yi Yun's only chance. If he were to sit idle and watch the ancestor god devour the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao, it would be the end. The entire Chaos Heavens would be reduced to a burning hell. Every step Yi Yun took caused the chaotic space to regain their calm under his feet. Black holes vanished as the turbulent flows were attenuated. All this was natural and harmonious. The ancestor god brought destruction on the Chaos Heavens while Yi Yun brought new life to this space. Gradually, Yi Yun fused with the core of the Chaos Heavens, making it impossible to distinguish the two apart. As for the heavenly Tao royal seal inside his body, it began to surface and fuse with the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao. This is... Upon seeing this scene, Polar's heart quaked. Yi Yun was not directly challenging the ancestor god to battle. Instead, he was fusing with the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao. Could it be that he's trying to snatch the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao from the ancestor god? It was not only Polar. The Fae, Soul, and Ghost Patriarchs all came to the same conclusion at the same time. Although Yi Yun appeared to casually walk into the core of the Chaos Heavens, he had in fact summoned all the laws he cultivated in. These laws were beginning to fuse with the Chaos Heavens. The ancestor god had made the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao to surface through his massive array, which was powered by 84 wonderlands. Although the ancestor god wished to devour the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao, Yi Yun could also refine the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao for himself by entering its core. He had the strength needed to do so. He was snatching food from the tiger's proverbial mouth. No one expected that this was Yi Yun's plan. He was going to use the ancestor god's array to empower himself. To put it in another way, ever since Yi Yun participated in the setup of the ancestor god's array formation, he already had this plan in mind. Everything was just to set his plan into motion. Now, Yi Yun had summoned out all the laws in his body. It was a bet he staked everything on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1697 Ancestor God Token. Chapter 1697 Ancestor God Token. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun's figure vanished to the erase core amid the widened gazes of everyone. All of them tried to make out the subsequent scene, but the rift closed quickly, isolating them from the erase core completely. What do we do now? The godly monarchs exchanged looks. The Ghost Patriarch had a look of hesitation. Without Yi Yun, they had no way of removing the tracing mark on them, which meant that they could not leave the Chaos Heavens. As such, all they could do was wait for the outcome of the battle. No one expected Yi Yun to be crazy enough to vie for the heavenly Tao with the ancestor god. The ancestor god had set up the array for decades, and logically speaking, victory was a certainty. Yet, Yi Yun had created too many impossible miracles. Of course, the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao would be gone if it was devoured. However, it was better in the hands of Yi Yun than the ancestor god. At the very least, Yi Yun wouldn't want their lives or sever their heritage. The world was a gray blur as far as the eyes could see. Yi Yun had already arrived in the core of the array. In this space, his perception was infinitely compressed, nearly impossible to release it outwards. However, after Yi Yun's laws fused with the surrounding space he was in, he could detect everything around him. He knew very well that the gray substance around him was the nebulous primordial chaos. For a world to prosper, it needed constant flesh blood to provide for renewal. The river of time was bound to rot all things, and the heaven-earth yuan qi was bound to slowly dissipate. Spiritual lands would slowly drain and the life they produced would slowly go extinct. If the universe was unable to mend itself, it would slowly go down the route of decline. And the material resource for a universe to heal itself came from the nebulous primordial chaos that gave birth to all things. It was like the stem cells of a person. The human body has countless cells dying each day, and the cells can develop into bone marrow, blood, muscles, organs, and other body parts to make up for any damage to the human body. But unfortunately, the number of stem cells in a body will slowly reduce with the passage of time. As such, the human body will naturally ail. It could be said that the fundamental reason to aging is the loss of stem cells. A universe's path to destruction was no different to the human body. However, not only was there a shortage of nebulous primordial chaos. Amid the nebulous primordial chaos, there was also infinite origins energy. Combined together, they could produce the chaos that gave birth to everything. This was fundamental to the Chaos Heavens and also a guarantee to the prosperity of the Chaos Heavens. The Chaos Heavens originally possessed enough to maintain the prosperity for hundreds of billions of years, but the appearance of the ancestor god snuffed out all of that. By devouring the origins, it was equivalent to robbing the Chaos Heavens of its longevity and the light that shines upon it from providence. After the ancestor god finished the devouring, the Chaos Heavens would rapidly ail, and he would be able to digest the universe's origins and obtain infinite power, giving him a lifespan equal to the universe. The ancestor god's boundless ambition was so huge that it destined the death of countless lives and martial civilizations. He might even vanquish several peak races and various great worlds. Now, the devouring had begun. Yi Yun could sense that deep in the core of this space, there was a vortex that devoured everything. To this space, the vortex was nothing, but even a solid dike can collapse because of an ant hole in it. As the vortex devoured the chaos powers, it slowly expanded and accelerated its devouring speed. This vortex was formed by the ancestor god. In order to devour the Chaos Heaven's origins, the ancestor god's body had already manifested in nomological form. Once his devouring began, he could not be interrupted. Yi Yun took steps towards the vortex, and at that moment in time, he suddenly felt the surrounding space freeze. A terrifying suppression emitted from the vortex's core and enveloped Yi Yun. Even Yi Yun felt his bloodline stifled. It was as though all his yuan qi flowed slower in his body. This suppression stemmed from the rage of the ancestor god. "Human! How dare you enter this area?" A deep voice that sounded like clanking metal sounded from everywhere. It was as though the world itself was speaking. Indeed, the ancestor god did not expect Yi Yun to find the core of the array and be able to infiltrate it. Just this alone implied that Yi Yun's nomological insights were already close to his. "My being here is all thanks to you." Yi Yun laughed. "Without your array, I wouldn't have been able to find the entrance. It was you who found where the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao is, and all I did was follow in your footsteps." The first person who forged the path faced the greatest difficulties. In order to set up the array, the ancestor god had drained immense amounts of yuan qi from the various wonderlands. Even he had expended a great deal of effort to do so. From this point of view, Yi Yun had benefited quite immensely. Of course, it was impossible for Yi Yun to deal with the ancestor god now. As for the ancestor god, it would be difficult for him to immediately annihilate Yi Yun, for his devouring had begun. His body was in a nomological form meant for devouring, and Yi Yun wasn't an easy opponent. To kill Yi Yun, he needed to restore to his original form. And once he restored to his original form, his devouring of the heavenly Tao would come to an end. Everything would then be for naught. "Human, do you think you have what it takes to snatch the heavenly Tao from me?" The ancestor god's voice reverberated through space as he could already tell Yi Yun's intentions. The celestials could devour the heavenly Tao to begin with, and the ancestor god was the strongest celestial. In terms of devouring the heavenly Tao, no one could compare to him. Furthermore, the array was set up by him. He was absolutely confident in his ability to devour the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, this worldly array was nothing to scoff at. The ancestor god knew very well that he could not manifest his true body when devouring the heavenly Tao. Even though he was confident that the array's core would not have anyone gain entry, he had taken precautions and left contingencies in the array. At that moment, killing intent surfaced in the array. You have developed your strength too quickly. I'm very astonished, and I know that you carry secrets. I'm very interested, for these secrets will be mine. As the ancestor god spoke, golden tokens appeared around Iyun. They were ancestor god tokens. The ancestor god token was a manifestation of his mental soul and possessed a portion of his strength. The ancestor god was occupied, but these soul avatars didn't suffer from his limitations. The 9 mental soul avatars could produce twice their combat strength under the array's augmentation. Under the present circumstances, the ancestor god's efforts were all placed on devouring the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao. He wouldn't hesitate to let his 9 avatars self-destruct to achieve his goal. Such a setup was enough to heavily injure or even kill Iyun. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Iyun's mouth arced. The contingency you left behind sure isn't bad. It would have been a little troublesome for me to deal with them, but unfortunately, the speed at which you devour the heavenly Tao is just too slow. Just as Iyun finished his sentence, 3 streams of light flew out of Iyun's body and surrounded Iyun in a triangular formation. These 3 streams of light were the 3 universe seeds. They were the amalgamation of spirit, chi, and soul of the next multiverse. And although the Chaos Heavens was a huge universe, it was only a portion of the multiverse. It was just the biggest branch in the multiverse's crown of branches. The Chaos Heavens similarly possess spirit, chi, and soul. In the core regions of the Chaos Heavens, there was the nebulous primordial chaos that made up everything. That was the Chaos Heavens spirit. The Origin's energy that filled the area was the Chaos Heavens chi. And finally, the heavenly Tao that governed this universe was the Chaos Heaven's soul. Iyun had in control the universe seeds formed from spirit, chi, and soul, and before the 3 universe seeds, the Chaos Heaven's spirit, chi, and soul was instantly stirred. Momentarily, Origin's energy surged around Iyun like tumultuous tsunamis. The nebulous primordial chaos gathered over from every direction like the assaulting storm. And the heavenly Tao laws that filled the space were almost completely fused with Iyun. This combination made him more than 10 times faster than the ancestor god. When the ancestor god transformed into a devourment law, all he did was stir up a vortex. But around Iyun was a black hole. The 3 universe seeds resonated with the Chaos Heaven's spirit, chi, and soul as they surged constantly towards Iyun. Iyun's strength was rising rapidly. At this moment in time, Iyun was no longer experiencing a simple rise in cultivation level, but a sublimation of life's natural order. Upon seeing this unforeseen circumstance, the ancestor god was alarmed. Having lived for billions of years, few things could perturb him in this world. However, Iyun's speed at devouring the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao far exceeded his level of understanding. What's exactly happening? The ancestor god looked at the 3 universe seeds beside Iyun. He couldn't tell what they were despite being extremely knowledgeable, for he had never seen the universe seeds before. At this moment, the 3 universe seeds had fused with Iyun's life. They were filled with Iyun's aura and looked akin to Iyun's divine Lord Royal seals. Could this be the divine Lord Royal seals that Iyun cultivated? The ancestor god found it ludicrous. He knew very well that such a powerful treasure could not even compare to the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao. How could it be condensed out of life itself? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1698, Terrible Price. Chapter 1698, Terrible Price. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Amid this ravaging energy storm, the array formation that the ancestor god had set up began to totter. Although his 9 avatars were present, they were unable to gain the augmentation of the array. Ancestor god was reeling in panic. He could sense that the 3 heavenly treasures that were floating before Iyun were condensed from the spirit, chi, and soul of the multiverse. And the core of the Chaos Heavens was its spirit, chi, and soul. This resulted in Iyun's ability to vie for the heavenly Tao to be far superior. It would be too late if he didn't disrupt Iyun. Even though his avatars could not be augmented by the array, the ancestor god still activated them. They let out staggering roars as they charged at the core of the black hole where Iyun was. The 9 avatars looked identical to the ancestor god. Although they weren't as huge as he was, they were more than 1,000 feet tall. Their eyes were vacant and cold, but their bodies emitted different auras. There was deathly silence, destruction, baneful aura, Tao that the ancestor god cultivated in. He had already decided on abandoning his 9 avatars. He planned on self-destructing them the moment the 9 avatars closed in on Iyun. No matter how strong Yun was, it was impossible for him to remain unharmed with the 9 avatars' self-destruction. He would have to abandon the devourment of the heavenly Tao to withstand the attack of the 9 avatars. And when that happened, it was unlikely Yun had the ability to continue resisting him even if he remained alive. The 9 avatars instantly tore through space and appeared by the black hole's boundary. Following that, an abyssal aura suffused their bodies. This aura was as though they would vanquish everything. Die. Ancestor God transmitted his cold voice into the black hole, which spun continuously. The 9 avatars exploded simultaneously as a blinding radiance instantly swept through space. Terrifying energies instantly blanketed the black hole. At that moment, everyone in the chaos heavens sensed an energy fluctuation. The awaiting godly monarchs and the heavenly man saw a flash of white light along the horizon. And at that moment, an even more potent tremor was felt. Ancestor God's cold voice had an additional hint of shock. What? He felt that the destruction and devourment energies emitted from the black hole was slowly grinding and absorbing the self-destructive energies of the 9 avatars. Following that, he saw spinning wheels appear slowly from the black hole. There were illusory scenes of demons struggling as the entire wheel effused an aura of annihilation. It was these wheels that were absorbing the terrifying energies of the self-destruction. 10,000 demon wheel of existence. In fact, Yun was barely holding up at that moment. The self-destruction of the ancestor God's avatars was just too powerful. Just using the heavenly Tao fused 10,000 demon wheel of existence was not enough for Yun to completely neutralize its strength. Yun's body had experienced the fusion of human, fey, and celestial bloodlines, and had been reconstructed by the myriad form Shurapil and the heavenly Tao. It was already flawless. Apart from the ancestor God, even the divine emperor's body was not as strong as Yun's. But even so, Yun's organs, limbs, and meridians were constantly lacerating and exploding amid the 9 avatars' self-destructive explosion. Yun clenched his teeth, knowing to secure his soul sea. He attempted to use the powers of primordial chaos to restore his body, but the speed of restoration could not match the speed of destruction. With the black hole about to completely lose control, Yun's primordial chaos demon bead in front of him emitted a blurry light. This light was like a rain after a drought that nourished Yun's flesh and body. His ruptured meridians constantly healed as his innards healed. The intense pain overwhelmed Yun's soul sea, ended up making him think even clearer. The primordial chaos demon bead was the manifestation of spirit among the spirit, chi, and soul. So-called spirit referred to the flesh. The primordial chaos demon bead had immense bloodline powers stored in it. A portion of it had been left behind by the Tao originator Celestial the Arch. However, the Tao originator Celestial the Arch was unable to take this universe seed of a multiverse to other universes, therefore, he had left it behind. And now, the remaining energies in the primordial chaos demon bead prevented Yun from grievous injuries. The explosion of the 9 avatars were for naught. The ancestor God also suffered a backlash from his avatar's explosion. His origin's lifeblood suffered a tremor. At that moment, the ancestor God no longer had any means to attack Yun. He could only compete with Yun at devouring the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao, but with the 3 universe seeds present, Yun's speed was just too terrifying. The nebulous primordial chaos, the origin's energy, the world's laws. Seeing these constantly fusing with Yun, the ancestor God reeled in anxiety and anger. He could no longer permit Yun to continue the devourment, or the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao would be under Yun's possession in its entirety. Upon realizing this, the ancestor God felt extreme despair. After all, he had expended immense time and effort to devour the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao. To set up the array, he had spent treasures he had accumulation for hundreds of millions of years. For this, he had even drained the 84 spirit chi wonderlands in the Chaos Heavens. Their recovery would take far more than a few 100 million years. Once his devourment of the heavenly Tao failed, the ancestor God would suffer an incredible loss. Yet, the ancestor God had no choice but to give up. He could not let his efforts empower Yun. With a deep breath, the ancestor God roared angrily. He stopped his devourment of the Chaos Heaven's heavenly Tao. This was equivalent to him giving up, and all his hard work and preparations were for nothing. This was his way of cutting losses. Human, I'll dice you up and torture your soul. The ancestor God let out a rapturous roar as the terrifying sound waves emitted out of the array's core and sounded throughout the Chaos Heavens. The godly monarchs, who were waiting anxiously outside, had drastic changes in expression when they heard the roar. They were unsure of what was happening inside the array's core. Boom! The void quaked as people retreated. They had all sensed that this battle of epic proportions which determined the fates of everyone was about to begin. At that moment, in the core of the array, the vortex that the ancestor God manifested slowly came to a stop as it phased into the ancestor God's dark gold body. First was his head, followed by his torso and limbs. He gave up the devourment of the heavenly Tao to manifest his true body, and his goal was to destroy Yi Yun. At that moment, he had paid a terrible price. Finally, the ancestor god's full body manifested. He was a dark golden giant nearly 10,000 feet tall. He had cut facial features and his eyes shone like the sun. He extended his arm and grabbed out at the void, pulling out a battle axe the size of a mountain from a spatial rift. This battle axe emitted wanton frosty beams that seemed to condense the wailings of countless souls. Over the hundred of millions of years, the number of deaths at the ancestor god's hands were innumerable. The vitalities of the deceased lingered around the battle axe, making it the most terrifying murder weapon in the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1699, Strength of the Ancestor God. Chapter 1699, Strength of the Ancestor God. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The battle axe cleaved down as immense divine might surge through the nine firmaments, tearing apart the chaos heaven's membrane and rushing into the void of the universe. The massive divine strength was like a boundless, raging tidal wave. At that instant, even the distant stars began to quake. The chaos heavens was shaking constantly. Outside the core of the array, the other godly monarchs saw the phantom of a gigantic divine axe. When it came cleaving down, a huge rift tore into the ground out of nowhere. It was thousands of kilometers deep and seemed to tear through the lands of the chaos heavens. Everyone was quivering both in body and mind. The might was at such an unfathomable level that it could split open the chaos heavens with one strike. Such a battle was taking place in the chaos heavens, but it was not something the chaos heavens could withstand. If this continued, it was even possible that the chaos heavens would be reduced to smithereens. Without a doubt, the gigantic axe phantom was the ancestor god's attack, and withstanding such an attack seemed unimaginable. "Where's Yi Yun?" Polar's voice quivered. From his point of view, the original array's core had begun cracking because of the ancestor god's strike. The array appeared to be on the brink of shattering. But even so, their perception was still unable to probe deep into the array. At the core of the array were turbulent blasts of energy that formed a gigantic vortex. It constantly tore the surroundings apart. Even the space around the array was collapsing. Mountains and rivers were all swept into the vortex. And within the vortex, a black hole could barely be seen, one that suffused Yi Yun's aura. However, there was a huge crack running through the black hole. That was the mark left behind by the ancestor god's axe. The ancestor god's axe had cleaved right onto the devourment laws Yi Yun had manifested. As the cracks constantly widened, the black hole shrank in size. At that moment, the black hole suddenly exploded and was reduced to countless fragments. In a blink of an eye, it vanished within the raging array core. The ancestor god's cold eyes observed the core of the array. He could not see Yi Yun, and Yi Yun's aura dissipated with the explosion of the black hole. Even in the face of death, Yi Yun had not given up his devourment of the heavenly Tao. In the end, he was vanquished, both in body and laws, with one strike. However, was Yi Yun really dead? Ancestor God held his battle axe tight as he surveyed his surroundings. He would absolutely not spare Yi Yun a chance even if Yi Yun only had a sliver of his soul left. This strike had expended a great deal of the ancestor God's energy. When he saw the array core in ruins, he could not help but let out an angry bellow. Although Yi Yun had likely been reduced to dust, all his efforts had been for nothing. The ancestor God clenched his fists as he struck the array core repeatedly. The array core, which was already riddled in holes, was further destroyed. The godly monarchs outside the array core felt their bodies and minds tremble when they heard the ancestor God's angry roar. They watched helplessly as the array core became a spatial ruin formed from wanton forces. It was as though a huge wound had been torn open in the chaos heaven's sky. As the wound constantly worsened, the entire chaos heavens would be devoured by its damaged depths. And beside the massive wound was a giant that slowly stood up. Ancestor God. The godly monarchs outside the array looked at the giant in a daze. The ancestor God was still alive, and clearly, no life could exist in that terrifying wound. Was Yi Yun dead? At that moment, everyone's hearts plunged into despair. And it was at that moment that the giant's pair of cold eyes swept towards these trivial lowlifes. When being swept by this gaze, everyone's hearts stopped beating. Their alarmed souls found it difficult to breathe. The ancestor God's gaze had locked onto their souls. This level of suppression was just too terrifying. Furthermore, they had all openly betrayed the ancestor God by this point in time. Under the scrutiny of the ancestor God, these godly monarchs felt a baffling sense of coldness. If the ancestor God suddenly attacked, they might very well perish there and then. Even more depressing was that even if they succeeded in fleeing, they were unable to escape the ancestor god's tracing mark. They would ultimately suffer a worse death. The air seemed to freeze at that moment as the atmosphere turned as heavy as the chaos itself. All the godly monarchs could only suffer the ancestor god's suppression in silence. The ancestor god stood in midair while holding his gigantic axe. No one knew what he was planning to do. This suppression that nearly drove people to the brink of madness lasted for quite a while until the ancestor god finally put away his battle axe. The ancestor god looked coldly at everyone. His heart did not suffer any upheavals, for he only saw these people as nothing but tools. He did not directly attack them, for he had not completely given up on the chaos heavens. In fact, the ancestor god's worldly array had innervated most of the heavenly Tao in the chaos heavens core, but he had ultimately failed to devour it. Now, after the core's heavenly Tao was shattered, the chaos heavens had been damaged fundamentally, even though a portion of the heavenly Tao had returned to the chaos heavens. Its decline could no longer be curbed. Even if the ancestor god spent more time and paid a massive price to devour the heavenly Tao again, the benefits he stood to receive would be far less than what they were previously. This left him in a dilemma. The chaos heavens became useless and bland, but abandoning it would be regretful. Yet, the chaos heavens was a supreme universe in the multiverse. If he were to abandon the chaos heavens, which heavenly Tao could he devour? The ancestor god sat down cross-legged and began slowly recovering his energy. Meanwhile, a massive divine force came bearing down and enveloping all the godly monarchs. This was the ancestor god's domain, which imprisoned all the godly monarchs like a cage. In fact, the ancestor god wasn't in the best of states. After his intense battle with Iyun, as well as having Iyun disrupt his devourment of the heavenly Tao, the ancestor god was already injured. The domain he released could naturally be cracked if the godly monarchs joined forces. But at that moment, the godly monarchs knew that any attempt at escaping the ancestor god's domain would incur the ancestor god's retaliation. These mighty figures that ruled over the chaos heavens knew their fates were in the hands of the ancestor god. Of course, not everyone chose to sit idle. Some godly monarchs, including Polar, were engaging in voice transmissions in a bid to put up a struggle. In fact, they also knew that even if they ignited all their blood essence, the threat they posed to the ancestor god was negligible. However, they still wanted to take the gamble. It wasn't for their dignity as experts, but simply because they had turned weary after all these years. To be made to work akin to slaves, they would rather die in a glorious battle than await a slow death. Just as the godly monarchs were communicating among themselves, someone suddenly discovered that the terrifying wound was changing. The crack was only full of wanton energy blasts in the beginning, but now, without anyone realizing it, the chaotic flows had turned regular. They amassed towards the center as though something was summoning them. Rumbling sounds emitted from the crack as a unique sound boomed in the chaos heavens. It was vast and ethereal, the heaviness of history and time in their entirety. After the chaos heavens response, the rumbling crack grew in intensity and, in a blink of an eye, a black hole appeared in the crack. The ancestor god instantly stood up. He could sense a familiar yet alien aura from the crack. It's Iyun? He's still not dead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1700 Soul. Chapter 1700 Soul. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The ancestor god revealed a look of shock. He had clearly destroyed the laws Iyun had manifested. Even though he had considered the possibility of Iyun surviving, he had never expected Iyun to release such potent auras. It was as though he was never injured. No one could remain unharmed after receiving his full-force strike in a frontal assault. Ancestor god found it incredulous. And at that moment, all the energies, laws, and nebulous primordial chaos gathered at a particular spot in the sky. They formed countless tiny points of light, and like birds flocking to a phoenix, they gradually formed a human figure, condensing every inch of his blood, flesh, skin, hair, and even clothes. This figure was undoubtedly Iyun. Upon seeing this scene, the ancestor god was astonished. The feeling he had was that Iyun's entire body was formed with Origin's energy, laws of origins, and nebulous primordial chaos. It was a body completely formed of energy and laws, with the primordial chaos as his body, laws as his soul, and Origin's energy as his Dantian's Yuan Qi. As such, Iyun's body was a great Tao in and of itself. This was a metamorphosis of life. It wasn't that the ancestor god's strike had missed Iyun or that Iyun was unfazed by his attack. Instead, when the gigantic axe struck the black hole, Iyun's body, including his soul, had shattered into countless tiny nomological and energy bodies. As such, ancestor god's damage was minimized. Not only so, the ancestor god sensed that there was still an overwhelming energy and nebulous primordial chaos emanating out from deep in the rift of the erase core that was gathering towards Yi Yun. Upon seeing this scene, the ancestor god's heart sank. He knew very well that with the passage of time, Yi Yun's strength would still increase. His fusion with the heavenly Tao would continue. It could be said that every second that passed for the present Yi Yun was equivalent to 1,000 years of arduous cultivation for mortal warriors. The speed of such a terrifying growth chilled his heart. So your body has already completely turned into a nomological entity. You are indeed terrifying to force me into such a predicament. However, I will not give you another chance to grow again. As the ancestor god spoke, he slammed the axe into his chest. With a reverberating hum that sounded like thunder, the ancestor god spat out a mouthful of dark gold blood. This was the ancestor god's divine blood origins. Such divine blood was a lot more powerful than the divine blood Yi Yun had used when refining the myriad form Shura pills, since it contained the massive vital forces of the ancestor god. The ancestor god's fresh blood burned in midair. Just one drop of this blood was enough to vanquish a mighty figure. Now, a blob of blood gathered together and collapsed the void. I'll use my divine blood as a prison to seal your laws. Let me see how you will nullify this. The ancestor god waved his hand as a blob of divine blood transformed into a boundless mist of blood that enveloped Yi Yun. This was the absolute domain of the divine blood. Even if Yi Yun transformed himself into the laws of origins or nebulous primordial chaos, he would remain imprisoned within mist of blood. The ancestor god raised his battle axe again. Billions of wraiths wailed from within the axe with an earth-shattering cry. Even the 100+ godly monarchs around felt like a demonic tune had entered their ears when they heard that. Even their blood flow slowed as they felt an indescribable repression. As the ancestor god's previous strike was in the erase core, no one had seen it personally. All they saw were the remnant blasts. But now, this strike was happening right in front of their eyes. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! A godly monarch yelled loudly. Just one look at the ancestor god's strike made one feel like their soul was being imprisoned. They knew very well that the strike would annihilate everything. Even if they were godly monarchs, they would be swept into the terrifying axe beam if they didn't keep a safe distance. They might even be completely obliterated. All the godly monarchs opened up a gap from the epicenter. Even the patriarchs of the various races were shuddering in fear. How was such a terrifying attack defensible? Apart from the godly monarchs, the other warriors, be they heavenly court's disciples or armies from the other races that rushed over, all of them were stored away by their patriarchs into their mobile abodes or their bodies' internal worlds. A battle at this level would reduce one to ashes immediately if a remnant blast were to brush past them. The godly monarchs had retreated more than 50 kilometers away as they raised their barriers to withstand the explosive energy storms. Even at this distance, they could still see the ancestor god's massive body clearly. Boom! 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 The black axe, which was enveloped with countless wraiths, cleaved down. At that moment, the world seemed to lose its color. Even the celestial bodies far away was swept up by this strike. Compared to the ancestor god's overwhelming strike, Yi Yun's body looked like a speck of dust. It was a battle of disproportion. Yi Yun didn't even draw a weapon as he faced the ancestor god's attack empty-handed. Although they were 50 kilometers away, the godly monarchs present had excellent eyesight. They were able to see Yi Yun's every move clearly. Even the most minute changes in his expression and energy flow could be detected. Indeed, a bare-handed Yi Yun began taking action. Against the ancestor god's attack, all he did was raise his hand slightly. But it was this simple motion that left an unforgettable impression on all the godly monarchs present. Beneath Yi Yun's feet, the Chaos Heavens lands were his foundation. A blackish-red dragon spanning 500,000 kilometers appeared silently. More than half of its body was buried within the Chaos Heavens lands, and just its massive dragon head was 5,000 kilometers long. The godly monarchs were astounded. With their perception, which could extend for 5 million kilometers, they clearly sensed that Yi Yun's raising of his hand caused the entire Chaos Heavens to stir. Even the ancestor god appeared as trivial as a firefly in front of this massive figure. This is the Chaos Heavens dragon veins. The entire Chaos Heavens soul. Universes had life as well. After its birth, it would thrive and wane before being destroyed, just like the stages of human life: birth, aging, illness, and sickness. However, their lives were especially long. With the Chaos Heavens as an example, a lifespan of 100 billion years was nothing. Compared to them, humans, souls, fae, and all the other thousands of lifeforms were trivial in comparison. No matter what these lifeforms did, it was impossible to garner a reaction from the universe. But now, Yi Yun had extracted the Chaos Heavens soul. With the Chaos Heavens as a foundation, he had withstood the Ancestor God's strike. Boom! When the Ancestor God's axe cleaved the humongous dragon's soul, the soul paused slightly before hurling straight for the Ancestor God. The axe beam shattered as the Chaos Heavens trembled violently, creating countless cracks in the lands. Following that, overwhelming aura spewed out from the rifts and gathered towards Yi Yun. Be gone! Yi Yun used his body as a sword as it manifested into a blazing star and slammed heavily into the Ancestor God's chest. The Ancestor God's impregnable body collapsed after being struck by Yi Yun. His ribcage exploded as blood splattered. The Ancestor God grunted. He had no idea how many years it had been since he was inflicted with such grievous wounds. Yi Yun's body flew backwards. At that moment, he did not need to actively absorb the Chaos Heavens' Heavenly Tao and Origin's energy because they would automatically fuse with him. All the liquefied Yuan Qi essence that spewed out from the massive rifts gathered towards Yi Yun as well. Just standing there allowed Yi Yun to fuse with the Chaos Heavens. All the energies in the Chaos Heavens were available for Yi Yun's use. The Chaos Heavens' laws were Yi Yun's laws. The Chaos Heavens' lands were Yi Yun's body. If the Ancestor God wanted to attack Yi Yun, it was equivalent to attacking the entire Chaos Heavens. To kill Yi Yun, he needed to destroy the Chaos Heavens in its entity. This was literally heaven and man as one. You have already fused with the Chaos Heavens' Heavenly Tao? The heavily injured Ancestor God turned gloomy. Yi Yun gently raised his hand as countless laws of origins gathered towards him. A nomological sword coruscating with divine light condensed in his hand. The Heavenly Tao's evolution is unending. Creation and destruction are interchangeable, forming a complete circle. Be it life or a universe, they have formation, existence, disintegration, and emptiness, birth, aging, illness, and death. You wanted to devour the Heavenly Tao, robbing and changing the fate of the universe. You wanted to empower yourself by initiating the deaths of millions, hence, you were destined to be abandoned by the Heavenly Tao. It wasn't me who fused with the Chaos Heavens, but it is the Chaos Heavens that chose me. The reason why Yi Yun could borrow the Chaos Heavens' stellar soul powers to so quickly fuse with the Chaos Heavens' Heavenly Tao was not solely because of the 3 universe seeds. On the contrary, it was the Ancestor God's excessive extraction that made the declining Chaos Heavens choose Yi Yun. The energy that had been robbed by the Ancestor God were injected into Yi Yun's body without any reservation. As a result of this turn of events, Yi Yun's battle with the Ancestor God experienced a complete reversal. The present Yi Yun had broken through to the godly Monarch realm and had fused with the 3 universe seeds. Having gathered the Chaos Heavens' Heavenly Tao, he was the ultimate lifeform. Even if the Ancestor God had successfully devoured the Chaos Heavens' Heavenly Tao, it was absolutely impossible for him to have such a perfect, complete fusion like Yi Yun. The Chaos Heavens chose you. The Ancestor God's expression turned solemn. He never expected that the situation would develop this far. The great Tao was heartless, but the Heavenly Tao had made its own choice. You perverse acts shall incur the Heavenly Tao's slaying, with me executing you. Yi Yun's voice echoed throughout the entire Chaos Heavens. At that instant, all the Chaos Heavens' energies were amassed in the nomological sword in Yi Yun's hand. The entire world seemed to be the manifestation of the sword, leaving the Ancestor God with nowhere to hide. The Ancestor God let out an angry bellow as golden light bloomed from his body as he faced the nomological sword that came slashing down. The godly monarchs and patriarchs could not help but hold their breaths. Their breathing froze as they witnessed this battle of epic proportions. Boom! An astounding boom affected the blood and heartbeats of everyone as they resonated in response. The world seemed to let out a wrought-up roar, and it was none other than the Chaos Heavens' voice. Yi Yun's nomological sword radiated divine light. What was a 4-foot-long sword extended to dozens of kilometers as it reached straight into the firmaments. This strike slashed down ruthlessly from Yi Yun's hand. The Ancestor God roared angrily as he raised the axe to defend. Dang! In this intense clash, on one side was Yi Yun who had fused with the worldly Great Tao, and on the other side was the Ancestor God who was defending with his body. Even with a Celestial's heaven-defying body, such a stark difference in strength was unbridgeable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 18. Chapter 1701, Martial Tao Peak. Chapter 1701, Martial Tao Peak. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The repeated collisions happened faster and faster as they grew in intensity. Yi Yun's battle with the Ancestor God rent the world asunder. The Ancestor God's battle axe began showing signs of cracking. Even such a divine armament was unable to withstand Yi Yun's nomological sword. And as the density of cracks increased, a loud boom was heard as if something within the black axe had been slashed apart. The seal shattered as millions of souls surged out like a tidal wave. These were the wraiths that Ancestor God had killed and sealed within his battle axe over hundreds of millions of years. He had used potent forces to bind these wraiths and use their powers for his own. But at that moment in time, with the sealing powers shattered, all the wraiths escaped and charged in one direction, right at the Ancestor God. They gnawed at him, venting all their grievances that had been building up for hundreds of millions of years. The powers of ghouls stemmed from their grievances, and at this moment, the backlash of billions of souls and their self-destructive rage struck at a critical juncture, right when the Ancestor God was being suppressed by Yi Yun. Even if they failed to injure him, their assault still affected his judgment. A murderer will be murdered, a world annihilator will suffer the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Ancestor God, I will obliterate you today. Yi Yun let out a long cry and a massive wheel appeared behind him. There were all kinds of demon gods on the wheel. It looked like the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, but it was completely different. It was more like a galactic vortex that had just been born. Yi Yun's Tao of major destruction came from the Tao originator Celestial Arch. The demon gods in the 10,000 demon wheel of existence symbolized destruction, while a considerable portion of Yi Yun's Tao of creation came from his own insights. Creation and destruction was the tempo of the universe. After Yi Yun combined the two together, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence he produced would be more aptly called the wheel of creation and destruction. It was equivalent to the universe itself. The moment the black wheel appeared, it attracted countless bolts of lightning. Each bolt of lightning extended for millions of kilometers as they illuminated the multiverse rift. Each bolt of lightning was sufficient to blow up stars. This is a heavenly tribulation? Did the potency of his strength trigger a punishment from the heavens? People were astonished. The heavenly tribulation was attracted by Yi Yun's martial Tao. The scale of a heavenly tribulation was no longer limited to the chaos heavens, but swept through the massive multiverse rift. Compared to a heavenly tribulation of this scale, the Fey tribulations and ghost tribulations that Fey thearchs or ghost thearchs experienced were starkly different and completely trivial. If they were to attempt to transcend such a tribulation, they would be instantly pulverized without leaving anything behind. Boom! The lightning from the heavenly tribulation smote down as the chaos heavens trembled in return. When everyone felt that the heavenly tribulation would attack indiscriminately, another shocking scene happened. All the lightning of the heavenly lightning gathered within Yi Yun's wheel of creation and destruction. Yi Yun's martial Tao had triggered the heavenly tribulation, but the heavenly tribulation was completely at Yi Yun's beck and call. The wheel of creation and destruction struck down as the Ancestor God with his flailing golden hair charged up with battle axe in hand. Ka-cha! Divine blood splattered as everyone widened their eyes. This scene shocked everyone down to their very soul. The Ancestor God's arm had been cleaved off. The 1,000-foot-long dark golden arm was as heavy as a mountain. The Ancestor God's body could be said to be the most resilient object in the universe, but now, it had been sliced off by Yi Yun's nomological forces. His arm fell to the ground, the impact cratering the land. This scene was like red-hot metal branding a piece of ice. The ground could not bear the weight of the Ancestor God's arm as it began to melt away. As immense amount of mud and stone melted, the energy stored within the land began surging towards the Ancestor God's arm. The Ancestor God grinned nefariously despite having an arm lopped off. You are truly impressive to be able to slice off my arm, but that doesn't do a thing to me. The Chaos Heavens cannot withstand the power of my arm. Unless you completely destroy that arm, it will sink deep into the Chaos Heavens core and independently absorb energy till it develops its strength, to the point of becoming another avatar that can fuse with me. When that happens, I'll have all my powers restored. I would even have my strength enhanced. As the Ancestor God spoke, he held the battle axe horizontally across his chest with one arm. Clearly, if Yi Yun attempted to destroy the Ancestor God's arm, the Ancestor God would launch an attack and not give Yi Yun the chance. All the godly monarchs drew a gasp when they saw this scene. The Ancestor God was just too powerful. How terrifying was Yi Yun's strike that it could slice off the Ancestor God's arm? But even after doing this impressive feat, it did not deal much damage to the Ancestor God. This defensive and regenerative ability left them in despair. However, Yi Yun wasn't surprised. The Ancestor God had cultivated to an extremely high realm. If one were to use astronomical bodies as an analogy, the Ancestor God was like a black hole. He could devour the other astronomical bodies that came close to it. Even a mere arm of his would absorb the Chaos Heavens' nomological powers if it landed in the Chaos Heavens. Although the Chaos Heavens was massive, its energy was too diluted and unfocused. Only an expert like Yi Yun could bring out the full powers of the Chaos Heavens. Your arm is indeed powerful, but it is not your main body after all. Once it left your body, it is no longer as unassailable as before. With nomological sword in hand, Yi Yun did not take any action. However, his expression was one of utmost confidence. The ancestor god sneered, and just as he was about to mock Yi Yun, his expression changed. He lowered his head suddenly, and at his feet, the arm which had sank into the ground seemed to enter a boggy marsh and stop sinking. The pale golden luster of the arm gradually weakened as its powers rapidly drained. Following that, from the middle of the arm, around where the elbow was, a black circular halo spread out. Due to the halo, the energy lusters of the arm faded away and the arm began to slowly rot. This scene was as if the passing of billions of years was compressed into an instant. The ancestor god's arm, which had been cultivated to an extremum, was rotting. How could this be? The ancestor god felt astounded. His lifespan was already almost equivalent to the more supreme of great worlds. Even after his death, his body would remain preserved for all eternity. But now, there was no more eternity. In just seconds, the ancestor god's arm completely rotted away. And at this moment, a dark red bead flew out of his arm, deep red like a leech bloated with his blood. As one of the three universe seeds, the primordial chaos demon bead was the amalgamation of spirit in the three major laws of spirit, chi, and soul. So-called spirit referred to flesh and blood. It comprised everything, be it the universe or life's flesh and blood. When Yi Yun slashed down with his sword, he had embedded the primordial chaos spirit bead in the ancestor god's arm. And after the ancestor god's arm was separated from his main body, it was basically an ownerless object. Just an arm alone was unable to withstand the combined assault of Yi Yun's laws and the primordial chaos demon bead. Therefore, the arm had been devoured by the primordial chaos demon bead. The essence within had been robbed by the primordial chaos demon bead, and the remaining laws, Origin's energy, and remnant lifeblood powers scattered and fused with the chaos heavens. Instantly, the rotting arm rapidly burgeoned in size. This was because the arm contained too much power. Even if the primordial chaos demon bead had siphoned off more than 90% of its powers, there was still a lot left. Without any nomological restraints, the energy was no longer compressed as it naturally spread. Soon, it reached a length of 1,000 feet, increasing in orders of magnitudes without any cessation. After the arm lost its luster, it turned into the color of dirt. Looking from afar, the ancestor god's arm had become a huge mountain range. It was hundreds of thousands of feet tall and hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. This massive mountain range was filled with rich spirit chi and was an absolute wonderland. Such a wonderland would attract countless sects to station themselves here and use such a wonderland to nurture disciples. Not only so, with time, the wonderland would produce many natural treasures and rare beasts. It could even become a marvelous mystic realm. Hundreds of millions of years later, illustrious martial Tao heritage could appear here, giving birth to many powerful mighty figures. Having anticipated this scene, Yi Yun felt wistful. The heavenly Tao's evolution is about formation, existence, disintegration, and emptiness. What you took away ultimately needs to be returned. All of this is fated. You will not be able to destroy the heavenly Tao. Yi Yun finally understood why the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had not taken away the three universe seeds when he left the multiverse he was in. It was not only because of the nomological restraints, since it was possible that the Tao originator Celestial the Arch could defy the laws and forcefully take away the universe seeds. Yet, he didn't do so, probably because he understood the reason that the key elements of a multiverse ultimately belong to the multiverse. A warrior cultivated in martial arts their entire life, living a heaven-defying trajectory as they escaped samsara. However, they could not bring about the destruction of the world itself or betray their ancestral heritage. The three universe seeds did not belong to the Tao originator Celestial the Arch, nor did they belong to Yi Yun. It was no one's, because they were meant to give rise to a brand new universe. It was a key component of a universe's samsara. A warrior ultimately had to rely on himself. Today, Yi Yun was only borrowing the powers of the three universe seeds, but ultimately, he needed to rely on himself to reach the limits of his power. This was the martial Tao peak in its truest and purest meaning. And Tao originator Celestial the Arch Lin Ming had already taken that path. Having realized all of this, Yi Yun felt as though he had broken a kind of shackle. His spirit, chi, and soul bound even more tightly with the three universe seeds. Not only that, the energy absorbed by the primordial chaos demon bead was delivered to Yi Yun. His strength was still rising. His aura was like the massive universe. Facing Yi Yun was akin to facing the multiverse. All the godly monarchs felt how minute they were before him. He has the nomological sword in hand, and the three universe seeds floating behind him. Against the ancestor god, Yi Yun's final strike slashed down. With this slash, the world's colors inverted. Deep into the chaos heavens, a loud dragon roar resounded through the cosmos as the chaos heavens dragon soul fused into Yi Yun's sword. And at the same time, the universe's void tore apart as the laws bellowed. Apart from the Chaos Heaven's dragon soul, the souls of many tiny worlds tore open space and arrived in the Chaos Heavens across vast distances. These world souls were of myriad forms: white tigers, divine trees, phoenixes, boulders, mountains, or rivers. The large ones extended for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the small ones were the size of a mountain. These were the souls of countless worlds, seemingly responding to Yi Yun's call to arms. This was no longer a strike delivered by Yi Yun himself, but a supreme strike of the heavenly Tao that represented the multiverse. At that moment, the entire multiverse's powers were gathered onto Yi Yun. Silence prevailed as the godly monarchs felt their minds go blank. They even felt like prostrating themselves in front of such immense power. As for the ancestor god, his face that had been cold and expressionless for hundreds of millions of years turned into a frenzied warp. And beneath this facade of madness was true fear. In his long life, no force ever reached such immensity. He let out a crazy roar as he cleaved his battle axe at Yi Yun. However, all Yi Yun did was gently turn his blade. Ka-cha! The ancestor god's axe shattered instantly. This divine armament that had been forged for hundreds of millions of years and nourished with the blood of countless lives had shattered completely. The ancestor god was connected to the battle axe's soul, so this setback jolted his body as he spewed a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Yi Yun's strike came striking down. This strike seemed to devour the world. This world fell silent as the entire multiverse became quiet. All the energy erupted from under Yi Yun's blade. Only the ancestor god alone let out the world's final sound, a disgruntled roar. The three universe seeds sealed the ancestor god's body, soul, and energy. After which, all of this was destroyed and devoured by Yi Yun with that single strike of his. The heavenly Tao, Origin's energy, and lifeblood the ancestor god had absorbed and devoured, as well as the countless wraiths he imprisoned, returned to the universe. Dust to dust, ash to ash. Infinite divine light blinded the universe for about 5 minutes before it condensed into a single beam, the nomological sword in Yi Yun's hand. Yi Yun's strike had torn through the multiverse, slashing out for billions of kilometers. And behind Yi Yun, the ancestor god's body remained. However, it had lost all of its luster. The light in the ancestor god's eyes had dimmed completely, for his life had been completely snuffed out. Boom! The ancestor god's massive body collapsed. Following which, the same scene of his arm rotting repeated itself. The ancestor god's massive body fused into the chaos heavens and sank without end. All that remained was absorbed by the chaos heavens. Rumble! The lands began to crack as the countless rifts that appeared from the intense battle between Yi Yun and the ancestor god began healing. Following that, huge mountain ranges rose up from flat land. Amid these mountain ranges, a huge river was forged out of thin air. These majestic mountain ranges and rivers stemmed from the remnant powers of the ancestor god. The mountain range consisted of spirit mountains and the river flow stemmed from spirit fountains. This area was destined to become a holy ground of the chaos heavens in the future. And the heavenly courts was most lucky for the final battle to happen on its premises. It would become the core of this holy ground. In time, a truly powerful sect would be situated amid the mountains and river. As for the legend belonging to Yi Yun, it would begin spreading. This battle was destined to be recorded in history for all eternity. Sect disciples would also know that their sect was situated on a land formed from the ancestor god's body. Thinking back to that universe-shaking battle, they would be amazed in shock. Legends were typically like this. They would not be eclipsed with the passage of time, but instead, they became histories that one tried to live up to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1702, Karma Severance. Chapter 1702, Karma Severance. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. All the godly monarchs present witnessed the scene of the ancestor god turning into the natural landscape. They were still immersed in shock, for they found all that had happened unbelievable. Be it Yi Yun's terrifying strike, or the shock of the souls of millions of worlds being summoned, it easily left them absorbed in recollecting the process, almost impossible to extricate themselves from it. What felt even more surreal was that the seemingly invincible ancestor god had been killed by Yi Yun. His might and his terror had oppressed the godly monarchs, leaving them unable to breathe. No one dared to resist because the ancestor god was too strong, so strong that it left them in despair. But it was this unbelievably powerful ancestor god that Yi Yun had slain. Yi Yun's strength had undoubtedly reached a realm incomprehensible to them. Perfected E. After a long silence, Polar was the first to speak. His voice quivered slightly due to his excitement that stemmed from his utmost reverence for Yi Yun's might. He didn't even know how he should address Yi Yun. Even addressing him as young master sounded too imprudent and impolite. The present Yi Yun was standing on a different level from them. However, Yi Yun did not reply, nor did he look at the landscape formed by the ancestor god. Instead, he looked up slightly at the sky. Yi Yun's strike had been directed there. The world had already been sliced apart from the strike, and through the rift, one could see stars. And this scene did not last for long. The spatial rift gradually restored as the starry sky beyond it turned into a blur. It was like the flickering of fire in a misty rain, beautiful but vague. The numerous godly monarchs were also astounded upon seeing this scene. The spatial rift was about 200 feet in length. Compared to Yi Yun's astounding strike, such a spatial rift was just too small. According to their understanding, Yi Yun's strike was more than enough to split apart a universe. No spatial barrier could withstand Yi Yun's strike. But this tiny rift was only 200 feet by 3 feet. In addition, it was closing at a discernible pace. It soon did not allow a person to pass through. There was such a firm barrier in this world? And strangely, beyond the chaos heavens, it should have been a void with no heaven-earth yuan qi, a multiverse rift that spanned billions of light years. This was the universe's void that had nothing in it, just dead silence. But what they saw clearly were stars in that space beyond the rift. What exactly was that? Perfectity, the space that the spatial rift leads to is, Polar could not help but ask. A new world, Yi Yun exhaled lightly. What? Polar was taken aback, seemingly unable to understand what Yi Yun meant. Or it could be said that he realized what it was but was unable to immediately believe it. It's another multiverse. Or should I say, a parallel universe. The multiverse isn't just limited to the one we are in. The Chaos Heavens is only one of the supreme universes in the multiverse we live in. Beyond that, there are many lands more prosperous and magnificent than the Chaos Heavens. It's unknown how many multiverses there are. And each one of them has their own order of excitement. Yi Yun felt awash with emotion. Billions of years ago, the Tao originator celestial the Arch Lin Ming had likely tore apart the multiverse membrane and headed to a brand new multiverse together with Shang Mei. There, they could travel all kinds of worlds and experience unfamiliar sights and live exciting lives. Compared to the innumerable parallel universes, even a figure like the Tao originator celestial the Arch felt minute. As for the ancestor god, he was even more tenuous. So what if he had devoured the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao? Compared to the immense world out there, it was nothing. Yi Yun himself came from a blue planet and it likely belonged to another completely different parallel universe. Due to the different laws, there was modern technology there, things that the universe he was in didn't have. There was the laws of physics there which did not apply here. According to that world's physical point of view, the universe was expanding and humanity was forever trapped in the cage of the observable universe. Even at the speed of light, it was impossible for them to escape the constantly expanding universe. And the observable universe was only a tiny part of the universe which humanity belonged to. Only further out might there be parallel universes. And just the observable universe was already staggeringly magnificent, much less the world beyond that. No one knew how big this world actually was. Even the Tao originator celestial the Arch was unable to give an answer. Realizing that the entrance to the parallel universe was about to seal completely, Polar felt gripped by anxiety. Then, perfected E, are you? Yi Yun shook his head. Let it be. I still have things that I haven't completed in this multiverse. There is karma I need to repay and debts I still owe. Besides, although I had opened up a parallel universe passageway with one strike, it was not by my own strength. Once I've fully stabilized my strength and am able to open such a passageway by myself, I shall leave. To pursue the martial Tao peak, it was best not to be tainted with karma. Even if Yi Yun was about to leave this multiverse, he needed to settle all his current matters. As for traveling the multiverse, the Tao originator celestial the Arch had his own obsession, and so did Yi Yun. He wished to find the multiverse where Earth was and visit it again. Previously, he did not have the strength to do so. Even now, in this innumerable parallel universes, finding Earth was a more arduous task than searching for a needle in a haystack. But even so, he still hoped to find it. He would do so with Lin Xintong, and perhaps with his sister, Jiang Xiaoro. But now, Yi Yun wished to return to the sinkhole. Even in the sinkhole, Yi Yun had many matters he had not finished. It was simply because of the threat of the ancestor god that he had no choice but to leave hurriedly. Now, it was finally time to return. Yi Yun turned his head to look at Polar and the other godly monarchs. Many godly monarchs held their breaths and turned entirely reverent when locking eyes with Yi Yun. It was especially so for the godly monarchs of the ghosts, fae, and souls. They even felt fear. After all, they had previously betrayed Yi Yun. Even though they were forced by their circumstances, it was still treachery. If Iyun pursued the matter, they would all be in trouble. Furthermore, Iyun was human after all. The Chaos Heavens had the different races battling it out all these years. If Iyun put his foot down for humanity and forcibly suppressed the other races, they had no choice but to submit. Perfected we were at fault. With the Fey Patriarch's lead, the various godly monarchs asked for Iyun's forgiveness. Iyun shook his head. Life, from life forms as large as towering trees to bugs as small as ants, the reason for all they do is for the continuation of their bloodline. None of you did wrong, so I will not do anything to you. Although I am human and the wars in the Chaos Heavens have gone on for an extended period of time, I will not interfere in your wars. The wars between races is ultimately a portion of the Chaos Heavens' martial history. Its history should be written by you. Back when Iyun first arrived in the Chaos Heavens, he knew that the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had once been to the Chaos Heavens. Back then, he had some thoughts. Since the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had come and he was human, why didn't he help humanity billions of years ago? With the Tao originator Celestial Thearch's help, even the Celestials would have to bow. However, the Tao originator Celestial the Arch left without interfering with any racial wars in the Chaos Heavens. This led to people not knowing the true strength of the Tao originator Celestial the Arch later on. Now, with Iyun approaching the Tao originator Celestial Thearch's past realm, he also came to better understand his thought processes. Everything in the Chaos Heavens was fated and did not need his interference. The only actions he would take would be to pay back the debts he had and sever any karmic connections. Senior Blood King. As Iyun spoke, a man in a red robe appeared across the horizon. He was none other than Zhang Xiaoro's father, Blood King. Blood King was the vanguard when it came to revolting against the ancestor god. He was able to survive only because the ancestor god was focused on devouring the Chaos Heavens' heavenly Tao in seclusion. A trivial figure like the Blood King was no different from an ant to the ancestor god. The ancestor god had never paid any attention to the Blood King, otherwise, he would have long been dead. Blood King also witnessed some of the final scenes of Iyun's battle with the ancestor god. The battle of epic proportions naturally astounded him, for it completely exceeded his level of understanding. Beside him was a red-dressed girl, Zhang Xiaoro. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoro, Iyun revealed a gentle smile. Sis Xiaoro. Having first met in the cloud wilderness to his journey all the way to the Chaos Heavens, he went from torturous days without food to the point of wielding the powers of the universe, becoming a deity of the multiverse. Zhang Xiaoro was in the true sense of the word, someone who had accompanied him from the beginning. Iyun felt greatly fettered and concerned for Zhang Xiaoro. Yunar. Having seen Iyun slay the ancestor god, Zhang Xiaoro's eyes were already welling with tears. To her, the most important point of this outcome was that Iyun had survived. Senior Blood King, I'll be touring the multiverse in the future. I might bring Sis Xiaoro with me if she's agreeable. Of course, Sis Xiaoro will not leave forever. She would still return. As for the kindness you have shown me, this is something for you. As Iyun spoke, an energy blob condensed in his hand. It contained large amounts of laws of origins, origins energy, and nebulous primordial chaos. He had also included some of his nomological insight into it. This was an especially valuable martial Tao heritage that adhered closely to the world's origins. Mastering it made one close to the world's origins. Apart from Iyun, no one in the Chaos Heavens could produce something like this. All the godly monarchs were knowledgeable people. Upon seeing the blob of light, their hearts were burned with envy. Just this item alone was able to forge the Blood King into a Fey Patriarch. With just a raise of his hand, he was able to create a Patriarch-level figure. Iyun's standing was completely indescribable. Indeed, with a thought, he could canonize someone as a god. This, Blood King hurriedly shook his head. This is too valuable. I can't have it. Besides, you have already repaid the kindness I showed you with the myriad form Shura pills. A drop of water given in need shall be returned with a burst of spring. Senior Blood King, please do not refuse it. To tour the multiverse, I'll need to sever karma. You have to take this blob of origins energy. As Iyun spoke, he looked at Polar the Arch. Senior Polar. I'm indebted to the heavenly courts. The wonderland left behind after the ancestor god's death shall be the heavenly courts. The core region spanning 500,000 kilometers shall all belong to the heavenly courts. The ancestor god wonderland would no doubt be vied for by numerous major factions. It could be imagined that blood would flow like rivers in the battles between the factions for this land billions of years later. But now, with just one word from Iyun, he had determined the split. No one dared to go against his word. Even if he had given it to a beggar, no one would dare oppose it. Instead, people would even offer the beggar help. Senior Divine Heart, I was indebted to you back during the expedition into the Xianyuan Dune. 100,000 kilometers south of the Heavenly Court's territory will belong to the Taixia Ancient Mining. You will have full authority over the distribution. Ian looked at godly Monarch Divine Heart, who was taken aback. He never expected to gain something out of this. Ian's indebtedness towards him wasn't huge. All he did was support Ian a few times back when they were mining chaos ores in the Xianyuan Dune, as well as protect Ian, allowing him to enter the core regions. He never imagined that this help would gain him a wonderland spanning 100,000 kilometers. This wonderland could be passed down for hundreds of millions of years, allowing him to build institutions that could remain for eternity. His Taixia Ancient Mining was an unimpressive faction in the Chaos Heavens. There was no way he deserved any piece of the pie, but with just one word from Iyun, the Taixia Ancient Mining had received a portion of the split that was larger than Heaven Face cities. Although the other peak factions could accept this outcome, they felt bitter within. Indeed, Iyun had not punished them for their betrayal, but he had given large portions of the benefits to those he was indebted to. That was the greatest punishment. Of course, they had no say in this matter. They had to thank their lucky stars that they were not punished, so there was no reason for them to hope that Iyun would reward them. Everyone, take care. I'll be leaving for a period of time. I'll be in seclusion to figure out the martial Dao. Till we meet again. As Iyun spoke, he casually tore open the void and reached his hand towards Jiang Xiaro. Sis Xiaro, follow me. We have to return to the Tian Yuan world. I wonder if Soft Cloud's mountain manor is still around. Upon hearing Iyun's words, tears rolled down Jiang Xiao's cheeks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1703, Ending, 1, Lands of Hope. Chapter 1703, Ending, 1, Lands of Hope. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The ancestor god's devouring of the heavenly Tao had, in fact, siphoned off a universe's origins, energy and laws of origins. After that loss, that universe would embark on a path of decline. In that ancient battle hundreds of millions of years ago in the sinkhole had begun waning. Even in the sinkhole, there were already individual worlds that were dying. For instance, the Azurewood Great World, where Iyun originally obtained the Azurewood Divine Tree from, was a world on the brink of death. In just a few thousand years, it would face complete destruction. It wasn't only the Azurewood Great World. Even the entire sinkhole could only last another 2 to 3 billion years. After that, the sinkhole would slowly have its life snuff out. It would gradually lose its heaven-earth yuan qi as the lands turned barren and the seas turned dry while apocalyptic fumes permeated beneath the lands. When that happened, cultivation in the sinkhole would be a pointless endeavor since just survival alone was difficult. 2 or 3 billion years would be considered rather long. At the very least, the warriors of the present sinkhole generation would not live that long. With the loss of the sinkhole's heavenly Tao, it was simply a severance of their path to become a godly monarch. As for the future destruction of the sinkhole, it had nothing to do with them. Unfortunately, the ancestor god had awoken a few centuries ago and began devouring the sinkhole's heavenly Tao once again. This time, he had devoured it even more completely. 99% of the sinkhole's origins, energy and laws of origins were siphoned away by the ancestor god. It could no longer be described as a killing of the golden goose, for it was like having the sinkhole's backbone pulled away from it. The basic foundation of this universe had been placed on the route to destruction. Over the past century, the sinkhole's decline happened at a discernible pace, with every year bringing forth a new site. It began with the small worlds. Their destruction began decades ago. These countless small worlds were like the cells that formed the sinkhole universe, and bit by bit, these cells died and the scourge slowly spread. The sinkhole warriors who lived in that era were no doubt in pain and despair. Before they even had the chance to develop their strength to maturity or enjoy exciting lives, they had to face a waning world. The greatest sorrow for a warrior was not the inability to break through due to a bottleneck at a particular realm, but to have even their martial paths severed. Even more sorrowful was the fact that the sinkhole warriors were unable to leave the sinkhole. The sinkhole was located in a rather remote place from the other universes. Even the sinkhole's godly monarchs, other than Bayuin, were not full-fledged godly monarchs. They were even weaker than godly monarch Divine Heart. Under such circumstances, trying to cross the multiverse rift was just too difficult. Back then, even when Iyun left the sinkhole for the Chaos Heavens, he nearly perished midway. If he had not joined the Taixia Ancient Mining, he might have died. Therefore, the entire sinkhole, from godly monarch to mortals, were like prisoners trapped in a prison of despair. They had nowhere to go, and what's more, this prison was sinking in a swamp. However, even amid the despair, there were always people striving hard. But no matter how much effort they put in, it was them dragging out an abject existence. The entire sinkhole's yuan qi was depleting. In the beginning, the sinkhole warriors set up massive arrays to protect these small worlds, sealing the heaven-earth yuan qi in place, allowing these small worlds to possess a complete set of laws, allowing for the younger generation to cultivate. As long as such small worlds were provided with a constant stream of godly monarch immortal annuli, their prosperity could be maintained for millions of years. Such places were called lands of hope by people. The entire sinkhole, including the 12 empyrean heavens, established many lands of hope, and there were 16 main ones. These 16 lands of hopes belonged to the various super-factions such as major sects and divine nations. The lands of hope had in place all kinds of martial Tao heritage, with mighty figures passing on their teachings. There were also lands of trials which honed young warriors, giving them indescribable benefits while cultivating there. However, the more it was this way, the harder it was to enter these lands of hope for cultivation. There were limited spots which were taken up by the various major factions. For other warriors to find a way in was a nearly impossible task. Without entering these lands of hope, a genius, no matter how talented, would be destined to a life of mediocrity. However, when the powers that be seal off every path, they would leave behind a sliver of hope for mortal warriors. One of the 16 lands of hope was prepared for mortal warriors. That was the Mirage Sea Realm. This land of hope was established by Huan Xinxue. What left people in disbelief was that Huan Xinxue was apparently mortal who never cultivated in any martial arts her entire life. Yet, it was such a mortal who had immense prestige in the martial world. Even the powerhouses of the various major factions treated her with respect. The establishment of the Mirage Sea Realm had the help of reclusive godly monarchs. Apart from that, the White Lunar Divine Empire and a mysterious clan in the sinkhole, the Ninely Magus clan, had participated in its establishment. Although many factions and important figures paid a tremendous price in establishing the Mirage Sea Realm's land of hope, the owner at the end of the day was still Huan Xinxue. Huan Xinxue had no scruples, showing no partiality when recruiting disciples. Every 3 years, the Mirage Sea Realm would organize a grand entrance examination. The qualifications to entering the Mirage Sea Realm only depended on talent. If one's talent was insufficient, entry was forbidden. It did not matter if one was an elite of a major faction or a member of a nation's royalty. Therefore, the entrance examinations that happened once every 3 years was a gathering of countless elites. The sheer numbers were impossible to describe. At this moment, it was time for the entrance examinations to the Mirage Sea Realm. The Mirage Sea Realm was located in the periphery of the sinkhole, and the examination wasn't located in the Mirage Sea Realm, but in an independent world that neighbored the Mirage Sea Realm. This world was also developed by a reclusive godly monarch. In order to fairly assess so many elites, the independent world had a large number of array formations set up. Nearing the exam, spirit vessels tore through the void and arrived in this independent world. These spirit vessels also belonged to Huan Xinxue. They were sent out across the sinkhole, even to the 12 empyrean heavens, to recruit elites, giving every warrior a fair chance. The entrance examination is finally here. It wasn't easy obtaining this cruiser ticket. On a spirit vessel, there were 3 youngsters, 2 men and 1 woman. Through the spirit vessel's window, they looked out into the cosmos and saw a piece of land that was immersed in fog. That was the place of their final examination. These 3 youngsters came from a mid-grade world in the sinkhole, and they were the best geniuses of that world. One of them was wearing azure-colored clothes and looked older. He was the senior brother of the trio. The other man and woman were siblings. The younger brother was only 16 years old by bone age. Even among the commoner warriors, the siblings wore rather plainly. They didn't carry any enchanted armaments, and their clothes were the most ordinary linen clothes woven by mortals. Senior brother. Senior brother Qin, did we really get selected? Upon seeing the large number of spirit cruisers docked above the independent world, the youth in linen clothing asked weakly. They had no idea how big the universe was before coming to the Mirage Sea Realm. As far as the eyes could see, there were more than 1,000 spirit cruisers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1704, Ending, 2, Young Female Overlord. Chapter 1704, Ending, 2, Young Female Overlord. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. With more than 1,000 spirit cruisers, each containing more than 10,000 geniuses, it implied a combined total of more than 10 million geniuses. For the linen-clothed youth to come this far as a commoner, he was already extremely impressive. In the world he came from, even peers his age who came from relatively larger sects were not his match. But even so, when the youth saw the more than 1,000 spirit cruisers, he felt uneasy. It was already difficult enough to get a ticket for this cruiser. In the various worlds, one had to undergo numerous selection tests before boarding the cruiser. Although the youth had passed those tests, it was not an easy ordeal. Now, just the number of geniuses who had earned a ticket numbered above 10 million, notwithstanding the spirit cruisers that had yet to arrive. The competition was too intense. The sinkhole was huge, so with the Mirage Sea realm allowing commoner warriors, the competition was imaginable. We are here to participate in the test, mainly to gain experience and build our foundations for the future. The Mirage Sea realm's test has a total of 5 stages. It's good enough if we can pass the first 3 stages. As for what the 4th stage looks like, I've never seen it. Among the 3, the white-dressed youth who was oldest spoke. This was his 3rd time taking the test. In the world where the linen-clothed youth came from, the white-dressed youth was truly the cream of the crop. Senior brother, even you have not seen what the 4th stage is? The linen-clothed youth drew a deep breath. Indeed, it would be very difficult. But no matter how hard it was, he had to forge forward. After all, the only place in the entire sinkhole that allowed commoner warriors to interact with supreme martial arts was the Mirage Sea realm. He needed to enter the Mirage Sea realm. He was still young and people in the sinkhole had already claimed that martial arts in the sinkhole was destined to come to an end, however, he was unwilling to take it lying down. "Let's go," the elder youth said. The moment the hatch opened, the trio came to a gigantic square at the entrance of the Mirage Sea realm. Here, there were more than 10 gigantic sculptures. Each of sculptures was 1,000 feet tall, each forged from ancient granite. They would remain immutable despite the elements. These are sculptures of the 8 ancient godly monarchs. Behind them are the few reclusive godly monarchs of the sinkhole, including Senior E. Senior E. The linen-clothed youth drew a deep breath. To the younger generation of the sinkhole, Yi Yun was definitely a legend. He was of common stock, but he managed to reach the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Especially at the White Lunar Divine Empire's coronation, Yi Yun's name had been spread throughout the sinkhole. Back then, Yi Yun was deemed number 1 beneath all godly monarchs. Many people guessed that with the rate of his growth, he was probably stronger than the typical godly monarch now. Of course, that was under the premise that Yi Yun was still alive. There were rumors that Yi Yun had escaped to another universe because of the ancestor god's pursuit. The ancestor gods might left one trembling in fear right down to the soul's core. It was hard to imagine anyone escaping from the ancestor god's clutches. This left people regretful. If Yi Yun could have developed his strength in the sinkhole, he could perhaps have brought a miracle to it. I wasn't even born when Senior E left the sinkhole. By the time we were born, even the sinkhole's heavenly Tao had been destroyed. Sigh. The older youth sighed. Yi Yun's legend involved him defeating many mighty figures in the sinkhole with just one sword alone. Even the tens of millions of demonic servants, a demonic general, and a sinkhole overlord who had pledged allegiance to the ancestor god to earn a breakthrough were all defeated by Yi Yun. Later, he even openly took away the newly coronated White Lunar Goddess Empress at the White Lunar Divine Empire's coronation. Back then, Lin Shintone was considered the most illustrious of all women. She was the dream girl of numerous men in the sinkhole, yet, she was entirely devoted to Yi Yun. Yi Yun's legend was one people tried to live up to, and his standing in the martial world was extremely high. One had to know that the 12 sculptures on the square didn't even include the famous Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and Eclipse Arhat among their ranks. They were the people in charge of the few top factions in the sinkhole, both possessing their own lands of hope. But even so, they had been ranked beneath Yi Yun. The 12 sculptures on the square attracted the admiration and adoration of the numerous geniuses. Most people gathered in front of Yi Yun's sculpture. After all, compared to the rest, he was a lot more famous. At that moment, a jade-white spirit cruiser tore through the void. As white swirls lingered around it, it floated high above the square. The spirit cruiser's hatch opened the next moment as a white-dressed girl about 17 years old stepped out. She was tall and elegant, her eyes as bright as the moon, with flawless, fair skin that looked extremely supple. However, this girl held a spear in hand, while her body emitted vibrant energy and nomological auras. Upon seeing this lady, everyone was stunned. Who was she? Be it her bearing, looks, or nomological aura, they were all flawless. She was definitely a favored daughter of the heavens. Furthermore, the spirit cruiser she was on definitely wasn't built cheap. She was definitely from a wealthy background. A lady from a huge faction was also participating in the Mirage Sea Realms test? The lady directly landed in front of Yi Yun's sculpture and looked up with spear in hand. It was unknown what was on her mind. I know who she is. She's the new heir to the White Lunar Divine Empire's overlord, Divine General Tianquan's granddaughter, Tianxian Mengyao. The spear she wields is the Tianxian family's ancestral weapon, the purple golden dragon pattern spear. She's the new heir of the White Lunar Divine Empire's overlord? Everyone felt astounded hearing that. This girl actually had such a huge background? In fact, back at Lin Xintong's coronation and after Yi Yun left the White Lunar Divine Empire, the White Lunar Divine Empire had begun to decline. That day, Divine General Tianqian suffered a heavy blow. Lin Xintong had been taken away by Yi Yun and Bai Yuan had been reduced to only a soul, and all of them had left with Yi Yun. The massive White Lunar Divine Empire had its top experts disappear en masse. So regardless of how deep the White Lunar Divine Empire's heritage was, it couldn't withstand such a huge setback. It began waning in an irreversible manner. However, Lin Xintong and Yi Yun were just too famous. Even though people knew that they might die under the ancestor god's hands, no one touched the White Lunar Divine Empire. Therefore, although it was waning, it managed to hold on to its territory. It even managed to establish a land of hope that it solely owned. However, among the 16 lands of hope, the White Lunar Divine Empires was relatively lower in quality. The White Lunar Divine Empire no longer had an empress, and the ruler's title was changed to Overlord. The new candidate for Overlord was still female, and Tianqian Mengyao was most outstanding among the White Lunar Divine Empire's younger generation, therefore, she was naturally designated successor. I never expected her to be Tianqian Mengyao. But why would she come to the Mirage Sea realm? Her White Lunar Divine Empire has a land of hope after all. People were perplexed. Tianqian Mengyao had come with quite an entourage, with Divine Lord Elders in the lineup. Tianqian Mengyao is extremely ambitious and has extraordinary talent. She likely wishes to prove herself. People rumor that Huan Qinshui and Nine Li Magus Maiden have some special connection to Yi Yun. This Mirage Sea realm has also deep ties with Yi Yun. For Tianqian Mengyao to come here, it likely has to do with that. After all, back at the Empress coronation, Yi Yun had delivered serious injuries to her grandfather in just one blow. Speaking of Divine General Tianqian, he was once the strongest expert in the White Lunar Goddess Empress apart from Empress Bai Yuan. His strength was in no way inferior to powerhouses like Sacred Horizon Divine Lord or Eclipse Arhat. Back when Yi Yun took Lin Xintong away, the White Lunar Divine Empire's officials came to stop him. The Imperial Preceptor was first, but was sent flying by Yi Yun. At that moment, Divine General Tianqian had no choice but to take action. He even took out the purple golden dragon pattern spear, an ancient artifact which had been handed down in his family. Yet, he had his meridians severed by just one strike of Yi Yun's. Later, due to his serious injuries, he suffered a sneak attack from the betrayer of humanity, Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. Divine General Tianquan's realm fell and failed to regain its former glory. To the extremely ambitious Tianqian Mengyao, Yi Yun was not an enemy, but a mountain that stood in her path. It was impossible for her to beat Yi Yun. All she could do was come to the Mirage Sea realm, a place deeply related to Yi Yun. She planned on using the most intense entrance test in the sinkhole to prove herself and affirm her Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1705 Ending, 3, Guardian. Chapter 1705, Ending, 3, Guardian. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Tianqian Mengyao's appearance in front of Yi Yun's statue attracted the attention of many. Everyone saw how eminent Tianqian Mengyao appeared to be, and some even praised her for having some of impressive characteristics which Lin Xintong had years ago. However, in the eyes of many experts, Tianqian Mengyao left many sighing. They knew that Tianqian Mengyao was far from the illustrious and dazzling existence that others thought her to be. It's a scar left behind by the Great Tao. This young lady is ambitious, but unfortunately, the Great Tao is heartless. The Empress's cultivation technique has such a high requirement that it's unlikely she can succeed. They could tell that a scar had been left in Tianqian Mengyao's dantian. Back when Bai Yuan left the White Lunar Divine Empire, she had left behind small amounts of heritage. The heritage was incomplete, but their origins were nothing simple. They came from Empress Shang Mei. Although they were not the core cultivation techniques of Shang Mei, it was still extremely difficult cultivating it. If they were still in ancient times when the sinkhole Heavenly Tao was still intact, it was possible for some talented people to find a way out. But in present times, cultivating ancient cultivation techniques with the shattered Heavenly Tao laws was treacherous. At the end of the day, in the sunset of martial arts, so-called geniuses were out of paths. To attain success was just too difficult. At that moment, above the Mirage Sea realm square, Heaven Earth Yuan Qi stirred as a screen of light appeared out of thin air as the void kept trembling. Following that, the screen of light slowly revealed a huge door, the entrance to the Mirage Sea realm. This screen of light was the main body of the Mirage Sea realm's array. After the door opened, people saw a passageway that led into the depths of the Mirage Sea realm. It was paved with nomological fragments, and standing at the entrance was an elder. The thin, white-haired elder was dressed in rags, but his face hung a cynical smile. He was the guardian of the array. If Iyun was present, he would have recognized him to be Old Snake. In the 16 Lands of Hope, each array required a few guardians to maintain their stability. These guardians needed to refine the ancient laws to maintain the stability of the array formation's nomological forces in this era with the heavenly Tao missing. As an ancient godly monarch, Old Snake was naturally more than suitable for doing this. It was also for this reason that the Mirage Sea Realm's Land of Hope was of excellent quality among the 16 Lands of Hope. In the ancient battle, Old Snake was not only heavily injured, he had even lost a large portion of his memories. Even now, his recovery was still left wanting. Upon seeing these youngsters, Old Snake chuckled. He waved his hand and opened the last barrier. The young geniuses walked through the passageway and, when the linen-clothed youth passed through the passageway, he took a glance at the elder, having an indescribable feeling when he did so. He could sense that the nomological forces in the elder's body was slowly moving against the array's flow. Although these arrays were powered by godly monarch immortal annuli, that was only on an energetic level of things. For nomological forces, it required a guardian to maintain it. It was said that Lands of Hope could be maintained for millions of years, which also meant that these guardians had to stay there guarding the array for millions of years. The long periods of guardianship would lead to the slow drainage of a person's nomological powers as it decreased. Therefore, Lands of Hope were not eternal. They were bound to wither away in the future. The older generation of experts exchanged their vitality for cultivation time for the younger generation. They stayed guard here, losing their freedom and experienced loneliness. But even so, all they could do was exchange it for a few million years. How far could this allow the younger generation to cultivate to? Among these people, who was able to change the fate of the sinkhole? No one could give an answer. Although Lands of Hope were given such names, everyone knew that there was extremely little hope. Warriors practiced martial arts to defy the heavens and change their destinies. Faced with the waning heavenly Tao, people often resisted. As such, even if they failed, they would not leave with any regret at the end of their lives. After passing through the passageway, the linen-clothed youth turned to look at the elder's back. He did not know the elder, nor was he familiar with him. He didn't even know his name. Yes, it wasn't only restricted to this linen-clothed youth. All the other young geniuses who passed through the passageway, including the disciples who had already entered the Mirage Sea realm, did not know that this elder who appeared to have experienced the hardships of life was one of the 8 statues that was erected on the square outside. This was Old Snake's own intention. In his words, he had already forgotten that battle of the past. The Dragon King of the 8 godly monarchs was akin to a previous incarnation. And if that were the case, there was no need to let the world know about it. He wanted to leave the world with a powerful and perfect image of the Dragon King for all eternity, and not the image of a hero who was past his prime. Therefore, whenever the Mirage Sea realm disciples passed through the passageway, they would forever see the grinning Old Snake. After passing the passageway, people saw a gigantic palace. On a tall platform of the palace, people saw a group of people in armor. They had ferocious looks and were about 3 meters tall. Wound around their bodies were black chains and their bodies were covered in flaming scaled armor. These people were not Mirage Sea realm disciples, but demonic servants of the ancestor god. They were the strongest existences among the demonic servants, and the demonic servant leading them was the demonic marshal who had originally assessed the sinkhole. Back when the ancestor god could finally devour the heavenly Tao, he had made demonic servants scour the world for spiritual items so that he could set up the final array. Even by Yuan's intrinsic artifact, the White Jade Phoenix Palace had been eyed by the demonic servants. Bai Yuan was heavily injured and the White Jade Phoenix Palace fell, causing the demonic servants to head for the White Lunar Divine Empire to snatch it. That was during Lin Xintong's ascension. This resulted in Yun's battle with the heavenly cosmic divine lord and demonic general Perfected Ho. In the end, both of them were killed by Yun. However, this did not stop anything. The ancestor god still managed to succeed in devouring the sinkhole's heavenly Tao. Later, the ancestor god left the sinkhole and returned to the chaos heavens. He did not take a small number of demonic generals with him, and these demonic generals stayed behind in the sinkhole to become its rulers. The demonic marshal was strong to begin with. Furthermore, he possessed a token that augmented his strength with the ancestor god's powers. In the sinkhole, no one could resist or even dare resist him. This was because people in the sinkhole only managed to survive because the ancestor god did not destroy the sinkhole. To put it plainly, after the ancestor god devoured the sinkhole's heavenly Tao, this universe was nothing but trash in his eyes. He couldn't even be bothered to destroy it. However, if the ancestor god was enraged, all he needed was one thought to wipe out the countless lives in the sinkhole. After the ancestor god left, the demonic marshal stayed behind since there were still resources to be mined. Although the ancestor god thought nothing of it, the demonic marshal didn't spurn it. He could exploit it thoroughly. And the spot he chose to station himself was the Mirage Sea Realm's Land of Hope. In the sinkhole, the Mirage Sea Realm's Land of Hope was the richest in spirit chi, allowing the easiest cultivation. Human seniors had dedicated their lives to maintain the array, but these demonic servants had become the final beneficiaries of this. They even seized the best cultivation resources in the Land of Hope. And worst of all, the warriors in the Land of Hope had no choice but to put up with it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1706 Ending 4 Return. Chapter 1706 Ending 4 Return. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. He is the demonic marshal. When the human disciples saw this hideous 3-meter-tall devil, they all held their breaths. They hated the demonic marshal and the ancestor god to the bone. The sinkhole had waned because of them. Not only so, the number of lives that had been plunged into misery over all these years was uncountable. There were even relatives and elders of these very youths had died during that purge. The line-clothed youth clenched his fist as his eyes flashed with deep hints of hatred and indignation. However, he knew that none of that mattered at his stage. The demonic marshal was just too powerful. Ignoring the demonic marshal, his subordinates back then included demonic general Perfected Ho, who was sufficient to reign supreme over all sinkhole experts beneath the godly monarch realm. Back when demonic general Perfected Ho and heavenly cosmic divine lord joined forces at the white lunar goddess empress's coronation ceremony, they could have been considered invincible. If not for Yi Yun's appearance and killing of the duo, the sinkhole experts who had attended the coronation would probably have been dead by now. If demonic general Perfected Ho was already this strong, there was no need to mention the demonic marshal's strength. There was no doubt that he had reached the godly monarch realm. And even among godly monarchs, the demonic marshal was relatively powerful. In contrast with the few godly monarchs of the sinkhole, their realm was not fully realized due to the incomplete heavenly Tao. Use of heaven-earth yuan qi would drain their lifespans. They were no match for the demonic marshal even if they joined forces to fight him. If the sinkhole godly monarchs were only capable of such, the other warriors who were not even at the godly monarch realm would truly be akin to ants in front of the demonic marshal. At that moment, the demonic marshal's appearance allowed for his soaring demonic flames to emanate, leaving one stifled. Many geniuses whose cultivation levels were lacking even found standing difficult. They wished to stand strong, but against the absolute might, they were unable to put up any resistance. After lasting a few seconds, a few even knelt to the ground, trembling as their faces turned pale. A humiliation. These geniuses had all practiced martial arts from a very young age, and were absolute geniuses among their peers, but today, in front of their enemy, all they could only muster was a few seconds before kneeling to the suppression. After practicing martial arts for so long, to kneel at the enemy's feet was an incredible humiliation. The linen-clothed youth's cultivation level wasn't very high. He was young after all. At that moment, he felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. His body was ice-cold as his heart nearly stalled from beating. However, he did not know where he found the force in him to endure the suppression and remain standing. Large beads of sweat covered his forehead and he could no longer see a thing. Nor could his ears hear a thing. Everything around him appeared to be isolated from him. But with a belief of unknown origins, he stood with his teeth clenched. Although he knew that forcefully standing firm was meaningless, for it did not bring any harm to the demonic marshal, since all he did was fend off a tiny fraction of the suppression the demonic marshal had released, he did not wish to retreat again. Humanity had made too many retreats. Enough. At that moment, a clear berating voice sounded. It appeared negligible amid the demonic marshal's chaotic aura. However, this voice made the demonic marshal pause slightly as he turned his head. An otherworldly fairy appeared on the square. She had excellent beauty and sublime bearing. It made one feel a sense of closeness at a glance. More shocking of all was the lack of energy fluctuations from her body. She was only mortal. Wan Chenxue. It was truly unbelievable that a mere mortal could remain unaffected by the demonic marshal's suppression. As expected of an reincarnated ancient godly monarch. You are still so outstanding even after losing your powers. The demonic marshal's suppression came from the difference in life's natural order. And although Huan Xinxue had lost her strength, her level on life's natural order retained its former glory. Otherwise, she would have long died from living for such a long period of time. After all, she was an ancient godly monarch. And back then, the 8 godly monarchs were disciples of human emperor. Their strength far exceeded the godly monarchs of that era and far exceeded that of the demonic marshal. It was naturally impossible for the demonic marshal to suppress Huan Qinshu simply by using life's natural order. Long, you devoured copious amounts of nomological powers in the land of hope back then. Today is the day my Mirage Sea realm will be selecting disciples. What are you up to? Ha 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 ha. I'm just helping you eliminate the trash that don't meet a basic standard. You should thank me. Demonic Marshal broke into a rapturous laughter. As he guffawed maniacally, some of the young disciple candidates who could not withstand his suppression began spewing out mouthfuls of blood as their meridians shattered. Weak. Too weak. Demonic Marshal shook his head. My heaven-devouring fiend art has reached a bottleneck. I wish to devour some of the myriad origins Tao from human geniuses, but against trash like yourselves, I don't even have the mood to do so. As Demonic Marshal said that, his gaze swept through the human disciples. His gaze was like that of a beast that was about to devour them. It left many shuddering in fear. Huan Qinshu's expression changed. Long, you wish to devour my Mirage Sea realm disciples. So what if I do? It's just a bunch of ant-like lives, Demonic Marshal said condescendingly. Huan Qinshu's brows pricked up. Her face turned cold as she yearned to dice up Demonic Marshal. All these years, due to the Demonic Marshal's existence, large amounts of heaven-earth powers of the Mirage Sea realm had been devoured by him. Old Snake had his lifespan lowered drastically because of this. Yet, he went from bad to worse, and was even planning on devouring the Mirage Sea realm disciples today so as to cultivate their laws. Huan Qinshu, is that killing intent from you? Ha ha ha. It was as though Demonic Marshal had heard the most laughable joke in the world. Huan Qinshu, have you forgotten an important thing? All of you can drag out your abject existences only thanks to my kindness. So what if I were to devour a few thousand of your disciples? You can try resisting me. Demonic Marshal spoke with contempt. He took a look at the candidates once again when suddenly, a youth caught his attention. Oh? A Khanate fire spirit Dao embryo? It's no wonder he can withstand my suppression for so long despite having that low cultivation level. To find a treasure amid a bunch of trash is indeed rare. The person who Demonic Marshal had targeted was none other than the linen-clothed youth. He licked his lips as he felt his interest greatly piqued. Eating such a Khanate Dao embryo was extremely beneficial for him. However, at that moment, the linen-clothed youth was already in a dazed state due to the suppression. All he felt was a sudden reduction of the suppression on him. His body failed to react to the sudden change as boiling blood in him surged and broke his meridians. His body jolted and before he even realized it, he was already flying into the sky. A massive force was pulling him towards Demonic Marshal. He. You have truly been buried under a pile of trash. You are indeed a Khanate fire spirit Dao embryo. If you were to cultivate a few more years, you would be delicious. Unfortunately, I can't wait any longer. I'll just eat you now. Demonic Marshal grinned as he exposed his 2 rows of sharp and densely packed teeth. Come, child. Be part of me. As repayment, I shall remember your name. What is it? Demonic Marshal glared at the youth. Although he had retracted the suppression from the difference in life's natural order was even more evident due to the close distance. This was just like a weak animal facing a primordial beast. Even though there was no killing intent, it still brought about immense fear and pressure. All the young disciples present found it unimaginable. Demonic Marshal was already this powerful, so how much stronger was the ancestor god who had devoured the sinkhole's heavenly Tao? At that moment, the youth already understood his fate. He was not afraid of death, but he never imagined that his death would be so meaningless, with him ending up devoured by the devil. He had practiced martial arts from a very young age and had gone to the borders of life and death repeatedly. He had risked his life only to come this far. And now, with the martial path ahead of him sealed, he could only come to the Mirage Sea realm to seek a sliver of chance. He had a laughable dream. He wished to forge a path unique to himself that led to the peak in this waning sinkhole. He even hoped to mend the sinkhole's missing heavenly Tao in the distant future. He had never mentioned this dream to anyone because it was impractical. Now, from the looks of it, it was all fool's talk indeed. Just after coming to the Mirage Sea realm, he had become nothing but feed for the devil before even participating in the test. Was there anything more tragic than this? Being toyed with by fate, a weakling's resistance was all so powerless. What's your name? At that moment, this voice sounded again by the linen-clothed youth's ear. He wanted to laugh, but before he could speak, he suddenly paused in shock. This voice isn't from the Demonic Marshal? What's your name? The voice sounded in his ears once again. It was unlike the demonic marshal's voice, which was evil and sinister. Instead, it had an indescribable sense of amiability. And at that moment, demonic marshal, who had failed to receive a response from the youth, had clearly lost his patience. He opened his gaping mouth and planned on swallowing him whole right on the spot. My name is Luo Yin. Luo Yin? Indeed. The voice seemed like it was reflecting on something, but before the youth could understand what those words implied, the 2 rows of demonic marshal's teeth was already at his head. But at that moment, time suddenly came to a pause. The sudden stillness of time made it seem as though the demonic marshal had been petrified. He was completely motionless. And at the next moment, a black-robed man walked out of the void. It was as simple as taking a step through a door, but no one knew that this step involved the traversing of billions of light-years across the multiverse rift. Luo Yin, are you from the Luo clan? Did anything happen to the Luo clan? After the black-robed man appeared, he took a glance at the youth. Although his voice was calm, there was a hint of worry. As for the ferocious and seemingly invincible demonic marshal, he was completely ignored by the black-robed man. At that moment in time, everyone was taken aback. Such a sudden change of events left them unable to react. As for demonic marshal, his expression changed drastically. He looked at the black-robed man as though he was seeing the devil. Although the spacetime he was placed in made time move extremely slow, his thought processes were still capable of just barely moving. This man, he looks like Yi Yun. As one of Ancestor God's lackeys, demonic marshal naturally knew Yi Yun. He found it unbelievable that Yi Yun would suddenly possess such potent strength. With just one thought. In just one thought, he was completely bounded. He could not move an inch and he felt as though his soul had been sealed. Against this massive power, he felt like an ant that was grabbed by a colossal dragon's claw. And at that moment, Yi Yun turned his head to look at demonic marshal. All he did was tap gently as a nomological sword not more than a foot long appeared out of thin air. The blade was pointed at his glabella as it slowly drifted over. This tiny, fluttering sword overwhelmed demonic marshal with terror. However, his body had been sealed. Even though he struggled to resist, it was of no use. His soul roared in indignation, but not a sound came out from him. Master. Demonic marshal's lips twitched slightly as his mouth took on the shape needed to say that word. Yi Yun shook his head. Your master is waiting for you in the netherworld. If you wish to find him, let me send you there. What? Demonic marshal's eyes were filled with alarm and incredulity. And the next moment, the nomological sword had already stabbed into his glabella. At that instant, demonic marshal felt an indescribable pain. He did not immediately die, and instead, he felt as though he had fallen to the 18th level of hell and suffered all sorts of torment. The sword of samsara fate. This sword is a result of your karma. Take your time experiencing it. As Yi Yun spoke, he removed the time restraints as demonic marshal convulsed as he plummeted from the sky. Boom! Demonic marshal's heavy body smashed into the ground, spasming again and again. Only about half a minute later did he lose all his vitality. Although it was only a short period of time, demonic marshal experienced a pain of 100 generations. His facial features were contorted and all of his tendons and bones were twisted until they broke. Demonic marshal was dead. Yi Yun took another look at the remaining powerful demonic servants. These demonic servants were demonic marshal's direct subordinates, so their strength was on par with demonic general perfected Ho of yesteryear. But against Yi Yun, all of them lost their wits. Before they could even react, Yi Yun shot his gaze over, and like sharp swords, tore through their soul seas. The luster in all their eyes vanished. Like rotten meat, they fell from the sky, having died instantaneously. The linen-clothed youth looked at Yi Yun in a daze. The scene before him felt like a dream. He found it hard to believe that an existence as powerful as the demonic marshal, a super expert who could repress the combined forces of several reclusive godly monarchs of the sinkhole, would be killed so casually as though he was a chicken being slaughtered. As for the other half-step godly monarch demonic servants, they were all killed with a mere thought. No action was even required. What kind of terrifying strength was this? It wasn't only the linen-clothed youth. Everyone present was astounded. The huge square full of millions of disciples was silent. Everyone looked at Yi Yun as some began to recall something as they looked towards the gigantic statue in the square. The black-robed man looked somewhat similar to Yi Yun's statue, but it was not completely identical. Is he really Yi Yun? However, Yi Yun had not been away from the sinkhole for long. Furthermore, he had left due to the ancestor god's pursuit, yet in these short few years, how was he capable of possessing such terrifying strength? Furthermore, he had said the words, "Your master is waiting for you in the netherworld. If you wish to find him, let me send you there." Did the meaning of that sentence mean that Yi Yun had already killed the ancestor god? This thought surfaced in many people's minds, but they found it unbelievable. It was at that moment when a loud roar of laughter broke the silence. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, I knew you wouldn't die that easily. You finally came back. If you didn't, I'd have been sucked dry." Upon hearing this excited voice, everyone turned their heads in puzzlement. They saw that the person speaking was the guardian of the Mirage Sea Realm Array, Old Snake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1707 Ending 5 Reigniting the Flames of Vitality. Chapter 1707 Ending 5 Reigniting the Flames of Vitality. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Since the sinkhole's heavenly Tao was lost up until this moment, Old Snake had suffered too much. Although he remained his usual flippant self when he met Yi Yun could tell that Old Snake's physical condition was now worse. Back when the array was first set up, a great deal of Old Snake's godly monarch origins had been drained. Coupled with over 100 years of labor, Old Snake was now even older. His back was more hunched and, although he still wore a cynical smile, the wrinkles that formed from the smile were even deeper. "Teacher, it's been hard on you for all these years." Yi Yun sighed deep down. In this sinkhole that was filled with despair, a bunch of seniors were forging ahead bearing the burdens, so as to hold up the sky for the young. Although these seniors had their backs hunched from the pressures of time, to the point of not being able to bear the weight any further, that was already sufficient, no matter how tiny that piece of sky they held up was. They had already done everything they could have done. "Kid, what did you address me as?" At that moment, Old Snake stared at Yi Yun with his tiny eyes which resembled a pair of green peas in astonishment. His impression of Yi Yun was a slippery kid who only did things if they benefited himself. He would be thanking his lucky stars if Yi Yun called him old scammer, so what the heck was teacher? Ahem. Kid, I think it's best you act more normally. Your sudden change is making me a little uncomfortable. Upon seeing Old Snake behaving this way, Yi Yun laughed. Even in this world of despair, Old Snake was still his usual self. A former godly monarch of a generation, a figure who stood at the pinnacle of the sinkhole had fallen from his throne, suffering damage to his soul, yet, he was able to find pleasure in life and live an exciting life. He would even seek out heaven-earth spirit herbs to extend his lifespan from time to time. To have such an attitude in life was indeed not something everyone would have. "Old man, this is what the sinkhole owes you, as well as what I owe you." Yi Yun gently raised his right hand, and in the middle of his palm, points of stellar light gathered. At that instant, Yi Yun's palm seemed to connect to the world itself as it reached out to the entire sinkhole that spanned millions of light years. More and more stellar light gathered as the experts present were astonished. Yi Yun was gathering heavenly Tao laws in his palm. At that moment, a sphere of light floated above Yi Yun's palm. It seemed to contain endless galaxies in it. It was the Tao that Yi Yun had extracted from the ancestor god when he killed him. Through the ancestor god's long lifespan, he had devoured countless heavenly Tao so as to cultivate his own ancestor god Tao. A portion of it was left in the chaos heavens, returned to the world in the form of the ancestor god's corpse. And the other portion had been taken away by Yi Yun. After defeating the ancestor god, Yi Yun had gained enlightenment. He realized what ought to happen. Years ago, when the Tao originator Celestial the Arch left this multiverse, he had not taken away the 3 universe seeds, therefore, Yi Yun ought to also restore the heavenly Tao to its original state. In fact, Yi Yun had already been enlightened from the heavenly Tao which the ancestor god had devoured. He took it all in before restoring everything to its original state. Only by doing so would his martial Tao go further. Only then could he truly rely on his own strength, otherwise, he would end up down an unorthodox path like the ancestor god, never being able to make contact with the true peak of the martial Tao. "Old man, this ascending dragon cauldron is also yours. I'm also returning it to you now." As Yi Yun spoke, a tiny black cauldron flew out of his body. The miniature cauldron spun above his palm. The ascending dragon cauldron was the intrinsic artifact of the Dragon King. It was simply because Old Snake had lost too much of his soul shards that he had forgotten the Dragon Emperor technique. Back then, Old Snake's life was on a decline, and he knew that the ascending dragon cauldron would go to waste if kept in his possession, which was why he handed it to Yi Yun. And now, with Yi Yun's realm, he had no longer any need for the ascending dragon cauldron. He was naturally returning it to Old Snake. Within the ascending dragon cauldron, there was the blood of the Dragon Emperor which would serve to be extremely beneficial to restoring Old Snake's vitality. "Kid, what are you?" Old Snake was taken aback. Before he could say anything, Yi Yun had already injected the heavenly Dao nomological fragment from the ancestor god and the ascending dragon cauldron into Old Snake's dantian. Old Snake's body quaked as his aged body burst out with blinding nomological beams. Immediately following that, everyone sensed an inexplicable scene happen. Under this divine light, Old Snake's body slowly transformed. His white hair turned black as his wrinkles vanished. His facial features turned sublime as his eyes turned profound and bright. His body also grew taller as his back turned straight. Muscles began to ripple and fill up. His youth was restored. This change was not only limited to his body, but also on life's natural order. People could clearly sense that the lifeblood powers in Old Snake were like a burning flame, strongly intense and exuberant. This is... Old Snake looked at his body in shock. Immediately following that, Ian flicked his finger as a tiny black cube appeared above his fingertip. It was the magic cube which the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had left behind. The magic cube was the seed of soul, and condensed within it was the nomological forces of the soul. The magic cube spun as infinite light of souls gathered, restoring Old Snake's damaged soul. In just moments, Old Snake's lost memories returned to him. But at that moment, Old Snake was surprisingly calm. From that ancient battle, he had been accustomed to his identity as Old Snake over all those years. He had found joy in touring the world for hundreds of millions of years, having relinquished everything from the past. To Old Snake, the former Dragon King was like his previous incarnation. Even after regaining his memories, he still felt the same. Snakes and dragons were of the same form, and snakes could turn into dragons by transcending the heavenly tribulation. Even though Old Snake had regained his former strength as the Dragon King, he was still Old Snake. At that moment, everyone present, be they experts from all across the sinkhole or the young elites, all of them could sense an extremely powerful vitality from Old Snake's body. It was even far greater than that of the demonic Marshal Shurlong from before. People found it unbelievable. What seemed like an old man in his final days had been recreated into an expert so casually. He had his youth restored and his looks. People found Old Snake's looks very familiar. Doesn't he look identical to that statue in the square? Everyone was stunned. The statues at the entrance of the Mirage Sea realm not only carved the looks of the 8 godly monarchs, it also included their unique characteristics. Looks could be the same by chance, but those characteristics couldn't be replicated. Furthermore, the vitality which Old Snake effused was something only an ancient godly monarch could attain. Dragon King, one of the 8 ancient godly monarchs, had been this elder in front of them. He had his vitality snuffed out in that ancient battle and he had remained heavily injured until this day? Old Snake's identity as one of the 8 ancient godly monarchs shocked everyone, but even more shocking was that Yun was able to restore a godly monarch who was close to death to his original form. Anyone with some knowledge of the martial Dao knew how difficult this was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1708 Ending, 6, Meeting Ling Xier again. Chapter 1708 Ending, 6, Meeting Ling Xier again. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Aging was something that couldn't be reversed. One's flames of vitality could wane, and to replenish it was extremely difficult. Although there were few natural treasures in the world which could rekindle the flames of vitality, they were either priceless or only capable of restoring the vitality of low-level warriors. As for peerless experts, there was nearly no way of restoring their vitality even for supremacies, much less divine lords and godly monarchs. And Old Snake was no ordinary godly monarch. As one of the 8 ancient godly monarchs, his powers had been lost for hundreds of millions of years, yet, he was capable of being restored? Such a heaven-defying change of fate, the reversal of life's natural order, was indescribable. If that were the case, what kind of realm had Yun's strength reached? Everyone felt a shock from deep within their souls. To cultivate to such a realm, that one could control all the laws and have command over the heavenly Tao, was something they found incomprehensible. Yun did not give the crowd time to think as he looked at Huan Qinshui. Miss Huan, back then at the Ninely Magus Empire, I saw that the divine alchemist had refined for you the fate-changing pill. Back then, although I had obtained his heritage and was invited by the Ninely Magus Empire to perfect their array, my cultivation level was unfortunately limited, preventing me from completing the fate-changing pill. I left behind my fire spirit in the Ninely Magus Empire to maintain the array's operations, and quite some time has passed since then. Yun felt mixed emotions. As a fire spirit that was born out of the heretical god Fire Seed, Ling Xier had always been very dependent on him. Back when Yun rescued Ling Xier out of the Sun Burial Sansi, the young girl had wanted to stay with him forever, but Yun had no choice but to leave her behind because the Ninely Magus Empire had encountered something he couldn't handle. Yun felt guilt for leaving her alone in that array for such long periods of time. Let me retrieve the fate-changing pill, as a way to complete the job Senior Divine Alchemist didn't manage to accomplish. As Yun spoke, he casually tore open space and vanished. Everyone was stunned. Did Yun say that he was heading to the Ninely Magus Empire? It was situated extremely far from the Mirage Sea realm, but Yun's casual tearing of space allowed him to go there directly. But thinking of the means available to him, compared to the restoration of an ancient godly monarch's vitality, that was nothing. As they were still pondering over the matter, space was torn apart again as Yun walked out. In his hand was a pill suffusing shimmering rainbow light. This pill seemed to condense the infinite essence of the heaven and earth. And sitting on Yun's shoulder was a young girl with a ruddy complexion. The girl looked like she was about 9 or 10 and she had 2 buns on her head. Her face was round and chubby like a carved piece of pink jade and was the epitome of what a young beauty was. At that moment, the young girl wore a look of pleasant surprise as her eyes seemed to well with tears. Brother Yun. The young girl hugged Yun's neck, overjoyed and aggrieved. Sierre, I've made you wait for so long. From this day forth, we won't be separating. I've also found you a pet. Do you find it cute? As Yun spoke, he took out the 9 transformation celestial silkworm. The poor 9 transformation celestial silkworm was originally sleeping, so it was already a little unhappy about being awoken. When it heard that it had become a pet for some baffling reason, it turned even more depressed as it cried out a few times as a form of protest. But at that moment, Ling Sierre's was completely attached to the 9 transformation celestial silkworm. She hugged the plump little guy in delight. Wow, it's really cute. What's your name? The 9 transformation celestial silkworm wore a look of befuddlement, but allowed Ling Sierre to hug it. Sierre, go to the God Advent Tower first. I still have things to deal with. Once everything is done, I'll bring you to a brand new world. All right. Ling Sierre nodded obediently. She could also tell that Yun was the center of attention. Her petite body flashed as she entered the God Advent Tower with the 9 transformation celestial silkworm. At that moment, everyone looked at the pill in Yun's hand. Fate-changing pill. Few people knew of Huan Qinshue's origins, but they had guesses. It was because everyone in the sinkhole knew that Huan Qinshuo was merely mortal, but what mortal could live that long, establish a land of hope, and be its owner? And from what Yun had said, it could be inferred that Huan Qinshuo was also an ancient peerless figure who had lost her powers due to her heavy injuries. Huan Qinshuo looked at the fate-changing pill in Yun's hand and drew a deep breath. She never expected that the divine pill would so suddenly appear in Yun's hand and be completed in such a short period of time. It was something that even the divine alchemist had failed to complete, something that did not take form despite requiring the Ninely Magus Empire to maintain a herb-nurturing array for hundreds of millions of years, expending infinite amounts of heaven-earth essence. What realm has your cultivation level reached? Asked Huan Qinshuo. Yun shook his head. I'm not sure either. I guess it's in between the state of figuring out the heavenly Tao laws to the creation of one's own heavenly Tao laws. Creation of one's own heavenly Tao laws? Huan Qinshuo was taken aback. It was a realm she didn't even come close. Was that above a godly monarch? Yun flicked his finger and the fate-changing pill in his hand flew into Huan Qinshuo's hand. This pill is condensed from the sinkhole's heavenly Tao laws. It also contains remnant powers of the ancestor god, as well as the nomological forces left behind by Senior Divine Alchemist. Although Yun had the ability to restore Huan Qinshuo like he did for Old Snake, fusing her with the lost heavenly Tao, he did not do so. Instead, he saw the uncompleted wishes of the Divine Alchemist to their promised end. After all, he had once inherited the Divine Alchemist's heritage. As such, he was finally ending the karmic connection. After consuming this heaven-defying pill, Huan Qinshuo would fuse with the Ninely Magus Maiden. They were originally one, and by doing so, she would reclaim all of her original powers. The 8 ancient godly monarchs of the past had sacrificed too much for the sinkhole. Now, he was returning everything they gave up. Thank you, Yun. I never imagined that you would come this far back when I invited you to the Mirage Sea realm. Huan Qinshuo felt a flurry of emotions. Yun had developed his strength too rapidly. That bit of time was completely nothing to people like her, but when this time was given to Yun, it resulted in an astonishing miracle. You previously mentioned that you slew the ancestor god? Huan Qinshuo asked again. Yun nodded. I have taken the sinkhole's heavenly Tao back. I will return it to the sinkhole in the coming years. Yun's voice wasn't loud, but it reached every corner of the Mirage Sea realm. Everyone heard him clearly. All the geniuses were shocked. They nearly failed to react to what he had said, or it could be said that they were in disbelief even when they realized what he had said. It was like a dream. The sinkhole was already dead, and it was like a gloomy cloud that hung over all the heads of the sinkhole warriors. It was the greatest tragedy for the warriors of this age. And now, Yun was able to kill the ancestor god and return the sinkhole's heavenly Tao. To cultivate to Yun's realm, helming control over the world and fate, being capable of restoring former ancient godly monarchs with a lift of his hand and mending a universe's heavenly Tao with the lowering of his hand. This was truly the epitome of life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1709, Ending, 7, Starting Point. Chapter 1709, Ending, 7, Starting Point. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Mending the heavenly Tao was not something that could be accomplished in a day. Furthermore, although Yun planned on returning the heavenly Tao and pursue his own martial Tao, he still needed time to study and master the heavenly Tao. Now, Yun was most concerned with the Luo clan. Although the Luo clan was nothing compared to the major factions in the sinkhole, it was still a powerful family clan in the 12 Empyrean heavens. Luo Yan possessed a Kane fire spirit Tao embryo and was naturally a genius of the Luo clan. The Luo clan should have spared no effort in grooming Luo Yan, but from his ordinary dressing, he was apparently a commoner warrior. Therefore, it seemed to imply that the Luo clan wasn't in the best of conditions. Luo Yan, how's the Luo clan now? Yun looked at the linen-clothed youth. The youth appeared nervous to be suddenly win Yun's attention. The person standing before him represented the most supreme figure in the sinkhole. Furthermore, Yun had already reached an incomprehensible realm to any of the sinkhole experts. Senior. Senior E, you know of the Luo clan? The Luo clan was tiny compared to the entirety of the sinkhole. Therefore, to a figure at Yun's realm, the Luo clan would seem trivial. The linen-clothed youth never expected Yun to know of the Luo clan. The Luo clan and I go way back. Is Luo Huayr still okay? At that moment, Yun asked in a calm manner, but his heart gripped with anxiety. The calamity of the ancestor god had swept through the sinkhole, and in this turbulent storm, Luo Huayr would be like a tiny flame, one that could easily end up being extinguished. He was very afraid that something bad had happened to Luo Huayr. The youth looked at Yun in astonishment. He never expected that not only did Yun know of the Luo clan, but he also knew Luo Huayr. Furthermore, he had a history with the Luo clan that went way back. It was truly fascinating. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister Huayr is fine." Yun heaved a sigh of relief. This was the best news he had heard. "Where is she?" The youth began to stammer as he didn't answer Yun immediately. Yun pricked his brows up. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just that Sister Huayr hasn't met anyone in a long time. But if it's Senior E, I believe Sister Huayr will still be willing to meet you." "Take me to her," said Yun. He still had karma he needed to repay in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. It wasn't just the Luo clan, Felicitous Rain Lord was also in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. It was his master that had guided him. The 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven had likely suffered from this sinkhole calamity. Likewise, Yun did not know what had happened to Felicitous Rain Lord. He wanted to head to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven to repay the karma. In the 100 years since he left the sinkhole for the Chaos Heavens, the sinkhole had experienced numerous changes. After Yun healed Old Snake and Huanshinshui, he also treated Godly Monarch River of Forgetfulness. Similarly, he fused him with a portion of the ancestor god's remnant Tao. Three ancient figures that had lived for hundreds of millions of years gathered in the Mirage Sea realm, and they felt a flood of emotions going through their minds. At this point of time, the lands of hope were no longer necessary. The sinkhole was finally back on its original trajectory, and in the result of tiding through the calamity was renewed life. Before his departure, it was the new overlord of the White Lunar Divine Empire, Tianshan Mengyao, who looked at Yun with mixed feelings. Once upon a time, she had the intention of using the Mirage Sea realm to prove her Tao heart. But now, having really met Yun, she realized that he was standing at a height far beyond her. She could not help but feel reverent towards him. Just moments ago, Lin Shimtong had officially handed the White Lunar Divine Empire to Tianshan Mengyao. Lin Shimtong was ultimately leaving this multiverse with Yun, and the White Lunar Divine Empire was where she had grown up for multiple lives. She naturally did not wish that the White Lunar Divine Empire would end in an abject state. As for Bai Yueyin, she ultimately did not meet with Huanshinshui and the other ancient godly monarchs. She didn't even ask Yun to reconstruct her body. She only remained in Yun's soul sea and watched through Yun's eyes the reunion of Huanshinshui and company as a mere phantom. Seeing Dragon King Old Snake's joy and carefreeness, Huanshinshui's otherworldliness, and Godly Monarch River of Forgetfulness's staid bearing, Bai Yueyin felt that she ultimately didn't belong among them. In that case, it was best she didn't meet them. Over the past hundreds of millions of years, she only had one obsession: leave the sinkhole multiverse and head to a new world. Perhaps, she might be able to follow in human emperor's footsteps. Years ago, she was only a naive young girl, but now, she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. She planned on leaving the sinkhole together with Yun. Back when Yun ascended to the 12 Empyrean heavens, the first place he came to was the Luo clan in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. In the sinkhole multiverse, humans were the majority, but the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven was an exception. The majority was made up of Fey. However, as the sinkhole Fey had been in the sinkhole for countless generations, their bloodlines were closer to the humans than the Chaos Heavens Fey. The Luo clan also had a Fey bloodline. Now, Yun had returned to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heavens Luo clan with Luo Yan. However, Yun never expected that it wasn't where Luo Huier was. Even after arriving, the youth continued leading Yun to a secluded spatial passageway. The spatial passageway was very long, but with Yun's strength, he only took seconds to pass through it. When Yun stepped through the exit of the spatial passageway, he saw a calm and tranquil world. Although the world's heavenly Tao was extremely weak and the Yuan Qi was thin, making it unsuitable for cultivation, the chirping of the birds and the floral scents of the vistas laid before him looked like a paradise. At that moment, Yun did not know why he had the urge to tear. He knew that this was the Tian Yuan world. He had returned. Before going to the 12 Empyrean heavens, he had started his martial path as a mortal in the Tian Yuan world. He met his sister, Zhang Xiaro, in the Cloud Wilderness, Luo Huier in the Taiya Divine City. It was also here where he met Lin Xintong. Everything had begun here. He never expected that he would return to the Tian Yuan world when his strength had reached the peak of the multiverse where the sinkhole was, that he would return to the place where he first embarked on his journey. Is Luo Huier here? At that moment, there was no need for Luo Yan to say a word. Yun just needed to close his eyes slightly to instantly envelop the entire Tian Yuan world. Moments later, he found Luo Huier. The place she lived in was his former residence, Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. Sis Xiaro. Yun felt overwhelmed by his emotions as he gently beckoned Zhang Xiaro out from the God Advent Tower. Zhang Xiaro had followed Yun when he left the Chaos Heavens. A red figure appeared beside Yun. Zhang Xiaro looked at Soft Clouds Mountain Manor and without realizing it, her vision blurred. It had been 1,000 years, and the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor remained in its original state. However, Zhang Xiaro knew that many of the buildings in it had been rebuilt. The vegetation here had undergone generations of replacements and the pond had dried countless times, only to be refilled again. With that, Soft Clouds Mountain Manor was still as it was in her memories. This mountain manor was the first time Ian felt that his fate was grasped in his own hands after they escaped from hunger and poverty. Looking at Soft Clouds Mountain Manor, Yun and Zhang Xiaro felt an imperceptible calling towards it. It was as if they saw themselves moving in, and despite their many servants to handle matters, Zhang Xiaro always insisted on doing it herself. Now, Soft Clouds Mountain Manor remained Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. The tiny mountain manor had not changed, but this world had experienced the ravages of time. Of course, if there was one change to Soft Clouds Mountain Manor, it was its owner. It was now Luo Huier. Yun saw that in the garden of Soft Clouds Mountain Manor, Luo Huier was dressed in blue. Her long hair was simply tied up and she was picking tea leaves with a white-dressed woman. The white-dressed woman was someone Yun knew as well. Years ago in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, in the White Fox clan which was the Luo clan's equal, he had met this white-dressed woman who was none other than Princess White Fox. Yun had once been in competition with Princess White Fox in the Luo clan's land of trials. Later, he chanced upon her in the Yang God Empyrean heaven. The duo had quite a bit of history as well. Yun never expected that as the ancestor god's calamity swept through the sinkhole, with demonic servants wreaking havoc due to the power imbalance in the 12 Empyrean heavens, Luo Huier and Princess White Fox had actually abandoned their own clans to come to the Tian Yuan world to live a life separate and aloof from the world. Although they could not cultivate here and the Tian Yuan world was destined to one day be destroyed due to the waning of the sinkhole which it was ultimately a part of, so what? Mortals live a busy life of about 100 years, going through birth, death, illness and old age, experiencing the joys and sorrows of life. Although their lives look more miserable than warriors in their seemingly ephemeral states, there were still highlights to a mortal's life. Life might be differentiated according to life's natural order, but the emotions of people, joy and sorrow, were not differentiated because of a difference in life's natural order. To every person, their joy was the same. Likewise for their pain and suffering. A scholar candidate's greatest joy is to succeed in the imperial examinations, and the greatest joy for farmers are a bountiful harvest. This was of equal value to the joy that came from a warrior's breakthrough to the supremacy or divine lord realm. If one were to abandon all pursuits of the martial Tao and be a completely ordinary mortal, was there anything wrong with that? Schwer, smell this. This year's tea is really fragrant. Luo Huara plucked a fresh bud and handed it to Princess White Fox. Princess White Fox lowered her head slightly and sniffed at it carefully before smiling faintly. She nodded. Yes, it smells great. At that moment, they seemed to sense something as they looked over. Amid the lush greenery of the tea garden, a youth in a black robe and a red-dressed woman were slowly walking towards them. They had been separated by an immense period of time, and during which, immense changes and upheavals had happened. But now, the few of them were reuniting in Soft Cloud's mountain manor. Ian took one step at a time, as though he was wading upstream against the river of time spanning 1,000 years. This continued until he returned to his starting point. At that moment, everything was as before. He still looked youthful and Luo Huar could still see the youth who had stumbled into her cultivation back at the Taya Divine City. And Ian seemed to see that slightly narcissistic, playful red-dressed girl back in the Taya Divine City. The crests and troughs of life are all but ephemeral mists. How nice if reunion and separation were fixed in place of that first meeting. 1,000 years pass in happiness a certainty, but how much was sadness in exchange? The end. Author's note, there will still be 1 or 2 chapters as an epilogue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1710 Epilogue, Every ending is also a beginning. Chapter 1710 Epilogue, Every ending is also a beginning. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Time passed quickly, and soon, 10,000 years had passed. For many peerless experts, 10,000 years was a very short period of time. Typically, no significant change would happen in the sinkhole during that brief a period. But in the past 10,000 years, many things had changed. Upon Yun's return, he made the restoration of the heavenly Tao his goal. The 3 ancient godly monarchs, Dragon King, Mirage Snow Queen, and the River of Forgetfulness King, recovered their strength, becoming peerless sinkhole experts again. Following that, several new godly monarchs were born. To put it into perspective, the birth of a new godly monarch in the sinkhole was typically something that wouldn't happen in 100 million years. The sinkhole's martial Tao was thriving. However, a warrior's ambition and farsightedness determined their achievements to a very large extent. The sinkhole was, after all, only one of the many universes in the multiverse. If one was satisfied with the goal of being strongest in the sinkhole, it was difficult for them to amount to much. Under such a situation, Yun tore open a passageway leading from the sinkhole to the Chaos Heavens. Sinkhole geniuses could head to the Chaos Heavens for training. Be it the sinkhole or the Chaos Heavens, they followed Yun's lead. Whatever he arranged would naturally be implemented smoothly. Hence, every 3 centuries, the sinkhole would organize a test for the younger generation which was used to choose a new batch of geniuses for grooming. The most outstanding ones could even have a chance of being guided by Yun. This was a huge honor and also a humongous opportunity. Sinkhole geniuses, no matter their background, would flock towards such an event. If commoner warriors were to achieve good results, they were bound to enjoy a momentous rise and obtain sufficient resources for their growth. It could be said that it was the best of times for the present sinkhole. As long as one was talented, they could achieve anything by their own hands. It wasn't anything like in the past. Even with immense talent, one could fail to obtain a heritage that suited them. Also, there were the restraints brought about by the incomplete heavenly Tao. Today, a new round of number 1 martial Tao trials started once again. Elites from all walks of life were long pumped for battle, awash with eagerness. The venue of the martial tournament was located in the Mirage Sea realm. After Huan Xinxue regained her strength, people finally understood why she was able to live for hundreds of millions of years as a mortal despite losing all her strength in ancient times. It was simply because Mirage Snow Queen was just too powerful. Mirage Snow Queen cultivated in Mirage and Snow laws. After recovering her strength, she created a massive illusory soul world. This was actually considered an independent soul universe, and its entrance was located in the Mirage Sea realm. Every genius who participated in the trial would do so in this soul universe. At this moment, there was a spirit cruiser floating beyond the Mirage Sea realm. About 8 youngsters were gathered together, each of them having extremely powerful auras. They had robust foundations and were all heads and shoulders above their peers. I've finally waited for this day. Nanxianyu, I fell for your trap gambling with you the last time, but this time, I'll make sure to set it right. Let's set a goal this time. Whoever fails to pass the 5th trial loses. The person who spoke was a handsome man wearing a jade headdress. He truly could be described as a gentleman. He was one of the core disciples of the First Beginnings Immortal Gate and the grand disciple of Sacred Horizon Divine Lord, Qi Mingjian. His background could be said to be illustrious. As for Nanshan Luoyue, he came from the Nanshan family clan. Originally, the Nanshan family clan was just a tiny family clan in the White Lunar Divine Empire. It was originally involved in the herbal trade, but back when Yun arrived in the White Lunar Divine Empire's martial numinous continent, he acquainted himself with Nanshan Luoyue. With her help, Yun entered the ancient battlefield, and Yun naturally didn't forget this. With his strength and status, repaying the kindness she showed him could be done with a single sentence. As a result, the Nanshan family clan received special privileges in the White Lunar Divine Empire. Later, due to its family head's good management, it slowly became one of the few major family clans in the White Lunar Divine Empire. As such, Nanshan Yu's background was only slightly inferior to Qi Mingjian's, and the gap wasn't huge. Pass the fifth trial? You sure are confident. Do you know who the invigilator is this time? It's Felicitous Rain Lord. The trials he gives are well known for being difficult. From my point of view, passing the fourth trial will put you in the top 10, and only 2 to 3 people have any chance of passing the fifth trial. Nanshan Yu's calm description left some of the promising youths present taken aback when they heard that Felicitous Rain Lord was acting as invigilator. In the recent 10,000 years, there were 3 mighty figures who broke through to the godly monarch realm. 2 of them were Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and Eclipse Arhat, who had been stuck at the Divine Lord realm for too long due to the lack of the heavenly Tao. As for the third person, he was Felicitous Rain Lord, who had come from the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Compared to the sinkhole, the 12 Empyrean heavens' cultivation environment was much more inferior. The sinkhole had an incomplete heavenly Tao to begin with, so the 12 Empyrean heavens could only have it worse. However, Felicitous Rain Lord was an extraordinary genius. As a commoner, he used his own perceptivity and nomological insight to become a royal sealed Divine Lord. Furthermore, he was considered one of the best among Divine Lords. He was also young. If not for the restrictions of heritage, resources, and the incomplete heavenly Tao, Felicitous Rain Lord could have been capable of reaching the godly monarch realm by himself. Only after Yun returned did all these restrictions get lifted. After being repressed after all these years, Felicitous Rain Lord finally experienced his momentous rise. People had also learned that Felicitous Rain Lord was once Yun's master. Back when Yun was in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, he had been greatly indebted to Felicitous Rain Lord. Yun's time laws came from him. Apart from that, and also something extremely important to Yun, he had gained insight into the primordial chaos laws which he used to perfect his major destruction laws, all thanks to Felicitous Rain Lord's help. Felicitous Rain Lord had brought him to the Azure Wood Great World. And in there, Felicitous Rain Lord had protected Yun's life when the Celestial's bronze giant appeared. He even set off the series of events that allowed Yun to obtain the Azure Wood Divine Tree. With him being a master and someone who had saved his life, Yun naturally had to return the favor several-fold. After Yun found Luo Huire, he went to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven to find Felicitous Rain Lord and gifted him a heavenly Tao nomological fragment. And with that, Felicitous Rain Lord, who had been meant for greatness, no longer experienced any restrictions. His nomological insights improved tremendously and he broke through the godly monarch bottleneck in one shot. Although Felicitous Rain Lord broke through after Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and Eclipse Arhat, it was acknowledged that Felicitous Rain Lord was the strongest godly monarch aside from the 3 ancient godly monarchs, Mirage Snow Queen, Dragon King, and River of Forgetfulness King. Of course, Yun was not among those ranks, for people subconsciously treated him as someone at a realm above the godly monarch realm. Similarly, Lin Xintong's strength was also a mystery. There were rumors that mentioned how Lin Xintong had finished mastering a powerful cultivation level 1,000 years ago, completing her 9th reincarnation. She experienced a complete transformation, and with her flawless body and birth as a sacred Tao fetus, she had far exceeded the comprehension of many. As an invigilator, Felicitous Rain Lord's trials were truly difficult. But from another point of view, if one was truly a peerless genius who could figure out the trial Felicitous Rain Lord placed before them, they would typically be able to learn a lot from it. Unfortunately, those with such abilities were truly rare. So Felicitous Rain Lord will be the invigilator. Felicitous Rain Lord was once Senior Yi's teacher. If one is to gain the acknowledgement of Felicitous Rain Lord, there's the tiny possibility of obtaining Senior Yi's guidance. To be guided by Yun was a truly rare opportunity. Not only would it be an excellent opportunity to further their nomological insight, Yun would also typically bestow them with treasures. The value of anything given by Yun was obvious. According to the rules of the number 1 martial Tao trials, only the pinnacle geniuses among the warriors could receive Yun's guidance. And in fact, it would take more than 10 number 1 martial Tao trials before someone would be determined to be a pinnacle genius. Over the past 10,000 years, Yun had personally given guidance to 5 people. The first person was the Netherski Divine World's young goddess, Fairy Yuru. She came in first at the number 1 martial Dao trials with results far surpassing second place. Not only that, Fairy Yuru was a friend of Yi Yun to begin with. She had acquainted herself with Yi Yun during the ancient battlefield trials and they helped each other. Later, Fairy Yuru left her name on the ancient ruins world's world monolith, but Yi Yun lost the chance to do so because of his battle with primordial chaos Daolord and company. He went missing for 60 years as a result. Time passed and Yi Yun met Fairy Yuru at Lin Xintong's coronation. When he was faced with enemies everywhere, only the Netherski divine world supported him because of Fairy Yuru. Later, Fairy Yuru became the absolute champion of the number 1 martial Dao trials. Yi Yun met her and personally taught her for a year, bestowing her with a portion of the ancestor god's nomological fragment. She was left to study it herself. Although it was a trivial fragment, it was a gift hundreds of times more valuable than a godly monarch royal seal. In the past, Fairy Yuru's goal was merely to fuse with a godly monarch royal seal and become an expert just like her master. But now, with the fragment, coupled with Yi Yun's guidance and her talent, it was already a certainty that she would become a godly monarch. Rumor had it that Fairy Yuru's breakthrough occurred in recent years. Apart from Fairy Yuru, there was the youth from the Luo clan, Luo Yen. He too had gained Yi Yun's guidance and could even be considered an in-name disciple of Yi Yun. The other 3 were the young monk, Wuji, from Mahayana Monastery, a commoner swordsman, Fan Chen, and finally, felicitous Rain Lord's final disciple, Yulinger. Yulinger was the champion of the previous martial Dao trials. She was very impressive. Before she participated in the martial Dao trials, she was the cream of the crop. She was admired by countless young men. Although Yulinger was felicitous Rain Lord's disciple, she did not wish to use their ties to her advantage. She participated anonymously, won first place with results far surpassing second place. Later, she obtained Yi Yun's guidance and, with her astonishing perceptivity, she became half an in-name disciple of Yi Yun. She even came into contact with primordial chaos and destruction laws. Yulinger was abnormally talented and hardworking. The diligence she displayed left many of her genius peers feeling embarrassed. Many people guessed that Yulinger would become a godly monarch in 5,000 years. At that moment, the numerous elites on the spirit cruiser were discussing the 5 geniuses whom Yi Yun had guided in the past. When they mentioned Yulinger, all of them sighed. Even proud people like Nanxian Yu and Qi Mingjian lamented their inadequacies when stacked up to such mighty figures. Rumors said that even Yi Yun had personally praised Yulinger previously. And for them, they still needed to worry about taking felicitous Rain Lord's 5th trials. They were on a completely different level. Everyone from the major factions know each other well, so it's unlikely anyone will stand out during this martial Dao trials and be noticed by Senior Yi. It will all depend on any dark horses from the commoner warriors. Qi Mingjian felt emotive. And at that moment, the Mirage Sea Realm Soul Universe's entrance slowly opened. The Divine Lord experts who were responsible for maintaining order in the trial had already appeared at the entrance, directing everyone into the Soul Universe. Qi Mingjian, Nanxian Yu, and company entered with feelings of reverence and anxiety. No one knew that 5 kilometers away from the entrance, there was a formless void. Standing in it was a black-robed man who was watching all of this in silence. The man was none other than Yi Yun. Beside Yi Yun stood an illusory white-dressed female. She was Bai Yueyin. "Have you made up your mind?" Bai Yueyin said softly. "Yes. I never expected to find the method of opening the spatial wall so quickly. It's all thanks to Senior Huan Qinshui. I studied her soul universe and sensed that the set of laws came from one person. And this person was someone I previously met in the demonic servant cemetery. She's someone who was deeply related to Senior Lin. She told me that her name was Divine Dream. Divine Dream is probably the person with the highest attainment in soul laws I know. She's probably in no way inferior to Senior Lin. Over these years, I've returned to that cemetery. With my study of Huan Shenshua's soul universe cultivation, I've finally managed to vaguely sense Divine Dream through the soul laws. However, this detection is too weak when a multiverse wall stands between us. This weak detection has only pointed me in a direction. I plan to use Senior Divine Dream as a marker to first head to the 33 skies. That is also the multiverse where Senior Lin developed his strength. Although he's no longer there, I still plan on paying a visit. After hearing Yi Yun's words, Bai Yueyin felt mixed emotions. 33 skies. It was once her obsession. Just as Yi Yun had said, Lin Ming was no longer there, but she also wished to pay it a visit. Bai Yueyin sighed and said, "I can't remember how many years it has been, but I'm finally leaving the sinkhole universe. Now that this day has come, I can't describe my feelings. Besides, Yulinger. Did you not notice that young lady?" Bai Yueyin's words startled Yi Yun slightly. He glanced at her, but did not say a word. You taught her for about 2 centuries, right? In fact, I can see in her a shadow of myself from the past. The way she treats you is the same as how I treated Senior Lin. It was you who taught her, imparting to her a true martial Tao. She has worked very hard, and suffered a lot as a result. She endured extraordinary setbacks to obtain her present-day achievements. Yes. I was the same too. On careful thought, the reason why I worked so hard back then was probably just to win his praise. Bai Yuan said those words calmly as Yin listened to her in silence. After a long while, he said, hundreds of millions of years ago, the sinkhole's martial Tao was desolate. Senior Lin guided 8 disciples, resulting in them becoming the 8 ancient godly monarchs. Now, I have guided 5 disciples. Perhaps in the far future, these 5 will also do something astounding. Perhaps, you Linger will feel an urge to seek me just as you did. Everything in this world is fated. Let them choose their own paths. The sinkhole is host to their life trajectories and eventual outcomes, for good or for worse. I am but a passing cloud. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.